sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Greetings and salutations. We are live with the playoffs of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 LAN finale. My name is Vivek. With me is Floki, and all of this is obviously made possible with our digital partner Flipkart. Guys, it is 2026. It's the first LAN on 7.40p. They're teams from Malaysia and all over Southeast Asia trying to figure out how this patch is meant to be played. A lot of learning, Floki, for all of us and all of them.
Indeed. I mean, some very big changes introduced in the 7.40 patch. But to sum it all up, if I had to use one sentence, it would be that the game is a lot more based on regen now, especially early on. Some of the big changes to note are the flag bearer creeps no longer providing HP regen to heroes. Another big change being the flag creeps actually grant magic resistance per upgrade interval to all the other creeps around. So your AoE magic damage nukes, typically used to clear out waves, become less strong as time goes on. And also, as is with every change, what usually happens is when you introduce change in Dota trying to have a certain effect, it sometimes achieves the opposite. So instead of regen becoming more valuable, teams, they circumvent it. They're like, okay, you know what, it's more valuable. Nah, we're going to pick harass heavy supports. We're going to focus a lot more on winning our lanes, and we're going to try a quicker game of Dota in comparison. And this is where some of the objective changes also matter. Roshan, a couple of important things to note are the lifesteal. For Roshan is now considered to be a creep and not a creep hero. So all the standard creep rules for lifesteal apply, which means you can be lifestealing a lot less. And secondly, Rod of Retribution can no longer be dispelled. So typically, you would dispel it with Mantis style and you'd be disarmed, and you'd have a damage debuff placed on you where you take more damage from Roshan and everything else.
Dispel it.
Yeah, but you can't dispel it anymore.
Yep. Yeah, it is a new patch. And I think I completely agree with you as far as regen and regen free the lane are concerned. If in this patch, sadly for your pubs guys, especially on the side lane, make sure you win those lanes. And winning the lanes sometimes means picking heroes like Jakiro, Ogre, but I know you're not going to do that. I know you're going to be just like me and pick the position 5 Kez, because it's a game that's meant to be fun also.
Oh yeah, or your position 5 Pudge, the standard hero that decimates every pub, even though it has only one play. Stand in the tower, hook someone, pray for the best. But you know what? Even at the lofty lows of 6.4k MMR, somehow works.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's going to be our pubs. It's not going to be these professional matches, hopefully, which brings us to our next point is what heroes we expecting to see here.
Absolutely. So like, as far as lane supports are going, we want supports that really dominate lanes. Jakiro, despite the nerfs to Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost at the early levels, it's still strong. You want Ogre, still go for the learning curve facet. You play him on the safe lane more, because early on the wave is closer to the tower. You just need to hit that first bunch of levels, and then you take the Ignite DPS talent, which is broken in my opinion. I'm not going to touch upon Midas just yet, because I'd like to actually bring your attention to something that's even more important than the Midas, which is the tournament format. Because this is what these teams are going to be looking like as far as their journey to the grand finales. So there's a group stage, it's a double elimination bracket, but until you come until the upper bracket playoffs and the lower bracket playoffs, everything is a best of one.
Yeah. You do get 2 chances, however, and it's no longer a little bit of luck of the draw RNG based on which group you play. So every team has a lot more agency, and really it's the gold standard for tournaments, just having a double elimination bracket, which means every team has a chance here. And some of the dark horses, you gotta look out for them, because they might bring a little bit more to the table than you might expect in a typical tournament.
Yeah, there is a playoff bracket which is a best of one, but it's still a bracket which gives everybody a chance just because of the fact that there is a lower bracket as well. So yeah, all of this leads to the LAN finale. The LAN finale consists of the upper bracket, the lower bracket, and of course the grand finale. That's happening on 11 January in New Delhi. If you're in India or if you're visiting India, you can buy your tickets on Book My Show, and you can be present at the LAN. There's a lot of performance as well. We'll be looking forward to that, and I've got to say it's a great venue. It's called the Bharat Mandapam in case you're not aware, and it's a huge, humongous concert-like arena. So yeah, that's on the 11th of January. And yeah, Floki, there are a lot of teams that we do want to touch upon and discuss who's looking like they're more of a favorite for this tournament. For those of you just tuning in though, the first match on Stream B is going to be between Interactive Philippines and the Mob.
Yeah.
Uh, Plenty of experience on both sides. Some newer players in Interactive Philippines, but there's Carlos or BDZ, as you may have known him once upon a time. There's also Chemo from Execration Portugal.
Yeah, and there's also Ares playing position 5, another really popular Filipino name that some of our viewers might recognize.
Yeah.
And IAP is one of the stronger teams here at the event. Of course, the first match being against the Mob. No, the Mob being a notable team in India, but unfortunately, list of achievements is not looking that big. They are yet to put up, solid performance. But this is the place to do it because it's a double elimination bracket. You get to learn from your losses. And just in case you're wondering what are the stakes here, it's on your screens right now.
Oh yeah, $65,000 for the team that secures first place. And more than all of this, there's also a $10,000 Intel MVP prize. There's also, I think there's a prize for best carry, best offlaner, best support. Like, come on, guys. Nobody's ever said thank you to a support, and they're going to be saying thank you here at the Asia Predator Grand Finale, and that's $2,000 that you get for being the best support in the tournament. It's no small some money, and of course, later on, you can go vote for those roles in those positions.
Yeah.
There'll be a QR that'll come on the screen where you can vote. All of that in due time. But yeah, $65,000. Hey, pretty decent chunk of money.
Pretty decent chunk of change. A lot of Southeast Asian teams are going to be looking to back that one. But I do have to say, I want to touch a bit more upon the patch right after we have a look at some of these teams and the players. So we're familiar with our rosters and our lineups. But just in case you're wondering, the teams who are here, Viroja, the Mob, Reckonex, and all the likes. But personally, I'd say the biggest favorites to be winning this tournament are Myth Avenue Gaming and possibly Team Viroja. ZZ is also really, really good. I believe that is the Mongolian stack, where we've got a bunch of Mongolian players coming in. And those guys have had some pretty solid results across through the year.
Yeah. I mean, look, there are a bunch of teams that are strong in terms of player composition, but it is a new patch, right? So whoever starts to adapt or starts to play a version of the patch that is really strong and nobody has answers to, that team is going to win. So if there is a team that is, I don't know, getting clings every game or getting tied every game and you're not finding a way to stop them, then you're kind of forced to draft for them.
To quote Brad Pitt from Moneyball, it is adapt or die. But let's have a look at the brackets and see what they're going to be looking like. So we have a better idea of who's going up against who. Of course, we've got Viroja going up against Myth Avenue Gaming, but for this stream, we're going to have the Mob going up against IAP here on the stream. And of course, the favorites to win out this one is probably going to be, I mean, it is IAP. Let's not kid ourselves over here. They are the stronger team. But that's perhaps the advantage you have being the underdog here. The fact that you're not going to be very well researched, the fact that you can practice things and no one's really going to be looking at you. The element of surprise could play, it could play to the favor of the Mob, and maybe they're able to make a miracle upper bracket run and get to that winner of the bracket finals. But of course, that remains a long story. It starts here at the first game against Interactive Philippines, a team that is no joke, a team that has some pedigree as well in the region, thanks to the names Chemo, Eris, and Carlo.
Yeah, they're definitely coming in with a lot of experience. But what also really matters, it's a new patch, like we discussed. What really matters in this sort of a format and this sort of a tournament run is being a team with superior discipline.
Yes.
It is so crucial to just be very strong and rooted in your basics. And
the fundamentals, the laning phase, your objectives. You need to have a plan for the lanes now, especially with Regen now being inherently more valuable. How do you want to approach it? Do you want to play a slower game, perhaps? Do you want to pick up a Chen that's going to help you out with some of that Regen early on? Do we see a return of some healing supports? What is your read on the meta? That's going to matter a lot. And this being the very first tournament since the new patch, it's kind of the Wild West here, you know? We're going to see what is strong. We're going to see what works and what doesn't, and doesn't. And with there being stakes, I feel like we're going to see some new heroes being picked up. In particular, I'm going to be keeping my eye on the Clinks to see if it's going to be seeing ban. It's seeing a lot of play in the super high MMR pubs. Treant Protector has also taken quite a bit of precedence here compared to before. They reworked Living Armor to now also work against magic damage. So The way the spell works now is that it gives you a certain amount of damage block. That damage block reduces based on each instance of magic damage you take. However, if you do below a certain amount of magic damage, it does not trigger. So, all your nuke heavy heroes, your Queen of Pains, your leaders, they're not going to be as effective as they are, especially against a hero like Fiend, which has been sort of the problem for the hero before. He was very good against physical damage because he had overgrowth and he had living armor, which actually gave you armor. But now it also works against magic damage. So overall, a very valuable defensive hero.
Absolutely. Even the changes to lead speed, it's just so much more stronger in the lane. I'm curious to see if it gets that much competitive play. I'd love to see Treen getting some love. There's plenty of time. We were running bets whether Magnus would be getting picked. I think the offlane pool is rather pretty much what it was before the patch.
Yes.
I don't think there are any significant changes. Sure, Centaur did get nerfed. The Workhorse got nerfed 2 patches
got
in a row. Yeah, of course, Tidehunter. I mean, it goes without saying. But there's also this other meta that's been building, because you were talking about living armor and how it helps.
Yeah.
And how either one of these teams, how IAP or the mob would like something that protects them from magic damage, because I've been noticing a lot of earth blades, and this cancer stems from one man streaming on YouTube called Topson. So, I mean, he's been doing the Rubik Phylactery Ags Earth Blade, or the Morphling Phylactery Earth Blade, the Tiny Earth Blade, the Range Creep with an Earth Blade. All of that is just Topson. So,
Indeed.
Yeah.
And another important things to note is that the Phylactery build-up got changed, where it is actually a very good laning item now. So
Absolutely.
heroes that were traditionally not considered strong laners, such as the PL, are now much stronger courtesy of that Phylactery. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that even Nature's Prophet can pick it up, because it actually works on Sprout.
It
if
does.
you unit target Sprout, it does actually proc the Phylactery damage,
does.
and it is
It does.
built off of items that give you regen, they give you stats, everything that a carry wants early on in the game.
Yeah.
So we could see some
Ish.
teams go for that route as well.
It's just that
potentially.
Vessel is also still good, right?
Oh,
Like, they
yeah.
kind of buffed Vessel, and your mid Nature's Prophet wants to rather build a Vessel.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're seeing a lot of Phylactery. Tiny's building Phylacteries in the mid lane, and Brood's building Phylacteries, especially the PL. It's like a key part of his build-up. We saw some Spectre Phylactery as well. I don't know what to make of it. I think Spectre hasn't been figured out yet.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while on this patch. Maybe in the course of this tournament, we'll start to see if Spectre has any value, at least maybe in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
I do know that IAP, they play the Chen.
They do.
They do.
And we're going to touch upon the heroes real quickly here, but let's have a look at the lineups and see the players who are going to be playing in these teams. Of course, we spoke about the players a little bit earlier. We're going to be just quickly moving on to that. But yeah, I mean, one thing to remember is that early game, regen's king. Your Phylactery-based heroes are strong. Spectre, you touched upon that. I'm going to talk a bit more about it. In fact, you know what? Let's talk about it now. So Spectre, a hero became, it got significantly changed. No longer a universal hero, now back to agility, back to its roots. So you no longer are in this weird dilemma where you have to pick up, certain items like the Mantis style, which it's still very good on Spectre. But previously used to, sort of be conflicted. Do I buy more stats so I can be more survivable, play into the whole universal thing? Or do I just stick to what's good for my hero? And typically it's the latter. Typically you want to go for something like an Orchid, which you would see based on the old Spectre with the Shadow Step. But now with the Haunt being back to Spectre's ultimate, I feel like there's a case to be made for that Radiance. There's a case to be made for some of the old school builds where you used to go Radiance, Manta, Skadi, Refresher Orb, stuff like that. You could also go for a more active playstyle with the Orchid that is also still just as viable. And Spectre did receive a buff where the Desolate is now actually an innate, and Shadow Step is a spell that you can use if they're in only a certain range. It's no longer a global spell. It's now a basic ability. Anyway, coming back to the team lineups, here we go. We've got Blitzkaiser playing the position 3. You've got Xander, I believe, playing position 4. Swiftblade on position 1. I believe Blackbox
it's Jackie
playing
on
5.
position 1.
Oh, is it Jackie? Okay, it might be. It might be Jackie on position 1. It might be Swiftblade on position 2 then. But yeah, positions a little bit flexible between these teams among the cores, between the 1 and 2. I do imagine it might even come down to based on what hero they're playing and what idea they have. And this sort of brings me to my next point, is how we're potentially going to see the meta evolve, because your side lanes are going to be all about these region battles and you trying to pick certain strong carries early on or hard carries for later. We might just see teams do a complete 360 where they, sorry, a complete 180. 360 is you end up at the same place. Yeah, you go back in time to 7.39 before the patch. Anyway, coming back to the topic at hand,
Yeah.
you might end up at a spot where we start seeing the return of the mid carry, your Shadow Fiends, your snipers, certain heroes from the mid lane that function really well, even some death prophets here and there.
Yeah,
Uh,
that profit is quite strong.
Yeah, it is.
Do you feel though, like with the changes to Played and we might see more Lina back in mid lane?
I feel like Lina is not a good candidate for the Earthblade anymore, especially, you can still go for it, but
With the Ags?
with the
Does he
axe,
get
it's strong, but you change build up because now you don't get the extra range on Earthblade courtesy of the Aetherlens, which you used to in
You
the
don't.
old patch.
You don't.
So now it's all about getting close. So you're supposed to build Shadow Blade. You're supposed to build items that allow you to get closer, hit them quickly, get out quickly as well. I did see Alina in one of my pubs in some high MMR games. The idea seems to be to get your boots of travel, get your ags, get your Yashakaya,
Yashakaya.
and then pick up your Shadow Blades or
Yep.
a Hurricane Pike or a BKB. And then just go for stuff that pops Lincoln Spheres, because that's the one big downside. You buy Lincolns against Lina. Lina's a very sad girl. She's crying the entire time.
Yep.
But you can remedy that with a Dagon, with an E-Blade, stuff like that. And that can work well. We might even see some links potentially being picked up if the Lina sees play. Now, is the Lina going to see
The
play?
reason I was asking
Yeah.
if the Lina would see plays because she is a strong laner.
She is.
Versus heroes like the Shadow Fiend
Yeah.
and the current mid pool. I
Mhm.
think she can do pretty well
Yep.
in the mid lane. I think we'll also be seeing some Timber Sword. I think this goes without saying.
Yep.
That hero is strong. He is strong versus heroes like PL, which I mean I don't want to say are in the meta, but are on the
On the
fringes
rise.
of the meta because
Yeah.
we still don't have a meta yet.
Last pick
It's-
potential.
Yeah, there's
Mhm.
the last pick potential. You got to be careful when you pick up the hero like PL.
Yes.
With the changes to the draft order, I think it might be a bit too premature to pick him at 14, 15.
Yes.
I think you want to keep him towards last pick. And speaking of dirty last picks, there's one dirty hero that teams are just okay picking very early on, like maybe in the second phase, which is the Brood.
Oh yeah, Broodmother is one of those heroes that got some changes. Let's quickly talk about the lineup on the screen though. We've got Dejej playing position 1, Eris on 5, Barlow on 4. I believe it's V on 3 and Yona on 2. So that's your lineup for Team IAP. But right, coming back to the topic at hand, Broodmother. I mean, that hero is sort of everything you need in a lane. You get regen from the webs. You get some lifesteal of the insatiable hunger. Level 6, you now have access to a tiny menagerie of spiders. You can use that to run down lanes, and you can create some pressure early on. And in general, the way Dota I think is going to be played at this tournament is that we're going to see a return of the Helm. Even though that item got nerfed a little bit, it now makes more sense to play a faster tempo lineup. It now makes more sense to pick up heroes that hit their early game times, especially.
Yeah, another way of looking at it is if you're losing a lane,
Yeah.
you buy the helm and that remedies you having lost a lane.
Exactly. So you sort of are looking for some type of insurance policy on your safe lane, while your main tempo set is going to come through the off lane. I mean, I wonder what the build the Broods are going to go for. I wonder what position the Brood's going to be played in as well, because it's got potential both as a 1 and a position 3. But I think we're more likely to see it being played in position 1. It could work in 3, but on position 3 also it sort of functions like a carry. So on safe lane, you're probably looking for something that's more active, like the Wind Ranger or perhaps a Bloodseeker. All heroes that are still, again, very good in the patch.
Yeah, I mean, the main changes that made certain cores good and bad in this patch is I feel the changes to Radiance and how it interacts with illusions.
Yep.
And the change, well, obviously Phylactery, Silver Edge, all of that is a big part of the meta, but also the other small change that the Shiva's guard, the active doesn't affect illusion.
Yep.
So these changes kind of like make a case for PL, but I don't know. I think standard carries such as the Terrorblade, which have been around for a while and which are very much stock standard, the TB, the TA, I think they're still very good. I think he is still very good in this match.
Yeah, and let's just touch upon quickly how the games are gonna look like, because typically in the previous patch you'd see a very certain standard style of Dota where everyone's trying to play around objectives, everyone's trying to play around the first Aegis, the first Tormentor, yada yada and whatnot, and we're still gonna see a lot of that. But Valve is trying to push this new archetype of trying to go a little bit later where, Roshan's banner, the way it works now is that it gets
It
an
gets
upgrade
stronger.
per cycle. Exactly. Every time you kill Roshan, that banner is going to get stronger and stronger.
That kind of makes it easier for you to end the game, right? Like, isn't the
It's-
objective to
yes.
end the game sooner?
Yes, but the thing is that the banner actually is worse earlier now. Now it requires only 5 hits to kill when it drops on the second Roshan.
Absolutely.
So that means that it's no longer going to be as strong as it once was in the previous patches. Speaking of the Tormentor as well, the Axe shards, I don't believe we received too many major changes to shards, so expect to see certain greedy position 4 heroes.
Who's got a good shot now?
Hookmink still got a really good shard. From the top of
Any
my head,
shard?
Jakiro has also got a very nice shard, but that's position 5. But typically you're looking for your post fight to pick up that shard early on. You're still going to see a lot of Tusk, in my opinion.
Yeah, the dust shard. I mean,
Tusk
you
shard's
want
pretty
it.
good.
You're begging your coach, like, guys,
Oh, yeah.
please go. Hit
Please
that.
go Tormentor, and then if
Yeah.
you want to farm for 30 minutes, I'm game. Because I can actually shove base and be more useful to the team. But, yeah, man, I mean, I feel
the
like...
SD shard. I
Yes,
think, like,
yep,
guys,
the demonic cleanse.
it goes without saying that Tusk and Shadow Demon and even Shadow Shaman, like, I think these will be some of the most contested support heroes. I think the support pool is easy to predict. The mid pool is also easy to call out to an extent. I think like Dragon Knight is a great flex. Tiny is a great flex. Nature's Prophet, somewhat.
Nature's Prophet has a
somewhat.
bit of an issue at the moment because the hero doesn't have a very strong, it doesn't have a strong couple of first levels. It does suck.
You know, there's an interesting change though, that they made to Nature's Prophet. Like, they kind of buffed the tree and they just moved
They did.
quicker.
Yeah.
And they also hit a little harder against stars, if I'm not mistaken.
They do. And the thing is that with the Nature's Prophet, you're primarily looking to pick it to win your side lane. You're looking for the Nature's Prophet to hit level 4, level 5, get that Urn of Shadows, and then rotate to the side lanes, help you stabilize.
In this patch.
That is interesting. It got changed now, so now
Yep.
it applies Fury Swipes instead of giving you
Yep.
Enrage.
That is
I
a
actually
lot of
think that it is a lot of damage, but I honestly feel that the old shard was somewhat better.
You missed the enrage.
Yeah, I missed the Enrage, and I'll tell you why, because they changed the talent trees where you now can get the Fury Swipes damage and the Enrage status resistance. So Enrage status resistance and Fury Swipes damage were at level 15, you had to pick between the two. Now you get Fury Swipes damage at level 20, and you get Enrage status resistance at 15. So Ursa's still a very strong hero. But I think the main problem with Ursa is going to be the fact that these sort of lineups have become... the game has reached a state where now you want heroes that have very strong, definite laning strengths. With the regen battle now being such a huge thing, it makes more sense to pick certain ranged heroes, your Wind Rangers, your Drow Rangers, your Clinkses, all these archetype heroes who are able to create some distance, who've got some way of cheating the HP mechanic with Clinks with the Death Pact, who is very hard to kill.
Yeah.
Or be it Wind Ranger with a Wind Run that dodges all the physical damage.
And I think even despite the nerfs to Healing Ward in terms of its duration, I think Juggernaut is still strong for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, you make a very good point with the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut is also a hero that you could consider. In fact, I mean, I might just be memeing here, but I remember days when the Juggernaut used to be played as a position 4. People would actually build mech and used to go max healing ward, and it was a thing. It was kind of horrible, but it worked because essentially having just a support that heals you every 60 seconds makes it possible for you to play the lane. And if you're winning the sentry battle, if you're able to unblock your camps, if you're able to get the creep equilibrium in your favor, that can actually be very, very strong on a more scaling offlaner, such as an Underlord or such as a Tide Hunter, who just needs help perhaps in the early few levels and is not that good later on.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned Underlord. I personally feel like that hero doesn't have place in 7.40p. I'm not a big fan. But the one thing that I did want to mention is that, boy, auras are looking really, really good again.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Crimson has been buffed again.
Yep,
Crimson is a bit too strong now, I feel.
It is, and I think it's possibly time we see the return of Gaming Gladiators, take Quinn out of that talent chair, see him play that mid lane again, where he gets spoon-fed by his... I'm kidding, but where, the sports are all focused on mid.
Oh, yeah.
I do want to say, though, I feel like you rightly mentioned that the auras are a very good way of playing the game, but a way to circumvent the auras is just to have some good lane shove and pick heroes that scale well, because, like we mentioned earlier, items like the Phylactery are now, seeing a bit of a rise in popularity. Clinks as well, I mean, just the way that hero works now, you've got a very strong innate that reduces total armor and not base armor, which makes it very strong against items like Assault Cuirass and
He
whatnot.
is so good with the Slaughter.
Yeah.
He's good with an ET, but I feel like the way you want to use an ET is more use him for his spirit to get rid of
Magic
the magic
resistance.
resistance,
Yep.
and then throw in a toss over there. Maybe have anything
Have a
following
Key
up
of
to
Pain,
that.
have an Ember Spirit, have any spirit type
Spirit
heroes.
exactly. Spirit
Alright.
heroes
Spirit
are
Breaker,
purely.
Vengeful Spirit,
Yep.
the base of Spirit heroes, of course.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He says
Yep.
in jest, but he means well.
Yeah, but I mean, I do want to touch upon what I was talking about earlier, right? Because now with these, with Clinks
Clink
now
changes,
being Clinks changes, especially the build that people seem to be going for is that Desolator and that Axe, and the Axe is just so
Broken.
much stronger now
Broken.
because the skeleton spawns super quickly. You get ambushed as a carry at 22 minutes. You know, you've picked up your Battle Fury. You're working towards your Manta style. Or maybe you're done with your Manta style, and out of nowhere pops a skeleton with a bow in his hand and 6 little buddies. And they all beat you to death in a span of 3 seconds.
It
and,
is
it's a bit
very
terrifying.
broken. I mean, he's talking about this as a carry, but like,
Yeah. It
Okay.
turns the game into survival horror. From
it is.
yeah.
If you are trying to defend high ground and there are like 10 skeletons or whatever, how the hell do you stop that?
Yeah, I mean, you can't.
How? Like who? Like Snapfire needs a level 25 or whatever that talent is. Like I don't know how you kill all those skeletons.
And you know, this is a very good segue into the nullify changes and invulnerability changes that were a part of 7.40. So the way invulnerability
Yeah.
mechanics now work is that previously you could just pop a nullifier onto a Yule target and bring him down from the air.
Yeah.
Now you can no longer target any hero that's already in the air, but if you threw out the projectile and before somebody
he Yuled.
Yules, then you can no longer Yule. So your spell's kind of being nerfed, but you know, buffed at the same time. It's a strange conundrum.
Actually, the main change for like, I mean, of course, there's the interaction with Yules or Cyclone, but the main reason they brought about this change is because Darkseer could vacuum Ember as he was in the middle of
a
remnanting from place A to place B, and Naga's song, which also triggered some sort of an invulnerable state because nobody can kill you when you're asleep. Fun fact, life hack. But yeah, so people would have, I think you could still vacuum in song.
Yes, you could still vacuum in
So
song.
now
you
you
can
can't
vacuum
do
through-
any of
You
that.
can even vacuum through ball lightning, which is the crazy part. I mean,
That is ridiculous.
ball lightning says you're like invulnerable while you're in ball lightning, but not really.
So
Darkseer.
could you vacuum, because you're talking about strong heroes in patch, could you vacuum an Earth Spirit that's rolling?
That's the thing. I don't think
I
you can
think
do that now.
I think at the start of the roll you can, but like,
I don't think you can do it anymore
can't,
midway.
you
But
can't.
you used to be able to in the previous patch. Now because they changed the invulnerability rules, it
You
no
can't.
longer works that
Yeah.
way.
Earth
Yeah.
Spirit's also really strong. I've not seen him. I mean, I'm a bit of an Earth Spirit enjoyer. Really loved Boulder Smash when it was the fun. Those were the days. Those were the best days. Pre MMR. But yeah, the hero's good.
Yeah.
There are a couple of ways you can build around him, but the main thing is that every time you use a Remnant and then use a Boulder Smash, you're getting percentage-based attack damage increase.
Yeah.
So that's really strong. You want to go in, drop the Vessel, could opt to go for Blade Mail or you know, just build auras for your team.
Yeah.
And you can
Aura
stick on
farming.
top of heroes.
Has multiple meanings now.
Absolutely. Aura farming has multiple meanings now. Personally,
It's a Gen Z thing.
you need auras, but they kind of make the game boring also. I've really hated teams that were very aura dependent. Like
They were, but I was talking more about the Gen Z slang, you know, the aura farming where, you know,
I completely got what you said, but I just chose to ignore it.
lovely. That's my co-caster for you folks. That's what life looks like on a daily basis. Anyway, we should be jumping into the draft real soon. We won't bore you with our amazing, lofty, high-skill analysis of the game anymore. We'll be seeing for ourselves what happens in just a bit. But yeah, predictions week. Which team do you think is stronger? Who do you think has a better chance of taking this BO1?
Game 1, Interactive
Don't act like it's
Philippines
controversial. Man. Come on.
versus the mob.
Yeah, it really makes you think. I mean, look,
Okay,
look.
okay.
Being perfectly honest, Bob, yes, they have a chance. It's a double elimination bracket. They can pull off an upset, but IAP are the clear favorites. It's not controversial to say
Yeah,
that.
IP are the favorites. I think having said that though, I'm going to give a bit of a disclaimer, guys. It's a bit draft dependent.
Yeah.
So if IAP are just going to give over Klings, Slada, Tusk, I don't know, Tide.
Died, yeah.
Like, yeah, that could look like a very hard draft for anyone to beat.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to wait for the draft, but yeah, on paper, past match records, it's clear that
Alright,
IEP are the favorites. That's what the data says, and yeah,
Let's
my
jump into the draft.
caveat. Yeah, my caveat was about the draft, and we have the draft on our screens. IAP, they have opted to go for first pick here.
Yeah, IAP, actually thinking about okay, banning the Viper, pretty standard stuff. They did change the pick and ban order. Now is probably a good time to talk about it. So previously, the way it works is that you used to get to ban a couple of heroes altogether if you had first pick. Now you only get to ban 2, and then it alternates, and then the mob, or rather the dire team or the second pick team, gets to ban 2 heroes themselves. So it's a bit more even now in terms of drafting. You no longer have a specific advantage if you've got first pick or second pick, apart from how it changes the last pick dynamic.
Yeah, I think the key dynamic in the in drafting is the last pick dynamic, and also what happens at 14, 15, a little bit before that. That's when you start to reveal your heroes. Talking about the bans, Viper being banned out here, it's like Interactive Philippines. They've said this. Their draft is just saying this to me, that guys, we are going to make this a straight, fair game, and if you can beat us without Huskar Viper, let's see you beat us.
Yeah, I mean, that's the message that Interactive Philippines is sending. I like the fact that Mob is taking some more time to think about the last ban here a little bit. The second last ban here. I do think that there's a case to be made for the Mob going for more lane-centric heroes, allow them to get that snowball going early, because it makes the game easier to play somewhat. Now, the Mob choose to ban out the Slada. First pick lies with the Interactive Philippines. The question is,
you gotta ban out Klings. I feel like the Mob has to ban out.
I don't think.
Do you really want to give it and then learn the hard way that the hero's broken? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, but then there's a lot of other broken heroes that you could pick.
Kez
is really, really strong in my opinion. Kez did get one nerf that kind of changes things up, because Falcon Rush no longer actually works against towers. Yep. But it does make him a lot stronger, because now you're no longer limited by attack speed. But Interactive Philippines, he spoke about the lanes being strong, needing and that's the hero to do it. I mean, Jakiro is going to be the Jakiro is going to be a recurring pick,
right?
Yeah.
You take Tusk.
No, I think you want to pick a hero that deals with Jakiro on the side a little bit. Perhaps someone who can just soak up that beating. Tusk can do some laning shenanigans. He can pull some creeps. I personally want to see a range support here coming out from the Mob as a response to the Jakiro. And start orienting towards playing a kill type of lane, because that's the one thing Jakiro struggles against. He has to be in somewhat close proximity to you as a ranged hero to be able to harass you with liquid fire. So if you've got a kill heavy lane with something like a Tide or a Shaman, that could help you really punish the Jakiro. Every time he walks up to liquid fire, you hit him with the chicken fingers, you turn him into a chicken, and you turn him into chicken tikka masala soon after. But it does remain to be seen if the Mob are going to go for that Tide route. Personally, I love the Tide with the Shadow Shaman. I feel like that's a very strong kill lane. You reduce someone's armor, you've got Shaman turning them into a chicken, you use the Gushler, then you use the Shackle towards the end. It sets up for some very good harass, if not outright.
Yeah, I think Interactive Philippines, they feel the same way. They don't want Tide coming in, they banned out the Tide, they banned out the Timber. Now, there is one other good hero which could look good in lane, in the off lane for the Mob, would be the Axe, but I think they're going to hold on to that. They have one pick now, which I think would be more of a flex. This is where your Tinies, your Nature's Prophets, your Wind Rangers.
Axe into Jakiro is a bit weird as a matchup, because unless you're playing for the farming bit, the lane is very Jakiro favored. Yes, you're 100% right about that. But the issue is that later on, whenever the Axe likes to go, the Jakiro can just be like, okay, you know what? I have an idea of how Axe plays. I'm just going to sit behind the core that's most vulnerable and stand there. And whenever the Axe blinks in with the Call and Blade Mail, I'm going to throw down Macropie, I'm going to throw down Ice Path, and we'll see you outlast my damage as a position 5. And most heroes actually can't. At that point in the game, you don't have your BKBs, you're not exactly super tanky, so Magic Nuke still reigns supreme, high magic damage still reigns supreme, and that's what Jakiro's got tons and tons of. With the Liquid Frost, with the Breathe Fire, with the Macropire, that hero can deal a ton of damage. And let's not even forget, you even get the Ice Path base damage at level 10 now, so it's potentially even more damage coming out early on, making this hero a lot more stronger. But the Mob, they're going to play it safe, they're going to play it simple, they're going to pick up the Dragonite and say, we understand the way the patch has changed, let's see you figure out a way to deal with DK, and their response is the Mars.
Oh, Mars Jakiro, big favorite in Southeast Asia. At least you see OG do this a lot. They'd like to pick up the Gyrocopter along with the Mars. It is an option that IAP have. Considering that Klings is banned out, I mean, this is where you start to give away a bit of your draft. But they'll go for the Snapfire. So both supports that do really well in lane, and the Snapfire is particularly good versus the Dragon Knight. There are a couple of Southeast Asian teams, Loki, that are flexing the Snapfire and sending our mid.
There are, but
10
I
seconds
feel
left.
like this
Plenty
hero,
of time to
you
tell
want to
an
play him in
announcer
the
you love
position
him,
for,
if that's
especially
what
this
you're
game. You've got really good
5
follow-up
seconds.
for the
4,
spear with the ice
3,
path
Yeah.
and the cookie.
And the arena.
And the arena, you're probably going to look at Mars picking up something like a Yule Scepter. Also really good to cancel out the Shackle early on, or just hold the Dragon Knight up in the air while he's got the Mask of Madness buff active. Just dispel that, spear him, you set up for Mortimer's Kisses, you set up for Macropire. Very simple, straightforward game plan coming in from Interactive Philippines. The mob, they go for the Disruptor, so they want to get some team fight of their own. I don't know if I like the idea of Disruptor DK. I feel like it can be strong in lane. In theory, it sounds not bad, but it's not exactly top tier either. This is just them saying that, okay, we'll match your team fight,
10
we'll pick up a
seconds.
Disruptor ourselves, and we're going to fight you at the timing you want to fight. Now, the big problem is,
Starting in 5
once Mars
seconds,
picks up
with
that
or
blink,
without.
that Static Storm ain't going to be doing much. You might drop it onto a Mars that already pressed the spells, but it won't change much about that. So what I want to see the mob do is pick up a
Radiant
hero that's got
knows
some
just who
global
to pick here.
potential to
That's
help
one
with the
very
Disruptor.
great hero
But
selection.
they're going to go for the Pangolia instead. Decent hero to have against what Interactive Philippines have got going. You know, you get the roll-up, you get some debuff immunity, you get some magic
Radiant's up,
resistance, you
banning
will
time.
survivable against all the spells coming out from the Snapfire and the Shikiro. And Interactive Philippines go for the Ursa, a bit of a classic answer for the DK. You stand, you fight, you've got Enrage, so you're not really going to be taking too much damage from the DK. And you can also follow up on the Spear. So Interactive Philippines is about as textbook as it gets.
10 seconds left.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Eight.
a draft that has a lot of team fight. A draft that
5 seconds.
can take objectives because of the Ursa. They can go to Roshan, they can go to the Tormentor. The mob, there are no slouches either when it comes to structural objectives with the Dragon Knight and the Shadow Shaman. But the big hole that I'm seeing is their lanes are a bit weak, right?
Yeah.
Who's gonna go versus Ursa or Jakiro? That's
That's
a very hard lane to go into.
Yeah, and that's why I'm a bit concerned. I feel like the mob picking up this Dragon Knight so early on might have been a bit of a mistake. It made perhaps more sense to pick up an offlane.
10
This might just be a
seconds, just long
comfort
enough
thing
to
too. Maybe
regret
they
every
just
choice
like
you've
the
made
Dragon
if
Knight. They're
you
like, you know
hurry.
what, let's get it early before
5 seconds.
they ban it out. That could be the logic here. But in all honesty, I feel like they could have left the Dragon Knight for later and picked up an offlaner for themselves. Something that
Radiant gets
either
the
matches what the Jakiro Ursa represent, or something that entirely demolishes the Mars
Dire
Snapfire.
gets the ban.
You know, straying away from that, just trying to play stable, slow lanes is not going to work against the lineup of Interactive Philippines. They're all raring to go minute 15, minute 20. Ursa probably going to be joining the party and joining the fun by minute 20 once that Blink Dagger's up. They're going to be getting Tormentors, they're going to be getting Aegis. And the mob
10
very
seconds.
cooldown dependent, not so much the case for
Oh, yeah.
Interactive Philippines.
They are a
5
bit
seconds.
slower. Like, I mean, there's like a fair distribution of cooldowns between the Mars and the Dragon Knight.
Nature's Prophet being entirely ignored, by the way. I want to chuck that in there.
Yeah, a couple of heroes being ignored, even the Tiny's being ignored. Slada's been banned, which is understandable. Ogre not getting any love, at least not in this game. But yeah, I think the rest of the draft seems very on point, on brand for 7.40B. I'm a bit confused about this Disruptor Dragon Knight peg. It's a
Radiant knows
bit
just
odd,
who to
like,
pick here, I'll bet.
yeah,
First
that's
great
the
hero selection.
tiny band, which I see. I think
Dire
IP
choice.
can pick anything
give him a
here and
second.
it's going to look good. And boy,
Okay.
this looks even better. I mean, now I fear for these supports on the mob. Like, there's an Earth Spirit that's going to be rolling on top of you. It is such a disruptive draft coming out from Interactive Philippines. And this Shaman and this Disruptor, they're going to be running for their
seconds.
lives. Luckily, they've got some innates which save them.
They do. I mean, you've got,
5
I
seconds.
believe it's
Foul
called the cluster
play.
foul play. Yeah, no, the
It's
cluster
DOTA
clock was the
time.
fastest. Excuse
Yeah.
me. Yeah, I don't play that hero as
All
much.
these
Ember
possibilities.
Spirit coming out for the mob,
I
pretty
envy
standard
heroes
stuff.
who
It
are-
gives them some more tempo, but I am not convinced by what the mob have picked up here. You know, Pangolia is not really the right. I mean, it's okay, but it also needs time to be activated. You know, he's not strong level 1, he's not strong level 2, he's strong around level 4, level 5. Once you start getting some points into the swashbuckle, once he's got a null talisman, a bracer, a wand, where he becomes a bit tankier, a bit more survivable. And I don't know if Shadow Shaman is the right hero to get him to that point. If you wanted something that could get him to that point, you could have picked up a Shadow Demon, you could have picked up a Hoodwink, or you could have, you know, just chosen to ignore the, you know, the Ursa by picking something range, maybe pick up a Death Prophet here, because they banned out Viper, they banned out Venomancer. It was very telegraphed that Ursa is going to be a good pick here. So that's something that I feel like the mob should have seen coming in a way, but, I mean, they chose the hard way. Let's see if it works.
I think if I had to some of these drafts, like both teams have skirmish potential. It's just that Interactive Philippines are better at taking objectives.
Yep.
They're better in their lane.
Yeah.
So this is where I'm concerned for the mob. Because I see a lanes where like, okay, Ember versus Earth Spirit, I'm going to keep that one aside. But the side lanes, I'm a bit concerned. Snap Mars is really strong.
Yeah.
And then you have Ursa. That guy's strong by himself. Then you got a Jakiro in there. So I'm concerned for the mob as far as lanes are concerned. And yeah, going Roshan, going for objectives, that's going to be hard as well.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, we did make predictions before the game, but I think after the draft, it's safe to say, Floki, that we're both leaning towards Interactive Philippines.
Yeah, we both are. I mean, I agree with you. I'm with you there. But the mob, I mean, let's find some redeeming qualities for the mob. I feel like the mob, the one thing they've got going for themselves is that if they actually come out of lane stronger, their timing with the Rolling Thunder and the Dragon Knight, they can match the tempo and they can actually shut the Ursa out from the game super early, make him really scared, force him to go back into hibernation. Winter is here already, but it might just mean that the Ursa has to go back to the safety of his jungle and not assert himself on the map like he otherwise would be able to. Let's see though. Let's see what the mob have in store for us. We're gonna see the mob smoking up a little early, trying to play around the top room for first blood here.
Yeah. Interactive Philippines have smoked up as well. So it's a level 1 smoke. IEP running straight into the mob.
Yeah, mob is has to be concerned here. They popped the smoke super early on. This is not gonna be straightforward. Xander's standing in the pit to break it. V is a bit confused, but he knows that there is potentially someone in the pit. The Observe Ward has been dropped. This area is relatively safe for the mob, but IEP can still brute force this. They can bring all 5 heroes and get 3 bounty rooms.
They can, but like without the Jakiro, they're not stronger at level 1. So they need the Jakiro to connect to them, and then maybe they try and contest.
Yeah. They're going to try and test it anyway. Jackie's going to show up. Swiftblade's here as well. Don't have the strongest first blood potential unless Barlow. Okay, yeah, he's just
backing off. But Jackie's on level 1, and there's the chicken fingers with the shackles. This could be first blood for the side of the mob. It is indeed going the way of Black Clock. That's the first blood and the first kill within the first few minutes of the first game of the first LAN of 2026. Boy,
yeah,
couldn't ask for a better 2026.
Really good start for the bottom lane. This actually means that the lane now becomes stronger here for the mob. So Blitzkaiser are probably going to be doing a little bit better. Shaman might be inclined to pick up some more regen, get a Windlace, or just go for the boots and take that Jakiro to church, man. Like, just make sure that he stays humble, make sure that he stays, occupied for the lane. Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Like, if the Pangolier is not contesting the first couple of waves, Floki, where's he going to get his levels and farm from? It's not going to get easier. The only way they remedy this is by bringing everybody over to this lane. Up top, Jackie, sure, level 1 stun. They help him get first blood, but he's struggling in the lane. Both side lanes looking a bit rough for the mob. It is still possible, though, for them to fix this.
It is. And the one thing that they changed about Snapfire now is that you no longer get the bonus damage you could against creeps anymore. So that hero is not as good of a menace in terms of denying creeps. You still got very good harass potential, though. Barlow still, might actually be a bit out of position here. Jackie's looking for the stun. Blood grenade dropped. I don't know if I think it did connect. So Barlow's slow. He's probably going to be losing his life once again here. A little bit of a rough start for the Snapfire now.
I think he's walking away from this Floki.
Yeah,
and he's actually buying a lot of time. Like, Jackie has
not touched a creep.
Missed a lot of creeps, and yeah, they're busy denying these creeps.
Hey, I mean, good on Barlow. The fact that he does not die there forces out a blood grenade. Lane becomes easier for the Mars. DK gonna be in a bit of a rough spot. The small camp still has
bottom lane. The Pangolier, he's in trouble. Blood grenade dropped. They've got the liquid frost, so there's more magic damage. He's got a verify, but it doesn't matter. Harris will get the kill, and they're looking for more. The Shaman. He needed to make a base trip, but not like this. The foul play will do him no favors, as the Jakiro and the Ursa, well, they kill both their opponents in their safe lane.
Yeah, really good response coming out by IEP in the bottom lane. It's going to make sure that the lane goes the way they intended, the way they envisioned it. Mid lane, you've got the Ember going up against the Earth Spirit. So far, the Ember not doing too bad, but the Earth Spirit is destroying him, to be honest. I mean,
2 more denies. That's the real, I mean, 1 more deny now. That's the real difference. So Ember vs Earth Spirit is a very 50-50 matchup, but up top, this Barlow, he's been making space for so long for the Mars, but eventually he's going to get glimpsed and he's going to get brought down. The Mars can only watch as there's nothing he can do, and yeah, Jackie and Xander, they needed that.
they really did. I mean, Xander somewhat enabling Jackie over here a little bit, but Jackie has lost a lot of HP. He's going to be given a shared tango over, but it's
a nerf
it's not
tango.
enough. It's a really nerf tango. He does get the Lotus, however. And now when the Snapfire comes back up top, Jackie's going to have to be careful because Barlow might just be able to set up for another kill here. Mars not looking too good on mana though, so a bit unfortunate. Wonder if he's got a stick.
Yeah, you need a couple of levels on the Mars before you have any real kill threat in this lane. For now, you do have the Snapfire with the Lil Shredder just trading Harris. And what's really interesting is that the Dragon Knight has not taken any points in his Dragon's Blood or Brim's Wrath.
Brim's Wrath, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a point in it now. Glimpse up top.
Barlow.
Well, it's actually the Shaman dying elsewhere. Now they're looking towards Barlow. The God's Rebuke is there. Jackie wants this. There's a bloodbath happening elsewhere while Jackie and Xander will get a measly Snapfire kill. But this Pangolier lane, look, it is looking really, really rough.
Yeah, I'm a bit afraid here for the mob. I mean, the Ursa having a good start. It's going to supercharge his early game. Mid lane, you're going to have Earth Spirit, who's going to be providing tempo. Yes, Carlo is dying a little bit, but it's completely fine. I mean, Earth Spirit is going to remedy that situation. He's winning the mid lane single-handedly. 25-9 compared to 18-4. He has not had any supports come over and secure any runes. And that's courtesy of the Earth Spirit's new inlay. The more Stone Remnants you have, the more damage you get. Earth Spirit sitting at around 83 damage against an Ember who barely has 70 at this point. So, you know, with a significant base damage advantage, meaning that he can just CS with impunity.
Yeah, and there's no pressure for him. There's no need for him to make any moves just yet. He can wait for his Urn or even his Vessel. Traditionally, if you're having a good lane, you get your Vessel around 8 to 10 minutes. And maybe then he can look to make plays. Obviously, there's the 6-minute rune. And speaking of runes, you can see that the mob, they've got this one Observer Ward, which is meant solely for the top runes. So they want to be able to secure runes.
Yep.
Xander's got to make a move for this, but I'm just looking at the other lanes. Loki, they are really bleeding.
They are.
The Pangolier has nothing.
Yeah, the Pangolier is sitting on nada, and that's just sort of how it goes when you don't respect
he might
the
die
Ursa.
yet again. Down bottom, Jed. He's right on top of the Shaman. The foul play isn't going to do anything for Blacklock. They are killing at will in their safe lane, Floki.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a really, really good start for the Ursa. Paolo comes in, dewards the Observer Ward in the mid lane that was just placed here by Swiftblade. So, yeah, he's not going to be feeling too good about that. They did have 2 wards earlier that were overlooking the runes, but sadly they timed out. They placed
They're all in the mid lane, Floki. Every support is here for this 6-minute rune. Swiftblade is going to be careful. The Magnetize might just take him down. The shackles are there. Yuna gets credit for the kill. He's looking to roll forward, looks towards Xander. Xander does manage to glimpse him back, but the boulder smash is there. It's a double kill for Yuna. And if he wants to, he could force the issue on the Shaman, but he's going to be respectful, go for the regen rune, and get back to farming.
And this is the snowball effect from you placing 2 Observer Wards early on. They placed that to find the Snapfire kill around the runes early on. They time out, Swiftblade comes mid, drops another Observer Ward, only for it to get instantly dewarded, and then, you know, because Earth Spirit's been having a good lane, he hit level 6 first, and not much the Ember can do in that situation here, except just kick the bucket.
Yep.
Well, it's just life for now. For the time being, mob, they're probably just going to wait for the Ember to hit 6 before they start making some moves, but they really need to remedy the Ursa situation, which they actually kind of have. They find a kill down bottom onto Dejed, or Jed, as he's calling himself here.
Hats off to Jackie there. I mean, it was a TP and a bit of a twin gate move. He did come bottom, he used the stun, ensure that they get the kill on the Ursa. They know that the Ursa is really popping off, so they try and help out their Pangolier. This is very reminiscent of Team Spirit. Yatoro going about to fix other lanes, or help other lanes rather. Can't fix it.
I want to see Jackie go down bottom again now, but the Ursa just hit his level 6. because this is a good
Uh-oh,
rotation.
Xander, he's been caught in the trees. He's got a glimpse, but Eris has enough damage. That is your boss fight Jakiro on a mega kill streak.
I mean, that's actually somewhat good for the side of the mob, because the Jakiro is just now a fat cash cow that you can redeem at a later date. But unfortunately, for them, the safe lane, well, that's also falling apart here. The Dragon Knight dying courtesy of Fiona's rotation. 8-minute power rune. Blacklock is here, but I don't think he can stand toe-to-toe with the Earth Spirit along with the Snapfire.
He's trying. I mean, I don't know what the play is here, but they're going to try and force the issue. The cookie's there, the Shaman stunned, the Magnetize dropped, and Yona has the urn, but he's on the run now, glimpsed back. He wants to roll away, rolls out of the kinetic field. They get the kill on the Shadow Shaman. Jackie's here as well. It's an angry Dragon Knight without a Dragon from, but he's chasing down poor old Grandma as Barlow wants the bounty runes, won't have it. It's Jackie that gets the kill and picks up both bounty runes, but when the dust settles, Floki, it's one Snapfire dying for a Disruptor and a Shaman. I think Interactive Philippines are completely okay with that.
I mean, Xander dying again.
Oh,
down
up top, Jackie is making a move with his Shaman. This is possible though, they can get Queen. Now they've lost their tower, but they'll get this kill.
Yeah, just action everywhere on the map. I mean, IAP really taking the side of the mob, to dance here. It's really unfortunate that the mob just have absolutely no handle of the situation. Xander actually TP'd down bottom, died to the Jakiro again, which is why he could not show up up top for this fight, and unfortunately that makes all the difference. Even though you got the kill on Mars, you would have loved to hold that tower, a tower that could have been potentially held by the Disruptor if he had with the creeps, but he was dead.
They need both those towers, right? Your dire side, if you wouldn't contest for Roshan, you need to have the mid tower as well as access to the top tower. And it's clear that Yona, well, he's gotten the start that he wanted, and now he's going about causing havoc elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, and I mean, you do win out the Wisdom Shrines, thankfully, for the mob, so you're not losing the game there. They, to some extent, they're also like trying to follow the textbook and play good Dota, but just the fact that Eris is so damn rich and he's got so much XP. He's level 6 on Jakiro. It's minute 9 into the game. What the hell is going on? I mean, this is just a masterclass coming in an IAP for the early game.
Oh my god, the game is going from bad to worse for Blitzkaiser. He's got the Rolling Boulder and he's got, the Rolling Thunder, and he's got reinforcements. He'll try and bring down this Earth Spirit. That's a handy kill to get. If they could get the Jakiro, it would be really good, but they take away Yona's dominating streak. They glimpse back Jed. Swiftblade's here as well. Any further pursuit? Nope.
Yeah, they're just going to let the Ursa go. But they do find a very valuable kill. The Earth Spirit ends up falling. You only end up using the Rolling Thunder. Xander is about to get his level 6 as well on the Disruptor. So if you can just have a quick look there and see how close he is, we would find out if he's getting that Static Storm anytime soon. Looks like he is. So should be seeing a smoke coming out from the mob in just a bit. Swiftblade also closing in on that Spirit Vessel.
Down bottom.
Difference. Yeah, he's fine. He's got the
He is
out.
fine.
You're a bit too late on the Earth Spirit. And actually now rotating down bottom, this might be a window of opportunity for the side of the mob to make a play.
Yeah, but what's the play that you make? Like, top is shoved in.
Get your Disruptor there, get him level 6, smoke with the DK or smoke with the Ember, go and kill the Ursa. Start applying some pressure and force the side of IAP to rotate to this bottom lane and not take advantage of the fact that they've opened up the map towards the top side.
Okay, so apply pressure on the bottom lane. Try and get rid of the Radiant Safe Lane Tower. Looks like something that they could do. I completely agree with you on the point that the supports need levels though. Like, get this Disruptor level 6. Get the Shaman is level 6. For now though, it's the Disruptor and this Ember smoked up, moving towards the top half of the map. They're all trying to smoke together and find the Mars, but this is a goose chase that's going nowhere, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, Xander's still level 5. Just get this man at 6 first. I mean, they're making this rotation, but the Mars is just backed off. He's playing it safe. He realized that no one's really showing on the map. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm not going to touch that creep wave. I'm just going to stand here. I'm going to wait until someone shows. And then he's going to make a move. Speaking of which, Mars actually going for the Blink Dagger directly. We did talk about the Yules earlier. He still might go back for that later on. In all honesty, a really good item this game.
Mid lane.
But, Barlow.
I think, yeah, with the Chain Gang facet, they've got range to just initiate and get this free kill on the Snapfire. Now, if they were level 6 on the Shaman, which they are, they could drop the Mass Serpent Wards mid.
And they do have it.
Yeah, Elder Dragon form, Mass Serpent Wards. This is a neat sequence coming out from the mob. They get a kill, they try and transition into a tower. I really like how Jackie's playing the map. This is good stuff coming out from there. But Yona wants to try and have a go at this. He misses on the road, but he's got the Spirit Vessel, and the Macro Pyre is doing so much damage. Jackie will die. The mob, they did get what they were looking for as far as objectives are concerned, but they lose their Dragon Knight.
Yeah, really good rotation coming in from IAP. Jackie feeling himself a bit there. Thought that he could just stand there and take the tower and IAP would give it up, but they had Arena, they had everything. Now, though, without the Arena, they're going to make a move bottom. Look to apply pressure on the Ursa.
Really good stuff coming out from the mob. The Ice Path is nice, but they've got the Spirit Vessel. There's nothing the Ursa can do. They bring down Jet. Here comes Yona. He wants something. The last couple of times he's gone in with the Spirit Vessel, it hasn't really worked. He'll get the Mango. Yes, it's Swiftblade with an Arcane Rune. He's got reinforcements. Xander's hit level 6. The Static Storm is there. Yona, he died mid and he's died yet again down bottom. The mob, they have come to play Floki and they are fighting back.
Oh yeah, really good stuff coming out from the mob. They actually, they might lose the Dragon Knight in the mid lane, but now they're going to be able to open up that bottom part of the map. Here it becomes really important that Jackie does not die. I mean, there is level 6
I just love what
Barlow
Xander's doing.
kisses.
He's looking for glimpses all around the map.
Yeah.
He is single-handedly trying to make stuff happen. I love this. No.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to find Barlow there. That guy's rotating towards the top lane, looking for his Diffusal Blade. A little rough game for the Pangoli. If you look at the net worth, he's not really up there. He's, in fact, suffering the most, sitting at 3.7k. Might even see the Shadow Shaman overtake him if this continues, to be honest. But
yeah,
you really don't want to be in that spot.
There was a point where him and the Jakiro were going head-to-head in terms of net worth.
And down bottom, they lose the Shaman. So, a little unfortunate. You end up losing Blacklock. I do want to have a look at the Shaman and see if he's got the Blink Dagger queued up or if he's thinking about the Aetherlight. So if our Observer could just do us the favor, just click on the Shaman if we could find out what he's going for. Because this game, I feel like the Shadow Shaman needs a Blink Dagger. He needs to be able to start fights and set up good Static Storms for Xander, set up good counter initiations for the Ember, for that Dragon Knight, for that Pangolier.
He's looking for the Blink.
Yeah.
He has about, like, with his Arcane Boot and his Magic Wand and his Windlace and his Infused Raindrops, he's sitting at 783 gold, so it's going to be a while before he gets his Blink.
Yeah, it is going to be a while before that Blink is up. A little unfortunate, but I mean, once that Blink is up, you could look for them to make some plays here. Ultimate's coming back up on both sides. I mean, IAP are ready to go. They are playing it a bit safer now. They're just utilizing the fact that they've got more map control and they've got more space on the map to continue farming. The Earth Spirit in the mid lane, you're not killing him unless you bring 3 or 4 heroes. So, I mean, you can just keep pushing that lane out if you're Yona. There's just no chance that you can try and fight him or shove him out just with an Ember.
The problem I have about the mob's current game state is that they've been making really great plays as a team, but I'm just looking at vision on the map. There's a lot of vision that the mob are working with.
Yeah.
They have this Observer Ward in the mid lane that sees everything. Yep. Thank you, Observer. They have another ward up top, so the Mars can keep pushing. So the mob, I think everything that they're doing is being heavily telegraphed. And as you can see, Jed and Eris, they're hugging their tower. They're waiting for reinforcements to come. It's going to be a brawl in this bottom lane. Jackie's got to be careful. Silenced by the Earth Spirit. Spirit Vessel applied as well as the Magnetized. He's caught in the arena, speared to its walls. He'll fall. The Mortimer's Kiss is doing work as Blacklock. He needs to run, but Jet dropping low will fall. The Swashbuckle and some little bit of damage coming out from the Shaman did its trick. Yona is running down Xander in the backlines while Eris deals with Blacklock. Yona ensures that the Disruptor dies as well, but Swiftblade as well as Blitzkleiser, they're cleaning up. They've won Balu, but they'll die. Oh, jeez.
Oh, man, the greed.
It was just ridiculous. Swiftblade didn't really need to commit that hard. He ends up getting punished. One Scatterblast by the Snapfire was enough, and all they get is an Ursa.
I mean, that was, in all honesty, that was a fight that if the mob played a bit more patiently, they could have won that. They could have still gone for the supports. They could have maybe, caught Yuna towards the end. He was running out of Stone Remnants. But they keep fighting under the Magnetize, they keep diving, and that ended up costing them. Barlow, Snapfire, his ultimate usage was a bit weird. He tried to kill off the Shadow Shaman first. I feel like if he actually tossed onto the Ursa, there's a chance even the Ursa might live, because the Ember can't stand and fight with Mortimer's Kisses raining from above. So, slight misplay there, but it's all good in the end, because they do end up getting a team wipe. 8k net worth lead now for IAP, and this is the part where the Ursa is going to start to get involved, because he's closing in on his Blink Dagger. In fact, I think he nearly has it. Yeah, he's got it flying out on the courier now. So, as IAP, you could look to make a move. You could look to go towards Roshan. The world's your oyster, man. Like, you can do whatever you want at this point if you're IAP.
Yep, and you want to be hitting that 17-minute Roshan. Get the Roshan, move towards the 20-minute Tormentor. It's a good set of objectives to secure for yourself before you move into the mid-game.
And it's a double whammy, because you take the Aegis away from the enemy, you get the shot for yourself. Now that's 2 less avenues the mob have to make plays around the map.
And if you are a supporter of the mob, you're hoping that they are smoked and they are in some sort of formation to contest Roshan. Because they aren't too bad around the Rosh pit. I mean, Disruptor, Pangolier, they love the Rosh pit. So there is a chance. It's a bit of a slim chance. But
That's a creative use for the Jakiro, using the Liquid Fire to try and get that early Roshan. But oh no, Jackie.
I'm really concerned. We saw this happen last time. Fortunately for him, the spear misses. But Yona's there with the rolling boulder. They've got themselves Jackie yet again. Jackie caught off guard trying to get this enemy safe lane tower. He was hoping that IAP would be busy with Roshan. But IAP, they've dealt with Roshan. They've come back. They've defended that tower. And they've got into core kills. This is just lovely for IAP.
Yeah, just a slight misread on the timing there for Jackie. He thought that they would just be stepping into the pit now, but the Ursa instantly went toward the top lane. Everyone from IAP was there. They get themselves the Aegis, and they end up fighting Jackie. Jackie could have still, just TP'd out while the spear was missed, but he chose not to. I mean, the Earth Spirit's TP was wrong here.
I think the Earth Spirit rolled straight on top of him within a couple of seconds. He wouldn't be able to make that TP.
Maybe. If we could have a look at the fight recap, I think it's going to give us an idea of... never mind, it's gone now. But yeah, I mean, this is a really good textbook Dota coming out from IAP. Good tempo being set by them. And Mob, I have to commend them the fact that they were trying to fight back, the fact that they were making some good plays. But unfortunately for them, IAP had their number. They knew what they were doing.
The play wasn't wrong on paper. It just needed to happen a couple of seconds earlier. Because the thought is, hey, they're getting Roshan, let's take away the enemy safe lane tower. On paper, theoretically, that's a good thing to do. They were just a bit too slow as they were doing it. And another thing that's concerning is that it's always Jackie that's putting his body forward. I understand he's a Dragon Knight, but there's plenty of magical damage and damage.
Vessel.
Yeah. Spirit Vessel, Whale, the Jakiro. There's a lot of damage, and I don't think you can leave the Dragon Knight all by himself to be caught in an arena. And even when he's not caught in an arena, the Earth Spirit rolls straight on top of him and ensures that he dies. So, the Pangolier now has got to start lifting his weight float.
Yeah, Barlow, I believe he actually poured out the shot on the Snapfire as well, just for the little extra heal. So, you've got Mech now, you've got the Cookie as well. It's going to be healing you up every couple of seconds. And really, IAP, all they really have to do is decide if they want to be farming a bit more on their cores, expand the net worth lead, or do they want to start gunning for those tier 4s? Because I don't think the Mob are in a position to defend their tier 2 towers here. They are trying to make a move down bottom, see if they can find someone. They're bringing all 5, but this rotation, if anything, is ill-timed. I mean, you might get the tier 1 here, but you're going to lose so much more on the map. Well...
I think you take the tier 1. I mean, what else can you do, really?
I mean, now you've dropped Serpent Wards for this, and I mean, the Serpent Wards for a tower, that's so low. I don't even know if that's worth it. Now IP can actually look to make a move across the map because they've taken Tormentor. Yona's actually come in as well on the Earth Spirit. He's hunting.
I think, like, if they found... Oh, they found someone.
Yeah.
Okay, this is okay. I mean, the Mob, they're committed to taking objectives, but now the gap is starting to widen, Floki, and I'm concerned. It feels like they have one Roshan fight to look forwards to, and from there
that's
on,
about it.
That's pretty much it.
Unless they could somehow instantly improve their understanding of the map, but yeah, doesn't look like that's going to happen. Instead, they're going to lose the Disruptor. It's going to go meet Shadow Shaman in the Afterlife. 14k net worth lead for IAP, and things are not looking up for the Mob. Any possible remedies for this situation rely entirely on them
internet failures.
Sure. True. I mean, yeah, that too.
Okay, sorry, but what were we using?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that they rely entirely on this Ember being able to shove out lanes with the Chain Gang Facet and the Sleight of Fist while not getting caught out by the Earth Spirit and the Mars, which is a bit of a tall order. But that's the way they come back into this game. So, yeah, you just want to be throwing out those remnants, dropping those chains.
Down bottom. This is just really unfortunate. I mean, I see where the Shaman was coming from.
Hey, 20-minute siege creep. It's hitting high ground, baby.
It is.
Yeah, you've got Jakiro, maxed out Liquid Fire. I wonder what talent he went for. If we could have a quick look at what the Jakiro has.
He went for the Twin Terror, but I'm checking.
No, the talent, the level 10 talent.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, so he went for the Liquid Fire attack speed slow. Alright, that makes sense. Really good against towers. Actually really good against glyphs as well, because he just, keep your creeps alive. So, they're not really going to commit to a tier 3 push yet. That is how you lose games. But, I mean, hey, Earth Spirit now done with the Shiva's Guard. It's 22 minutes in. That is crazy timings coming out from Yona. The Mars also doing really well. 12.1k net worth. What's the
Uh-oh,
Mars?
uh-oh. Jackie, okay. Jackie's got his blink dagger. He's going to blink away. But look at this. Jonas running straight into them.
Yep, let's
IAP, they have an observer ward, and that observer ward is setting up for Yona and Jet to pick off a free Pangolier on the corners of the map. And he's looking for more. Jackie, fortunately, his blink had come off cooldown. So, yeah, they lose their Pangolier, but Loki, it is looking grim because they are losing the map. And yeah, I think Swiftblade is okay, but just look at how much of the map is being taken away from the mob. He's setting up for more. He finds the disruptor, the ice paths. The heck, they'll commit the macropire. Yona comes in with the Shiver's Guard, and drops the arena. The Jackie straight in it. No BKB, nothing to work with, Floki. No life, no friends, no fun, no game. As Barlow will clean him up. This is looking really rough.
Yeah, I mean, the mob, the one thing you can commend them for at this point is the fact that they're not giving up yet mentally in this game. They're still very much trying to play it, but there is not a lot to play for.
Trying to make a play happen along with the Pangolier. We misses the spear, and there's the rolling thunder coming through. They've found the Mars, and they got enough though. Buffed by a Solar Crest. He seems to be okay. Actually, Blitzkaiser's got to be careful. These supports could just clean him up, and with the spear and a little bit of damage from Eris, they'll get the kill. They've got a complete Reeves Floki on the Interactive Philippines squad, and there's an instant replay for a near instant death. Xander getting caught off guard, and yeah, shortest instant replay ever. Goes on a bit longer because they get Jackie as well. But really good stuff coming out from Interactive Philippines. I have to commend the mob. They put in a solid fight, and they did theoretically make all the right moves. And I want to say they aren't out of this yet. Like, there is a fight at Roshan. It's just going to be a fight where they have to hit every spell to near perfection.
I mean, that's the only way they're going to win if they go by the book. One thing that I really want to see them do is, man, start showing out these lanes. I know it's a bit rough, but apart from the Mars here, there is no real instant disable. Mars went for the BKB and not the Yules, and now he's going to have one because he's queued up the Hex. So, I mean, if there is a chance to claw your way back into this one through sheer grit and perseverance, it relies on the Ember, it relies on the Pangolier perhaps as well a little bit, and maybe on Jackie to try and get these lanes out. Swiftblade is doing that, but he has to be careful. Skull Basher, Cookie, nope. He's fine. Ember jets away. But on bottom though, Shaman not going to be so lucky. Caught by the Spirit Vessel, the spear skewering him to the tree. Shish kebab.
Yeah, they're not done yet. Eris is, well, the twin-headed dragon is fighting with the Dragon Knight, and the twin-headed dragon is doing enough to buy time for reinforcements to come. It's not like Jackie can just walk in through the twin gate here. He has to commit for the kill on the Eris, but there's the ice path. Yona is there at the right place, at the right time. Bails out his Jakiro, kills the Dragon Knight yet again. I mean, the only saving grace is Swiftblade has his BKB complete, but
yeah. I mean, I have to say, you know, that point where Swiftblade actually caught out the Ursa, he did not have the enrage. Maybe there was a chance he could have got the kill. The Snapfire wasn't around. If the Snapfire is around, I can understand his logic, him not wanting to go there, but potentially, you know, if he's able to find that kill on the Ursa, that would have been huge. That would have allowed them to come back in this game. And, you know, teams have come back just off of less, but the Mars, he's got a Hex complete at this point, and, well, if you had any chance, it's evaporated into thin air. Yeah. It is no longer going to be the case. There you go. Look at the Mars. He's got a Hex, and life is not looking good for the mob.
Yeah, I mean, first they need to complete their BKBs, then they actually have to make items which deal with all the other items on the enemy team. The supports won their Glimmer Capes. The good news is Blacklock has his Blink, but he's just not getting to play the game. It feels like every time he shows up, he's just dying. And Blitzkaiser, it's had a really rough game. I mean, just a defusal 26 minutes in. He's building towards his Blink Dagger. He's nearly got it. But, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be rough.
Well,
there's the Hex in action. The Hex revealed. Swiftblade doesn't know what caught him off guard. He's got his BKB. He's going to get to pop it. Well, it doesn't make a difference. BKB was pressed. His Dragon Knight dies elsewhere on the map as Jet cleans up on him. And Jet and Barlow, they're looking for more. They see the Pangolier, Blitzkaiser. He hasn't flown his Blink out to him just yet, if I'm not mistaken. He's dead as well. The mob, they're just bleeding left, right, and center. Every hero on every lane.
I mean, Serpent Ward's also being dropped in the mid lane just to try and hold on to the tower and maybe find a Jakiro, but that's not gonna happen. B is here, cancels the shackles, turns the Shaman into a pig. He likes to turn people into chickens. Well, he's getting a dose of his own medicine here as Jet finds himself a triple kill. It's a team wipe, and I would not be surprised to see the mob call it, although I believe they are going to try. It is a best of one. They don't want to give up just yet. Even if there's a snowball chance in hell they can come back, they want to take it.
Yeah. The good news for them is that there is a lower bracket.
There is.
This isn't the end of the road for them. And IAP, well, they're looking really, really strong so far. They seem to have a solid understanding of the match. And yeah, they're just executing the lineup very effortlessly.
They are. And well, with this set of frags down, I mean, the mob, first nail being hammered into their coffin, slowly being shut. This is no kill build. This is there's no Uma Thurman here. There's no Beatrix. You're not going to be able to buy May your way out of that coffin. And IAP, Roshan number 2 is up. So
yeah, I mean, they've got to push that midway with smoke, right? The midway was pushed in. They've got a smoke ready. They can hear Roshan roar. Roshan roars, the crowd goes silent as well, the mob.
Yay!
Looks tough for them. I don't think they're even going to contest.
Yeah.
They know it's going to take them a while. Like, so yeah, 28 minutes in, a 32,000 net worth deficit that the mob are playing against. Roshan and a banner, a Mars with a sheep stick. And yeah, all these problems marching down the mid lane where there's no real objective. They're looking for a sneaky pickoff. They'll just go up top where eventually the wave is being pushed in.
Yeah, I mean, Yona, the kill that they got when they revealed the Hex, he actually didn't even pop his Shiva's gut, just casually aura farming on the Earth Spirit. He was like, you know what, we can get this kill without it. So, able to bring down Swift late there. But, yep, coming back to
I like this. The mob, they're attempting the smoke wraparound play. We kind of read it. There's the rolling thunder. Not really doing too much. And Swiftblade bashed and killed in an instant. The Ember Spirit didn't even get to play that fight as Eris, well, he's not dying. The poor Pangolier struggling to kill one measly Jakiro.
Somebody called Peter. This one's over.
They know it. They know it. They've called it. They've called for Gaben's blessing because this was a swift one.
Indeed. I mean, good early game coming out from the side of the mob, but Interactive Philippines, they knew what they were doing. They had the perfect lineup for that timing, and, you know, kudos to the mob for trying to take the fight to them, but in the end, they were not able to match the tempo and the pace of IAP, and that's the big takeaway for the mob. If anything from this game, they need to realize that if they want to play for that timing, they have to be a bit more alert, even in their drafting phase, where they potentially shut down those avenues and enable the lineup to flow a bit freely. You know, make the game easier for yourself. Pick up something like a Nature's Prophet, so the Disruptor can be activated, so the Pangolier can be activated. You always have 2 heroes in a lane, theoretically, with the teleportation. Or, you know, pick up some global support. Pick up something like the Ancient Apparition in the position 5 instead of a Disruptor that can also set up for kills and, you know, enable a Pangolier. It can enable the Ember.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not really so much about those 1-2 support picks. It's just the fact that Pangolier is just a really lousy laner.
Yeah.
And you put him against Ursa, you see that matchup. There's no way the Pangolier could do any better in my eyes unless you ran a dry lane. And yeah, they tried their best to remedy it. It took them 20 minutes to get the Ursa star. It felt like the Dragon Knight. I really commend how Jackie was trying to make space and make stuff happen, but it was so hard.
Yeah, gotta give Jackie his flowers, man. Like,
yeah,
he really tried.
All of them, like they really tried. They tried their best to remedy lost lanes, but it's a bit too hard to do that sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just partly, you know, how they get themselves into the situation. So if they are able to tune up the draft a little bit more, just make sure that the draft is somewhat more tighter together, you know, airtight if possible, just making sure that they've got the right heroes, they've got the right answers, that they have got the upper hand. That could go a long way, but comfort's the name of the game, but comfort is also what kills you slowly. So, Bob, if they don't want to die a slow death, you gotta start to shake things up, but they're only gonna get a chance to do that now in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Interactive Philippines, they kick off their campaign in the Asia Pacific Predator League on a strong note by knocking the mob down to the lower bracket. They'll be moving forward, where I think Asterix and some other teams waiting for them in the next phase of the upper bracket.
yeah.
We've got a lot more Dota action coming up. For now, though, we do want to look at the scoreboards and the MVPs. And who's your MVP?
Personally, I want to say Harris. I mean, that guy on the Jakiro
Oh,
just
yeah.
completely
Did he die?
demolished
Did
the
he
lane.
die even once?
I think he died
Once.
in the game.
Once, yeah.
Once. And that's about it. I mean, just what a masterclass coming up from him. He's like, you know what? You give me Jakiro. Ha! Game's over, buddy. Too bad, loser. You pick Pango. Not on my watch. But this is where, you know, I mean, perhaps they should have looked a bit more towards the Tide Hunter. In fact, I personally
Tide
don't
was
even
banned.
mind. Tide was banned later in the second phase, not in the first one. Which
No.
is why I think that if they picked up Tide early on and then they banned the Ursa, things actually now work in your favor because you've got this unkillable blob of mass that is called Tide Hunter in the off lane. It enables the rest of their team to make moves together, or you know, the Dragon Knight can connect to the Tide can, you know, maybe make a rotation with Ravage at level 6, try and remedy that top lane situation a little bit. Mid lane, it also enables the Ember to suddenly now, because now he is more effective because you're forcing the enemy team to fight in a particular area, and he can just stay there, take those camps, be mobile, be annoying, be hard to kill, and you know, tie the lineup together. So really,
You make a good point, Floki.
Yeah.
I mean, Tide would be the most OP thing you could ask for in the offlane. And on the other side of the scale is the Pangolier, which is like one of the
yeah, I mean, it's
weakest, like most like niche, unproven, bit of a flex. He's not even good in mid now. He's been nerfed a bit for a couple of patches.
It's a specialty
in a row.
hero. It functions a very particular way, and you need to know how to run that Pangolier. And I don't think perhaps that the mob had the best idea of how to utilize that hero
You
to
could
its
just
fullest
pick something
potential.
stronger, right?
can
Because
pick,
you got a huge pool. You
make it simple. You know,
you
make
got
it simple.
Centaur
man.
Axe. You got Centaur
Centaur
Axe.
Axe. You could have picked up the Tide like we
And
talked about earlier,
personally,
of course.
Axe, Disruptor, or Axe Shaman is not a bad lane versus Jakiro.
It isn't. They could have also.
Cut
I
the
mean, this
wave.
sounds completely ridiculous, but in all honesty, if you see Ursa Jakiro and you want a strong duo yourself, throw that Shaman on 5, pick up a Witch Doctor, pick up an Axe, and then ask the Jakiro who's really the boss of that lane. Because that lane, Witch Doctor Jakiro, sorry, the Witch Doctor Axe would have completely demolished the Ursa and Jakiro lane as well. So,
You're right.
yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see that, but we've got the highlights coming up on our screens. Let's have a look at how this game went down, just in case you missed it. What the big moments were. And yeah, that's my MVP on the screen right there, Eris on the Jakiro.
My MVP as well. I mean, like like they know they've got a stronger lane. They've got to do stuff like this. They hit level 2. They're really asking questions of what this Pangolier Shaman lane is meant to achieve. Jackie and Xander, they did try to.
If you had to pick an MVP from both teams, I'd say Jackie up top did a really good job of applying pressure over onto Barlow. And the CS was not suffering too much while he was at it either.
No, seriously, hats off to Jackie. His sacrificial playstyle really made the mob have some sort of a fighting chance in the mid game. More of this in the safe lane, like this happens a couple of times. It's not a previous highlight running again. You'll keep seeing that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Swiftblade also having a couple of unfortunate deaths courtesy of the Earth Spirit just being the better laner. And I do want to say, Jackie somewhat reminds me of, very reminiscent of Crystallis in a way. He's the kind of guy who goes around making stuff happen, making the game easier for his team, and really enabling them to come together and make the draft easier to execute. That's sort of the role that Jackie seems to be filling here.
Absolutely.
So, really, all the mob really need out a couple of tweaks. I mean, they looked like they knew what they were doing, Vivek. Like, let's not take anything away from them. These guys were doing solid. They had some solid responses early on towards the mid lane, where they killed off the Ursa a couple of times. Yes, they make a few mistakes here and there, and that's what, IAP were able to punish and, just carry that advantage forward and win the game with. But apart from that, I feel like the mob they could have had an even better shot with their draft looking a bit better.
Yeah, the thing is, of course, they could draft a stronger lane in the off lane. There's also how this Pangolier was played, which I question, right? Because you're going for the double jump facet. You're thinking like you want to build auras. What if you go for the quicker rolling thunder? I forget what it's called. But what if you just try and hit level 6 and you make stuff happen elsewhere across the map, rather than Jackie coming to try and remedy your lane for your 17-minute diffusal blade?
I know. It's I mean, you're not getting the most bang for your buck there either. Or, if they really want to, they can flip the script, pick something like a Broodmother in the off lane. Make it a little bit greedy. Give you give your offlaner the chance to maybe carry the game a little bit while you go around making things up on the map. I mean, I don't know if Blitz plays that Brood Mother, but if they do, now would be a good time to go back to it, to pick it up and start thinking more along those Zoo lines, or start thinking more along those Tidehunter lines.
Can I just say something though? The Mob is a Indian team that for in quite some time I've not seen a team that fights back so well.
Yeah.
Like, I really applaud how they played.
They got hurt, man.
Yeah.
In the wise words of Rocky Balboa's coach, who I don't remember the name of,
Yeah.
they've got hard.
Yeah. Old man who looked like a raisin and had oodles of wisdom to drop in the middle of boxing matches. But yeah, they've got heart. They played really, really well. Like, they fought.
They did.
And if they did play like this as a team, this game would look even more one-sided. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of drafting stronger lanes.
Yeah.
I think that there is a level of comfort picks across the draft, which is just this offlane where we're really scratching our heads as to how Chris Panglia is meant to survive versus Ursa Jakiro. It's wrong.
It is, and yeah, I mean, apart from that, I think the bigger takeaway is also the way they played the map after they were in that spot was not ideal. I feel like they should have slowed the pace of the game down a little bit, because they know that there's not much else to do. Force out some TPs.
You make a good point. You expect them to split push more, but the thing that really stopped them from playing the map like that, Floki, is that Interactive Philippines just had superior vision.
They did.
So everything that the Mob was trying to do, they were losing on vision. So they couldn't split the map, play the map as much as we'd like them to, because they were blind on the map, and Interactive Philippines saw them through and through.
They did. And one of the bigger things is, of course, the fact that they were able to get themselves that early Roshan and that early Tormentor, right? Like, I would have liked to see the Mob maybe try and take a fight around that time. They didn't have their ultimates ready at that time, but if they did, this could have been a very, very different game. Sadly, just never had the chance to do that. So, you know, I mean, this is the part where he's like, look at that Chivas guy. He's not even popping. He's like, screw that, man.
This kill was possible just because of vision.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, from time to time, just look at your minimap. You'll see how blind the Mob are on the map. They see nothing.
Yeah.
And they don't even see that that's coming.
So this is like where the laning also ties in, right? Like, the vision you have is going to be a product of the laning or like how strong you are going to be in the lane, or how clever your supports are. Now, good supports, they really know how the enemy heroes are going to be moving on the map. They're able to try and find their way, go about the map undetected, maybe place an observer wall that's going to last and provide vision. But when you're in these spots where you're just getting ran over, the pressure starts to get to you, so you're not thinking straight. You end up placing simpler wards, you end up placing more obvious wards, and which risk being dewarded. So they're not in a spot where they can rely on their vision to come back in the games for the Mob. So
I mean, they had no vision.
They had no vision. That's product of their laning. So that's probably what they look to fix, in my opinion. I mean, laning is the one part of Dota that is confirmed to always be there, unless I don't know, are going back to like some weird Shrines patch where the lanes don't matter, and Dota is in this weird new state where people are picking offlane Earthshaker again without it being without it making any sense whatsoever. It's a game where laning matters a lot, and laning is the one thing you can always improve, you can always fix. Hopefully, though, they're also able to fix the draft.
Yep. I hope that the Mob take a bit of a break, look at this draft, come back refreshed. They're almost there, but a couple of things are not quite there.
Yeah.
They've got time before they fix this. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard and see how our cores and support did in this matchup. Erish did die once.
He did. Yeah, just once though. I mean, that's like completely acceptable.
He's got the best KDA, all of them. So a near flawless Jakiro performance. There's so much to learn from this. Like, it's worth a replay breakdown.
Any Call of Duty fans watching out there, KDA looks cool, matters in this game. Maybe give Dota a shot.
Yeah.
Pick up a Jakiro.
Yeah.
I'd say that's not an FPS game, but he does fire some actual fire at enemies. Yeah. I have no idea where I was going with that statement.
I thought it was a me thing, but yeah, okay. We've got our MVP ready as well. Drum roll, cue the MVP.
Okay, Yoda. Huh? Why does he have it? Was that
That's new tech. It's 7.40F. It's coming soon.
lovely? Yeah.
But
You can keep a TP slot. You can keep like a TP scroll or a Dagon 5. Nothing else.
yep. He's had a great game in terms of hero damage. As you know, the changes to the remnants and how they give you like a percentage based
Yeah.
damage. Yeah, it's clearly a bit broken. And good game coming up from here now.
Really.
Two
And I mean, the
deaths.
big thing to look at is really the fact that look at his damage output. I mean, even
Yeah.
though he doesn't have GPM, this hero just pumps out damage through the early and the mid game. Late game
That's a
starts to
lot of
fall off a
damage.
little bit, but that's where his archetype changes. You know, with the axe, he now becomes
Yeah.
more of a catch-based hero rather than a damage-based hero. So, Earth Spirit, good hero to start practicing as well in your pubs and dominate lanes with.
Yeah, and that's been a great start so far in the playoff stages of the Asia Pacific Predator League. My name is Vivek with me, Floki. We're going to be taking a quick break, and then we're going to be back with more action. Stay tuned, grab a drink, and come back.
Come back.
Okay, we're back.
We are.
We are.
How's life?
It's good. It's a
Yeah?
quick break.
It's a bit cold out here today.
Yeah, it is.
Ah,
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on might. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it bleed, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
You see
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Clicks, sleeks with Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. That's how we roll. Clicks, sleeks with Neo, power in hand, watch it go.
And communists, and even all of you apolitical folks, welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League bracket playoff day. My name is Vivek, with me is Floki, and we have got Interactive Philippines facing off versus Euphoria. It's another Philippines versus India matchup. It should be fun, and so far, we haven't had any surprises.
Yes, I mean, it should be fun, we say very generously. More likely it is to be slaughter. You know, I'm not going to really mince my words here. They Interactive Philippines absolutely ran through the mobs in the previous game. A little bit unfortunate that the mob could not put up a good fight towards the later stages, but early on they did try, they did scratch and claw, they kicked and they bit. It was not enough. Now the question is, have Euphoria learned something after watching from that game? Did they have any takeaways? Do they have a better approach as a result of seeing what Interactive Philippines are going to do? Or being this BO1, are Interactive Philippines going to change things up? We don't know, but we're about to find out. And Vivek, if you had to say to Euphoria, how do you go about approaching this game, what would you say?
Much like approaching anything else in life, you approach it with a smile and all the goddamn prayers that you can, because this is going to be a rather rough affair. That's what it looks like on paper. Look, hats off to the mob. They really fought. I mean,
Yeah.
we've had 3 Indian teams play so far. I mean, we can just catch up our viewers with what's been going on so far in the day. We had Myth Avenue Gaming face off versus Asterix. That was a one-sided affair. You got a fair bit of it. We had Reconics take on Pasol's team, the Randoms. That was
Also,
a very one-sided affair.
oh yeah,
Because I saw FBC and India Dream like cap the fountain. It was rough.
it
But
was.
we also did have the mob take on Interactive Philippines. That was the first game of the day and the first game of Stream B. And hats off to the mob. They put up a good fight. I was very impressed with how they played.
Yeah.
I didn't get to watch the other games in detail, so I don't have too many comments. Just the final score for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, Euphoria, they're still in the upper bracket.
Yeah.
This is not the end of the road for them.
What would you tell them when they're going up against Interactive Philippines, having seen the previous game now?
Pick stronger lanes.
Pick stronger heroes?
Lanes,
Fair enough. Pick
lanes.
stronger lanes. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I think strong lanes are the essence, the bread and butter of every team. Yeah, and if you don't have strong lanes, then just disrupt the game like a madman.
I agree. I think take a note from the OG school of playing these sorts of matches. Just keep rotating through the gates. I think there was a point where you were sort of suggesting that for one of the matches while we were talking. You were like, if they just rotated here, they could have made a big difference. And that's the thing, right? Like, you need to have strong lanes against teams like Interactive Philippines, because unless you know exactly how you want to... God bless you. Unless you know exactly how you want to play the map, it's highly unlikely that you're going to be... Lovely.
Sorry.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. We forgive. Yeah, I mean, unless you know exactly how to play the map, it's actually quite difficult for you to take the fight to some of these teams. And more so than that, having good lanes just makes the rest of the game easier. It allows things to fall into place. It sets you up for 17-minute, 18-minute Roshans. It sets you up for the 20-minute Tormentor. But if you don't have those things, if you don't have the good tools to win lanes, then you're just never going to get a chance to fight back. I mean, you're pretty much saying that, okay, we're about as skilled as you, and we'll figure out a way to make it work. Which, looking at the players in Euphoria, there is a chance that that's the case, but it's always better to go with a strategy in mind. And it is going to be on the back of the off-lane that I think Euphoria, if they manage to put up a tough fight or yet even win, it's going to be based on the off-lane, given what we saw in the previous game.
Okay. The other thing I'd like to touch upon is, like, what can Euphoria do? Okay, you don't win the lanes. Maybe you exit, like, the 10-minute mark with, say, a 2K, 3K, 4K deficit. That's acceptable. But what's really important is pay respect to certain timing, like the 17-minute Roshan, the 20-minute Tormentor. Make sure that you're in some sort of a position to contest it. The other thing, because I was talking with one of the players, Jackie, from the side of the mob earlier, and I pointed this out during the game, is that the mob lost on vision so badly.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just say that, hey, support didn't play sports.
Play
That's a very
sports.
reductive
Yeah.
view of seeing the whole vision game. But I personally feel that there's room for improvement, and it's not that hard. It's like
It
very
isn't, yeah.
fixable.
It is very fixable, and I think if they just fine-tune the draft a little bit, they could have had a much better chance. Let's quickly have a look at the brackets, though, just to jog up the memory of our viewers, see what's how's the road to the semi-finals looking. So far, Myth Avenue Gaming, they did win out their match against Asterisk. Now we got Interactive Philippines going up against Euphoria. Euphoria, they should, I mean, they should be able to put up a fight, but I don't know if it's going to be as close as we might presume it to be. I feel like Interactive Philippines still might just run away with this one. And the big question for Euphoria is going to be how they're going to approach this game, given the fact that they saw Interactive Philippines play out the previous one, and also the fact that Interactive Philippines, knowing this, might do something different. I feel like the right approach starts with the lanes and the fundamentals.
Yeah, like they don't need to do anything too different. They're not. It's not that they are doing something like drastically new. It's pretty stock standard stuff on the side of Interactive Philippines, like Mao, Shakiro, just like really strong lanes and like good team fight. I think that it goes without saying. So yeah, it's more. It doesn't feel like Interactive Philippines is trying to ban your heroes and take away your heroes. It's more important that you manage to just secure the heroes that you want for your team.
Yeah,
So-
I agree. I think that's going to be the most important part, perhaps. But one thing that I wish to see teams do a lot more of is just to be a bit more aggressive in the early game. Like, I would like to see supports rotating mid, stealing some water rooms. I would like to see them trying to snipe some couriers, trying to create some chaos, trying to keep the supports on the enemy team on their toes and keep them occupied, because that might just give the coach the breathing room they need to come online and really start playing the game the way they want to play. I don't feel like we see enough sort of disruptive type of plays coming out from the position 4, which is where I feel like Euphoria might have an edge, because Euphoria actually do have a Pampu who plays a very mean position 4, a bounty hunter. He plays some Tusk, he plays a lot of those disruptive type of heroes that might just end up being what they need to, maybe perhaps take this game. I say with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I agree, and I kind of see where you're coming from. That of late, supports haven't been really doing all that much, but like just with time, it feels that the most efficient way to play 4 is like Crit, where you just ensure that you scale your advantage in a way,
Yeah.
and then in the mid game and the mid to late game, you are an important part of the team. You're not
And you are
just-
also a core. You're also somebody else who can
Exactly.
be fallen back on. I agree. And
at that time, that's where you step up.
indeed, that's when you build a Khanda on Bounty Hunter and break the Tide Hunter and win the game, and everyone calls you MVP and ignores the first 20 minutes of you feeding, because you did not have an urn or a spirit vessel.
Yeah.
I do not, I'm not talking about any personal experiences. If you happen to watch by DOTA Buff and see any similar items or similar heroes, it's purely a coincidence. Anyway, Euphoria, this is the lineup that they are going to be working with. You've got Dreezes, who's going to be playing position 5, Miro, I believe, who's at the position 3, Pampu playing position 4, Sesson on the mid lane, and RJX or Raju on position 1, as he likes to be called. So this is going to be their lineup. Now, the question is, I mean, do they have they done their homework in the previous game? And if they have, what their approach is going to be like? Anyway, let's have a look at who they're going up against. It's going to be Team Interactive Philippines. The usual suspects. It's going to be Barlow, Deje, Jeris, Yona, and B.
Eris was really impressive earlier on today versus the mob. Yona also had a pretty good game with the Earth Spirit. I mean, the thing is, in a tournament like this, these things start to play on opponents, and it'll start to affect opponents in their head. They're like, hey, do we need to ban the Chikiro? Do we need to think about Earth Spirit?
Yeah.
And, you kind of waste a couple of bans, and then, I don't know, you can still get Huskard, there's still Tide, there's still so many things that you got to respect.
Yeah.
So, as the tournament progresses and the best of the best play each other, these things do add up in the draft, and you can see teams slip up in the draft and make one easy oversight because of
I have a
Yona
question.
Earth Spirit.
I have a question for you. Do you like Yona's tattoos? I like the one he has got going on
It's
his
very
hand.
reminiscent of Chamber. And fortunately for you, Chamber fans, there's a Valorant event happening. Well, the grand finale is on the 10th. The groups are tomorrow. IC as well as Sir Cloud and Crips and Universe and Sanat, Sam, Lucifer. They're all going to be casting that. So the groups are there tomorrow. If you like tattoos, you can see Chamber in action with the new gun. Maybe tomorrow. But yeah, cool tats.
Yeah, I like those too. Anyway, I mean, just in
I think
case-
more than the tattoos, I think like all like pretty badass. They've all been walking about in the icy cold of Delhi in just their shorts. So.
Yeah, and just the shorts and t-shirt, which is like hats off to them. I, being an Indian resident myself, cannot do that. I mean, I am way too fragile for this stuff. I mean, even in here, I feel a little bit chilly. Like my hands are feeling a little cold.
Absolutely.
So yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. That looks incredibly incorrect on stream. Anyway, just talking about the game and what we're likely to see. Oh, okay. We've got QR code on your screens. It's the Intel All-Star. Do make sure you make your votes. You scan the QR code and make a vote. And that's about it. Let's head to the draft and see what heroes are being picked, because the draft is live and it's coming on your screen now. And yeah, there you go. We've got a Viper and a Venomancer ban coming out from the side of Interactive Philippines. Again, really hinting towards the Ursa pickup, and Euphoria actually banning out the Timbersaw and the Tiny. Timbersaw ban I can understand. Tiny, I don't know if it's justified entirely in the first phase.
Dyer gets the ban.
I agree with you. I don't think you need to ban out the Tiny. I would rather first phase ban Tide Links. I mean, one can make a case that like Timber definitely has a place in the first bans. And yeah, this is targeted. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
You see one game and you're like, have you got to ban Jakiro now?
Dyer's turn to pick.
And I like this approach. There's nothing wrong with it, because you actually make your opponents think of, hey, what else have we got with which we can really win a lane? And the answer is Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Demon, not perhaps just outright winning the lane. Of course, that can happen given his innate. Probably one of the strongest innates in the game. The fact that you amplify damage taken on anyone just based off your right clicks is absolutely busted. Enables Roshan, enables you to stack, enables you to play any kind of game you really want. You want to be aggressive, he's got a Banish, he's got he's got Disseminate now, it's no longer called Soul Catcher, excuse me. He's got Purge. If you want to play passively, he can stack multiple camps, he can deny runes with his illusions, he can do lots of creative stuff. So Shadow Demon just leaving everything open, not really conveying any information over to Euphoria. Euphoria, despite looking at the Shadow Demon, decide to pick up the Beastmaster here, believing that it's good against this hero regardless. Of course, the disruption save is something to worry about, but I imagine Euphoria are gonna twist their mustache and hash an evil plan to take down this Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, sure, the summons are a menace for the Shadow Demon, and the Shadow Demon can disrupt and save people from Roar. That's always going to be a factor. But I think you pick Beastmaster for going for the Helm of the Overlord. An anonymous pro player told me that Helm of the Overlord still gives you all gold bounties as opposed to the Helm of the Dominator. So I think it's a great item. I think you get it and then maybe you look to scale from there on, or just build auras.
Yeah.
You also got a reasonably strong lane, but it's just so crucial that you hit that Helm timing, the Helm of the Dominator, and then further timings from there on.
I agree. I think the Helm timing is going to be very vital this game,
10 seconds left.
which is going to dictate how much Euphoria can get done. But what the Beastmaster does enable them to do is it opens up Roshan, it opens up Torment.
Absolutely.
It allows you to play a quicker and a faster paced game. It allows you to deny enemy team map control. Euphoria, they actually choose to ban out the Morphling and pick up the Gyrocopter, which is it's an interesting pick. I like this pick here because I feel like it. I don't know if 4 Gyro is a thing. I've seen it played a couple of times. Yamich in particular comes to mind, who plays for Mouse, who has done this in the past. And with the Beastmaster, it's kind of nice because you get follow-up with the call down, you can follow up with Rocket Barrage, and it's all decent damage.
Yeah, you take the Afterburner, the movement speed facet, and you try and play off it. It's okay. I think the real power spike for this hero is when he gets his shot.
Yeah.
And when you have a couple of points in homing missile, you can still take flak in lane and, you know, just keep shoving the lane like that. But I personally think the Gyro is...
Safe lane.
Yeah, is going to be played in a co-position because that kind of explains the Morphling ban. And if you were looking at IAP and their bans, they banned out 2 strong supports and they picked the most broken one in the game.
There you go. The Clinks has come out. There's the Tusk, and that's going to be the lane. Okay, well,
And that's
good
the
luck,
game as
have
well,
fun,
folks.
Mr. Beastmaster. Oh yeah, I mean, this Beastmaster is going to be... Oh no, wait, I just realized, wait, that's back. It kills the boars.
It does.
Somebody called Peter. Second time I'm making that joke.
We're 10 seconds out.
Anyway,
Plenty of time to tell
you
an
could
announcer
still
the level of
maybe
interest
try and
that's
play
in
for with the Angs build, although personally I'm not a huge fan of it, especially not from the off lane. And the thing is, even if you do go for the Ags, it just makes you more reliant on Raw, and there's already a Shadow Demon on the enemy team. So both of those options looking kind of atrocious at the moment for this Beastmaster. That said though, I mean, what Euphoria could really look to do here is to up the pace of the game and pick up something like a Spirit Breaker I mean, actually,
Were you thinking Storm?
I was thinking Spirit Breaker precisely
Okay.
because you can dodge the lane, like you can pull creeps, you go boots early on, Beastmaster gets to have a relatively okay time, both of you get your farm, and then, you get to, you get a very nice ability against the Klings. So the charge is probably one of the best gap closing tools in the game, and that's the name of the game. Klings, you need to get him close, you need to stun him. If you manage to do that, you're going to kill him off. We'll see if they decide to go for that route though. Okay, they're going to go for the Warlock here. Interesting pickup. I like this with the Gyro. It makes for a very strong lane. It makes the Gyro's game a lot easier. It also gives the Gyro a lot of cover because what Gyro does not like as a hero is other heroes getting on top of him. So having a Golem that you can drop to protect a Gyro when the enemy team clusters up and tries to take you down is going to be very valuable.
Absolutely. And in lane, what you want to do is secure the 5 position and his farm. So you've got the Shadow Word, you've got a heal to provide to your position 1.
You've got some good team fight as well.
Absolutely, and you got team fight with the Fatal Bonds. Small nerf at 7.40, but still great. And wow, you called it.
Indeed.
Why? Why are you Spirit Breaker good?
It's kind of like Shadow Demon is now also going to be under a bit of a question mark. Now he has to make a judgment call. Should he use Disruption against the Spirit Breaker, or should he save it for the Roar? It makes the Tusk's game a little bit weird because while he's going to be setting up, his backlines are now exposed. The Tusk kind of has to play to catch the Spirit Breaker and play it a bit chill. Now,
Just saying it breaks formation.
it breaks formation, it forces Interactive Philippines to now play a bit more defensive game. So they need a hero who can stand and fight and make it easier. Slada is the perfect hero for this. And I know you can't see it first, but Wake just put his head on my shoulder because he... I think we all saw this coming. The Slada was left open in the pool. It is one of the better answers against the Spirit Breaker, against the Beastmaster as well. And with the Clinks, it just shreds heroes so quickly. I mean, Clinks is innate, plus, Slada with the Corrosive Haze. It's going to make the game incredibly hard for Euphoria to play early on. But the good thing is, because Euphoria have last pick, they're going to see where the Slada goes, and they can potentially have a good matchup against him. Now, the only place the Slada could maybe flex to is the mid lane. And in the mid lane, you can pick something that completely demolishes it. Unfortunately, you did ban out the Timbersaw and the Viper, 2 of the best heroes you could pick against the Slada. Earth Spirit's kinda nice, but once you get level 6, as a Slada, the Corrosive Haze really makes it difficult for the Earth Spirit to go in and have the sort of impact he typically has.
Can I ask you something? What
in
do
the
you think
early
of?
game.
What do you think of? Okay, so this is a position 1 Gyro.
It is.
I mean, outside of this draft though, because I've been thinking about Sling's hero. Do you think like Slark is a good answer?
5 seconds.
No, Slark is kind of vulnerable to Clinks.
Okay.
It's not the right hero. You kind of want to pick a hero who can get on top of Clinks and does not care too
Oscar?
much about his...
No.
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 I mean, I'm going to give you...
Necrophos, Pagna?
No.
Okay.
Lycan. But Lycan is not going to be picked here. This is just an example of what could be good against Clinks in general. Those types of heroes... I mean, Gyro and Clinks sort of have the same weaknesses. Like, you don't like heroes who can get in close and stun you. You don't like anyone who can stay on top of you and outlive you. Euphoria... Now, one thing comes to mind...
What do you think about mid Reiki for
What do you think of
Euphoria?
mid Alchemist?
Yeah. But
No,
does
really
it
think
help
about
them?
it.
Because I think Slada attack team and Clinks will still kill him. Like,
Yeah.
it's not
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean,
like
there is a world where I could have potentially seen, a mid Gyro and maybe a safe lane Alk, and that would be really good against the Clinks.
I was thinking mid Beastmaster. Like, if they want to flex something here, they could flex the
what would they put in the off lane though? Then like,
Exactly. I mean,
that's the big
you
question
said
mark.
Lycan.
no, I was suggesting what's good against Klings and Lycan. I was
In lane,
no in the game in general.
I actually feel that
There is room for post 3 Lycan.
I think we could consider Ricky. I don't know exactly in which lane he goes, but I feel like Ricky kind of helps you because smoke screen is so good.
Yeah,
And you
that's
have
a
an
clever way of dealing with it.
yeah.
Problem is you're playing mid Ricky into Slada, so your lane's kind
That's
of
the only issue.
yeah. And okay, Interactive Philippines going for the Mars here just to round up their draft. Gyro notoriously good against the Mars because he can, he does not care about the Bulwark. He's got Rocket Barrage, so might actually see a different kind of style coming out from this Warlock and Gyro, where they don't go for the Flak Cannon Fatal Bonds. Instead, you try and trade with the Mars with the Rocket Barrage and Shadow Word early on and bully him out of lane that way.
So it's a mid Slaughter, and they go with Storm.
Okay.
When you were mentioning Spirit Breaker, I was mentioning Storm's away. In a sense, we
It's
kind
good
of
against
call
the Klings.
different aspects of the draft.
Good against the Slada too, so like he fits a couple of check marks. It's not bad. Question is the Storm going to be able to connect and are the supports going to be able to secure runes? Because around the runes, I feel like the Interactive Philippines heroes are stronger. So the best time to dumpster the Slada is actually going to be in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, there are a couple of problems in the early stages of the game for Euphoria. Like, for example, the Shadow Demon can go steal your Wisdom Shrine if he times his disruption correctly. There's a lot that can be done for these supports in the early level. Shadow Demon and Tusk are just really strong, and of course they scale. But I think post that 6-minute rune and whatever happens at that 6-minute rune fight, that's when slowly, bit by bit, Euphoria start coming together. But guys, the TLDR of this draft is Kling, Slada, Tusk.
Oh yeah. Oodles and oodles of physical damage.
Which is just so painful to play against.
So
if you've
ridiculous.
seen it in a pub, you know how painful it is.
I mean, I think the supports are going to be quivering and quaking in their boots. You're going to see some Ghost Scepters come out really quickly in this game.
Yeah.
Especially for the Warlock.
That is actually the way to play this. Like,
That
just get
is.
your Ghost Scepter and
You
bring.
know who's a great nullifier builder, Vivek? Yours truly, Bone Man.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we should be heading into the game very shortly here. Before we do, though, who do you think is going to take this one? Who do you like more?
Interactive Philippines.
I was pretending that was a legitimate question to ask. Anyway, now that I've bought 30 seconds, yes, Interactive Philippines for me as well. Let's head into the game. Let's see what's going on as we've got Interactive Philippines going up against the side of Euphoria. Have Euphoria learned from the mistakes of the mob? Have Interactive Philippines figured out how they're going to be potentially beaten? We're about to find out as we head into the game. Smoke right off the bat coming out from Euphoria, they believe. So quick rundown on how level 1 smokes work. So if you're the weaker team, you want to set up some vision early, you want to play for one side of the rune, you want to try and get 2 runes. That's the best case scenario for you. If you're the stronger team level 1, you want to smoke later so you can get into a position where you can get first blood. This is really clever coming out from both sides. The fact that they are aware of this and they're making this move, but
Okay.
yeah, a bit of a formation issue there for Euphoria Esports. They're kind of bad around first blood, but the fact that they've scouted out the side of Interactive Philippines is a good thing. They've got some vision placed. Let's see if they get the D-ward on the side of IAP. I don't think they see this. Anyway,
I don't think they'll get the D-ward. But yeah, this is another strong aspect of IAP's game. The vision game is really strong. Post plot level 1, okay. Who do you think is just naturally better at level 1?
definitely IAP. You've got active spells.
Okay, IAP, active spells better at level 1. They're getting 2 runes. So the Shadow Demon's there. Beastmaster can't really do too much. We had a really good game earlier on today versus the mob. We're kind of got to make note of one small thing is that this time around he doesn't have something like the Mortimer's Kisses to just follow up into his arena. The game is a bit...
it's a little not straightforward for the
Yeah.
Beastmaster. He kind of has to be judicious with his raw usage. So it has to be while the storm is rotating. It has to be to save the gyro potentially when the Slada goes on him. And to be honest, if you look at it from that perspective, Euphoria actually have a very solid draft. If they can just ensure that the Beastmaster has an okay start, that they're not trying to fight head-on into the side of IAP, instead they're turtling, they're playing it a bit defensive, there's a very good chance that Euphoria actually, they take this game a little bit ahead. Now, Clinks, that hero, yes, he's a problem. It's gonna come down to how well their understanding of
And we're
how
back.
this hero works is, and
Okay.
I think a lot of heroes have forgotten how this hero just functions, man. The Infernal Shred is, in my opinion, one of the most interesting innates in the game. The hero naturally gets minus armor,
Yeah.
courtesy of a skeleton, so have to deal with it. And look at that, right off the bat, they're like, Miro, you want to enter the lane? Well, you've got to pay the ticket.
Yeah, it's going to be a really hard lane. I think like Miro wants to hit that helm really quickly, and let's see if he's going to get it. He might not even get the helm. He's focusing on getting his arcane boots. Once
Right
his
now, he's
spam
getting
axes-
belted.
He
He's getting
is absolutely getting belted.
Yeah, Pampu's gonna try and be the guy to save this lane. He's gonna try and pull creeps. In the meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sesson actually tanking quite a bit of harass on the Storm early on. Yona finding a bit of an opening, and this matchup can sway both ways away, courtesy of the fact that Slada in the river actually gets bonus damage and HP regen.
Absolutely. The puddle, its radius has been improved.
He pees himself and he becomes stronger.
Absolutely. That's my entire childhood. But the second part of it didn't happen.
All right, well, a little bit of trivia about Vivek there. Quite a mouthful, excuse me. But yeah, Paolo actually succeeding in pulling the crease between the tier 1 and tier 2, so both sides potentially going to be losing out some XP here.
Yep. There's nothing you can do really as the Warlock. The one Force 5 that's really equipped to deal with this is the Bane.
Yeah, the Bane with the Night Pick can just shut it down entirely because it takes away aggro, makes you the lowest priority target for creeps, so the Nightmare doesn't come off easy. Now, Pampu, unfortunately, has not been able to get around to try and find some creeps. In fact, love to see the last hits at the moment here instead of the fast if our observers are listening. Thank you. We're all awake. We've all had a morning coffee. Absolutely wonderful. But yeah, coming back to the game, Eris, he's playing the Shadow Demon to perfection. They put the Shadow Demon bottom because they knew what Pampu was going to be up to. And he's blocked! He's blocked by the disruption and the illusions. And so Jed is going to be able to find first blood. He takes down the Spirit Breaker. Miro, bit of an uphill battle for him, but it is going to give him some downtime. He gets solo XP for one full creep. Okay, 2 now.
Yeah, it's looking really rough, right? Like, if you look at B on the other side of the map, he's getting his creeps pulled towards him. There's not much of a wave that Miro has to farm with. Nobody is really contesting the Mars, but the Miro Spirit Breaker lane is really, really suffering. So, personally, Euphoria, I'm not too happy with how the lanes have started. And you know what's the best first part about Klings? It just gets stronger and stronger.
He does, and the main reason is the way this hero scales. Infernal Shred is percentage-based armor reduction, so it's going to get stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Up top, Mars going to take some harass. The wave's going to be shoved in. Raju's like, you know what, screw it. Let Mars get his. I'll get mine. We'll see who's better. And
That works.
that's a fair way to look at this. But a good change, by the way, that in case you haven't played Dota in a while, is that the imps no longer explode if you kill them. So Mars, especially with the God's Rebuke, can deal with those little imps rather well.
Yeah.
And no, that's not me insulting them. That's actually what they're called.
Yep. I think Miro has to be rather creative as to how he approaches this lane. He can't be feeding away bows.
Yeah.
Because Dead can just gobble them up. And yeah, it feels like this is a lane where Beastmaster is just going to say that he gets what he gets. Pampu on a journey across the world.
Yeah. Yona's going to see him coming in. I believe he has the crush. Should be able to stop it. And Pampu, might be in some trouble. Paolo rotating over. He's got the shards at the
Got
ready.
drinking buddies, Floki. He's connecting with the Slaughter. They'll just turn towards Sesson. Sure, he's got a fair fire, but that's going to mean Diddley squat as they kill the enemy mid laner. Sesson dead at mid, and Ares cuts across from the east, finds the Spirit Breaker. As a cow, you cannot fight a fish in the water.
Oh yeah, Bowine's not very adept at swimming. They didn't evolve the right way. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which part of the world you're in. As Indians, we do consider cows to be sacred, but not so much as the case elsewhere in the world.
Absolutely. I guess. I want to draw your attention towards the vision on the map. So, Gyrocopter has a lane ward, which is cute. Definitely helps. But just look at the mid lane. Look at the emphasis given towards mid. That's an IAP ward that you're looking at.
Yeah.
And they have another ward on the other side of the river.
If
So-
you look at the Radiant jungles as well, like all of these wards are very good at scouting out what the Spirit Breaker is trying to do.
Exactly.
So this is the big problem that the side of Euphoria are gonna have to remedy. Sesson already died once in the mid lane, and as a Storm, you cannot afford to be giving away deaths like those over to Slather. He's already doing really well in CS2. If you look at it, 27 and 8, he is cruising against the Storm.
Yep. The problem for the Storm this game is, 1, nobody's going to be building stacks for you. 2, more stacks are going to be taken by the Gyrocopter. 3, your Beastmaster's losing his lane. 4, your Spirit Breaker has nowhere to charge to. 5, there's an Invis hero, which is the Klings, who could always be hunting you. So it is a rough early couple of minutes for the Storm, but if you get past the 20-minute mark, if you start building up those galvanized stacks, it could look good. Pampu and Miro, they're trying to make stuff happen down bottom. Disruption's there. Jed running for his life. Bash on command. My co-caster asked for it and Pampu delivered. But he's got a Lotus that keeps him alive and healthy, but not long enough. Miro gets that last auto attack and Klings dies. For the first time in the history of 7.40B, this hero has been killed.
There you go. Dejaj actually taking a tumble there. Good for them. And up top, they also find the Mars. Okay, so things starting to look up a little bit for Euphoria. Not the end of the world just yet, even though the lanes weren't the best. Down bottom, I believe Eris might be in some trouble. Shadow Demon also dropping low. Pampu. Need another swing, but the Fairy Fire keeps him alive or gets killed.
I love that. Good discipline coming after him.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? Like, he is that disruptive kind of play. He plays those melee position fours. He knows what he's doing. And really, this is good. I mean, they managed to force a rotation out of the Tusk. Now, top lane's opened up for a gank again. So the Warlock's down bottom. Sesson can look to rotate there. However, he does not have a rune on him.
We've got to pay attention to the Wisdom Shrines, Proki, because it almost looks as if IAP, they want to go contest the enemy Wisdom Shrine. Because either way...
They're not going to do it. Yeah, they're not going to be doing it.
No, they've scanned the top Wisdom Shrine, so they've scanned both Wisdoms. Okay, that's a dice count. My bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be one apiece. He will eventually go pick up his Wisdom Shrine. But yeah, everyone, all the supports rather, from the side of IAP just sitting in the bottom lane. Now Irish TP up. Peaceful exchange so far, and not much action at the 6-minute rune either.
Yeah, I mean, things seem to be calm, so it's not the worst outcome for the side of IAP. Allows the lineup to come online. Yona, big timing for him is going to be the blink of, obviously, he started to work on it, done with the treads, raindrops, the one kill he had is really going to allow him and give him that safety that he needs to be able to get to that blink timing. It enables him to buy the ward, it enables him to buy the raindrops in a timely manner. And if you look over to the side of Euphoria Esports, they don't really have the best answers for what IAP have got going here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Pampu charging in, but there's always the disruption, fear, the arena, there's like a zillion things to stop it.
Oh, Yona wins the 50-50 too.
Yep, and that's not what you want to see in the river if you were a Euphoria supporter. Miro down bottom, caught in the arena. God's Rebuke and the spear misses. That was...
Oh my goodness, wait a
miss.
second. The call down the gyro is... Where did he go?
It looked hopeful. With the secondary strikes and the fatal bonds for a moment, I believed your hype, but it was fake hype. Casters tend to do that. Don't always fall for it, folks.
That was really good damage. I'm a little upset that Raju decided not to go in there. That could have been really good.
I think he needed Pampu charging in, but there's Pampu charging in now. Quick drinking buddies. Barlow trying to bail out his friend. The shards don't quite block out Pampu. But I like this. Both teams poking with respect back and forth. The only problem for Euphoria is that they came for the start and they haven't yet gotten it. Now they will, though, it looks like.
Yeah, so, you know, again, I mean, the Euphoria Esports not completely falling by the wayside early on as well. Things are looking not the worst for them, but it is going to start to become a bit of an uphill battle because we've gotten free farm up top. We could have a look at net worth about now. It would be really nice. Give us an idea of how far along are these cores on IAP, and there you go. Top 3 cores, well, for the most part, are the IAP cores, and Euphoria Esports, while the mid laner and the off lane the safe lane are keeping up. The offlaner, not so much. Miro having a bit of a rough go of this game, and it's only going to get rougher.
Yona, he's moved in, but there's the primal rope. Pushes back the Slara, and Pampu connects with the charge. They look towards the Shadow Demon, but Eris gets the kill. Eris is still alive. He pops a smoke, lives, and that's a roar committed. No kill found, despite the charge coming through from Pampu. Sesson's in the area as well, but Yona senses this. I think he even had a ward up top. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good ward by Pampu.
Did they ping it?
I
No,
don't
I'm
think
not
they
quite
did.
sure.
They didn't
No,
see
no,
it.
no.
They didn't see it. They didn't have vision of that area. Okay, Ace Rune finally for the Storm gets a little something. Can potentially see some action breaking out here. Eris really good play with the smoke too, making sure he survives. They're giving
Oh,
away
charge.
kills.
They're charging
and
at the Shadow Demon yet again. Eris, his life on the line,
He's got
close to the tier
disruption.
2 tower. He has to see the charge coming through. He will use the disruption, but here comes the storm.
And he's given
And
up.
here goes the storm.
Okay, lovely.
Okay. Benny Hill, that show got banned long ago on TV. But we're back to those days.
Well, Euphoria, they need to come up with a plan on how to deal with this. Raw is going to be coming back up soon. I want to see the Storm start to support this Beastmaster and what he's doing, because otherwise this Beastmaster is not really going to have a game. He's playing into a Clinks, his board's going to die, and the Slaughter is going to be in his face, and Arena is going to surround him at some point. So the best time to abuse the Beastmaster is now. Now, unless Sesson was having a fantastic time, which, to be fair, he's doing okay, but he's not having an amazing game. This would be the right time to combine together and make plays on the map, but he just seems to be a bit passive at the moment.
On the storm.
Yeah, I feel like he should be moving around the map and doing something with Pumpu, because Pumpu's got 6 too.
Yeah. I mean, if they see support showing in the lane, sure, there's disruption and the snowball, but it is possible to kill them. This game state is somewhat okay for Euphoria Esports. They can keep this going. Sure, it's the Beastmaster that has to play catch-up, but yeah, Yuna just cleared a big stack in the triangle. Both teams have no vision in the enemy triangle, and it feels like Interactive Philippines, they've hit some sort of internal timing. They know that they're getting closer to the blink on the Slada. He's got it coming to him on the courier. So yeah, they're ready to go now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the part where IAP starts to become really scary. Let's not forget, Tusk, physical damage with the Drinking Buddies and the wall response. Slada, physical damage and armor negation. Clinks also reduces armor, buys a Desolator, eventually gets an Axe, so everyone is going to be benefiting from that corrosive haze on the lineup of IAP, except the Shadow Demon, whose only job is to save people from the Storm, or the Spirit Breaker, or the Beastmaster. And so far, Euphoria Esports, whatever they've done, it's not looking convincing. However, they're playing this game slowly. They want to play it, they want to hit their timings first and then start to take these fights. Miro, he is going for the Axe with the Arcane Boots. This is ambitious from the Beastmaster. I mean, even after the Axe, I don't feel like his game is going to become that much easier. Although, he kind of is pigeonholed into this.
You throw Pumpu in, Pumpu charges, and then maybe once you have Blink Axe, you're the guy that goes on the Clings.
Could be.
And takes him down.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to force out the disruption, and they still have defensive tools with the Arena and Snowball.
Disruption and Snowball, yeah, those two are the big problem here. Like, guys, if you didn't know, the entirety of last TI was about contesting these two supports. To an extent, like, Tusk and Shadow Demon were, like, the most contested supports, if I'm not mistaken, and both have really high win rates. If you're struggling in your pubs, well, pick Tusk, pick Shadow Demon.
Yep.
Then blame your teammates when you lose.
That's correct. I mean, Shadow Demon really strong for pubs too, but
oh, smoke coming through. Yona blink forward, but he got bashed, and there's the Nether Strike as well. They're eventually going to get the scale golem committed. Yona with one final bash, but there's a snowball. Arena, we tries to turn this around. Sesson got in the arena, will fall, and the golem, they'll deal with that too. IAP, play this to perfection, and that's why
you gotta chain your stuns, man. You gotta lay your stuns. That was Vortex plus Nether Strike used at the same time. That would have been enough to get the kill otherwise. But now your golem's down. You've lost 2. And the Storm, if it was possible, he'd be sitting at negative galvanized stacks about now.
yeah, Sesson hasn't had much of a game, and it's very clear that they're waiting for this Beastmaster timing. And, you know, just the Axe is not the timing. He needs that. He needs the Axe plus the blink to really start having impact across the map. Charge coming through for Purple. You see the Clings. They want to halt his farm. Can they slow down his Desolator? The Clings dropping low. He's going to end up falling, but a neutral creep gets the kill.
No galvanized stacks either for the Storm, by the way. That means, what on earth are we watching?
This is really rough. How could... That just shouldn't be happening. And simply because it shouldn't be happening, our observer was kind enough to not catch it on camera, because there's no way you let the Cling try to...
That is not something you want to leave on stream.
Absolutely.
Anyway, Euphoria, the good news, bright side, you know, rainbow, well, silver lining, whatever you want to call it. The fact that they've got all ultimates up now, they can try and take another fight here. And in fact, IAP are going to give it to them. Mars does have
Yona
a DP if
wants to
need
go
be.
in. Oh, Sesson. He's dead.
Oh my god, Jet with his damage just destroys him with the Desolator.
And they're looking for more disruption there. They find Greasy. The Warlock doesn't have much purpose in life without his golem to drop. He's going to have to just give his life up as well. RJX wanted to connect.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he was far, far away from his teammates. Far, far away from the scene of the crime. Gets away. Yep. Clara not having vision.
Yeah, and IAP, this is about the type of game they want to play. Now you're in a good spot, even if things are a bit passive. You've killed off the Storm again. He's not setting on any galvanized stacks. Warlock's a little bit sad as well because he couldn't snowball with his golem. And yeah, I mean, the Plains is up to 4 Desolator stacks. Raju just going to be mildly annoyed here. Takes out the illusions with the flak cannon. But the big thing for IAP now is just going to be waiting for Roshan. They're going to wait for you know, the Roshan timing. Blink's actually looking to buy a shard right away and then queuing up the axe. Interesting.
I'm really concerned for the side of Euphoria Floki. I mean, the Tusk has his Blink Dagger complete. Interactive Philippines are on the hunt. The next couple of minutes are do or die for Euphoria because this Tusk, along with the Slaughter, they're going to be looking for pickoffs everywhere. 4 Desolator stacks on the Klings. Everyone is fair game. Everyone is food for this Klings.
Yeah, I mean, Klinks is just gonna devour every hero with the help of the Slada, like you said. But
Yep.
Another thing to remember is that they still have saves for the Klinks awake. You've got Snowball, you've got Disruption. He went for the drinking buddies facet, so he's not gonna be looking to start fights. He's gonna leave that to the Sladar and the Mars. And this is where Euphoria Esports have to be very, very careful with how they approach this, because
It's hard.
if they take a head-on fight at this point in the game and lose, that's Roshan, that's Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, look who's back.
Slight EXP difference as well. He's sitting at level 12. Higher than the Gyrocopter, higher than the Storm. That's the enemy position 3. There is an EXP difference that tells a much more accurate story of this game rather than the scoreboard. I think we're going to see all of this come into play soon. If you look at your bottom right corner of the map, it feels like IAP are grouping up for some sort of a smoke play.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna look at the KDA at the moment. Yeah, no surprises. No one except the Mars and the Klinks dying.
Has died.
Yeah, the Mars has died once, but that's like doesn't really matter. Klinks also, by the way, one death was on neutral creeps, just so
Absolutely, absolutely.
fair,
Charge coming through. Pampu feels that they need to attend to this Klinks issue now. They have DOS, and here comes Sesson. He's there with the Vortex. He'll get the kill. No, he lives the disruption. Oh, geez, Dreezy drops the golem. The drinking buddies are there. There's another strike. Is it enough? No, a quick wall response, but eventually they'll get the kill. Sesson gets himself on the scoreboard, looks for more, gets Barlow as well. Finally, Euphoria are punching back, and Floki, this is meant to be IAP's timing, but it's Sesson and Pampu making this happen. It's a triple kill for Sesson, and finally, oh.
IAP, well, they've been hit back in the face. Everyone has got a plan. But what do IAP think now? Well, Sesson dropping some voice lines at the moment. This does give them a better chance at contesting the Roshan if IAP do decide to go for it at the moment. But seeing that the Golem is down, IAP might be able to force this anyway. Charge out onto the Mars.
What?
Pampu trying to set up for more, but Yona was actually there midway. Greets the Spirit Breaker, goes his own way.
Tense moments, Loki, because everybody knows about the Roshan and the Tormentor. Now there isn't a golem. V goes in with his Yule Scepter. He try and set up on the Warlock. They're okay giving him up. He's expended his golem.
Yeah.
Might as well lose the Warlock if you had to lose someone. The real question is, will you give up Roshan? Will you give up the Tormentor?
Well, Mio's got his Axe now, so you've got some more impact coming out of this Beastmaster. It's going to be a little bit easier for the side of Euphoria Esports to take those fights. IAP, you have to be judicious. That's the name of the game. I mean, if you go for a play towards Roshan now, and Euphoria catch wind of this, you are going to be upset.
They've scanned it. They know that they're in the Rosh pit.
They're not going to contest this because they feel like they're too late and they're not on the right place on the map. The Storm sitting at half HP, half mana, so he can't really do anything. So this is an age still going the way of IAP. A little unfortunate really for Euphoria. But they didn't see this coming. Sesson was farming the entire time.
Yeah, Sesson was pushing out the wave towards the tier 2. Pampu, the Spirit Breaker.
What is he
He's
up to?
on a bit of a fact-finding mission. And he gets it. Charges away easily.
He's all right for now. I mean, Little unfortunate. All Euphoria want to try and do now, though, is just to be... They're just going to have to become incredibly aware of how IAP are moving on the map so that they can split push long enough to survive without giving any more of a net worth lead towards IAP. I mean, IAP can maybe take it like 3k or 4k, maybe even 5 to 6k with the Tormentor, but they won't get ahead unless Euphoria make some mistakes in terms of reading the map and in terms of just general teamfight positioning and spell usage.
I mean, I'd like to take a look at the Storm's items. Do you feel like, especially versus Tusk and Shadow Demon, maybe an Orchid would really be helpful? Or do you think like the Orchid is never worth it at this time?
It's interesting. I feel like this could actually be a really good Orchid game now that you mention it. It's good against the Mars, it's good against the Tusk, and it's good against the Shadow Demon too. The question is, it requires your Beastmaster to be activated a little bit, so perhaps you would not be in a spot where you could use that Orchid effectively on the right targets, which is probably why Tesson, if you could have a look at his items, I don't think he's went for it, but just we'll just confirm, yeah.
Okay, Tormentor, they make a clean getaway. Oh, Pampu!
Yeah, that's a little rough. Smoke breaks, but he doesn't see anyone. And that's Tormentor gone as well. 4k net worth lead of IAP. This is going to accelerate, by the way, because Euphoria Esports decided to TP up there now. IAP are across the map, showing it out, farming some waves there, getting themselves some runes in. Yona, well, no kidding around. He's just going to go straight for the BKB. This man knows what he needs. It's not the axe. It's not status resistance. It's not armor. It's just magic immunity. Yeah.
He skipped the shot even. I mean, yeah, magic immunity decent, but there's Warlock Golem, there's the Nether Strike, the
storm damage.
Bash,
yeah, the gyro.
Yeah, and there's even the road. Yeah, does debuff immunity really mean that much? I don't know. We'll find out soon enough.
I think it does. I think it does.
It does.
Yeah.
But there's a charge coming through. The charge cancelled. They're not going to try and defend that off-lane tower. But the real issue I have with this is Euphoria are not creating a tower on the map at the same time.
Yeah, Euphoria
so they
not
gave up
really in
Roshan.
position.
They gave up Roshan, they gave up the Tormentor, they came late to the Tormentor, but it's not like they found another tower while the enemy team withdrew from the Tormentor.
Yeah.
They've just been farming.
And
do you think these items that they're farming towards are going to have impact?
No, I think here's what I think they should have done. You know, Raju, he's in the top lane already. This is how you play against an Aegis. You get your position 4, or you get someone else to come with you, not show themselves, and actually provide vision behind the tower. Spirit Breaker can do that, and then once the TP starts...
top lane, Dreezy, he's been caught.
Oh.
I think Wee's going to get this kill. Not much that Dreezy can do. Some fancy footwork, looks very cute.
Okay.
It's buying time, though. It's buying time. He's asking for a high-fi. You guys are at land. The boots are next to each other. Okay, you can high-five him during lunch.
There you go. Well, taken down, no chance to use the Pavis. Jed gets another stack of the Desolator, but in the meantime, towards the dire triangle, Tesson in some trouble. Nightcrawler coming out by Mio. Towards the Shadow Demon, Air is dropping low, but there's a disruption, buying him some time for now. In the meantime, the Slardar pulverizes the Spirit Breaker's face. Eris has dropped. Tesson's looking for more. The BKB is keeping the Slardar alive, but he does not have the agents, and he's dropping low. Homing missile with his name on it as the Mars goes in. Now finds the Storm. It's 3 dead for Euphoria. Only 2 surviving, Miro and Raju. Do they feel confident enough to try and find 4 kills here? Well, they do. It's going to be a mistake because Jed has now arrived and he's got the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, this could get ugly, Vivek.
Yeah, but unfortunately for him, there's nobody providing lockdown. B didn't feel like he could find any sort of an initiation, and Balo was low. But I just want to summarize that fight for you, and we can drop the fight recap as well. It was a 4v4 because the Warlock was dead and B was up top. Euphoria lost their Storm along with their Pampu Spirit Breaker, while IAP lost their Slaughter and they lost Eris on the Shadow Demon. So, I mean, kind of 50-50.
Losing Sesson
very much
sucks.
a 50-50 affair. It's okay. Breezy still has the Golem, and a much needed boost of confidence for Miro on the Beastmaster because kind of looked useful with the Axe.
Yeah, he did.
But IAP don't care. They want to go right back into the triangle. In the triangle, we go again and again. We observe it. We see what we can find. We find Spirit Breaker. The Yule Scepter is not going to do him any favors. Because eventually, he's going to fall. That's more Desolator stacks for the Kling.
Yeah, that Desolator stack, that Desolator started to stack up in terms of damage. But the big thing for IAP now is going to be that the Aegis is over. Euphoria Esports, they can actually look to make a play. Pampo's going to come back. I mean, you know, he's expendable, so him dying doesn't really change that much. They've got Roar with the Axe. They've got Storm, who's ready to go. I mean, IAP are going to have to be careful. If they're not clutch with their BKBs, they could lose this next fight.
They could. it's actually a bit insane how IAP are moving across the map. Cross the river, go to triangle. Go to the other side of the river, go to the enemy safe lane. This time, they might find Sasson on the storm. It's hard for the Klings to kill him all by himself, but he's getting some much needed information for his team as to what exactly Euphoria are doing on the map.
Yeah.
They pinged out RJX, they've drawn circles around the triangle. Sasson, though, he finds John. They turn this around, the rogue gets dropped. Giant is dead, while the rest of IAP, they were scrambling to the enemy triangle looking for the gyrocopter.
Jet's dead.
Decklings gets caught by surprise. He walked into a sentry and died.
That is just unfortunate for IAP. And look at this, Euphoria Esports, they're not gonna guess, they're not gonna spare the rod. They're gonna try and make something of this. Pampu's smoke is gonna break though. S is probably gonna have to give up his life here, but if it's all that they lose, it's fine. I mean, Eris gives up his life, that's gonna be about all the kills they get. Raju's gonna be, or RJX is gonna be able to find this tower. There you go. Finally, Euphoria actually coming back into the game here. Interactive Philippines just being a little bit too nonchalant there.
Yeah, they've got this good back and forth. You know, like Euphoria, you think they're sleeping, that they're not awake, but they punch back. And that one sentry, I mean, Jet went on this major fact-finding mission where no one could really back him up. Like, Yoda couldn't connect to where the storm was behind the enemy Radiant Tier 2 tower. So there's no way that anybody can really help him. And then Klings walks under a sentry. The shock, ridiculous
They're really
gumption.
testing the limits of his
Yeah, of
hero.
every invisible hero, just assuming that, hey, I've never seen on the map.
Eris.
Gets caught, drops the demonic purge, but Miro blinks away. Instead, it's Sasson that goes back in. Sasson low on mana, he's got to be careful. He's got enough for a zip. The goal comes through, that's enough for Eris.
Nice
Here's
arena.
the arena, spear committed. That's DZ caught in the arena. Miro fighting with the Mars, but the axe is not enough. The drums of Slom do not prevail as V's got enough damage. And there comes Balu with the punch, cow punched in the armpit, dead.
Really good fight coming out for the side of IAP. They played very well. Really nice arena too. Catching out the three of them, and you know, no one could run away. Sasson does get out, but you lost your Beastmaster, you lost your two supports, and you only found Eris on the Shadow Demon. So IAP coming on top in that trade. Really good baiting by Yona as well. He was holding on to his BKB, his Essence Ring, and his own. He was like, okay, you guys want to kill me? You guys want to kill me? Haha, too bad.
It's
You
also
can't,
really
but-
important, like, to take a look at Sasson and RJX's positioning in these fights. Like, I mean, sure, RJX never wanted to come here, but Sasson, he was below half his mana pool when he joined this fight. So, I don't know, like, if your team is looking for fights, should you be at less than half mana? Why was he at less than half mana?
Yeah,
Who was
that's
Jack the Ripper? These are questions that man is always asked.
yeah, and questions that have eluded some of the finest minds in the world. But IAP, I don't think they're done just yet. I feel like this is an opportunity for them to punch back even harder. They know that there's no Spirit Breaker, no Beastmaster, no Warlock now. Klings essentially doesn't need anyone. Slada's not very cooldown reliant either. You can just make a go at this again and try and find some more heroes. Although, you have a bit of a pause at the moment. They're going to try and see if issues have been resolved. Seems like it's working fine now. That's okay.
You know, Puppy might not be playing the game, but his stamp on what a pause do.
Nah, man, that was not even close to the puppy pause. Anyway,
Do we know what the real puppy pause was? He
Was it
would
the friends
pause
we made along
breakfast
the-
at the hotel.
oh, okay. Yeah,
Nice.
machete break.
Machete break.
There you go. IAP doing okay so far. I mean, they've managed to remedy the situation. Earlier, they did, you know, give up a couple of kills on Jed. Jed did sort of walk into some questionable areas of the map. But I want to have a look at what Raju's got here.
He's got his axe up to complete on the Klings. And yeah, take a look at what Raju has. Please tell me there's hope.
There is some hope once he gets his BKB because he's got Dispel for the corrosive haste, so he can actually fight. The big problem is going to be if he gets Demonic Purge, because if he gets Demonic Purge in the fight, then he's not going anywhere. He also didn't go for the Afterburner Facet, by the way, so he doesn't have the move speed. Even if he did, it would be purged off by Shadow Demon. But I feel like the Shadow Demon kind of needs to save the Purge for the Spirit Breaker, otherwise he just gets away with baiting so many spells. So really, side of Euphoria Esports, if you know, maybe he had the Afterburner Facet, be looking a lot better, but Mars is set up for the Beastmaster. Never mind, he's not. Okay, he's got Slada. It was all a ruse. They gotta find the skill anyway. Testing his spear key. Turns out it works.
Yeah. Just tested it a second too early because I mean, he hadn't yet quite landed after that cyclone. Anyways, they caught Miro. I wanted to actually commend the Beastmaster for, being aggressive, playing that part of the map. Unfortunately, he gets caught. It was the Yule Scepter. If the Mars just blinked and tried to spear, I think Miro would have been able to blink away.
He was
But
under an observer wall, and that's also
Absolutely.
something you have to consider.
Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna be making these types of moves on Euphoria Esports.
Personally, I'm a bit scared for Euphoria. Like, the Klings has got his Ag Scepter. Like, this hero is just unplayable. I see an amplified damage rune. Eris just pinged it. Like, you just walk up to a tower, drop your skeletons, watch the game end.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if Euphoria have answers. Sure, there's a Manta style and whatever that the Gyrocop is building into, but I'm not convinced on this core-to-core matchup.
I feel like there is a chance, particularly because of the Fatal Bonds and the Call Down Facet. Together, if they clustered up together, you hit a 3-man Fatal Bonds into a 3-man Call Down, that is insane amounts of damage. But the question is going to be who's going to be the bait.
Sasson
Well,
might just be the answer to what you were asking.
it shouldn't be Sasson.
It should be Sasson, but there's Miro with the row, finds Ennis. Quick snowball, one support, saving another, and that's enough for Jet to turn it around. Sasson dropping really low, has to go on the Klings. Pops his BKB, but where are his friends? His friends are there, and there's the God's Rebuke. That's Sasson there, Jet deals with Dreezy. Pompu also dropping low, he's next. It's Cow Kebab as he dies, and with the snowball, they look for more. They'll punch the gyrocopter, bring down the helicopter, and shut down Euphoria as we is simply unstoppable.
Sick play coming out by the Tusk. Really great awareness, knowing that the Shadow Demon is going to be the target of choice for the side of Euphoria. And once again, IEP just showing why double save lineups, especially the Shadow Demon Tusk, are so damn strong. You can't kill one. You have to kill both at the same time for this to work.
Yep, and now there's another big issue in how these fights have to be played in terms of formation for Euphoria Esports. There's a Lincoln Sphere complete on the Klings.
Yeah, so he's no longer going to be afraid of the Rod, he's no longer afraid of the Charge, he's no longer afraid of the Vortex, lots of stuff that he is no longer afraid of. Skeletons, quite the spooky creatures themselves, but this skeleton needed some insurance before he could truly reach peak scary status. Anyway, he's got himself a Chrysalis coming up now on the courier. He's gonna have even more damage. And just by the way, Klink's skeleton archers, they also, I believe, scale off of your total damage. So those skeletons are gonna start to hurt, not only because of the searing arrows, but also because of the items that the Klinks is gonna buy. And man, that win probability and XP and that would change graphs are going absolutely crazy. Straight line there.
Oh yeah. This is this is a very upward climb that Euphoria have to somehow find a way to deal with. It was sitting at 4K, 5K net worth. Euphoria were in the game for a bit, but now it swung. If you give up the next Roshan to Interactive Philippines, I don't know what you can work with. Like, you just have to forfeit a lane of barracks. You're not a team that's phenomenal on the high ground, though, Floki.
You really aren't, and the Slather has already got his Aghanim Scepter as well, so any chance you had of, maybe chainstunning him and killing him before the fight starts are also gone now. Not like you could have done that anyway with there being, a Shadow Demon and a Tusk is just... to be honest, it's downright ridiculous if you expect to kill the Slather like that, but, well, if there was a chance, it's gone entirely now. Miro is gonna have to get creative with how he plays this. He's ignored the fact that he's very low on armor entirely in this game, and he's gone for the Arcane Boots, which I'm not sure I agree with entirely. I feel like you're picking up something like a Phase Boots, maybe, I know it sounds kind of crazy, but maybe actually going Phase Boots Blade Mail would have also worked out.
On the Beastmaster?
Yeah, because you are going to be the target against Klinks, you are going to be the target against Slather. It sounds... maybe not the Blade Mail, maybe not the Blade Mail, or a Lotus Orb. A Lotus Orb would have been really good.
I see the Blade Mail logic, but now I question what this is.
He thought that he was safe, but there's a Klink stalking these woods. Been blocked off with the shards, and Jed's got himself another kill. 26 stacks on the... it's... well, 13 stacks on the Desolator, giving it 26 damage.
Okay, up top they find the Slaughter. They are controlling him, but there's V, and Yona, I think he had a shield rune in his bottle. He'll turn towards Sasson. That's the Storm dead. They baited them, and they played with their food, and they'll clean up. That Spellbreaker is going nowhere, rebuked twice. V blinks forward looking for more. He sees Dreezy. you know, he really wants the gyrocopter.
No, come on, you can't
It's
miss
okay.
that spear.
You can miss that spear because,
Oh,
well,
it doesn't matter.
you're just winning this game very comprehensively. Or that's what it
They
feels
did
like.
lose something though. They lost aura.
They lost what?
Aura. Yeah, we lost a lot of aura there.
Yep. Never had it, so don't know what it is. But yeah, they lost that.
Well, RJX is the only real hope now on the side of Euphoria. All you can hope is that IAP goes a bit too deep while taking your racks and maybe you get a chance. But before they do, they are going to be finding themselves at least a set. So, you know, another insurance policy already in play. Refresher Orb on cooldown now for Wii, but he's got another arena at the ready. He's got a spear as well, so can't really defend this if you're Euphoria. You kind of just have to wait for Sasson and the Warlock to come back up. And once they're up, you can try and take some
It's
type of
over.
fight. It's Joe, as they say. Might be. But you know what? Euphoria, they've lasted quite a while, and that's something to be commended. One last effort, one last stride. It's Vin Diesel and the Fast and the Furious, and Euphoria Esports, they're not going to say goodbye just yet.
I mean, tactically, I like this, right? The only way to win this fight is take this fight before the Klings walks up to your high ground. Charge the Shadow Demon, and then
Run
stop,
away.
wonder what my team is going to do about it. This time the spear hits. Loki will be very pleased as the roll on the back line is on the Shadow Demon. But look at the Klings, the damage. Miro just melts. The Fatal Bonds, they might be okay, but the damage is just so much. It's disgusting. Please, just ban the goddamn Klings because he's forced out 2 buybacks. Sasson is still trying. They've killed 1 Shadow Demon. That's all they've accomplished so far. The Klink still has the ages. And then there's a pause.
Yeah, it seems like they're having some packet loss issues once again. Pampu in some trouble here. Does have the Bulldoze active at the moment, so perhaps not in too much trouble, but Jet's coming. The Skeleton Man cometh. And he bringeth his little skeleton kids.
Yeah. And they're not fun.
That's how you win a game of Dota, folks. Big heroes that induce child labor. No,
Induced.
no, that's not what I meant. Scratch
Okay.
that. You never heard me say that.
Nope, we didn't.
That employ
just
child
look,
labor. There you go.
Look
That's
at
the
this.
correct word.
Look at
Excuse me.
this. Like, okay. Look at the Beastmaster melt. Sasson gets away. There's, yeah.
Yes, Sasson's having a bit of a rough game.
I also feel like the gyrocopter's really not being able to
Dreezy.
get into these.
Okay. I like it.
Yep, gotta keep the memes going.
Hey, you know what? At least he's taking it in stride. I like that.
Yeah.
Can't let these sorts of games get to your head. Just take, just learn where you've made mistakes, and carry on. They ready to go. Gonna drop the G. They're gonna unpause here, and it's gonna be the death of Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and what about RJK? Could he get anything done? Nope, neither could he.
He is also gone. That's 3 dead, 4
That's-
dead,
they're
no
all dead.
buyback. That might just be game. Dreezy. Yeah, oh, never mind. Can he survive before the throne explodes? GG well played is called. That's that. Euphoria, gotta commend them though. Valiant effort. They did stay in the game for 33 whole minutes against IAP, but does leave a lot to be desired still. If anything, I think what teams are learning is that Interactive Philippines are a team that is going to play by the book. They're going to take those fights. They won the early Roshan. They won the early Tormentor. So if any other team is watching them, that's what they have to remember facing off against IAP. These guys are going to play for that timing in these BO1s.
Yeah. They've had a good start to their day. They look pretty happy in their boots.
Yep.
I mean, Eris was playing really, really well in game 1 and game 2. And in this game, Paulo had to step up and get the saves going on the Tusk. Save his fellow boss 5. He did just that. So great stuff coming out from the side of IAP. A very deserved victory. A very one-sided game after a point. Like, I mean, until the 18-minute mark, hats off to Euphoria. They were there. They were fighting.
Look, moments of brilliance by both teams, by the Mob and Euphoria. But at the end of the day, you got to face the facts. You got to face the views. Like, IAP, they had your number. And they knew what you were doing. And more so than that, I think they need to look at the way these... I don't think the laning was more so the problem. Yes, the Storm dying mid couple of times. Once was A little unfortunate. You didn't manage to shut down the Slada in the first 4 minutes of the game. But really, I feel like, not enough second order thinking. Explain what I mean. Spirit Breaker, you're going to be charging mid, you're going to be contesting those water runes. Enemy team's got a Shadow Demon, they also know that you're going to try and do that. So, buy some sentries. Deward their jungle, make sure you don't let them see where you're coming from, where you're going, and it's kind of that can sometimes end up costing you. If they had that level of foresight, I think they'd have a much better chance, but of course, it's easier said than done. We have the bird's eye view. They don't, and they might not see all the things that we do. So,
Right.
a little unfortunate. But
I mean, the other thing that I'm going to also bring up is itemization, because I feel that the Storm could have started doing a lot earlier what the Beastmaster was trying to do at 30.
yeah, I mean, when it comes to...
Do you think Orchid would have been a better choice?
Potentially. Now, if they didn't lose their heroes as quickly in the early game, like the Storm died mid once, the Beastmaster died bottom as well before hitting his 6 once. Had they avoided those deaths, I feel like they would have had the tempo to justify the Orchid. They would have been able to make that Orchid work. But the big problem was the fact that, Pampu died once, and then, the Beastmaster was having a rough lane. Look at his CS. I mean, it's 9 and 5 against 5 and 1. Up until this point, it's okay, but look at it now. 53-18, 26 and 1. This Beastmaster is level 5. He is getting absolutely wrecked, and good awareness by the Mars. This is the point where I want to see Raju try and go in and do something. Honestly, that was really solid call down. And you have vision of that too, by the way, because when the secondary strikes land, they also give you vision. So, yeah, a little unfortunate. They kept making some, plays that were suboptimal, and it just added up. That's the name of the game. Those little things, they start to snowball, become bigger, and they rear their ugly head as problems. But problems started, a few minutes ago when you made those 3 tiny mistakes. Anyway, big takeaway for Euphoria after this game is just going to be the fact that they had the right idea. They just need a little bit more refinement and a little bit more polish, and they will be a pretty strong contender. I mean, this wasn't a competitive showing by them, but they've got the makings of a team who knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I think for any of the Indian viewers tuning in, you got to remember that we don't really have a running circuit. These players, they do play pub, but it's not that they practice and scrim as a 5. I mean,
they don't get the opportunities to play against Southeast Asian teams as much.
Yeah, it's not 2020 or 2019 when,
or 2018.
Yeah, when Indian teams used to scrim and practice and all of that. They did. Now that luxury doesn't seem to be there. Players have a lot of other obligations in life. So yeah, but I've got to say I was pretty impressed with the 2 teams that we did manage to catch on our streams with the Mob and Euphoria. I think they both played pretty well. They both put up the best fight that they could within their playstyle. Unfortunately, though, in this game, guys, Klink Slada is this
disgusting,
ridiculous.
Yeah, the fact that they did ban out the Slada is also a bit of a head scratcher for me.
And you know what's the funny part? He didn't even go for a shot. He went for a shot. Even blink BKB. His shot was not priority. And Jed, Loki, just to remind you, they killed him a couple of times, but it doesn't matter. That guy
wants the neutrals.
So farmed.
It made no difference. Pretty much. I mean, this hero is ridiculous with Slada. Really, the minus armor is just too much.
Yep. And we had a near perfect game, in terms of farm, itemization, just being there at the right place. Sure, some of the spears, I don't know. He's looking at somebody else's monitor and hitting them. I'm not quite sure what he was doing, but hey.
He got his left click and right click switched up.
Yep. Happens.
Yeah, happens to all of us.
Well, I think if a Klings gets to this point of the game,
and this was the one fight where I felt that, okay, this is probably going to be what seals the game, because they lost everyone here. Look at Yoda, he's just holding on to his bash. He's not even hitting him. He's like, I don't got the bash. You can't TP out.
Was on the back of the Beastmaster going on the Shadow Demon and the Tusk saving the Shadow Demon.
Yes.
I really feel there needs to be an Orchid in the mix. It cannot be one jump. Pampu has to...
Or Sesson has to jump with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like this game was...
Or Sesson forces out the snowball and then the row comes or then the charge comes. Because Sesson can force and disengage. Beastmaster
Yeah.
kind of stuck over there.
I mean, really kudos to Euphoria. They lasted a lot longer than some of these other
They
teams,
did,
but
they did.
unfortunately, it's just not enough. And the big takeaway for them has to be just, look at what you missed, look at what you didn't expect the enemy team to do, and just try and account for it next time. Like, do a similar thing in your lower bracket match. And I feel like they're going to have very good odds of perhaps proceeding further in this tournament than most people might expect them to, or suspect anyway.
It's also that they are playing against a particularly difficult draft, right? 2 saves, clings, slaughter. Guys, I think this is the archetype of like what you want to be drafting in this patch.
Yeah.
Like you
Minus
couldn't
armor.
ask for anything more. Like,
Indeed.
minus armor and 2 saves, it's perfect. You've
Yep.
got the scoreboard coming up soon enough.
Yep, should be having a look at that. Anyway, Slada, just one of the heroes who also cheats out on region, by the way, courtesy of the puddle. The puddle's also a lot bigger now whenever he uses the crush. So he gets HP region, he gets some damage. Clinks
Also,
with the
the
death
map
pact as
is
well.
like more water.
Yes,
The-
overall.
especially in the side lanes.
You know what I feel? I feel like they should make the map seasonal based on regions. So if you're playing in Southeast Asia, for example, and starts to rain in Indonesia or Malaysia, there's going to be more water on the map. But if you're playing from a dry and arid region in the Middle East, there's just no water anywhere.
Yeah.
The Slada becomes like a server-dependent hero.
Slada falls out of favor
On
for
the server.
Nigma. Like Nigma never picks.
Yeah, Enigma just never picks Slada. They
They
always
pick
pick
Sand
Sand King. Yeah, Sand King gets a buff.
It's ridiculous. Thank God you're not in charge of this game.
You can say that, but Facets was one of the most ridiculous things Valve ever added, and it's been the successful
Nobody
experiment.
wants seasonal terrain. Like to be
Hey,
in
hey,
higher-
hey. People used to say that if Slada could corrosive haze with his crush, that would be crazy. Guess what happened in the game a couple of years later?
Okay.
Man can dream awake. Don't take a man's dream away from him.
Not taking away your dream.
Thank you. Well, then you think I'm not a man. Perfect. Anyway, scoreboard. Not much to be said here except the fact that Pampu and everyone else didn't really have as good of a time. Miro, in particular, really suffered on the Beastmaster.
0-10-10, 2-2-3,
I mean, I can
7-7-2,
understand why. Like, that score's like, okay, whatever.
1-7-5.
But like, what did you do with those deaths? What did those deaths achieve? Were they deaths that could have been avoided, or were those did those deaths serve a purpose? And in Pampu's case, I feel like some of them did, many did not.
Well, honestly, I feel like Pampu really made a lot of good.
He did, and sadly, the scoreboard will never represent that, because you're not going to see where he placed a ward, or where he got a D ward, or when he never struck the right target, etc., etc. Of course, match MVP goes to Dejaj on the Clings, just absolutely gobsmacking everyone. But I have to say, this is drafting, much like the laning phase, can always be improved. It's the one part of Dota that is guaranteed before every game. You can improve on your mid game, you can improve on your late game, but if you're not good at your lanes, if you're not good at your drafting, all of it's going to be for naught. That's the fundamentals that we talk about. And really, if anything, I hope that the side of Euphoria have learned a lot more about drafting and the early game playing against IAP, because they're going to need it in the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, and speaking of the lower bracket, you've got the brackets coming up shortly. I really want to look at where these teams stand right now. So Interactive Philippines is going to be facing off versus the winner of Rectronics and Atlantis. Myth Avenue Gaming are facing off versus Easy. That's also a pretty hype game. Euphoria Esports down in the lower bracket. They're going to be waiting for Viroja's game, and then we've got the Mob facing off versus next time, and Team Asterix facing off versus the
I believe
Team
before
Randoms. So
yeah, that is probably what's going to happen here. So Asterisk as well get themselves second chance at this. Although I have to say, I'm pretty hyped for that Myth Avenue Gaming versus Easy match. I want to see who wins.
Yep.
Just by the way, if any Indian Dota fan is tuning in, No Chance is playing. He's playing on Team ZZ. He's playing the offlane role, or at least that's what I have been told by the man himself. So yeah, I mean, if you want to see No Chance back in action, this is your time to catch him. Anyway, which match are you hyped for?
I mean, there's the Indian Derby, but like there's more than that. Yeah.
Indian Derby in the lower bracket, yeah.
Yeah. That I mean,
That's always fun.
Fireworks should be one of the longer games. I don't know. But yeah, guys, this be a stream B, the stream A, IC and Circloud, they're also covering bunch of the games from today's brackets. We do also want to remind you that you guys can scan the QR code. Do not forget to vote for your Intel MVP. For now, though.
Yeah. We are going to be going for a break. So when we're back, we're going to have the next game. But for now, we're going to just take a quick break. And when we're back, we're going to have the next series ready for you. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026.
AI smart runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on might. Workout play is just right. Color that pop style and glow. Swift Neo. Oh, let it lead, let it grow.
Turn it with every tap and glow.
Swift Neo.
Greetings and salutations, and welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League with our digital partner Flipkart. My name is Vivek, with me is Floki. You are watching day one of the brackets. We've still got a couple of games in the upper brackets to go through, but yeah.
But now we're taking a detour. To the lower bracket we go.
Okay.
We've got next side going up against the Mob. Should be a fairly interesting game. The Mob, this is their second game now, and this is also a battle for survival now.
It is.
If not only are they fighting for honor, they're also fighting for a chance at the prize pool. You know, it's no joking matter, $65,000 for the first place, and of course MVP awards to be had as well. If you manage to get best carry, best offlane, best support, yada yada.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's have a look at the brackets and see what we've got here. That should be coming on your screens right about now. And yeah, we've got next side versus the Mob there down bottom. Aster is going to be going up against Team Randoms. I believe after this match. I do believe that might be Stream A, although I'm not entirely sure. We'll find out later. Anyway, Vivek, the Mob, they've lost one game. They played against IAP.
IAP.
What do you think they should have taken as the biggest learning from that match? Big time.
Good question. Pick stronger lanes at least. ZZ versus next side. We didn't catch that. Now ZZ does have that one Indian sub. The golden boy of Indian Dota, no chance subbing in. Last minute sub. It'd be rather interesting to see him go all the way to the grand finals, considering he didn't qualify via the qualifier route, but has come in as a replacement sub at the last minute. So yeah, next side they're here because of ZZ and the Mob. They're here because of Pangolia.
Pangolia. Oh, there you
Okay.
go. Alright, yeah, no, that's fair. That's completely fine. That's not mincing your words. I like that. Once again, though, it's really going to be a battle of the draft. I mean, you need to be aware of what you're picking and how it functions.
Yeah.
I feel like given the way the Mob wanted to play, the Pangolia was not the right fit. And they really struggled in their lanes. Their lanes were really slow and vulnerable to the Jakiro. Hopefully this time around, Mob, if they get the first pick, they can actually take the Jakiro for themselves and have some really strong lanes with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a Jakiro to factor. The other thing I like about the Mob is that they have a position one who's rather sacrificial. It's an important playstyle to have, especially when you're in an Indian team where you know that you've got to sacrifice something to get something, especially when your lanes are struggling. And you know, next time we didn't manage to catch the games on stream, but you got the team lineups coming, so we can at least like familiarize our viewers with who's there on their roster. It's a couple of familiar faces, but the one I really recognize is 9 and 3. But yeah, that's next side for you. Bunch of newer players.
I recognize Fearless as well. I do. Is it the same old? I believe Fearless is an old Thai player, if I'm not wrong. I do remember seeing this name alongside a name called Masaros, I believe, who was a Thai player. So I wonder if this is that stack. However, yeah, I mean, one young, Cow, Good, and Fearless, and 9 and Z, those are going to be players. Personally, I feel like, you know, in general, they should have a good chance to, the Mob should have a good chance to, you know, square up to these lads as we have a look at their lineup. Because it's,
and there's the Indian lineup. That's what I was talking about, Jackie. And I think Jackie really made a lot of space. The supports also played pretty well. Swiftblade was pretty good on the Ember. And the other thing that I'd like to point out is that, hey, it's the India versus Thailand matchup. Indian men, especially above 45, they love Thailand. But within the game, I'm sure there's going to be no mercy, no kindness. Because this is do or die. This is move ahead in the tournament or go home.
Yeah, it is. And the one thing you have to remember about the Mob is the fact that these guys, they do like to play those sort of early skirmish-based lineups. They do have that play style where they want to, you know, play on tempo. They want to play on early Roshan, early Tormentor, get that advantage and take the game. And you know, in all honesty, I feel like Valve kind of needs to nerf the Tormentor and the amount of value it gives, because it's just locked out an entire subset of carries. Like, you know, you don't see an anti-mage being picked up these days. You don't see a faceless void being picked up these days. You don't see any of those late game heroes making a bit of a comeback, and that's primarily due to the pacing of the game. I feel like if they made it if they made it so that the Tormentor spawned at 25 minutes, it'd be really good. But I do want to tell you about the Intel All-Stars. If you scan the QR code, you can vote for it. You can decide who your favorite All-Star is. The voting closes on 11th of Jan. That is going to be the first day of our finals. It's going to be the DOTA. Sorry, excuse me, the second day of our finals, not the first day. The first day is 10th. So if you want to catch that too, make sure you come around. But yeah, let's just jump into the draft for now and see what the teams are picking up for themselves. We've got Mob versus Next Tide. I wonder who's got first pick. It's the Mob.
10 seconds.
Yeah, personally, I feel, it feels
5
like they got the rough
seconds.
end
4,
of the draft.
3,
Okay,
forget it.
the second pick,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, excuse me, their first pick and their dire. Okay,
Yeah,
guys,
that's-
just in case you're not aware of this, like Radiant is a little bit more favored in this match, primarily because you have the outpost to
Radiant
contest
gets to ban
Roshan.
Roshan at a certain timing, and that timing is when you want to hit Roshan and the Tormentor, so it's probably the strongest timing of this game, of this
10
patch.
seconds.
Radiant does have a higher win rate, and you
5
obviously
seconds.
do want second
4,
pick, right? Because you
3,
get to react, you get to counter pick at the very tail end of your draft. So Mob really drawing the short end of the straw here, Floki.
They are, and I mean, the one way you can, remedy the situation is that you can pick a really strong 4 or 5 that you would love to have. Shadow Demon has been left banned. I mean, sorry, excuse me. I was going to say left open, but it has been banned.
10
The
seconds.
Shadow Shaman is still open, and it's given the fact that the next side is actually banning out
5 seconds.
Jakiro and the Timbersaw, excuse me, the Shadow Demon, 2 heroes that are really good against the Shaman. Might be a good idea to pick that hero up for yourselves if you're the Mob. Enable your position 4 to do whatever he wants on the map. Although do believe
Dyer's turn to pick.
yeah, there you go. They should be able to pick up now. They have another ban on next side. The Quartal
Radiant
ban's
knows just who to pick
weird.
there,
I
Vet.
don't know about that. That's not something I'm in agreement with.
Yeah, so far in 7.40, some of the last games we saw, we did see Yandex pick up the Quartal on Saksa. It was primarily to just amplify the Tiny's impact. We saw Paravision do this a little bit as well. So a Quartal ban kind of says that, hey, if you are getting Tiny, we're not giving you Quartal along with it. The Mob, they're going to open with the Wind Ranger. It can be flexed. You can
10
play her
seconds.
as a support with the kill shot. She's still pretty decent with the
5
Tangled
seconds.
facet. So it remains to be seen where this hero goes. As a 1-to-1 matchup, it's kind of okay with the Dragon Knight.
Yeah.
The problem I have with the Mob's approach, Floki, is that, considering you have first pick, you could have let Tide through and maybe just picked it up for yourselves and said, hey guys, deal
Yeah.
with this now.
And if I'm being perfectly honest, I feel like what Next Tide have done here is sort of shot themselves in their foot by picking up this DK. Wind is one of the better heroes to have against this Dragon Knight, core Wind Ranger especially, because either of those facets are really good, because Dragon Knight does tend to fall a bit low. He doesn't build a BKB super early on, so he is vulnerable, and
Tiger
that's
gets
when the
the
kill
ban.
shot facet can really come in handy. Alternatively, you can just go Tangle and kill the Dragon Knight with the focus fire and just have that, you give that Dragon Knight something to worry about throughout the course of the game. But I want to see what Next Tide do with this, because they need to have some type of plan to deal with this Wind Ranger pick. Otherwise,
10 seconds.
I don't really like what Next Tide have pulled off here. Unless this is a full Wind Ranger and
starting 5
it's
seconds,
Next
word
Tide
of
know that Jackie is not going to be playing that Wind, I am not sure what that Dragon Knight pickup was for.
Yeah, I mean, there are still answers to the Wind Ranger in the game. Plenty of answers, actually. But yeah, it feels like more so that the Mob have a comfort pick. And what's rather telling, Floki, is that the amount of offlaners they have banned, they are just shrinking the
Radiant's up,
offlane pool. And
banning
do they want
time.
to continue doing this? They're just banning all the team fight that exists. I mean, now Centaur's in the pool. It's also possible that next time maybe just flex his DK, send him to the off lane if they want to. It's not fun, but it can be done. And it's also a bit hard for
10
next time to see, hey guys, what do we want to ban?
Yeah, I mean,
Whoop, 5
it's
seconds.
it's just made the game a bit awkward now because they've picked up this DK and you haven't really on. This could just also be the fact that they don't respect the Wind Ranger as a hero. They feel like it's not as strong as one might think, so they don't need to play around it. Whether that's the case or not, we'll see. But as far as the stats are concerned, I do believe this hero has a one of the higher win rates on Dota Buff and even Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I know it doesn't track proper pro matches anymore, but some people do submit their game IDs and the match IDs for these games, for their high MMR games, and there is some data around it. So I feel like the Wind Ranger is a really good hero in this patch. Although next side are the ones who pick up the Shadow Shaman here. I like this. You know, you've got Hex into stun, you've got follow-up for the stun if the Dragon Knight goes Blink himself. Really good with the mid Dragon Knight as well. Overall, just a good synergistic pick. Kind of deals with the wind as well, because you can just, you know, shackle her, hex her through the wind run. But we'll see where the Shadow Shaman goes. It could also just be a position 5 Shaman for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. Looking at next time, it feels like they want to send this Dragon Knight mid. So they try to protect the Dragon Knight by banning out the Bat Rider.
Expecting.
And this is not a hero that we were expecting, but it is a hero that does provide value. Now, like, one of its main uses is if there is the possibility of the Cling. This hero is very, very strong with the Cold Embrace and even the Winter's Curse versus the Klings. So it's nice to have. It's a bit of a block pick in that sense. And maybe now, if you want, you can reveal another core that you feel has a decent matchup versus the Dragon Knight. PL is...
It's I don't know about that PL pick, because it can swing both ways, right? Like, I get the idea, it's good late game, but then the early game pressure this hero provides is insane.
Is even better.
And I'm quite surprised that this hero was ignored entirely by both sides up until this point. It's kind of ridiculous that the Viper made it so far into the draft.
Yeah, and this is so good versus the Dragon Knight. I feel like next side, they've been sleeping on this draft. They better find some answers quick.
Yeah, this Viper is the answer to the DK, so...
Yep. I mean, they need answers now. Like, they could consider picking up the Klings. I mean, you really do want to pick him soon, right?
Like, putting the... I mean, what are you doing? You're putting the Klings against the Viper. The Viper still owns that lane. Otherwise, you're putting DK against it, which is even worse. There's already the Cold Embrace now coming in from... the side of the mob with the Winter Wyvern, so that Klings is actually not as much of a threat anymore. And next side are going to go for the Mars here, so just more team fight in general. And this is the direction I like. So that Ancient Apparition is going to find a lot of value this game, because he's got 3 stuns to play off of. He's got a Shaman, he's got a Mars, he's got a DK. All of those heroes can set up that Ice Blast, and it makes this Viper vulnerable. This Viper is not going to be near unkillable once he gets his axe, which is... typically how this hero functions whenever you pick it. You want to build that axe, you want to stand in, much like Slaughter, in your own puddle or a puddle of your own making, and it gives you strength. You know, it makes you stronger. It gives you extra magic resistance.
Oh yeah. So far though, the mob lineup is also got its mix of a little bit of everything. They've got late game scaling with the Wind Ranger, the Viper scales well, the Viper can build auras. They've got this way to reset team fight. I mean, I feel like people have forgotten about the Winter Wyvern, but he is just really, really good at completely resetting a team fight, and now they picked up the Underlord. This gives them a little bit of global presence, but most importantly, it just means that, hey, there's somebody to buy auras. Is really, really difficult to own him in lane.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but one thing that I really like is the fact that this is a very good response to what Xtide are trying to do with the Apparition, right? Because you're expecting solo heroes to set up that Ice Blast, enable the Mars and the DK to just roam around the map and find a target. Underlord, with the Aghanim Scepter, he's the one who can disrupt that. He can bring allies over, and he can make that a 2v1. So unless, you know, you've got kill threat with whoever it is that, you know, he's setting up the Ice Blast, this Underlord's going to be creating a lot of problems for next time. Although, with that said, you are playing it into what I imagine is a DK Apparition lane, which is not a fun lane to play. It's any off-laner, let alone an Underlord. I mean, Tide could work, but then Tide just kind of works everywhere. As we all know, Tide with TA gives you everything. Team fight, high ground, Rosh.
Yep. And lower bracket
10 seconds.
as another...
And a second
famous
place at TI.
Yeah.
2 second places at TI for some.
4, 3, you get it.
We say that like it's a bad thing. most people here would kill to be second place at TI twice in their lifetime.
I'd kill to just be to DI1. Ah,
Well, coming back to the game at hand, next side, their final ban's going to be the Ursa. Bob getting rid of the...
I like the Storm ban. Like, it's meant to, like,
What?
protect
Why?
the Vibe. Yeah, I mean, generally, Storm is good versus Wyvern. Like, it's...
But yeah, but it's going up against a Viper in the mid lane. Like, that Viper is just going to
Yeah,
not
but
give
the
Storm
logic
game.
is, like, any Spirit hero is good versus the Winter Wyvern, like, historically. So,
True. Fair.
Radiant
That's a
four.
fair assessment. Okay.
that's the usual logic. But then you can't ban everything. So one Spirit hero is going to slip through if next side wanted. There is one hero that they can consider Floki, which is a real nuisance. All the heroes on the side of the mob. That's the Venomancer.
10 seconds.
It's also something rather safe, which would be the Tiny, which is just this nice chunk of magic burst. Tiny plus Ancient Apparition plus Mars. Kind of feels good.
Cave Johnson.
Don't break through refraction really, but oh okay, I forgot this call.
Oh yeah, the Invoker is still here, and that's well, they've got some setup for it. What'd be really sick though is seeing the Apparition Shard with the Cataclysm. That would be absolutely insane. Well, who do you like? Whose drop do you like, Bo? Next side or the mob? Because I feel like both have their pluses and minuses.
I'm leaning towards next side. I feel like it's easier to execute.
Okay.
Like the mob have like certain sneaky picks that could work, like the Wyvern and so on and so forth. But yeah, I just feel like the next side drop is easier to execute. For me, I mean, like to make Unload work, we haven't seen teams really do it in this patch. So let's go through the lanes again, right? So it's Invoker versus Viper. That lane goes to the Viper. It's Dragon Knight plus AA versus Wind Ranger and Underlord.
Yep.
That's kind of a 50-50 lane. Like the Wind Ranger Underlord lane, like I'm sure Wind can zone out the AA. And then if you're looking at the other lane, it's TA Wyvern versus Mars plus Charm.
Yeah. It is. It's an interesting setup. I mean, I have to say, despite all of this, the one big problem is going to be that Viper matchup. And to be honest, I actually like the mobs draft because I believe in the power of being myself. All the Vipers in the world are not enough when you're playing against this hero. And, you know, nothing can stop that man. You know, once he decides to throw down that Nether Toxin and stand in his own puddle, he just gets strong. He derives strength from that. Are there better ways to get superpowers? Absolutely, but Valve believes in the power of self-made puddles.
Absolutely.
That's the direction Iceberg decided to go in.
There is the Viper and his
self-made puddles.
Be nice about it. Yeah, which is really strong. But we've seen how the Caustic Bath facet and the Axe has really shown that Viper can scale Floki. So it remains to be seen if the mob can get that kind of rhythm and tempo going.
Yeah.
I think the lane that's most concerning for me is their offlane.
It is.
That is a lane which can swing either way. It's possible. It's hard though, but I feel like the Unlord will farm, the Dragon Knight will farm. So it's going to be both teams farming. And I think things like 6-minute support rotations, vision, that's what it's really going to come down to.
I'm a bit surprised by the confidence, you know, on... Oh, wait a second.
All right, let's play this thing. Just a
Are you?
game I threw together.
Yes, the team names are in the wrong places because the mob is... Yeah, all right. We got to get that fixed first. The team names are in the wrong places. Production's going to fix that. Don't worry about it. As, yeah, even I was confused when I looked at that. But the next side heroes are on the Radiant side. The mob heroes are on the Dire side. Don't worry about it. But production's already on it. They told me. Again, I mean, speaking of the matchups, Underlord plus plus the Wind Ranger against this DK Apparition lane is like the Wind Ranger doesn't solve any problems. Neither is she particularly good with the Underlord, but she is. I mean, the Wind Ranger is going to be functioning independently this game, and I'm curious to see how he is going to be playing here, whether he's going to be trying to snipe some couriers, or whether he's going to try and pull a lot more, whether he's going to be trading with the Apparition, trying to keep him busy so the Underlord's safe. I believe it's probably going to be the latter, that last little bit. You know, just want to keep that Apparition occupied so you're not able to combine Dragon Tail into Cold Feet.
The mid lane has become a negotiation about biryani.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry, I was paying attention to chat and not listening to you.
Yeah, I mean, you see biryani, you can't control yourself, so checks out.
Okay. So you mentioned the Wind Ranger Underlord, how it's not a very great lane, not a very strong lane in that sense. But the Wind Ranger is really, really good at rotating towards the top lane.
Yeah, and it's really good at rotating in general, right? Because you've got the skill shot facet. So.
Exactly. Just go through the gate, kill shot. But it's first blood up top as both supports from the side of next tide are sitting in this top lane. They kill the enemy. TA Floki.
And
this
the courier's gonna die. Oh, no.
Poor donkey.
That is huge, because unless Jackie had money to buy another set of tangos, which I highly doubt, he's now going to be playing without region for at least 2.5 minutes. This is a very rough start.
I mean,
in fact, this is just the mob getting outplayed here.
It only works if the Winter Wyvern has cold in place. I mean, like, that can keep Jackie in lane. But unfortunately, he's taking the Arctic Burn. And Jackie has her wand, no tangos, and he's being zoned out already. The creep wave nowhere near him, so the top lane, well, it's a really rough start for the mob. Again, they're getting undone in these lanes.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the case unless Xander can make something happen. Drops the power shot. 9NC has the magic stick and a fairy fire to work with. And Xander, I think he's getting a bit too ambitious here. He's trying to find this apparition by diving. Fairy fire comes through a bit too premature. Another power shot will do the trick. They get the apparition, but can he run away? No. Actually, yes, he can, because the dragon went to breathe fire. It's up top where they found Jackie again.
Dies. Oh, jeez, he's dead and he has no TP, Floki.
Another 16 seconds. And now you need to make the tough decision. Do you walk to lane, or do you wait to get the TP, as the Xander, the Wind Ranger does die down bottom? It's Fearless with the Sunstrike. Again, is managed to find a kill. That's actually huge, because now you do get XP for Sunstrike kills. So it's going to help you a lot against this Viper matchman. Swiftblade actually sitting on, denies against the... How does Fearless have 6 denies? What am I watching? Okay, can we just click on the Viper? I want to see if he started being himself a bit too early. Can we click on the Viper? Oh no, no poison orb! That is a crime against humanity itself. How can you pick a Viper in the mid lane and not go for at least 2 points in the poison orb? That... Oh my goodness, this is... I'm not gonna lie, this is a disaster. This is a complete lack of understanding of what the Viper does in the mid lane.
I'm gonna try and take down why you're so offended by this, right?
Yeah.
Basically, Viper in the mid lane, you do take the orb because that's how you win the lane. You don't need to take
you don't need to push the lane.
Yeah, you don't need to push the
lane.
Because pushing the lane is what makes life easier for the Invoker.
Yeah.
But kicking the Invoker out of lane is what wins you the lane and makes life hard for the Invoker.
Yeah, and now he's getting Sunstrike kills. Now he's getting, all the creeps in lane. Up top, Jackie...
He's angry. There's a Sunstrike. It doesn't connect with Jackie. Yeah, Jackie survives this for now, but is he really surviving? Gets speared back towards the tower, has refraction, and Mel turns towards the mask. Wants the kill, gets the kill. Sweet revenge for this TA, but at what cost? Well, her own life as she dies for the 3rd time in 3 minutes. Folks, this is their post 1 TA, and unfortunately he's having a really rough start. Action on both side lanes as the Underlord dies. I don't think that was an assist from the Invoker as the Sunstrike was used up top, but this is one crazy game for the mob, and personally I want them to slow this down and just let the TA farm.
Yeah, this is not how you play this lane at all. If you're the mob, I mean, the TA try to go on the aggressive against the Shaman. Let's not forget, he's got the foul play, so, he's not going to be the easiest skill to find. You are a double range lane against a melee range, which I feel like it always favors the double range lanes a lot more. But the big problem is the fact that, I mean, the TA died like once before even entering the lane, then she died a 2nd time, now she's died again. So even though, you might be getting a fair amount of CS, this Mars is still ahead. Even though you killed him, I feel like good is completely good up top. No pun intended.
Yeah, and I mean, you're saying she's getting a fair amount of CS, but she's just keeping up with her own underlord. Getting shackled, and well, the center conqueror says, guys, enough fighting in this top lane. This much violence is not okay. Jackie, well driven by Bloodlust, wants to kill the shaman. He's gonna keep going, but he's gotta respect the Sunstrike. He doesn't respect the Sunstrike, and he dies. Good says, thank you very much. Appropriate chat fields are dropped as they are deservedly required. And that's the TA dead. She has a TP though. I mean, that's like the only saving grace, that she can TP back to lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the Sunstrike coming up. I want to keep an eye on Xander. He might end up popping to that Sunstrike. This Wind Ranger is low.
Yeah.
Fearless, does he go for this?
Don't think Fearless knows.
Doesn't see him just yet. Nine's now going to go on a bit of a scouting mission, see if he can spot out where Xander is, but okay.
Uh-oh, mid lane. The Shaman's cut across. There's the Sunstrike that you asked for. It was in the mid lane for the Viper. Cow with the timely rotation. Xander tries to come in from the off lane. They're trying to bring down this Invoker, but it's simply not enough with no core nearby. And Xander, having moved to the mid lane, they fail to kill the Invoker with that Wind Ranger rotation, and they lose the Underlord. This is just a snowball of F-up, Loki.
Yeah, this is just the mob not understanding what their heroes do. Underlord dying bottom, the Viper dying in the mid lane, the TA getting slaughtered 4 times now up top. 6 minutes in, Power Rune also goes the way of next side as Jackie gets cured back, and yeah, he's just gonna have to go and farm some creeps in the jungle. There's no way he's gonna be getting much out of this lane anymore. Level 4 on the TA, not the most points in side blades, but you know, at some point he does have to make that transition, so might as well be now. Swift Blade, again, you know, I have to call this out. You're not going Poison Orb against an Invoker. That is really an egregious crime, and the fact that you take 2 points in the toxin first, that's what it's going to come down to. When you look at this replay and you realize how Viper's played, you got to look at this one and you got to remember that, oh, okay, I guess if I took Poison Orb, none of this would have happened. And it's really sad because I feel like Mob actually had the better draft here, but this little skirmish has made it.
Mid lane, Viper Strike, they want to bring down this Invoker. Fearless, he's just gonna TP, can he make it?
Oh no, a bit too early there with the power shot. So Fearless actually lives. Now back in the mid lane, the arena is out. Sunstrike a bit off the mark, but the Wyvern is still gonna fall. They find a return kill. It's the Shadow Shaman who picks it up. And well, that went about as well as it could have for the side of next tide.
Yeah, it went spectacular actually, because the Invoker got away. And they managed to have a rotation and get a kill with a little bit of help from the Sunstrike. So great start if you're a supporter of next tide. Jackie's courier dies yet again.
Okay, let's just quickly do a rundown of what the mob need to do. You've lost the top lane, the mid lane is not going well, the bottom lane is also a bit of a disaster. Level 6s, are you getting any at the moment? The TA, yes you are, you're about to unlock Psionic Traps, but that just means that you can stay in lane and you can farm a bit safer. The Underlord, level 5, he's tracked the wave towards the small camp, and he is gonna get level 6 now, so you've got the Fiend's Gate. Xander, it's time to make a move top. You're gonna try and take down this Mars. You've got, oh, wait, never mind.
Down bottom, Fearless with a haste rune. He's found the Underlord. He drops his bit of Malice, looks to run, has no mana, has no friends. Has he got a way out? I don't think so. The Sunstrike is gonna hit. Fearless with the style points. Next tide making it look so easy. While up top, Jackie, gotta be careful as well. Did lose all his mana, but he's gonna be okay.
Yeah, it's the power of the big red rune. You get a haste, and you suddenly don't feel like absolute shit for the fact that you skip boots. So good for the Invoker. Anyway, up top, this rotation that we spoke about, this is what I wanted to see. Good rotation coming in from Swift Blade. They're slowing down the Mars significantly. There should be a death on good. Xander off the mark. You know what? It's calculated because Jackie now gets the kill and he gets to come back in this game.
Absolutely. Calculated power shot, aim to miss.
Calculated failures and calculated feats. That's what defines the best players.
Absolutely. Hey, some of the best tech CEOs, they all dropped out and they failed high school. So that's exactly what the mob are doing.
Yeah.
The Winter Wyvern, though, I don't think this was calculated. Floki gets caught trying to take control back of the mid lane, but look at the mid lane. Both teams, they've invested heavily in dewarding the mid lane. All said and done, it's now next tide that have come out on top, and yeah, with Tao in the area, with level 6, they're just going to take away the Viper's heart.
Yeah, I mean, this tower is now gone, and the Viper typically likes to go for boots of travel, so this is going to be one less part of the map where he can now safely come in and not be worried about getting ganked because his teammates would have been able to TP and defend him. Now, this boots of travel is going to be getting less value. Good also up top, has the arena once again, so he can set up for something if Jackie...
He's actually swinging down bottom. We've got a bit of a fight brewing. The Underlord, well, the cold feet, it's going to proc. The Fearless is in. The Fiend's Gate attempted. That was really, really ambitious. Here comes Swiftblade though, wanting to clean up, pick up a freebie. Another calculated miss on the power shot because they want the Viper. Okay, that one did miss, but whatever. I don't know. Swiftblade though, fortunately he's gonna die. So all said and done, 2 goes for an ancient apparition. That's like what Trump was proposing as far as it came to tariffs. Completely unfair and illogical.
Well, I do agree with you there. Although, I have to say the mob, I mean, they're kind of just losing the plot in this game. I mean, if we could have a quick look at net worth, that would tell you everything we need to know. As up top, you have to hold on to that. Jackie might be a bit out of position.
And how does Xander stop this? I mean, it could be a double kill.
What a sick arena coming in. He waited. That's a 2-man Ice Blast. Sunstrike going to be a bit off the mark. And now there's not actually enough follow-up. The Shaman comes in. Maybe towards tail end they can get the kill. Indeed, they do. Finally, the power shot, it lands, because guess what? When you TP, you have to stand still. Anyway, Cow trying to run away, but he is in some trouble, or no? He actually turns it around. Never mind.
Poke Lightning, and with an ancient apparition, they actually get Xander. This, though, is ambitious. Swiftblade will get the kill, and boy, that was a streak. He needed that.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite ambitious. I have to say, again, the mob somewhat falling apart at the seams. They do get a little value out of that, but then they just give it right back over to the side of next side. As if he could have a look at the net worth at this point, that'd be really nice.
Yeah.
There you go. So DK, top of the charts, Fearless, not far behind. Jackie, despite his deaths, actually doing really, really well. And the Mars is, well, fourth. I have to say.
That is interesting.
That shouldn't be the case. Yeah.
You know, guys, hats off.
Might have taken some stacks, actually.
Peak prime Crystallis or Matuma Man gameplay. Like, get sacked in the lane.
Die 4 times.
Even Mickey to an extent at some time.
Anyway.
Yeah. He's still not better than the Mars. So, really, hats off to Jackie for taking the heat early on and coming out on top. Now, Swiftblade, he's been making all these rotations on the Viper. It's been working out. This fight is crucial, though. I don't know if they can defend that, but they're going to try to. Ice Blast is there. It's not going to really amount to much as they bring down the ancient apparition. Shackle's committed, but Swiftblade, I think he's going to be okay. Best Sunstrike. Okay, I'm looking for it. I don't see it. Foul play in action, but it isn't going to amount to much. And with the Winter's Curse, they've controlled the Mars long enough. He'll drop the arena, use the spear, but there's a cold embrace keeping Xander alive. The Sunstrike hits a creep. The creep dead.
What?
Kill secured. Now King Good on the run, but he's been shackled, held in place, and brought down as the mob come to their safe lane. Well, they don't defend their tower, but they get a couple of crucial kills.
Yeah, somebody lit the incense. They finally woke it up from their slumber, and finally they get a little something going their way. This guy's a good setup for something here down bottom. He's got the gate. A sick play would be the gate up top, so your teammates could come down, but in fact, he gets hit by the stun. He gets taken down. The damage from the DK and the Invoker just a bit too much. I was thinking too far ahead. I was thinking maybe they could gate down bottom with the Underlord, drop the pit. This is, yeah.
Wow. Bottom lane TPs are coming in. Xander's actually deeping into this. And Jackie got in the shackles, the Ice Blast upon him. I think he's done for. Fearless, he's looking for more. He's clipped the Wind Ranger with the Tornado. The Cold Feet is procced, and Xander, he's next on the menu as next time. Well, they are moving from objective to objective. It's almost as if they're not next time. They're like, hey, next game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're more than ready to go. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine also going to be stolen by the side of next side. The mob, well, really starting to be tested over here. Blitzkaiser is going to TP in, drop the Firestorm, but it tickles the Invoker at best, and he's got Quast Region anyway. Why? Because Ice Rock loves this hero and hates Shadow Fiend. Anyway, good.
Double Shrine of Wisdom.
Yeah, double Shrine of Wisdom, like I was saying.
Like you were saying.
Yep.
This is really rough, and now look at this. The Winter Wyvern, they want to take back the triangle. Cow is there with the Hex, drops the Mars Serpent Watch, holds the Unlord in place. I don't think he's getting reinforcements, and I don't think he's getting away with this. Tries his best to hold on to the triangle, but that was ambitious at best for a poor, lonely Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much commitment. Now you're down two ultimates that he could have worked with. Viper Strike's not that big a deal, but the gate does matter because now you could have set for something, you know, on a different part of the map, but now that's completely out of the picture.
You know, speaking of setting up for something across the map, is there a timing that we're expecting from the mob when they start to actually do stuff on the map? What is that timing?
I feel like that timing was reliant on Jackie, but he's been dying here and there, so it's really the Blink Deso timing from that TA, but the TA is not even close to finishing the Deso, and down bottom the Unlord's dead, he's gone splat. Fearless finds another kill, and the mob, a lot of questions being asked at this point of them, and I have to say oh no, Blacklock is also going to get caught out there by the arena. Cold Embrace, buying some time, delaying the inevitable, as the real BM play would be to wait until the sun strikes back up, and until then just body block the Wyvern, but they get the kill anyway. They value the time a lot more highly, and
they're
Swiftblade,
moving forward for more Floki.
Yeah,
they
yes,
find
be careful.
Swiftblade. Xander's there. He's got the shackle shot, but he shackles the Mars. He lets the Shaman hold his shackle, and that's enough for a spear and a sunstrike, but it's not enough to bring down Swiftblade. Blitzkleiser's joined. He's got the Crimson Guard, and this is going to force Fearless to TP out.
Okay.
But the kill shot, Xander takes away the big kill streak on that Invoker. He might unfortunately pay with his life. DK has joined the party. The Shaman cannot escape as the Unlord ensures that he dies to the nuke damage. Swiftblade is still alive and healthy. All said and done, Xander takes away the unstoppable streak, and they kill the Shaman as well.
Yeah, I mean, really good play coming out from the side of the mob. The fact that they're able to get that kill. That shackle, interesting. I mean, yeah, shackling the Shaman there was probably better, but regardless, the Unlock came in, it worked, he got the Crimson Guard. Hey, you know, it ain't much, but it's honest work, and that's all you could really ask for on the side of the mob at this point. But they give it their best. Xander, anyway, he's been getting better at landing those power shots. You know, hopefully it's a long game, so by the end of it, he's got it down to a science. For now, though, he's going to go for the 4-staff here, and I believe that's... I don't think that's a great item this game, to be honest. It's good against the Shaman in a way. You can shackle, prevent the follow-up, but it doesn't change much.
I think it's good versus Cold Feet, but more importantly, doesn't Glimmer Shard feel a lot better?
Yeah, but you want to build a 4-star for like
exactly.
a post
Do you think a Glimmer is really good? Because the
you could have just gone Shard. Like, Shard was really good this game. But now, anyway, I mean, Roshan's going to be taken from the side of next side. So
I like this though. They're trading this for safe lane power, right?
I think, yeah, they got it, but it's a tier 1. I mean, I want to see the first Roshan really being traded for a tier 2. That's when I feel like the decision becomes more interesting and the playing field gets level. Because the bounty you get from a tier 2 is about the same as Roshan. The only difference is the age.
Kind of true. But yeah, you need to have taken it.
I mean, from a pure math perspective, yeah. You should have taken it. Ideal would be taken it.
Matt checks out. I completely agree with you. Just looking at our mini-map, it seems as if the side of next side, they have vision towards the top tier 2.
They've smoked
a lot
as
of good
well.
observer boards. Yeah, they've smoked, but they're gating and they're coming down bottom. Uh-oh, Swiftblade might have a mask poking his butt with his spear soon enough. Okay, no gate action.
Scratch.
Scratch indeed. It feels like next side don't know where they are. They got an itch they want to scratch, but they don't know where they need to be. For now, though, they'll just settle on applying pressure at this top tier 2 because they have vision behind the tower and they're like, hey, guys, they're not coming to defend. Might as well just drop whatever we have, use the Alacrity, which has been buffed, and take the start.
Yep. I mean, it's not going to be straightforward for the side of the mob now to play into this Aegis because the Dragon Knight has hit his timing.
Yep.
I believe he also has his Blink Dagger at the ready. Yeah, so he's a threat in terms of setting up for the Apparition. He's good on damage. He's got an Aegis. You're not going to be really fighting the side of next side at this moment. And what I like about this DK hero is he's one of the few heroes, apart from the Ursa, that really supercharges your team with the first Aegis. The first Aegis is actually valuable and means something for this hero because it enables you to take tier 2s like these. And Ursa also is going to be looking to take fights that he usually wouldn't be able to take or his team wouldn't be able to take because the Ursa would die. So now, the game plan for next side is very simple. Just walk down all the tier 2s, take away all the map control from the mob whenever Dragon forms up. In the meantime, ensure you've got efficiency going.
Yeah, and they are playing this game to its efficient most on the side of next time because they've set up for the 20-minute tormentor. They've got an observer ward on the gate, so they will know if the side of the mob are trying to come through the gate. So yep, next tide, then prime position, and it feels like the mob will. They just gotta wait this phase of the game through.
Yeah.
Oh, Jackie got pinged. He saw him under that observer ward. That's what I was talking about. That observer ward sees all, and I mean, even with the Underlord, even with the Fiend's Gate Floki, I don't think they're in any position to contest this.
And they are gating down bottom. Now, thankfully, there's a trap around. Okay, never mind. They're going to go for the Tormentor. Yeah, well, Tormentor into another tier 2 would be the dream. I wonder how much time is remaining on the age. It should be about 2 or 3 minutes.
Yep.
Might just be 2 minutes, actually, because they did have spent quite a lot of time farming up here.
Okay.
But Agram shot now online for the Apparition, so there's a Cataclysm set up awake. Arena that sets up for the Ice Blast, and Ice Blast that sets up for the Cataclysm. That's the combo.
And the Cataclysm, the axe is nearly ready. I think Fearless should have it. Now, I want to point out that this rotation from next time was pinged. They did see it. Oh, what?
Jackie?
Jackie got in the middle of nowhere. This is exactly when you question mark in ally chat and ask your buddy, hey, what's up?
Yeah,
but
that's interesting. I mean, he was roaming the Radiant jungle, trying to take in the scenery. You know, this being Delhi, of course, it leaves a lot to be desired on the health front and the environment front, so he's just taking in all the green he can get.
Absolutely. Making up for the shortcomings of the scenery in-game instead.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, the mob, they've got their hands full at the moment. 5k net worth lead, not anything major, but to be honest, this net worth lead actually means something, even at 5k, because you were supposed to be ahead on the mob. Your lineup functions typically at, like, this net worth advantage, but the enemy team is the one with the Aegis and the net worth advantage, so you're fighting a very uphill battle here if you're the mob, and this situation is not going to be remedied until your cores have BKBs, because until then you're going to get Shackled, you're going to get Dragon Knight stunned, you're going to get Speared and Arena and whatnot, and well, there's an Invoker with his whole arsenal of bullshit, so you still have to think about that. The mob, though, on the other hand, the good thing about them is the fact that if they are able to outlast, they are going to be in a very good... I mean, you could potentially contest the next Aegis, and the cores, all the cores except the Dragon Knight are still very killable thanks to the TA.
Yeah, I mean, they've got what's required to kill the cores on the side of next tide. They've also got some things that can turn team fights. So I've mainly the Winter's Curse. And it feels like with the Desolator now picked up on Jackie, they want to go. Desol Blink, a Crystallis, this feels like their timing.
It does. I feel like the mob are probably going to be... The mob should be able to get something done here. I mean,
they can. I mean, so far it looks good. Xander
has to be careful. Viper Strike would kill him. There's also Kill Shot.
Yeah, the best part of this move for the mob is that the Mars is not nearby. So.
I mean, now the mid-wave is shoving in. Now they're going to start to know. When nobody shows at the tier 2, they got to know that something's up and everyone's going to be in a far more defensive position. You can see the Apparition also trying to move closer to his buddy on the Mars there. And yeah, the smoke actually read like a book by next time. They knew it was coming. Really good sense of timing as well on the DK. I mean, just the fact that you're able to recognize, okay, the enemy was smoked.
Uh-oh, mid lane. I think they've caught
going
Xander. There's a Fiend's Gate coming through, and yep, with the Sunstrike, they'll bring down the Wind Ranger. Mars actually making use of the gate. This madman walking in through the back door, spots the Underlord. Blitzkriser is like, what portal the hell have I opened? There comes the Shaman. The Underlord is like, oh my god. Was I ganking them or were they ganking me?
Well, he was trying to save his Wind Ranger, but really he's set up for his own death and he's got no one to blame but himself. They do get Fearless elsewhere on the map, but they will at least find some sort of trade here in the meantime. So next time they walk away with something, but perhaps the mob...
This is hilarious. If you play football, that was a prime own goal.
Yeah,
like literally self-goal, own goal, whatever you call it. Turned around, kicked the ball back at his own team's goal.
Yeah. And damage up top, I mean, Swiftblade maybe can do something with that. He's going for the Shiva's God next, and while I agree with this, it's interesting because I feel like the big problem for him right now is not necessarily the DK, it's actually all the stunts coming out. So BKB could have potentially been better. His read of the situation is like, well, the only one who's really going to go on me is going to be the DK. So if I have the Shiva's Guard and if I have my Axe, the only way they can really kill me is by breaking me. Because I'm going to be standing in my own puddle in the meantime. I like peeing myself. That's Swiper, that's not Swift Blade, of course. That'd be a problem if it was Swift Blade. No judgment, of course. Anyway, I feel like this is the part of the game where the mobs start to, again, make some moves. I mean, they have smoked up. They've got...
I mean, they've smoked up, but the problem is
Winter's
Mars
Curse.
is actually trying to make a play on them. He's wrapping around from the north. Tao gets spotted. He's quick to blink away. Blinks into them. Uses the shackle. Sets up for the Ice Blast. There's the spear as well. Swiftblade still alive and healthy, but it's Xander that'll fall. Xander buying back. Tao dropping low. Has the foul play, but he's dead. No shot to work with. And good in the middle of all of this. Doesn't have too much HP. The arena's being used. The magic damage from the meatball is there, and it's enough. Fearless will take away Swiftblade's killing spree. The ward's dropped. Jackie wants to pursue. He's walking straight into them, and he walks straight into an ice wall. His back turn, he's going to be made quick work of as Won Young brings him down in the ice wall. And the Winter Wyvern knows that he has to TP the hell out of there. So when the dust settles, they find themselves the Mars, but they've lost the TA and the Viper.
Yeah, I mean, the Viper there didn't really get a chance to pop his Nether Toxin at all, because first he was shackled, then he was speared, then he was cold embraced, so he couldn't get that Nether Toxin out. So the Meteor dealt full damage to him. Granted, you still have the corrosive skin, but against an Invoker who is this far ahead with this many points in Exort, you're not going to be surviving that. And well, the Axe was already completed. He didn't even have to use Cataclysm, which, by the way, they can put to use now. Now, a buyback was there from the Shaman and the Wind Ranger, but really, this is good news for next side, because now, with the next arena, they can go and set up a Cataclysm kill. You don't have to worry about the curse.
Well,
You don't have to worry about anything else, as Won Young has found Xander again, and that's a dieback.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger did the buyback for the previous fight, and she's been caught without buyback. Now, if the Mars can set up for one, which he's trying to do, it would be really, really nice. Won Young, I mean, he's reached that state of the game where, you know, he can just go about the map killing anyone by himself. Other than probably, I don't know, Winter Wyvern, who can just curse him and run away. But that feels really shitty to do sometimes. Anyway, Tao and the others, they're grouping up towards the mid lane, and you can see on the side of the mob, nobody really wants to show. I mean, they're just going to drop Nether Toxin and try and slow down this push, but this isn't really happening. Eventually, next fight, they're going to get the star, and then, yeah, the DK's had enough, and yep, the mob, they're on the defensive.
They are. I mean, there's not much for them to do at this point. They're too far behind in this game. They really need to wait for the TA to get her items. But the thing is, the list of items she's going to need is only going to grow longer and longer. Jackie has just fell into this weird void where any item he gets is not going to be enough. And it's going to be about taking clever fights that gets the mob back into the game.
Look, so far he's doing good. Like, they definitely need the Wind Ranger's shard. And they also kind of need fights where they get the jump on the DK +1 with the curse. Because if it is the Mars starting a fight for the side of next side, most certainly you're going to lose a hero. You have nothing that saves you versus Arena Spear, Cataclysm, or even just a Sunstrike. So you're really hoping that you get the jump, which he nearly did.
He did.
They did, but Kao was quick enough to blink into them as if he's an anime hero and then turn the fight around with the shackles. So
it was just outplayed.
Yeah, it was a small, significant outplay. And Jackie, well, you mentioned the list of items. He's been doing his best. He's got his PKB complete. He is farming away on the TA.
Second
but
Roshan.
yeah, it is second Roshan time. Roshan, he's road.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be a bit difficult for the side of the mob to contest. They are moving there.
I think they should try, though, with
they have to be quick about it.
They've got you. The Viper is strong. It is go time. They are coming. Roshan is dropping low. Stealing the ages out of the question, but inflicting damage. Mental and physical can be on the cards. But no,
there's
the
a
mob
gate at the ready. You can provide vision inside the pit. What on earth is going on? The mob, they're gonna let the side of next side get away with this.
And Fearless is setting up on the Viper. There's the Tornado. Swiftblade caught snoozing, caught in the ice wall, will turn. Most of his mana has been taken away. The ice blast coming through. They could look for more. Fearless, unfortunately, doesn't have too much mana himself. Xander four-staffs himself forward, but doesn't quite find the invoker he was looking for with the dust.
Yeah, and that's actually a BKB charge down on the Invoker, so that you're completely fine with this if you're the mob. All you lost there was like 1 nether toxin and 80 gold, which is very small price to pay for a BKB charge.
Absolutely, but next I don't seem to mind Floki. They're just moving down the lane. King Good is looking for more heroes to catch. He knows that with an arena and a spear, there is definitely the possibility of 1 kill at the very least with the Cataclysm. They know that the Dragon Knight is strong, so the mob, they're essentially gonna have to defend their tier 3s. That's where the Winter Wyvern and the Viper don't look too bad.
Yeah, that's the one part where the mob can come back into this game. I'm up to hold on to that thought, because up top, Blitz Kaiser is in some trouble. EMP draining all of his mana, as can't TP out, drops a pit, tries to stand at it, pretends he's a Viper, but guess what? You get nothing for standing in a puddle or a circle of your own making. He is gonna go meet the Undertaker.
King Good. I mean, they were going to look at a spearback play. Swiftblade caught in the Dragon Tail. Arena committed. Cataclysm's there. The Viper might just fall, but the Cold Embrace keeps the Viper alive and healthy a little while longer. Jackie doing his best with his Desolator. Wanyang, he's got the Aegis, but he's dropping low. He's not going to have the Elder Dragon form, Floki. This could be huge. The mob, they brought down the Dragon Knight once. They're dealing with the banner. King Good drops the spear, wants to provide some cover for the Dragon Knight, but the Winter Wyvern with the Winter's Curse sets up for more. The A dead. Xander and Jackie moving forward. BKB on BKB, DK on TA. Desolator on the Shaman. Foul play chicken fried. Well, what else have NTP got? King Good can't go back in. Wanyang wants to. Might just want to.
Blacklocked. Ooh, great blink out coming in from the Wyvern. Yeah, that's about it. And that's actually really good from the side of Next Tide. I believe this is the first time the Shaman has died since he's fought back in that fight. So he's gone for a long time, but they could have done without losing the Underlord. That's a little sad for the mob.
The Underlord died up top, but this was pretty good for the mob, right? Like
look, like
the Aegis,
yeah, they only lost 2 supports and they still have this net worth lead. So what I'm concerned about is the fact that, sure, you killed them off, but now you don't have Winter's Curse. What's to stop the side of NTP from just making another go once Dragon forms up again?
Okay. I mean, yep, they can keep doing it, but like, he just tried to go high ground with the Aegis and the banner. It didn't work out. That was the second Roshan. Personally, I'd be a bit... if I were Next Tide, I'd be like, guys,
they didn't have all their heroes there.
We need a clear pick-off.
They didn't have all their heroes there. I mean, the Invoker came much later into this fight, and that's kind of the reason why they ended up losing this Aegis. But regardless, the mob did a very good job. As up top, we've got a fight brewing out at this very moment on our tiny screens. Someone has died. I believe that someone is a member of the mob. Yeah, it's the Wyvern dying, but he does set up for the DK kill, so it's well worth it. Fearless also dropping low.
We need a replay of this fight, if we can. Anyways, BKB being expended. Jackie, he's going on both supports by himself. Here he brings down Cow. He'll sell for the Ancient Apparition. I think he knows that the Invoker's there nearby as well. But yeah, not going to pursue any further. This TA is starting to become a problem, Loki. There are signs of life for the mob, but they've got to hold on and get themselves the next Aegis. Fearless, he's a thorough menace. Drops the Tornado EMP. Swiftblade will try and nosedive out of it, but he's lost all his mana.
Yeah, and he's just has to get out of there. That's a little annoying when you're playing against the Invoker. The fact that he can constantly do this to you means you lose out on a lot of efficiency while the Invoker continues to scale with the Midas. So that Viper has to be a bit... I mean, he needs to think about that. He needs to think about his positioning a little bit in these sorts of situations. But regardless, he's got the Shiva's Guard. And in fact, the reason they were able to win that previous fight was because he had the Shiva. That attack speed slow combined with the axe from the corrosive skin made it so that DK, he was trying to focus the Viper. But once that corrosive skin debuff is on you, like, it takes a long time to wear off. So he can't even turn around and hit the tower. He would have died there regardless.
Yeah. I think the Bob, they've done a decent job, like, finding their way back into this game, right? Because it was the second Aegis. You held on. You didn't lose too much. The TA is still farming. Swiftblade is still farming. I think this game is, like, near 50-50 for me right now, despite what scoreboard says. I think if you look at the net worth and XP graphs, you'll see that the mob have clawed their way back. The real question is, can they hold on? Because, you know, one decisive arena in Cataclysm can pretty much undo your entire game. For now, there's a Bit of a smoke coming out from the side of next side. No real direction to where the smoke is meant to go. But yeah, they're on the hunt for a pick-off look.
Yeah, kind of just strolling through the garden at the
Mid
moment,
lane.
although an arena out in... Oh no, it's just a spear, excuse me. And a BKB as good pressure run away. There's the Ice Blast a bit off the mark. Shackle is out though. Jackie has been got. There's the arena coming through. There's the spear as well, but they don't have the best follow-up for this. Nice Winter's Curse, buying some time as the Viper Strike goes out onto the Apparition. The Cataclysm is going to be dropped as well, as they will lose the Shadow Shaman. And now next side in a bit of an awkward position here. Bit of balance holding Fearless on.
Jackie.
Oh my goodness, it nearly melts the Invoker as the DK TP's out. Well, crisis averted, but next side they lose that fight. They overextend, and the mob, they're no slouches. They do punish that.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from the Winter Wyvern. Again, that was a curse that completely disrupted formation and how next time we're looking to approach that fight. Also, the Mars, like, I felt like he really wasn't in sync with his Invoker. Like, that arena, sure, they were controlling Jackie, the Shackle was there, but it all felt a bit too forced, right? Like, you can only bring down the TA if the Dragon Knight is also focusing her.
Yeah.
If the Dragon Knight is caught elsewhere, it's not happening.
Yeah, and that's sort of what happened. Like, he was a bit distracted, or I believe he didn't have the blink there.
Yeah, I think he was... I'm not sure if
I think
he
he might
was
have
caught in
been
the curse.
hit. Yeah, it might have been. No, he wasn't caught in the curse. I believe he was hit by the corrosive skin, or maybe he just wasn't there quick enough.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, the corrosive skin. I
Yeah.
forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, now the big question is NTP. What's the plan here? Because
Ooh.
this is
A Viper
looking
pickup would be
juicy.
nice, but it is so hard.
They have
working.
Cataclysm.
It's still so hard. They're actually blinking away from this.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. They respect the Viper. They're gonna go away for now.
Yeah.
Another ramp damage, 36 minutes in, and Bonyangi's got Dragon Form coming back up fairly soon. So
Rosh is
They're looking to
respawning
make a
in a
move.
minute. If next side are
Potentially.
keeping track of this, potentially a minute or 2 or 3. So I mean, like both teams are going to start circling around Roshan. Like if it is a short respawn, the mob as well as next side both need to be alert to this.
yeah, I mean, the mob need to make sure that they don't let next side get away with this for free. This is gonna be the third time they do, and let's not forget, this time around you're also gonna have the supercharged banner, so it's gonna be lasting quite a while. And it's gonna be super hard to bring down. Underlord can't walk up to the banner and hit it.
Jackie all by himself in the mid lane. They ping this out. Okay.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, bit of sweat on your brow there for a moment. Mine as well. But yeah, like I was talking about the banner and the fact that you got all of these ranged heroes. Even then, it's going to be super hard to kill, because if you stand, you're potentially setting up for a spear or a hex or a Dragon Knight stun, and you don't want to be in that spot on the mob. Even on the Viper, even with the Nether Toxin dropped on top of you, if you just get speared out of it and stunned, but even if anybody else starts, like just a spear is so good against the Viper.
Absolutely.
NTP,
You know, that's what they were looking for when they were going high ground, but they didn't find those spears.
you need a break. You need a break if you want to kill this Viper. And
Where is the break? Does the Dragon Knight build a Silver Edge?
I mean, he potentially could have. That MKB is very questionable coming in from the DK. Wanyang decided to go for this item, thinking that, okay, he needs it to kill the Wind Ranger, but in all honesty, that was instead a Silver Edge, or if that was instead, say, a Daedalus, which he doesn't have either of those items, by the way. He could have just absolutely ran through the side of the mob. Okay, so does have the Daedalus, though.
I mean, he's got
It's Jackie.
Satanic and building towards, I think, a Daedalus on the Dragon Knight.
So he's...
Building towards a Butterfly Swiftling.
I-
I mean, I cycle through the items. So the Invoker, he's got his Refresher Orb. They're looking for a Hex on the Ancient Apparition. The Shaman is Blink Aether Lens. Nothing in terms of a break mechanic to deal with the Viper or even the Underlord.
Yeah.
No nullifiers yet. And there's also the problem of the Winter's Curse, for which they do not have an answer. No Lincoln Spears, nothing of that sort. So their draft does pose problems, but I think the mob draft also poses problems, and clearly anything can happen at the next Rosh fight.
Next, I need to ride the net worth wave. They know they're ahead. When you're ahead, you play a certain way, and by virtue of that is how they're gonna be able to close out this game. The mob, their goal is to just find the slips and the cracks. They've got the right tools for the job. It's just going to be about finding those opportunities, and that's going to be off of the back of small individual reads and plays all coming together. As Jackie, well, his smoke's going to break. Quick Hex coming out by Cow.
They'll turn. There's the Dragon Tail. They found the TA. Speared. Oh, Jackie dead without finding a single kill. This is horrendous, Floki. He's not got buyback on the TA. Now Swiftblade's here.
And there's a pause.
Oh, Jackie disconnected.
Was he lagging? Over there? Okay, he crashed.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy. XT's in the chat.
I mean, that's just unfortunate.
I mean, that was, not gonna lie, that was a very sick play by the Shaman. The fact that he hexed at Jackie as he blinked in, and then on top of that, went back and got the shackle off, set up for the spear. I mean, this fight might just be over. I feel like maybe they can still fight if the Viper is given time and space, but he's popped his BKB, so all NTP have to do is just be patient and disengage here.
They've still got damage. Now, the Winter's Curse, though, I'm going to see who it's afflicted. Is it just the Dragon Knight? I mean, I don't know.
I don't think the Winter's Curse is even... it's about to end.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a decent shackle between the Mars and the Dragon Knight, and this could be enough for Swiftblade to actually kill one of them.
Did they actually stack the Winter's Curse with the shackle?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, the curse may be set up for the shackle. There's Swiftblade, he's going back. The Dragon Knight broke in. He wants this kill on Swiftblade, but the Invoker's here causing problems. Cold Embrace buys the Viper a little bit of time. The Unlord on the backlines, he's done enough to deal with the Shaman once. Shaman does buyback. Swiftblade caught in the pit of Malice, he's dead. Xander with the kill shot gets the kill. Mars pops his BKB, he's running for his life, but he's got no friends, he's dead. Tornado clips too, but it doesn't matter. When the dust settles, it's the Shaman buying back. And it's that shackle shot setting up for both the Dragon Knight and the Mars. This is great because in about 24 seconds, Rosh is going to be respawning Floki.
Oh yeah, and Jackie's going to be back up, and neither of these two heroes have buyback. The mob, they actually have a chance of making it further in this tournament. If they manage to get this Aegis, they can go knocking high ground, and they can actually go straight for the throne. Vivek, just need to give you a quick reminder. At exchanges, they give armor to tier 4s. Guess who's the only hero in the game who does not care about armor against towers? It's Viper with the shard. So if he gets the shard and they win a fight, they can end the game right then and there. They don't have to get all the sets of Praxis. But it's daytime and Roshan is going to be taking a long walk down bottom. One quick way to actually remedy this is to walk into Roshan and have him throw you. He speeds up and he moves towards the pit faster, but it doesn't seem like that's what's happening. The mob, go do it, Swiftblade. Dive into Roshan. Get your head thrown around, doesn't matter. You've got magic resistance, you're a big boy, you can take it. Oh
well,
boy.
They're eventually going to get to it slowly, but the problem now, Floki, is that NTP can contest. Xander's trying to get a ward down, just get some vision. Viper, Underlord, TA, I think they can eventually do this. TPs are starting to come. Mars connecting to that tier 2 tower. They need the Dragon Knight as well. I don't know if they're going to be in time, but they can inflict some serious damage. Fearless drops the EMP, but Xander has a 4-staff. There's the spear. Clips 2. Where's the Cataclysm? The shackles are there. The Aegis is in Jackie's hands. They've got the Aegis on the mob. They'll turn now towards the Mars, who's lost more than half his HP. One hit from Jackie, and that's the Mars dead for 78 seconds. Ignore everything. Run towards the tower. Try and get as many objectives as you can. Meanwhile, Shaman, caught in his wands, looking to DP out, doesn't pick up the cheese, gets caught by the Winter's Curse. He's most certainly dead. 2 heroes dead without buyback. And Xander, he's caught the A with the shackle shot. This is a decisive moment in the tournament for the mob, as this could be the fight that makes sure that they play on in this bracket, Floki.
Yeah, DLSC's got a lot of work to do, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders at the moment. He needs to cut the wave and ensure that the creep wave does not reach his tower, and he's doing that at the moment. Somebody needs to get on top of him. Somebody needs to stop Fearless, otherwise the heroes are going to be back up, and you're going to lose this window if you're the mob. Thankfully, Swiftblade is pushing down bottom, so they will have at least one tier 2 that they can try and take. And Vivek, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to be the first tier 2, so they're going to have 2 glyphs to protect these towers with. Well, at least the tier 3s.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got glyphs to work with. 2 glyphs
in total.
The first tier 3 onwards, yeah. But Jackie with the Desolator, 14 charges on it, and the Deadlist. I think they'll quickly work through most tier 2 towers. At least 2 sets of tier 2 towers would seem decent. I don't think they can claim barracks. It's going to be really, really hard. But if they can find another pick-off, if they can keep this momentum going, it would be really good. The Unlord hasn't got his portal just yet.
Oh,
Decent
the Mars.
Gale Force. He's got a Yield Scepter, so he's going to dodge the Shackle Shot. But there's Swift Blade with the nose dive, and look at the damage from Jackie. Oh, that was disgusting. That's the Mars then. The Winter's Curse is decent. They've got Fearless as well as the AA. They'll first look towards the AA. The AA manages to get away. Fearless with his BKB runs, drops the Cataclysm. But Swiftblade nosedives out of there. Unfortunately, there's a Dragon Knight on the low ground waiting for him. Silence coming through from
BKB
Jackie.
ending.
They'll turn towards the Dragon Knight. His BKB is over. Slowed to a crawl. He has to turn disarmed. The Dragon Knight is going to fall 100 seconds without buyback. The mob Floki, they can smell this. They can smell victory in the air.
They're doing it slowly but surely. They are getting their awake, and it's 90 seconds without the DK, 40 seconds without the Mars, no buyback. If there was ever a chance to go through it is in this game with these heroes, as they are going to jump in once again, as the Invoker is in some trouble. What on earth is going on? The Invoker glimmered. He's going to be able to get back now as the Apparition with the Ice Blast. Low stakes down, but not for the Shaman. The Shaman's gone.
No foul play to save him. He's dead. 3 heroes dead. It's just Fearless and the Ancient Apparition. This is looking really, really rough. This is going to take some Invoker Histronics to make this work.
They're going straight for the throne. The Jugular. It's a best of one, Vivek.
Now or never is what the mob have decided. Blitzkaiser throws his body forward. The Invoker, well, inflicts a little bit of damage with the meatball. Now he's got a friend. The Mars is here. What sort of an arena can he hit together? Maybe just going on Jackie would be decent. Take away the ages, then deal with the rest of them. Jackie blinks forward, dueled up in the air with the Tornado. The spear perfect, but where's the damage? It just isn't there. The Winter's Curse pretty decent, but holds only the A in place. There's the arena. Cataclysm comes through. Swiftblade dropping low, but he nosedives out of the arena. It's just the Winter Wyvern that falls. Tornado, VMP, they're trying to deal with the Unlord. Jackie did lose his ages. He's got a second life, but unfortunately Fearless has been brought down. He's got buyback if he needs it. Shackles comes through. That's Swiftblade dead. Have the mob overextended. Jackie, he's still fighting. He'll turn towards Xander, now towards the Mars. Silence next on the menu. They want this Mars. They've lost Xander. Fearless buying back, turning this fight for the side of NTP. Now they'll turn towards Jackie, but Jackie just manages to TP out of there. The spear decent. They found the Unlord. The Bob try their hardest to end the game. They bring down the tier 4s, but they do not bring down the Ancient. It is on. It is defense of the Ancient, and it is on like Donkey Kong.
My goodness, what a fight coming in from the side of NTP. The Invoker there essentially saving his Mars with a Deafening Blast and the Meteor. The Mars was nearly dead. They had to BKB TP out of there in order to live. But NTP now with a potential opportunity to end the game themselves. They've got a DK. They also got somewhat the right tools for this job as Jackie. That was a brave play, standing around to kill the creep. But there's another wave coming. There's another. Okay.
Cloud's got the Hex.
Oh no! Wait a second.
Jackie shackled. This is problematic, but look at this. Look at the discipline coming out from next time. They're only focusing the barracks. The glyph will come through from the mob. They'll try and hold on to their barracks. The Winter's Curse. No. It's not that good. It's just on the Shaman. He might die though. Jackie gets the kill. He's dominating, but I'm not sure if he has buyback. The meatball comes through. His BKB's worn out. He's dead. Jackie, he still has buyback. There's a lane of barracks though that the side of NTP will claim. So barracks in the mid lane have been equalized. Down bottom, King Good. He's looking for more. He's got one young cutting across. There's the Winter's Curse. That's a pretty good curse. I don't think they accounted for the refresher shot. King Good, he's dropping low with his BKB. Jackie buys back but blinks out of the arena. Doesn't blink forward. Doesn't look for the Mars. Here comes Swiftblade with the Shivas. Got the A deeping out. They can't get the kill. Next time, they made a clean getaway. And the mob, well, they've lost the lane of barracks. They've gotten a Shaman.
Yeah, unfortunately the team did not have the bash talent either. Otherwise she could have potentially cancelled the TP and found something. But sadly, not the case. NTP, they only lose the Shaman. I do believe that the Shaman no longer... He does have buyback coming up in 20 seconds, but... Okay, yeah, he's got the money for it now as well. So he is going to be A-okay. Jackie, he's going to go for the Swift Link, but he no longer has a buyback himself, and now the DK does. This is where the game gets a little bit scary if you're the mob. But, I mean, if anything, courage is the name of the game at this point. That's all you need. That's all you have to do. You just need to walk down the mid lane and start hammering away at the tier 4s. Fearless, he's got a refresher up, coming back up soon. He bought out a Parasma, which is interesting. I mean, I feel like the Shiva's Guard might have been better for him this game, but he's choosing to go for this item that might be a bit of a meme in all honesty. And well, in the meantime, NTP, they're going to get themselves the Tormentor. Will allow you to get buybacks on, some of your supports. Shard for Wanyang, going to be good for showing out some of these lanes. It doesn't do all that much at this point, but they'll take what they can get. Anyway, NTP, they've got a real opportunity to close out the game here because the mob don't have buyback on.
Both teams have an opportunity. I'd love for the observers to just drop down the buyback status because you were mentioning buyback. Yeah. Buybacks are so crucial at this stage of the game. It feels like the buybacks that matter, it feels like NTP have them.
Yeah, they've got a buyback on the DK, they've got a buyback on the Mars. The Invoker does not have one, but the Invoker might just end up being bait. If you go and you commit for this Invoker without taking care of the DK, without taking care of the Mars, without taking care of the Shaman, you're going to be in deep waters. And the mob, all they really have to do is play it patiently, play it smartly. Do not get baited by the Invoker buyback, the fact that he does not have one. Wait until you see the DK and the Mars. Wait for your supports to do their jobs. Wait for Blacklock to find that curse. Patience and courage, the two virtues that both sides need to win out this game. Proceed to the next set of matches here.
Now, he's got to be careful. He might just find Jackie. Or has Jackie found him? He's got Swift play to work with, so it's okay.
Yeah, Swift Blink. He's
yep.
Yeah, it's gonna keep him fine, but Cow is invisible. Oh no,
Cow's
Jackie
still chasing.
The Cow is standing very still, but the sentry gets dropped.
Yeah. Good awareness coming out from Xander, but Cow blinks forward. Fearless too. Fearless has his BKB. He's not got buyback. Cow, he's got his buyback, but he's gonna pay his life as like one small sacrifice for the side of NTP to get a little bit of map control. But yeah, both teams, they know what's crucial. It is Roshan that they're both eyeing.
I mean, now I actually feel like NTP have a chance. You no longer have BKB on Jackie. Spear into Arena plus Cataclysm would kill off the TA.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a daytime Roshan. They're not the best at contesting it. And you've got the Fiend's Gate. I'd really love to see the Unlord try and create chaos across the map and try and pressure some other part of the map. Up top, if Jackie shows, it could be a bit of an issue. Jackie's all by. They're not going. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, all they're really trying to do is secure the Roshan. That is the safer play to make. Still about a minute and a half before it spawns, though, like you mentioned.
Yeah,
so it will be a daytime. And, I mean, that's going to make a big difference.
Although, Spear, they've got the Wyvern. They'll throw everything at the kitchen sink. That's the A blast as well. The Shackle, decent, but the Hex even more important. The Invoker forced, and they tried to keep him alive, but Jackie had the damage. As the Invoker dead without buyback. They're looking for the A. The route is there. They find the Ancient Apparition. Fearless dead for 117 seconds without buyback. Elsewhere, the Dragon Knight is using his BKB and deeping, but Jackie brings him down. 2 dead, 2 cores dead. The DK and the A, they've got their buyback, but Fearless doesn't.
I'm not too sure what that was, but I believe that the DK got shackled and then tried to BKB TP out, but the damage was just too much coming in from Jackie. Oh, he lost all his armor because of the break coming in from the Viper. So Jackie, he was hitting for nearly full damage there with all the minus armor from the Meld and the Deso. Oh, and this is scary, Vivek. You have to buy back. You're not going to have Dragon Form on the DK,
you have to buy back, Floki, but you haven't got your Arena, you haven't got your Invoker. It's going to be really, really hard. DK with no Dragon Form like you mentioned, so they've got one glyph to work with. If the Winter Wyvern connects with the Winters, Curse Cow dropping really low, he's got the foul play, but he's dead. He's dead for 100 seconds without buyback. No Shaman, no lockdown. The Spear decent, but does Swiftblade even care? He knows he's winning the game. Jackie, eyes on the prize, hitting the Ancient, and the Ancient not being defended as the Mars Arena tries to deal with the rest of the mob, but it's not the mob, it's one man, it's Jackie. He's done it. The mob, they've eliminated NTP as India fight another day here at the Asia Predator Pacific League. What a game.
What an absolute performance coming out by Jackie. That is cinema. I have to say, that man never got deterred despite the start he had. His courier died. He had no regen. He died thrice in the lane and then one more time with an Invoker rotation. And NTP, they had everything going for them. They got the first Roshan, they got the second Roshan, but that one fight down bottom where the DK hit the Viper and then he could not kill him was what turned this game around. I have to say, really a fine example of perseverance coming in from Jackie. The fact that they're able to eliminate the side of NTP is huge. They will proceed and they live to fight for at least another BO1.
Yeah.
Oh man, chills down my spine. It's been a while since we've seen India beat a Southeast Asian team.
Absolutely. It's been so long
Yeah.
since you've seen India beat a Southeast Asian team. And hats off to the mob. And really, Jackie, a phenomenal performance from him. It's, you know, now I can talk a little bit more about like Indian Dota. It's been a really, really long time since we've had a position 1 player from the south of India.
Yeah, the last time we had one was, I believe, 7 years ago.
I don't know, but there was a time the south of India ruled Dota 1, if 6.48B, if any of you remember. But yeah, since then, it's Jackie from Tamil Nadu playing this interesting sacrificial style of position 1. You know, he died a couple of times at the beginning, had a really rough lane. We were all wondering what the heck, like, he's taking so much pressure on himself. But yeah, at the end of it, I think he really put his team on his shoulders. He is the definition of carry. So let's have a look at what happened early on and why this performance from Jackie was so impressive. He got absolutely smacked in the lane. Sure, he's getting a couple of kills here and there, but this is going to be his 3rd death of the game so far. The Mars is out CSing a TA, not something you see at all. He's 21-6. He's going to die another time. And once again, I mean, he's going to TP into this lane and not be feeling too good about this about himself. But the big thing is, he kept his head down, he kept quiet, he kept farming. And when the opportunity arrived, he delivered. I mean, this is really the mob showing that if you're going to play against an Indian team, yes, they might not be the best, but you have to play with respect. Absolutely. And I think after that second Roshan, when Nexta tried to go high ground, and when it failed, that's when the mob started to claw their way back into the game. They tried to go high ground, it didn't quite work out. It also kind of felt like I never saw an arena with a 2-man spear and a cataclysm.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same thing. I feel like they didn't really layer their spells really well. You know, Fearless, he dropped a couple of cataclysms here and there, but they never seemed to hit, and you can't really blame him for that. That's more so on the setup on the side of next side. They had Shadow Shaman, they had a Spear, they had an Ice Blast in an AoE stunning everyone for 1.5 seconds, but I'm quite surprised that the Cataclysm never came in quickly enough. It just seems that they lack the AoE support needed for that spell to connect. You know, usually you look at something like a Chronosphere or a Tide Hunter or a Black Hole, you know, to set something up. I mean, when I say Tide Hunter, I mean Ravage. But interestingly enough, theoretically, you know what else could work? It's actually Winter Wyvern with the Winter's Curse. If you time it really well, that Cataclysm is going to connect when the Winter's Curse ends. And that could do a lot. But sadly, Winter Wyvern was on the enemy team. Speaking of which, I think Blacklocked also deserves his flowers. He hit some really sick curses this game.
I mean, I really have to give kudos to Blitzkaiser as well. He had a rough game 1 earlier on in the day on Pangolier. This time on the Underlord, I really want to talk about this one fight. I think it was the fight at the Ancient, and the first time they took a fight near the enemy base, there was a clutch Heaven's Albert. Like, the DK was disarmed, and he was wondering, like, hey, like, what the hell is happening? And he had nothing he could do about that. Feels rough because, I mean, if you're a Next Light supporter, you look at the draft, they had all the ingredients they required to win, right? Like, you have A versus Viper, you have a Shaman that's playing out of his mind. Fortunately, he's also getting two-shotted by the TA.
At one point,
but they had a DK who farmed, they had an Invoker who farmed. And, like, everybody got their items. They got the first 2 Roshans. It's just that their first high ground attempt really exposed the chinks in their team fight. Like, I think the mob just played team fights better, and a lot of this is because of Jackie, the Winter Wyvern, and Xander. All of them. Swift played to
his job.
This is where it started to fall apart, right? They go high ground, they drop the arena, Spear on the Viper, the Cold Embrace is there. They've not done anything after using 3 big spells. And now the Dragon Knight is like, hey, I was looking at a Cold Embrace Viper, and now I'm going to respawn without Elder Dragon.
And can't even blink out of that Nether Toxin, sadly, because it deals damage very quickly in tiny instances. So, I mean, this Winter's Curse, it sort of sealed the deal for this fight. You see Jackie try and find more, but I believe all they get is a shaman here. If I
Yeah,
remember
but
correctly.
the thing is, they took away the ages and they managed to hold on. This was at the Rosh pit. Now, there was a spear. Now, where was the Cataclysm? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he dropped a Sunstrike there towards the end and accidentally instead of a Cataclysm.
Yeah, I did see the Sunstrike, but logically,
there was a Cataclysm
there should have
first.
been a...
There was one Cataclysm, but it was
Okay.
not enough. The
Okay.
second Cataclysm didn't come in quickly enough.
Okay.
Yeah, and let's not forget, the damage between two heroes gets split, and TA was refracted through that. So the Viper only took half damage from the Sunstrike. The
Yep.
other half got blocked by the TA.
I mean, the most epic fight is yet to come. The one where Jackie, unfortunately, his PC goes off, but Xander hits a sick shackle.
Yep.
Also, yeah, I mean, that's the thing about TA, right? Like, you're always going to keep getting your farm. This was a good flank by the Dragon Knight. He managed to bring down the Wind Ranger. And again, here's the Cataclysm. Doesn't really hit anyone because Swiftblade always has the nose dive. And now the Dragon Knight is looking good.
Yeah, the Dragon Knight was just, a little sad there towards the end of the game.
Disarmed.
Yeah, disarmed, rooted, all manners of abuse thrown his way. But really, I mean, I kind of feel like both sides did make their fair share of mistakes. But it really was the mob who were like, they had the courage in the moment. They had, that sense of, okay, we can win this game if we do this now. It's now or never. So really, credit where credit is due. They identified the fact that they have a chance to win here, and they took it with both hands. But that said, they're proceeding forward here in the tournament, Vivek, and I have to say, in this next stage, all your little mistakes are starting to be put under a magnifying glass, and all these other teams are going to exploit all of these mistakes. So,
Absolutely, I think
if anything, also a bit of a wake-up call for the mob to just play a bit
tighten
more
things
clutch.
up.
Yeah.
Yep. Look, I think in the bracket ahead, they're playing the winner of Asterix versus Team Landons, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be one tough matchup after another for anyone and everyone in the lower bracket. 39-37, I don't care about the scoreboard, but it was a close game. Xander, Blitzkaiser, I mean, all really pulling in. And there's Jackie. Like, it doesn't look like they don't look like great numbers, like 14, 10, 10.
But the real numbers that matter, well, they're there.
Yeah,
33K net worth.
33,000 net worth, and I'm sure he's been dealing and dishing out the most DPS somewhere along with Swiftblade. But like, yeah, Jackie's really done a phenomenal job in this game. I think everyone on the team having their moments where they came through. If you're looking at next tide, I feel like Cow tried his best.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. They were split across the map multiple times. They were taking fights on multiple fronts.
Yeah.
And especially against a mob whose draft conceptually sort of just counters what you like to do. It is a bit of a weird thing to try and do, because theoretically the Wyvern's really good against the DK, so they had that for high ground. Elsewhere, you've got this Wind Ranger with the Gale Force who prevents a Mars and Shadow Shaman from running away and gets them into these awkward spots while they're shackling and stuff. But let's have a look at the MVP for this game and see who it's going to be. I think it's going to be Jackie, and it is indeed him.
Oh yeah.
Well deserved.
Look at that, 48,000 hero damage. That is a lot. He's had a very definitive showing, something that he'll remember for the rest of his career as a Dota player. Like, this is definitely one solid standout performance that you'd like to have. Yeah.
The thing is, you've tasted the nectar now. You've tasted the nectar of victory. You know what it feels like to win. Now the illusion is broken that, these teams are really good. We're just going to lose. Let's try not to be too embarrassed. No, now you've actually told yourself that, hey, this is actually possible. These guys make mistakes too. If we tidy up a play, if we put our heads down, we can actually win this. But let's have a look at who they're going to be facing off next, as the brackets are going to be coming up on our screens very shortly. The mob, they have to keep this level of performance up, and they need to deliver more if they want to continue here in this tournament.
Right. So what's waiting for them is Asterix versus Team Landon. Fasol versus Krish, the winner of that.
No, I believe that Asterisk versus Avenue Gaming is... Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go. Right. Yeah, you're right. Asterisk
I mean,
versus
as per the
Randoms.
bracket,
Yes.
there is a Myth Avenue game, but that's versus Z's.
Yeah.
in the upper bracket.
Yeah, my
And,
apologies. there.
look at the upper bracket. Interactive Philippines versus Mechanics. That should be interesting as well.
Yeah. I just got a bit confused by the visual there. Like, oh, round 2, the brackets below that bracket, they're probably going there. Nope. That's what I get for not doing my homework. Anyway, I have to say, Asterisk, they're not going to be an easy team to beat. I mean, those are the golden boys of India. They are the team that is looked at the most, and probably also the most individually skilled team out here. Now, the Mob, they've had quite a showing. They've broken the illusion that SEA teams are extremely hard to beat. The question is, can they actually stand up to Asterisk? Remains to be seen, but we do have a QR code coming up on your screens in just a bit. If you scan this, you can vote for who your Intel All-Star is. And well, on 11th January, we will reveal, or rather, we will close the voting, excuse me, and your vote's no longer going to be counted after that. So if you have an All-Star, if you're a Jackie fan, do make sure you scan that QR code. Do make sure you vote for them. Doesn't matter if you like Swiftblade, Blacklocked, or whoever. Vote for your favorite one. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be cutting to a short break. But when we're back, we're going to be bringing you some more action-packed Dota. Till then, you're watching the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26 with a digital partner, Flipkart. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26 with our digital partner Flipkart. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one's gonna be Vivek once again. Well, we just had a very interesting match play out here on Stream B, and if you weren't here, boy, you missed something. The Mob managed to take down Team Nextide, and they are going to be proceeding further in the lower bracket. We're going to be having the brackets coming up on your screens very, very shortly, just to contextualize what we're saying. But Vivek, what a game being played. You know, just to jog everyone's memory, the Mob managed to take down the Thai stack, that is Nextide, and they are now going to be playing against the winner of Asterisk versus Team Randoms. For now, though, the match that we've got coming up next is between Team
Atlantis 2.0 and Viroja.
Yeah, I was trying to see, like, wait, why is Atlantis playing Reckonex? And then I saw once again the correct part of the bracket, which is the losers round 1. And I was enlightened. Anyway, Atlantis, just to fill you in, is I believe the Malaysian stack, and Viroja is the Indonesian stack, if I'm not wrong. Vice versa. So that's what we've got going here, and I do believe that Atlantis also have one Filipino player on their roster. Otherwise, it's 4 Malaysians, and yeah, that's
Young God,
yeah,
Ponyo.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
So yeah, it should be an interesting one. Southeast Asia versus Southeast Asia. We got Indonesia versus Malaysia versus Philippines. So should be an interesting one. Lots of names that you might recognize from your high-level pubs. There's Young God in there. Lloyd's also playing. You've got Mango Rose, and on the other side, if you're a big Indonesian fan, there's going to be CJ who's a part of that roster. There is DB. There's Juju. All names that you might be familiar with. So, yeah, I hope they've been keeping an eye on what's been going on in some of these games, because man, some of these games have been hype. Interactive Philippines absolutely have been demolishing every team in their way so far. But we're going to take a bit of a break from the upper bracket at the moment and just figure out our lower bracket matches for now.
Yeah, we should be getting upper bracket updates soon enough. But now, though, it's Atlantis versus Viroja. And then the Mob, who earn themselves a victory, are waiting for the winner of Asterisk versus Randoms, which is the Indian Derby, which proceeds to another Indian Derby. And then eventually, you know, loses round 3 and 4. And yeah, it's slimming down now. Like, the teams are getting eliminated bit by bit. Nextide, first team to go home. Is that right? Yeah, Nextide is the first team to go home.
Yeah.
But now let's focus on this, because this is also elimination time. One of these two teams will stay on in the tournament and live to fight another match, another day. And one of these teams, well...
Yeah, they're not going to be continuing the journey anymore in the Predator League. And, well, if you're an Indonesian fan, imagine you're going to be supporting Viroja, Atlantis, going to be the Malaysian boys. I have to say, though, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen some of these names going at it in a tournament. You know, in pubs, you always get to see. I mean, I've got some high-end friends on my list, so I'm able to spectate those games thankfully, which really is a blessing. You know, nowadays it's like Dota's back to being a bit of a social club kind of thing, where you need to know the right people if you want to improve at the game. You know, make them to, get them to be your friends, and then spectate their games and learn how you can potentially become better yourself. Anyway, this is the lineup from the side of Atlantis. You've got Mango, Ponyo, Young God, Wonderboy, and Lloyd playing here versus the side of Viroja Gaming. We're going to have their lineup coming on your screens as well very, very shortly. I'm not too sure who I favor. I don't feel like there's a clear favorite just based on the lineup, but Viroja, this is who we got. We've got
DB,
DB Orion, we've got
Juju, Wami, and CJ.
CJ, yeah,
Sorry.
CJ. So this is the, this is the Indonesian stack like we were talking about. So, yeah, I mean, a lot to be seen. I do believe the name CJ has made some rounds here on the Indian circuit here before. We'll see what he's going to be up to. But I personally have zero... I mean, I'm have zero predictions going into this one. I have no idea who's got the superior draft and who's got the superior play. It's the new patches coming in, you know, so sort of shakes things up here. And one thing we have to remember is that there's still a lot of room for trial and error. There's still a lot of room for people to learn more about this patch as time goes on. Perhaps not so much for the teams here, because this is their life on the line for them. But if you have some ideas that you think are good in this new patch, now's the time to try them. Now's the time to bring it out because it's do or die.
It is. It is indeed do or die. Both teams are ready in the lobby. We should be jumping into the game, and I'm curious to see how they draft against each other.
Every caster is just curious to see.
Yeah. Isn't that all we have? Like the curiosity.
Yeah, we're
to
curious
see.
and the ability to see.
Yes.
Yeah, do things that make a caster.
Yep. The
Yeah.
third thing doesn't quite work very well in my mouth, which is my brain. So
Yep.
intentionally mix that up. But yeah, Atlantis and Viroja, I'm quite curious to see how they draft in this patch because everybody's been having this some standard set of bans. I actually it'd be worthwhile asking Jackie and the others on the mob as to why they banned like 4 offlaners.
Yeah, that was also a bit weird to me. I feel like it's one of those things where it's what you imagine to be your weakest point, perhaps. So you're trying to make it easier for yourself by getting rid of more heroes and making that lane more playable for your side. If you have perhaps more versatility on one of your pose 1 players or your pose 5 players, you can leave both things open because you've got the potential to deal with more of it based on hero matchups and whatnot. But in this patch, I feel like there are certain very clear winners and certain very clear losers, heroes that you want to be picking early on. And in my opinion, one of the heroes you have to be considering in the first phase is, I feel like to some extent the Clinks,
Viper.
maybe the Viper. Yeah, and of course, like the Jakiro, like it's probably one of the best hard supports in the game, if not the best hard support in the game at the moment. And I'm just so glad that it's been quite a while since Jakiro has been a relevant hero in the meta. It started coming into the meta about a year ago, and ever since then he's been an ever persistent threat. Otherwise, most of the time people actually sleep on Jakiro as a hero.
5 seconds.
That rhymes.
Yeah.
Dyer's turn.
You think I can go up there with Krishna and Raftar later on?
I don't know who they are, but
Okay.
sure you can.
Alright, fair enough.
Radiant's up.
Well, maybe if I'm polite.
Yeah.
Anyway, Atlantis, they're going to open up with the Ember Spirit here.
Interesting bans actually. Epo Storm Gyro, like
And I'm
first phase
curious
bans.
to see if Feroja pick up the Viper.
Oh, they can.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I wouldn't be too surprised if they do actually.
Yeah.
It's
You're always interested to see and curious to see, and you find things interesting. Find things
Dyer gets the bang.
interesting.
Bye-bye.
Again, interesting square.
yeah, and your curiosity, well, it's got its answer.
It's the Viper.
And then now what I'm curious
Who
to
would
see
have thunk?
is if they ban the Tide Hunter. Is are you giving Viper a Tide?
It gives you everything.
It does.
Seconds.
And
Yeah.
if you get the TA with it, it gives you
5
more than
seconds.
ever.
It gives you everything 1.5x.
Yep. Gives you everything, everywhere, all around you.
Dyer gets the bang.
Indeed. Comes an AoE buff.
Anyway, first phase Viper versus
damn it.
Ember.
I feel-
I don't. What does this Ember do? Like the lane's done.
Well, he's got this ability called Flame Guard. It
Uh-huh.
creates a magical barrier around him and
Right.
it deals. I'm kidding. No, I mean, as Ember, I feel like you might just throw him in the off lane, or you might throw him onto position 4. Even.
Look, I saw a team
If
do
you
that.
wanna try and
I'm not a
flex this.
fan.
I'm not a fan of the position 4 Ember. I think the position 3 Ember as well left.
Can I
leaves a
just
lot
ask
to
you
be
something? You
desired.
have first pick. You could pick anything. Tide
Why
is
would you
in
pick
the pool.
Ember?
Tide
Why would
is
you-
in the pool. Why would you
you
first pick Ember?
Yeah, even I don't get that. I mean, but you know what? Maybe we're just being too silly goofballs here. Like, maybe there's a real reason why this Ember is picked up,
No.
and maybe this Ember has a place in this patch, and
No.
Atlantis will show.
10 seconds.
You know, I tried to hide.
I think
Atlantis
somebody
up.
just called Slacks to draft for one game and
Starting in 5
he's
seconds.
joined the lobby and he's been up to no good.
Yeah, I
Then-
believe he's on a Discord call sitting with Atlantis at the. Oh, guys, I think Techies is really good here.
Ember Omni.
Yeah.
Okay, Viper Disruptor. It's weird. Like you could pick Viper Tide still. Like it
Gives you everything. I'm
does.
kidding. I'm
Gives
kidding.
you bird and watermelon and
It gives you the entire spectrum of human life, plants and animals.
Yep.
I'm kidding. But the Tide Viper is a bit of a weird mix-up in my opinion, because you want both.
completely-
it's fine in theory, but when you think about it, those heroes don't really have a lot of synergy. Viper is a hero that's going to be ungankable. Tide's a hero that's ungankable. Now you're putting all your pressure on the safe lane.
Ooh.
And
this fixes the Viper problem. You
Does
start
it?
with the mana burn creep, you send it mid with the Ember, and then Ember.
I mean, the mana burn creep got significantly nerfed. I
It
mean,
did.
a lot of
10
times,
seconds.
and
It did.
so I feel like it's a
But
strat.
if there's any hero that can
5
help Ember win the mid lane, it is Chen. Like
It
there's
is.
no
That's
other-
that I agree with.
people do tend to go for the yellow Hellbear more.
Hmm.
Uh,
Another thing you can sort of think about, right, is the fact that you can pick a strong hero in from the offlane level 1 that's actually good around level 1 fights, and combine it with another support and kill the Viper once, and then, you know, maybe have your supports come back mid again and kill the Viper again. That will really disrupt his game and make the game a lot more playable for your Ember. But that's more of like a tactical answer to the Viper, not really a drafting or a strategic way. So
okay.
5 seconds.
I'm curious to see
Chen
if they
and
do that.
Windranger do really well at coming mid and killing the Viper.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I mean, the kill shot's always nice against this sort of.
Yeah.
I actually wonder. I wonder if the percentage threshold is affected by magic resistance.
Okay, well, they didn't do Tide TA, but they did Tide Disruptor TA.
No, they did Tide Disruptor Viper.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgive you.
Yeah.
Pay
I mean, they
attention.
didn't do Viper Tide, but they did Viper Disruptor Tide, is what I meant to say. Sorry, guys.
10
Production,
seconds. Just long
well,
enough
the
to
coffee,
reflect every
it's not
change
working
if
just
you
yet.
hurry.
Yeah, I do believe you also
Starting in 5
production
seconds
a
with a
pinky.
A
By
what?
the end of it, a pinky, your pinky
What?
finger.
Why?
Because that's a tradition. You make a mistake.
Oh,
know,
yeah,
the
yeah.
price
It's
of
it's
being
in our contract.
It is in our contract. By the end, well, we gonna be lacking some fingers. So
Let's give him a
Yeah.
second.
One for
we start with one for the road, but this is interesting. I'm kidding. They pick up the slot.
I like it.
Is-
One second. Jokes aside, and us clowning about, like we push that far to the side.
10 seconds
Viroja
left.
has a
Why?
really good draft. I love the new slug. It's actually kind of broken,
5 seconds.
even on the pause 4.
What does the slug do though? Like, I mean, pose 4 I get it. Pose 1 I
He
don't
just
think.
trades so much better. He's just so much better in lane. Like there are very few heroes that can actually lane against slug now.
Yeah, I mean, post 4 slug even I like these days. He's lost some of the region, but it wasn't too much to begin with anyway, so he can do a lot. And especially against the Chen, if you start with the boots, this slug could end up finding a lot of kills. Now, the question is, are you going to play him in pose 4 or pose 1? And so far, I don't see any cause for him being picked up in pose 1. There's probably going to be a pose 4 slug. Well,
Yeah.
Atlantis.
It's the new ability, the saltwater shiv.
I feel like that's a bit of a waste to take level 1. You're probably going to take the pounce. I mean, like having pounce and essence shift together is absolutely bonkers. It's like a
Yeah,
2-second
I mean,
leash on level 1.
I'm not saying you take it at level 1, but it's just
Well, that's
a
actually-
very strong ability.
It's actually more than 2. It's 2.5. That's a long time, especially if you've got boots. Oh, and they go for the Timber Saw.
Taking
So,
Timber into this is interesting.
I mean, Timber's really good against Tide. It's also really good against Disruptor and
Slug also.
Slug and Viper, because all of your damage is pure. And secondly, the fact that you can actually, if you time your Timber chain well, you can be chaining back as you get glimpsed. So while your
can.
chain is flying,
Seconds.
You can.
if you get glimpsed back before your chain connects with the tree,
Dyer gets the
your
bag.
chain will still go to its original
Yes.
location and pull you all the way. I believe there's a
Yes.
very famous Ice clip where he's done that against Disruptor.
Fun fact: if you also play a lot of Timber Saw, you can Timber Chain as the Mars arena is getting formed and actually escape the arena.
10 seconds left. Wow.
Yep.
8 now.
Well,
Sure.
what's good
5
versus Timber Saw, you ask? Well, there is a hero which isn't very good in this patch, but it is good versus Timber Saw, and that's the OD. Just messes up your lanes completely.
It's
Okay.
OD is OD is interesting because
Are you curious to see if they consider the OD?
I am curious to see if they can. I think the OD has some problems here. I mean, you gotta get ran at by this extremely weird lineup of Ember, Timber, Wind. I mean, you Astral one, the other guy is still probably gonna kill you. So
Interesting.
I don't think it's that good.
Ah.
On the contrary, I believe that a good hero here for Atlantis would just be some type of, frontline presence that allows that like just ties the draft together. The Slaughter still in the pool. It
10
would
seconds.
buff up this.
Wait, it's offlane Timber, it's mid Ember,
5
the
seconds.
Wind Ranger's a
4.
flex.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger can be played post 4, so it's okay.
Yeah. But what's interesting is Atlantis are leading the slug as a post 4 slug because they've been banning position 1 heroes, and what this
I think that's
ban
fair.
is good. I mean, Viroja's bans are telling us that they're looking at this as a support Wind Ranger. So yeah. I think that they're looking to ban out another position 1 hero for Atlantis. Get position 1 heroes in this game. I mean, Monkey King.
I'm
is-
trying to think of what's good against this, but everything just kind of runs at you, and
Dire
I
Strike.
think you need like some tanky strength-based carry who can stand his ground. Which brings me
Sven.
back to an Alchemist, but there's a Timbersaw already, so Sven is also kind of bad here. I mean, all the carries that are good against Chen, Hembo, Wind suck
Yeah.
against Timbersaw. That's sort of the
We're 10
dilemma.
seconds
But
up.
what do
Game time.
Atlantis
Tell
want to
them
pick
announcer
in the
you love
position?
'em, if that's what's in your heart.
Because we're
5
talking about Atlantis.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Yeah, but it's
I think I don't know.
it's
You
not
know what?
straightforward. It's
There's an opportunity to go PL here. I'm not a
Radiant
fan
knows
because it's
just
kind
who
of
to pick.
bad versus the what the.
okay. It's a
posi-
mid-wind ranger.
It
it's a
better
full
be
lion.
position 1 win.
I've seen some position 2 lions.
I have, but that's only on Thompson stream,
Yeah.
and we don't talk about that stream here until RB validates it.
Anyway, Viroja, like we were saying, they need
10
something that is good against the Timbersaw
5
and the
seconds.
Ember,
4,
and
3, you
that
got it.
category does not.
Oh, there is
Intersect.
a green hero. It's
Is it
somewhat good,
Necrophos?
but yeah, somewhat.
Necrophos is not bad here. The big problem is like the heals, and you don't really have a lot of anti-heal on the side of Viroja, so you pop that Reaper side, there's gonna be a Hand of God. There's potentially maybe a mech, a Holy
Okay, look.
Locket that comes through.
You have a break mechanic. You have team fight. You basically
How
just need to
Necrophos doesn't break anyone?
No,
What are you
no.
saying?
With the Viper.
Oh, okay.
You have team fight, you have a break mechanic, you need to take objectives, and you want to secure late
I
game.
don't
I-
like
I-
this Necrophos. to be
No, I'm
honest
not
with you.
asking for a Necrophos. I'm asking for something that secures the late game. I was thinking TA, but TA has been banned.
Yeah. Gyro's also not in the
What are we doing
pool.
here?
The the Morphling is bold. Not gonna lie, because you can't really play Morphling that well into the Timbersaw. I think the lane is fine, but later on the Timbersaw is also completely okay against the Morph. Both just kind of not kill each other. So it's gonna come down to who has the better initiation, and I feel like that's actually Atlantis. Atlantis have got a very good jump with the Lion. The Timbersaw is always going to be on the front lines providing vision. Ember with the Remnants is going to be trying to find the supports. So a lot of good things going here for their side. But if I had to give it to someone, whose draft would I pick? And I think the Slug might be a bit too much of a problem. So I am going to go with Viroja.
Well, I like the Viroja drop too. I think, like I mentioned, they've got somebody that builds a break mechanic. The Morphling can take advantage of it. The Morphling in lane is going to be fine versus the Timber. I mean, there's certain moments where it could be problematic. The main issue for the Morphling is that there's a line who can always like point blank initiate upon you
Yep.
and catch you before you can morph strength. So that's something he's got to respect, even the kill shot.
Yeah, and that's something that the shot doesn't fix either, right? Because Hex is just silences you as well, so
Yep.
you're not going to be getting that attribute shift off, even if you can buy yourself the shot.
Right.
But overall, I still like Viroja's draft despite that. I feel like the Slug Force 4 is going to be a bit of a problem early on in the game.
Absolutely, there are no answers
Yeah.
to the slug kill. Like, it's what do you have that's ground target?
I mean, you've got
well,
damage, you've got
you
waves,
got
but
the Timber Saw and you got the Lion, but
and,
like
and the wind.
yeah, actually. But it's going to be a win with the Tangle plus.
I feel like I'm convincing myself that the Viroja, that the Viroja draft is worse compared to Atlantis. The more you mention the Slug, but I don't know, man. It's just these lanes for me. I feel like these lanes are far too important. You've got one winning lane with the Viper. You've got potentially another winning lane with the Slug. And by the way, Slug can also kill Morphling level 1. Morphling does not win that fight, of course.
Slug can also kill Morphling level 1.
Yes, because he's gonna be.
They're on
Oh,
the same
excuse
team.
me. Yeah. I need the coffee now. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, the Slug is in general can kill pretty much any hero except maybe the Wind early on.
Damn, I need to understand these lanes first.
Yeah,
So-
even I'm a bit confused.
The Slug is support.
Yes.
The Wind Ranger has the kill shot facet
Oh, so
and is going.
yeah, the Wind Ranger is cool. But is the Wind Ranger off lane, or is it the Timbersaw that's off
No, it's
lane?
a position 1 Wind Ranger. It's a Timbersaw off lane.
Yeah.
I think I'm right about that.
And they're putting the Ember mid against the Viper, which was a first pick. Nothing about this game, nothing about this draft makes sense, man. I have no idea like what I'm trying to break down here. It's all over the damn place, and really, if anything, we need to have a conversation with both of these teams and try to figure out what on earth were they thinking when they picked
That's
like
true.
this.
That's true.
Because I feel like this draft has left a lot of people scratching their heads.
Yeah, I mean, like, you see the enemy pick Viper and you respond with Ember, like, I don't know. That's some next level stuff.
Yeah, it's like sort of griefing your own game. You're like, oh, you thought you got me, not if I get myself first. Mm-hmm. Like you're being robbed at gunpoint, and then you take out a pistol and just decide to end your life right there. Because you're like, at least that way the robber doesn't get to shoot me.
I
It's
mean,
still alive with some of my honor intact.
yeah,
Just pretend I was sad and maybe depressed.
okay. I wasn't listening, but, like, can we just get back to the lanes?
Mhm.
Like, so it's Viper versus Ember. Chen has the Hellbeck convert,
Mhm.
so there's nobody coming mid to burn mana. It's Viper versus Ember. Viper wins. It's should be Timber Lion versus Morphling Disruptor.
Yeah, having some issues at the moment, but yeah.
So
getting
Timber Lion
fixing.
versus
Yeah.
Morphling Disruptor. Timber farms, Morphling farms as well. The question is, what does the Morphling build into? I don't think we're going to be seeing a shotgun
A
build.
phylactery.
No, we're not going to be seeing
A
I don't-
phylactery.
Nope.
A phylactery.
on that.
The more I say it, the truer it becomes.
Safe.
Although I have to say, I feel like
Okay, so Timber Lion versus Morphling Disruptor, that's okay.
I'll tell you why, right? Why I actually think the phylactery is good. This game, look at their heroes. They've got Timbersaw, they've got Wind, who's really good against physical damage, and you've got some catches here with the Disruptor Glimpse, with the Tide, Dead in the Water,
Hey,
with
who's back?
potentially Viper with the
problem
Viper
with
Strike.
the problem with that is you're not very good at hitting buildings. You're
you
not
can
very
hit
good at
buildings
taking
just
Roshan.
fine. Okay, look, the Earthblade's still fine on Morphling because it still gives the Morphling what it wants. It's stats, yeah, and he gets a lot of those with
Look,
the
I'm a
Earthblade.
proponent for it, but it looks like he is Quickfire seems to be running towards the Tread.
Yeah,
The Tread's one.
that doesn't mean you don't go for you can buy Trez even if you go.
Okay, do you want to place a bet? How many fingers?
3. I bet my pinky, my index finger, and my ring finger because I know I'm not gonna get married.
Okay.
As CJ is actually the one who draws first blood down bottom. They managed to find the lion here. Lloyd takes a tumble.
Yeah. So this shouldn't be happening. Honestly, Lion Timber is really strong at level 2. All that the Lion had to do is just be a bit patient, but
I have no idea what position Lloyd was in for that to happen.
yep. And although we have an entire book about positions in our lore, in our country, we don't know what position that.
Yeah, most of us can't read, so
Oh, it's by picture. Visual. Not a-
yeah. Pictorial? No. or
Pictorial is.
doesn't it mean strange patterns?
No.
Okay.
It's called a Rossack.
What do you mean? I only see my mom and dad fighting there.
I see your mom and my dad. Right?
Is
We
there
went to
something
school
I don't
together.
know? Okay. Well, I need to
Okay.
have a conversation with my mom after this. Anyway,
Yeah.
Looking at these lanes. Oh no! Oh my god, CJ nearly gets popped.
What? He's
But-
turning?
Yeah, he's turning because now you no longer have any more burst damage. It's just level 1 on the Lion and he's gonna die. In the meantime, they did lose Slark up top. It was Mango Rose who got that kill. But down bottom, CJ finds another. On top of getting some really good CS in this lane, it seems like he is off to a great start.
Yeah. You know,
Mag-
we might be clowning about, but this game is pretty high.
Yeah.
That's some really good stuff down bottom coming out from the Morphling. Even the Lion Timber, they have the right idea.
Yeah. Okay, I have a theory on why they picked the Ember into the Viper right away.
Oh, tell me. Because he has something called Flame Guard.
No, I believe Wonderboy last night ate everybody else's dinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And then
There was
he
no
went
food
and took a
remaining.
dump in everyone else's room but his.
Cemetery in the sky.
Yep. He
Yep.
stank up their rooms.
uh,
Today they decided, you know what? Would it be funny if we just gave you Ember versus Viper as revenge? Haha.
Yep.
But they actually did it.
So, fun fact, chat. My co-caster wants to go to DI, and this is the kind of breakdown he's providing.
Mm-hmm.
If you know someone at
Man can dream.
BGL,
Yeah.
please pass his name ahead.
Mm-hmm.
If you want more of this,
You can find me on Instagram at the rate Hirakat Thakur.
yeah.
That is HEERAKTHAKOR. Anyway, up top, Mango Rose dropping low. Nearly finds Maivo, but Maivo had just enough HP to not get taken down by the kill shot. And now the Slug, well, I liked it. I said I really, I enjoy the position for Slug. And this is why. I mean, look at Ponyo. He's just dead again. Alright, DB is going to get this kill. He's going to be fine. He's got the bounce coming up in a bit. And Lotus, if that goes south. In the meantime, they also lose the Disruptor down bottom on Viroja. So something going the way of Atlantis. But this top lane, off to an atrocious start. The bottom lane as well, TJ is doing really, really good. And in the mid lane, the Viper is owning. There is not a single lane that Viroja are not winning at the moment.
Yeah. Slark is actually really, really good versus Ken because the saltwater shiv, which takes away
Okay, that's enough.
health restoration. Never mind. Back to the mid lane. Viper, X-Top, not gonna die.
I mean, look, it makes a small difference, but really, you want to have the Dark Pack because you're going to be playing a lot of stuff. The Timbersaw dropping really low down bottom. What on earth? What's the Timbersaw doing?
Radiant might wanna haul some
Okay,
man
he's
down
chaining
their bottom
backwards
tower.
because, my goodness, he got slapped across the face by the Morphling. Everybody underestimates Poseidon
Radiant's middle tower
until it's
is hanging on
Monsoon,
by a
and then everyone's like, okay, well, he might not be Greece, but we get your point.
Man, CJ is looking really, really good. Like, I would not want to be the team that has to face off with Roja.
Yeah.
I probably just first phase ban is Morphling. Or second phase, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like, this Morphling is gonna be a big problem. Maybe 2K Networks lead 5 minutes in, although mid lane, Pota, he's got himself the stick. He's gonna be able to walk back up to the high ground. Lloyd's only level 2. They needed one more level on both of these supports to make this work. If Chen was level 4 and the Lion was level 3, he would have died on the Viper.
You know the other thing, like, I have a small issue with the Chen didn't need to walk through the river. He could have actually sent his creeps, maybe even under the tower. The creeps could tank the damage, and then he could actually wrap around the Viper. I mean, he took a direct path from Rune to the lane. I don't know. I think even with enemy vision, he would have still been able to get there in time. But alas, he just walked there, dropped the blood grenade. He really needed to get the penitence off. Anyway, it's quite an interesting game. Viroja, they're off to a good start, mainly because of CJ on the Morphling, who, man, I have not seen this kind of Morphling in a while in SEA.
Typically, you don't see Morphlings winning their lane this hard, but it just seems that for some strange reasons, the snowball effect of the Lion dying level 1, if that had not happened, CJ would be having a much more even
Harder
game.
lane,
Yeah, and a hard lane. The Timbersaw would be a real threat, but because the Lion died so early, CJ is doing just fine, and guess you won the bet. Or maybe there's still room. Maybe there's still a chance he goes. Nah, he doesn't go for Black Ray, I'm kidding. Maybe he goes. Actually, maybe you still can.
Yeah. Well, let me
Is
know
there-
when you're done. I'll get the fingers.
Okay.
Dire is scanning
And
for
CJ
enemies.
is.
Probably
He's
hoping
just
to catch
gonna be
glimpse of 'em.
continuing.
I love this.
Um,
If you're playing position for Slug, guys, it is essential that you are not in your lane. As far away from a lane objective kill as you are, you're getting map control. That's what
Yeah.
you need to be doing.
As far away as possible from
From
responsibility, from any
yeah.
semblance of contributing to the early game.
And actually, I encourage my fellow friends
Radiant is scanning around
in
for
Southeast
enemies.
Asia to play more position
odd
4 Slack or position 5 Monkey games.
Especially if you're against Vivek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if you're in my team as well, I'm over. Because I'll be doing that. Oh, Glimpse, young god,
That's a
please,
very tiny
please. I
Glimpse.
hope he doesn't die again.
Oh, level 6 on
yeah,
the Timber Sword.
Morphling, he's returning some of that Whirling Dead damage. CJ looking for more, has it, returns with the Whirling Dead, gets the kill. CJ, an absolute boss on this Morphling. Here comes Ponyo on the Chen. The Penitent is very, very angry, but the Morphling doesn't care. He waved forward, gets the Lion. Potatoes here as well. Heck, the Wind Rangers here, the Embers here, and even the President of India might be here as Mangaros. He's gonna die. Potato's still alive. Eventually he falls. The Ember remnants away in style.
Oh boy.
But the damage continues. The wounds are still bleeding. And they're being stabbed time and time again by this Morphling, as I feel like Atlantis has no response to what CJ is doing on the map. And yeah, this is classic 9-class behavior.
DB has learned from the finest.
In the vicinity of Dyer's top
Rune
tower,
spawns down bottom though, and I believe that the Ember's going to be able to get it anyway, so all that was for naught. It's luck.
Yeah, I mean, the only good thing for Atlantis
Dyer's
version
top tower is
2.0
really taking
is
a
that
beat.
the Ember died. Sorry, the Viper died, which kind of feels good, but like,
Alright.
that's it. And Lloyd,
Spare
this
respects
is
to Floyd.
his fourth death in the game. I mean, I don't know. We don't need to keep count. But yeah, he's looking for a team as 5, or that's what LFT 5 can sometimes. So,
It does.
Dyer's top tower
Well,
just lit Rick Valley up.
Up top,
problems everywhere for Atlantis.
Wind Ranger uses Focus Fire. It was not very effective.
It was not very focused.
Yep, both of
But-
those things.
Yeah, guys, thing is, Atlantis was supposed to be this really perfect land. Perfect land where gods live.
You can tell
Atlantis
Dyer's middle tower is in
2.0
trouble from
seems
the
to
way
be
it's being
opposite
destroyed
day on
as we
Atlantis.
Mm-hmm.
So far, that's what the early game is telling me. Although
That
anything is possible.
Yeah, that's what I tell myself when I say that someday I'm going to be at a TI.
Mm.
And you know what? Someday I am. It's going to probably be the day I take a melatonin pill in the afternoon. Because I ate way too much butter chicken with my garlic naan.
Yeah.
Oh no, my chicken's too buttery and my naan too garlicky. Anyway,
Ooh.
mid lane, the Ember, that's a painful remnant. But he's fine. No Viper strikes. He can actually try and end this tower for now. In fact, they might actually have a chance to find something here.
Okay, here's the Chen. Let's go. Run into the Viper. Drop the root. Earth spike him. Kill him. Bring him down.
And
But
they actually did. I mean,
they did, but look at this. There's the wraparound. There's reinforcements. DB's there.
Ravage,
and the Ravage, well, it
model support.
wasn't even really needed because Juju got the kill with the glimpse. But hey, Tide did use his Ravage. And, you know, sometimes everybody just wants to pay tribute to Shiva.
You can tell Dyer's middle tower is in
yeah,
trouble from the way
it
it's being
was everywhere in spirit. Everywhere.
Absolutely. Lloyd runs
Mostly
away.
in spirit. As yeah, Lloyd gets away with the Arcane Rune.
Dyer's middle
Still
tower
level
has taken
4
one
on
hell
this
of a
Lion as...
Rough
I
times.
have- yeah,
Rough times. When did the Wisdom Shrines go?
I don't know, actually. It seems like they...
Shen is 5. Is Shen level 5?
Have they still not taken their Wisdom Shrine?
Okay, so DB got one.
Yeah.
You check in on that.
Okay, no, Lloyd did take his Wisdom Shrine.
Okay.
But he's still just level 4. Okay, well, never mind. So I guess Lloyd's just been having a rough game.
We can look at the network charts as well and deduce that the Timber not doing too good.
Yeah. You know, well, I think the Wind Range is also not doing too good, Vivek. I don't know
Oh,
why. I just have a feeling in my bones.
I think the worst part about like losing the lane as an offlaner is when you die post 10 minutes. Like post 10 minutes when there's like
Oh! A power shot from downtown. Atlantis are still very much in this game, and who better player to get it, or rather, you know, who better on your team to get it than the carry himself? It's Mangaros with the kill shot.
Absolutely. It's that one moment in the movie Matrix where you point a gun at the agent's head and Neo says, dodge this. And strength morph that. And yeah, the Morphling can't do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Not snoozing, power shotted from hell, and that's why you take the kill shot facet. For that one glorious highlight reel.
Funny thing is, I think even if he didn't have the kill shot, they probably still would have died because the Morphling was...
50-50.
6-7.
Yeah, 6-7. Now we're even.
Okay. Well, Wonder Boy is closing in. Actually, I think he's got a Spirit Vessel now, maybe. So they can actually go around the map doing things.
Oh wow, Spirit was
As DB is level 7 on the Slug, while Wonder Boy is level 8. Okay, no, it's not. Never mind. It's just chainmail. Or
it's just his face.
that's a little unfortunate. I mean, I actually think going for the Spirit Vessel first would have been worth it. That actually enables you to kill them all.
Okay, glimpse. DJ looking for revenge. Nope, not waveforming. Or not
Interesting hand of
pursuing
God.
further into that focus fire. Wonderboy is here with his new face boots. DB staring him in the face. Fish looks at Ninja.
I'm a bit
Spirit.
confused by that Hand of God usage coming out from the chin.
That's why I
the
didn't
wind
mention it.
Okay.
Ignore that.
Is
Anyway.
that a polite thing to do?
Yeah.
Hope Dyer's middle
Is it
And
tower
by
because
the
you're
way, the
terrified
saltwater
of the
shiv is
intimidating-
really good
Okay.
versus the Hand of God. And the region. Oh, Ravage, mid lane, no Hand of God, Ponyo. He's got the penitence. They'll turn towards the Tide Hunter. It feels like there isn't any real backup. Okay, now they'll go on the Lion. Chains are there. The chains are not going to be enough as Lloyd will eventually
Oh my
fall.
God,
Here
that
comes
guy's
Young
dead.
God. He's going to chop down the watermelon, play Fruit Ninja with Maiwo. And now they look towards Potato, chain him in the mid lane and bring him down. Some signs of life for Atlantis 2.0 as they're swinging back. And CJ's probably like, guys, I worked so hard for this. I did so much. Can you guys stop dying? Juju, Shackle, he's next. The Disruptor, well, is innate. Isn't really going to keep him alive from everything and everyone as he eventually falls. A double kill for Wonder Boy. That's more
Hey,
earned
that's,
charges.
that all started with Lloyd dying. So, you know,
It
tactical
all
feeding
started with the
fine.
Ravage.
It all started with the Ravage, indeed. It started with the Chen dying and Lloyd dying and buying back as down
You
bottom.
just got to be careful. There is a Maelstrom.
No, I think the Wind Ranger has to be careful. You're not going to kill the Morphling, not with the strength attribute shift and not without connecting a shackle. So, he's fine. Gonna pop the Lotus here, go back up to full, and Siege is also gonna continue farming. Now, I do want to find out if this Morphling is gonna be going for a Manta style, or if he's gonna be, or if he's gonna be going for a Butterfly after the Manta style, or if he's gonna be going for something else.
Can I just say something? I really like how you made a case for Phylactery because I really want to see that build. Like a Phylactery and Blade build. I mean, I've seen it on streams and pubs, but
I think it's got room as well, right? Because the way the Earth Blade now works is based on all your attributes, and Phylactery synergizes with that as well.
exactly. But then, like,
And then you also get HP and mana from...
in this kind of time and day, is that the limit of your position one scaling? Like, if it was a position 2 morph,
Here's what I think, though. Think about a morph with Earth Blade, Butterfly, Kanda, BKB,
that
and
is
Manta.
true though. I
That
completely agree
kind
with
of
you.
gives you everything,
Because
like
for
Tide TA.
Because for those of you that don't remember,
Tide
Tide
TA used to give you everything.
Never gonna leave Baroque alone. But yeah, for those of you that don't remember, when in Dota 2 and Dota 1, Dota 2, especially when now we won TI, back in those days, Tier 2, Tier 3, 4, 5, Earthblade Morphling was standard. And after Earthblade, what did you build? Butterfly.
Yeah.
What did you build after Butterfly? Skadi. What did you build after Skadi? Well, you
Mantle
took the
of
money
Never
from
mind.
TI and you made a house for yourself. Stop building items because the games ended back then. Not these
Lloyd
60-minute... Yeah, Lloyd.
Is,
They're not
in
committing on
trouble.
the line because he could turn with the Earth Spike. They'll
Oh,
instead
that's a
go
nice
for the
3-back
Chen.
chains.
Oh, DB.
Bit too far there.
Yeah, more like...
Out of water.
yeah.
Or rather, a saltwater fish and fresh water. That's
Yeah.
kind of appropriate. If you know your science. Is it?
Feel like...
Do you need to know? Yeah, I think you need to know that, right?
Yeah, but
Don't explain osmosis in geography, do they?
the real problem is like Atlantis, they've lost their lead. I mean, they've closed down on the deficit that they had to play against. Now Young God is getting a little bit of space. Things are looking good for Atlantis. Like, the lineup is coming together.
I think the biggest problem for Viroja is going to start to be this Ember Spirit because he's starting to hit his timings now. Like he's still far behind in this game. Yes, but he's got freedom to move in and out of these fights, and you don't have hard lockdown outside the Static Storm. So the only way you're going to kill him off once he's got that BKB is going to be that Ravage, and you need to catch him with the Ravage before that BKB comes out. So things are kind of looking up for Atlantis, although now with the Aghanim Scepter done for this Viper, it's again going to be problematic. Mangaros, he in particular is going to be the most concerned about this because I want to see if there's a chip west on the Viper. And if there is, I feel like this is one of those games. Okay, never mind. He's got the essence. But this is one of those games where you might actually keep a chip west, maybe even possibly until your tier 3 neutrals, because that would have been very good against the Wind Ranger with the focus fire, plus your corrosive skin and your nether toxin. So the Wind Ranger essentially just commits seppuku on the Viper if she presses focus fire.
Or you can just press the H button as a Wind Ranger and
stop hitting the Viper.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that can work too, but I only know 25 letters in the alphabet. Yeah, I was trying to find something to say there.
Yeah.
Found something.
Well, if you take any 4 letters and put them in any order, you'll get the name of one of Elon Musk's children. Do try that at home.
Okay, well, Age is done. Age is on the Viper now. Roshan's gonna fall, so Roshan in a good spot to get themselves a Tormentor. I actually feel like Atlantis can still make a move, and that's exactly what they're doing. Wonder Boy is leading
They're
the
fighting
charge
into
here,
Ages,
but
a bit tight.
this is not the target you want.
Yeah, this is not like. This is problematic. If Juju gets a glimpse, you were
Oh!
hyping up the Ember. My co-caster Floki, he's always wrong. He's always biased towards the Ember Spirit. As the Ember dies, my co-caster cries. Ponyo, well, he'll fly back to base. Dead. As
what?
DB is looking for more, he cut across through the trees, found the timber side. Young God, well, he fueled up in the air by the slug, trying to set up for him. And even if they don't have lockdown, they've always got the glimpse.
That's a bit of an unfortunate usage of the Timber Chain there. He kind of just forgot that there's he Timber Chained into the slug.
Yeah, he didn't know the slug was on the high ground.
I mean, I think he
am
did.
I not wrong? I don't know. Can we get a replay?
I mean, he should have known, right? Because the Chen died, and I believe it was. I believe it was thanks to the slug's vision. I mean, either way, you've got to be assuming the slug's around.
It's just hard, right? Like, okay, we've got a replay. We can confirm. So he did Timber Chain to the high ground. He didn't know that the slug was...
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough. I mean, fair enough. Okay, I thought he knew and he delivered.
Not everybody plays with vision of the entire map like you do.
Are you trying to imply that I hack?
What? Imply?
Okay. Check them PC.
Yeah.
That's a reference
This is
for a game that isn't even on this land. Anyway.
Yeah. Just memeing, guys. You can't do that in Dota. It's safe.
Yeah, Roja, 6k net worth lead for them again, and now it's going to get a bit more difficult because, like we said, the Viper's got the Aegis, he's going for the Shiva's Guard next. And once that Shiva's Guard is done, the only realistic way you're going to be killing off this Viper is by virtue of that Timbersaw, who so far is not having the best game of his life either. In fact, he's down there slumming it with the Ember Spirit. And the Chen's about to catch up in network to the Ember, which is not a spot you want to be in as a core, ever.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, he dodges the anchor, but he still gets flipped by the static storm, so I think he's dead. DOTA is letting him know what his saliva feels like on his skin. Turns out it's not a pleasant situation.
And Mangaros, he's in trouble as well. He's turning around with the focus fire. That's the Viper's first life. But DB, he's running down the Chen. Ponyo running backwards. As every Chen does in most team fights. Young God, well, he's respawned. Timber Chains out of the kinetic field as he always can. Drops the Chakra. And, well, he drops to the floor as well as Maiwo gets himself a double kill. They are making this look so easy, and come on.
Yeah, I mean, really, it seems like they're on a vacation almost in a game of Dota.
Do you know what was the problem for me in that fight? Wind Ranger had Maelstrom BKB. That is like a peak timing for Wind Ranger at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Sure, he doesn't have the Dangle facet, but...
Could have turned up to the fight, but
no, she
instead...
was there, but like it did nothing.
I mean, yeah, like that's what I mean to say. Like, could have done something, maybe found someone.
I don't know.
there,
Like, if Ember gets caught,
the way that fight started, like, you don't feel confident about committing, right? Because let's say you use focus fire, even if you get a kill, what are you gonna do? Well, once your wind runs out, or once your BKB is out, because your BKB is out, the Viper's killing you.
Absolutely.
If your wind runs out, the Morphling's killing you. So something's always killing you, and that turns out if something's always killing you, it's not very easy to be alive.
Yeah, checks out like solid like medical analysis there from my fellow friend. But you know, friend of mine, I was wanting to ask you. I've seen your Dota profile and your match history. I've seen pages and pages of you playing Ember. You love this hero. You hit 8k playing Ember Spirit.
I did not hit 8. Big Ember Spirit. I don't know.
I'm just hyping you up, man.
Thank
Go
you,
with
man.
it.
All
You
right.
hit 6K playing Ember Spirit.
I hit 6.8k.
6.8K. So what's going wrong? Why is the Ember showing first? Shouldn't Young God be doing that?
The Timbersaw is also afraid of the Viper. You kind of... I don't know.
So what do you do?
Why did they pick Ember and Timbersaw into this Viper?
When you were
it makes
explaining
no
it.
sense. I mean like this.
Look at this is the worst part of the game.
Oh boy.
I'm like,
that's just on Mangaros. Like he's standing on the low ground. He still has a BKB that he's not popping. Now he's gonna pop it, but the Viper Strike's still ticking through. He might just end up dying in the fountain. Dropping low, he lives by the skin of his teeth. The line ends up dying here, but the Timbersaw elsewhere also ends up falling. It was CJ who got the kill. The sure Mangaros, he extracts every ounce of value out of the Wind Ranger spells, but it cost him the Lion's life, and they lost the Timbersaw elsewhere. Which is also totally his fault, because if he hadn't died there...
Who are you blaming?
The Wind Ranger.
For the Lions then?
No, for the Timbersaw's death. Because that's how it works.
Okay.
I mean, if you're losing the game, it's
Can I
always the
just say
carry's fault.
something?
And if you're winning, it's always the support doing something
Nah,
nice.
nah. I
That's
mean,
how
like,
it always works.
all jokes and memes aside,
Haul ass and help out that
I mean, I don't know. I've got to really understand like their approach to the draft. Like that's the big question. Anyway, DB's running in. There's the slug.
Okay.
There's the damage. Hits everyone. DB's dead. Mangaros as well as the Chen with the Hadouken creep do take care of him, but Ponyo will pay with his own life.
This is looking
Eventually,
like a
the
good
magic
fight.
damage from the Viper might be enough, but Viper, he's run out of mana, and Chen, he's got the Hand of God. They'll turn
No
towards
more
the watermelon.
Aegis.
The died dead Viper, caught without Aegis. He's next on the menu. Lloyd, as well as Young God, will chop him down to size. As finally, Atlantis, they punch back like this game.
Oh boy, finally, I mean, we're seeing something coming out from Atlantis. This is a really good fight. It's a good punish as well. I mean, the Tide Hunter just a bit too quick. Sort of thought to himself that he could just press Ravage in that location, but really didn't see a lot of people. And once that Ravage is down, it makes the fight pretty straightforward for Atlantis to play. Now, CJ was not a part of that one. If CJ joins, it's probably looking very, very different. But CJ also, in the meantime, continues to split push across the map. He sent his illusions down bottom. He is probably going to start thinking about the next Roshan as well at this point, and try and scrutinize which item is it that he wants, whether it's the Etblade, or the Khanda, or the Phylactery, or if it's a normal human item called the Butterfly. It's the Butterfly. What a surprise. Anyway,
Mangaros is going for the Manta style in the Wind Ranger.
it means Deadly Squad. I have no idea why he's going for the Manta in this game. It's good against the Viper because you get rid of the corrosive skin, like I can see that. But outside of that, like you're taking off like what, a Thunderstrike, a Gush?
You can
like
dodge
you feel
glimpse.
yeah, if your first name
doesn't
starts if your name starts with
dispel-
A and ends with Y.
Yeah. AC. No, never mind.
Yeah.
You can't dispel dead in the water.
Yeah, you can't, and even the illusions are not particularly good against that anchor, so I'm not too sure what that Manta style is for. I believe he's just scared of the disruptor.
Okay,
but
bounce. Bounce and glimpse.
It doesn't dispel bounce. You can't move yourself out of.
Yeah, I mean, but like, if you get bounce, like, then the 3 illusions, and then maybe Slark doesn't know. Like,
All right, now you're really reaching.
the why? Like, what to dodge glimpse?
I'm just confused as
Glimpse
well.
and stats. Okay, let's say stats.
Let's say
it's the safe answer. It's
All
the
right,
ultimate
fair.
orb gives stats. Like that, we'll go with that.
It's not even an ultimate orb,
Guys,
it's a
if
diadem.
yeah, sorry, my bad. If
No,
you know
that's another
what's
pinky.
happening, if you know what's happening with that Manta style, please tell us. Anyway,
Okay,
Juju,
that's a nice static storm. Catches out the Chen, no Hand of God, but he does have some auras. Glimmer Cape
he is
and a
tanky.
pipe.
Got the Glimmer Cape. DB doesn't get Lloyd. Tide blinks in, has the Shiva's God.
But the anchor is flying.
Young God held in place, but who's going to do the damage? Viper walks across. Wonder Boy is trying to bodyguard Timbersaw. Damage is there from the Ember.
Okay.
Axe Gosh is nice. Eventual
nice
ravage
ravage.
committed, but look at Mangaros. He did commit his focus fire, used his BKB, ran through the team fight, and said, I'm out of here. But Mirror not going to let them pull so easy. Ponyo, Gosh slowed down. Lloyd trying to help out with the Earth Spike. Where is the Morphling? Where is the Slark? Where is the Viper?
I mean, okay, well, they'll at least get something off of the back of this. That was about to be a big old nothing burger, but CJ makes it not so. They get Ponyo, CJ is out, and Atlantis, they are now down, well, not a lot actually, just a gen and a hand of God.
Just 1 minute. That fight began near the Rosh pit. Roshan was on the other side of the river, and the fight began on the other side of. Am I right?
No. The fight began at the river, on the.
Yeah, but not the Rosh side.
Yeah, not the Rosh side. Yeah, it began.
Both teams come to the other side of the river to fight.
I do not know what's going.
Guys, like chat, you're completely allowed to call us out, or like please, please, if you have any ideas what's happening, tell us.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is.
Okay, this is good. You blink it, dead in the water. Ember's chain now. Yeah, the disruptor does the damage.
Where's the follow-up? I mean, there's no... Okay, now he's going to go in, gets a static storm, but it actually does not connect onto the wind. The wind's still fine. Focus fires out onto a Tide Hunter who, surprise, surprise, has got Kraken Shell, so he's A-okay. Wonder Boy now looking towards a new target. In the meantime, Pota and CJ, they finally, or Potato has finally joined the fight and they find one. It's the Gen, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade. The Disruptor has fallen and now Shackle got onto the Viper, but without the focus fire, the corrosive skin, well, it actually doesn't slow down Mangaros because he is outside the 500 AoE where the 4x slow is applied, so he's got enough attack speed to find that kill. Now, a bit of a weird situation where CJ is looking to clean this fight up, but he no longer has the matter, and the kill shot finally does a lot as Mangaros finds an ultra kill, and the illusions are going ham in the meantime. DB also ended up falling. I believe that was the same power shot, by the way, that found the both of them.
Yeah,
so
one
a good
power
fight for
shot,
Atlantis.
Set up for the Viper and one for the Morphling.
And all thanks to Wonder Boy's bait in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger question is why didn't they go on the Ember when they weren't in formation?
Oh, but this is rough.
Can we get a replay, guys? Like, wait.
Yeah, right after this wind range,
Yeah,
dies.
Yeah, most certainly. And
Right.
God.
Glimpse. Oh, wait. What? Okay, well,
That
grab.
works.
Yeah. Kill secured.
Okay, no Ravage. They start a 5v5 fight mid. Can we get a replay of that fight, please? I really want to see the mini-map and like look at what made them take that fight.
All right. Yeah.
Look at
we
this.
go.
There's no tower. Look at this. Look at this.
What?
There is no tower to take.
Yeah. It's just them
Okay,
baiting
and
themselves.
now the Viper dies.
It's just them baiting themselves. It's like, oh, guys, Ember here. Haha, look. You know, and like a golden retriever with an attention span of 5 seconds, they instantly onto the next shiny thing. I mean, it does. It works out for the side of Atlantis. I just saw Morphling Illusions destroying a slot. How does that work? Oh, were they on the way? Oh, okay, never mind. Slark must have been dying to the Timbersaw as they get the Roshan on the side of Baroja. Okay. Still something to work with.
Okay. I mean, this would have been a good objective for both teams to fight around. Well, if you were an Atlantis supporter, the good news would have been that the Tide didn't have his Ravage. Ravage was in cooldown as it was used to kill Mangaros. But yeah, Mangaros being dead couldn't really join. They found the Morphling!
CJ!
Oh, that siege is gone!
Morphling?
Young
Can we have a
God
look
and
at Morphling? Can we see the Morphling, please? Observer?
They brought down the Morphling and CJ waveforms away.
That's
So,
huge.
Hit and run, guerrilla warfare, take away the ages.
Guerrilla warfare.
Yeah,
Not sure if everyone else could hear that.
absolutely.
But hey, if it made you chuckle, it's well worth the wait. That's my life goal, pleasing the people around me. Anyway, sad tangents aside, Atlantis, that's actually really good. Now that they have taken out the Aegis, they have an opportunity to do something here. Wonder Boy is looking for the BKB next. He's got 3 remnants on the Ember. I think it's best they wait for this BKB, because the Ravage is going to be back up soon, so you don't want to get baited into taking a bad fight.
The point in the game that really turns this game is Ember Axe.
Okay. I feel like the Ember Axe is good. Yes, this game it's going to make the backline very vulnerable. But the big problem is like getting to that point is going to be hard because you need BKB, you need shot for it to be really effective, and then you need to farm up another 4,000 gold. And Ember is not going to get the space on the map to farm that Aghanim Scepter unless Atlantis take really clever fights. And another clever fight would be around this Tormentor. Lloyd is thinking about walking through the gate. they should know that this Tormentor is up now, because the game literally tells you that now. You don't...
It does?
It does, yeah. Like,
Okay.
yeah, it's not just for the spectators anymore.
Well, there is still a possibility of a fight happening at the gate. The Dire, they've used the scan. The scan is clip. It's Potato in the front. Mangaros commits a focus fire. Wants the Viper dies. Shackle doesn't get to press the
my
button. And
God.
the Earth Spike. So good. The Slug's dead as well. Dead in the water. Leash on the line. And it's CJ hammering down Lloyd. Lloyd dead. But he's done his work, Floki. He's done God's
Shackle
work,
by
in fact.
CJ.
Shackle elsewhere, though. Juju that falls as Ember and Timber jump on the Disruptor, gang up on him and bring him down. Now they want to connect to CJ. The root is there. The Ember does his bit. CJ dead. His Aegis was taken away earlier, and now, without any of his friends, the Muffling Floki didn't actually do too much. Both him and the Viper didn't get to play that fight really.
What was that Ravage coming out from that tide? Like, he just sort of rested and hit no one with it. He just got a Chen. And that Chen didn't even die off of the Ravage.
Yeah.
A bit of slightly questionable usage of that spell, if I may be so bold. But really...
I'm betting that he was betting that he would hit 5 people with that damage.
Oh, okay. So he was basically...
He just misjudged.
I see. He gambled on a gamble, but he gambled incorrectly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Young God, he is looking at this mid-tier 2, along with Mangaros, as, hey, I mean, they're happy to take this tier 2 if they're going to give it to them for free.
I think they need to hedge their bets and fight around the Tide Ravage.
Yeah, they do. I think they need to just get better at their Ravage usage. As Viroja, they're not the kind of team who can just walk in, waltz in, and take a fight off cooldowns. You need to wait for static storms. You need to wait for those Ravages. You need to wait for the Dead in the Water. Even the... What's it called? The Depth Shroud, excuse me. I'm not a filthy Slark player. But, yeah.
Hey, come on.
Yeah. It's...
Interesting,
funny
though.
thing, I was actually roasting myself from 5 years ago. Slark is what I used to play a lot
really?
in 3K. Yeah, it's just like the perfect hero.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, people don't... The concept of looking at somebody else's mana doesn't exist in that bracket. So you could just pick that hero and get out of there very, very quickly. Anyway.
I feel like for, you know, the next Roshan fight, Roshan need their BKB on their Viper. I think Viper needs BKB.
Okay, wait. Slug still doesn't have a Depth Shroud. Now he
Doesn't.
flies out one. He just got his Aghanim shot. So it's been 34 minutes without the Slug getting an Ag shot, despite Viroja taking the Tormentor twice.
Yeah, it's also that the Viper's dying, like, without doing too much. Like, I feel like he needs his BKB. Anyway, they find the Chen.
Okay.
He's a goner. There's no way he's getting out of this.
I mean, this is...
This is a decent pick-off, but, like,
They settled for the Chen, which is a little weird. They could have put in some more legwork. I do believe there's a lot of duration still remaining on that smoke.
But the Chen book the smokes.
Okay, fair enough. I mean,
bit
yeah,
hard.
bit hard. Perhaps a bit ambitious.
I like it. It was a good pick-off. I mean, it's not going to lead to an objective immediately, but, like, yeah. Fine. You get a kill. You're controlling the map. The problem is, like, you really need to look at the Wind Ranger's items because she's starting to get out of it. If observers could actually drop down the items, maybe just take a look at the Wind Ranger's items.
Yeah, we'd love to have a look at the items and see how everyone has progressed so far.
Okay, Ember is starting to build towards his Zags. 3,000 gold away. The Wind Ranger has the Manta style which we discussed and is building towards an MKB to deal with the Muffling. This game can turn around another item is so good.
It certainly can. I think the biggest thing to look out for is
Roshan.
it's the next stages, and also potentially that. What does the Morphling Axe even do? Okay, no, the Morphling Axe is it's atrocious. What am I saying? But I was gonna say the Bloodthorn for Mangroves, but he just went for the MKB. He queued that up.
Do you feel
so
like the Viper needs a BKB?
I
She's
do.
queuing up a nullifier.
I do feel like that. I feel like Viper without a BKB in this game is very, very ambitious. You're playing into pure damage. You're playing into heroes who have other ways of dealing with you and crippling you. Lion with the mana drain, Ember.
So she's
like,
queued up
keeping
a
you in
Ghost
place.
Scepter and a nullifier.
She's Viper is
Okay.
a girl.
I mean, let's not go there.
It's
but
it's a different game, Vivek, where Viper's a girl. Over here, he's
yeah, I know.
non-confirming.
Fair. So the Vipers queued up Ghost Scepter, which makes sense versus the Wind Ranger, but I think you still need a BKB. Like Ghost Scepter nullifies what's on the Vipers quick buy, but definitely feel like BKB needs to be there. Anyways, Mango Rose and the others are running mid, and there's that Viper. No Ghost Scepter, no BKB. The Ravage committed, but the Wind Ranger, she got a BKB off, so the Tide Savage didn't really do all that much. Potato is dead. Now they're looking for more. They'll go on a Juju. Wonder Boy doing so much work on this Ember Spirit, and now the Tide TPing out in shame. His coat of flubber blubber protecting him as he gets out of there unscathed. But the damage has been done. The Viper, the Disruptor, the Slug, dead. The net worth equalized. And just like that, in a matter of seconds, Atlantis, they have flipped the script and they're the ones pushing high ground.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think Veroja have really thrown this game. They have fallen asleep at the wheel and...
Happened. But
Yep.
the problem is, this is
They didn't drink their morning coffee.
elimination. Like, somebody's going home.
Yeah, I mean, that's... hey, maybe Veroja have a flight to catch.
Bottom barracks just fell.
Nah, I'm kidding. They don't. I mean,
Everyone has an eventual flight to catch, but yeah.
well, we all have a flight to catch to the Great Lord in the afterlife.
Yeah. Big guy in
Someday.
the sky. Anyway, they're just like cleaning up, like they're going from objective to objective. And Viroja, after the kind of insane start that CJ got for them, after like some
I do have a
phenomenal
question to
start.
ask you. Why does every culture across the world, regardless of whether they've intersected at some point or the other, believe that, the God of gods or the great man in the afterlife is always in the sky? What if he's just, chilling
Because
in...
God always has the high ground advantage.
But that's only if he's in the sky. What if he's
Yeah, that's
chilling
why
in...
he always has the high ground advantage. Like,
what if he's just chilling in
it's
New
always
York?
got the high ground.
Or I don't know, maybe he's chilling in Cebu,
Let's say.
in the Philippines.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah. Well, anyway, to the high ground we go. That
Hex!
is bold. Hex, standing
This is
strong.
turning. The Timber, he's been silenced. He's falling. DB as well as CJ have done the work, but look at that finger. The Morphling dropping low. He pops his BKB. CJ needs to run. The focus fire upon him. Back the Rose. He's not enough. That CJ dead. 93 seconds without the Ember, and now the Viper rooted. They're making fun of this Viper. They're playing with their food. They'll hex him up, and the Wind Ranger, well, she's got damage for days as the Timber Saw is there with the Chakram. Gets the kill, and now, oh, the Tide left for last. Made they feel like he was just watching all of this. If you know what I mean. But yeah, that's it. The Viper buying back, and Atlantis, they know they can smell victory. They can smell the fact that they are on the verge of eliminating CJ and his entire team in a matter of seconds. CJ doesn't have buyback. Juju does. He's bought back. DB going in. Well, that's it. The kill shot facet, it's dealt with the Slug, but the Slug does have buyback. Unfortunately, though, Potato can't get to Mango Rose. It's Mango Rose that's hitting the buildings and bringing down the Ancient. He's just dealing with this Timber Saw, but Young God, he's got a BKB. The Ember's got a BKB of his own. CJ watching from the sidelines. What can Potato do all by himself? Hex up, mana being drained, life being drained as well. Tournament life also being drained, and he's dead for 100 seconds. It's thus the supports they've called this Atlantis. They have caused one of the biggest upsets here in the lower bracket, Floki, and I don't think any of us predicted this.
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw this coming. Really, Veroja had every reason to win this game, but I have no idea what on earth happened. What on earth went wrong for them? Like, they just... How on earth do you pick Viper into an Ember and a Timber Saw, have that kind of start, and still lose? I mean, I'm not going to mince my words. This is Veroja's goof up through and through.
Yeah, it felt like a really rough game for the Viper. I feel like the Viper just didn't get to play DOTA, okay? It was only the very final fight towards the Ancient where you could see he was getting a couple of hits off, you know, on Young God.
Yeah, it's almost as if the first 20 minutes of the game didn't exist.
Yeah, he farmed, and then he hit that timing. And, you know, this raises a very important question. He thought that in this patch, with the changes to the Ags, that Viper has now been fixed, that Viper can scale, but does Viper fall off in certain games? if there's enough lockdown and you don't build BKB, can you be killed very easily?
I mean, like, to be fair, like, he does have problems finding his targets, and because he's always the one on the front line and you don't have the most stable catch outside that Ravage, it is a bit tough for him to get on top of the right heroes. But given the start that he had, I don't believe there was any reason that he needed to find, a specific target. You can just Viper Strike the Ember, you can Viper Strike the Timbersaw, where it was in front of you, and you as a Viper have got more than enough damage because you are ahead at that point with an Axe, with a Shiva's Guard, so you can bring down heroes. But I kind of feel like the Viper made the wrong bets. He thought that, he's just going to be able to get to that late game without any problems whatsoever. Turns out, if you're not judicious with your Viper Strike usage, the game becomes hard.
You know, and I'm betting on this. We'll still be seeing a lot of Viper in this tournament.
Yeah.
But,
for sure.
Yeah. I think they need BKB.
Yeah. Speaking of bets, who won? Whose fingers are being shipped off to production?
Between you and me, I think. Well, I've just got a couple of toes to work with now. I've been losing.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to have a look at this game once again to see what the bet was about, and maybe then we can find out, and
I think we were talking about
fulfill our contractual obligations.
The phylactery.
Oh yeah, I've lost my finger as well. Shit, you remembered. Really shot myself in the foot there.
Hats off to Mango Rose though. I mean, he very.
Can't help the feeling. I feel like I saw this somewhere. Shooting myself in the own foot, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah.
Scratching my head though. Can't place it. Anyway.
Like, neither can I. But it was a great laning phase coming up from CJ. It just feels so bad that, like, one of the most frustrating things in Dota is like getting off to a good start and then playing the mid game and the late game and actually feeling like an inert gas. Feeling like
Helium. Or Xenon. Or Argon.
Yeah.
Or Radon.
Glad you know your periodic table.
I just know the noble gases.
I just wish you knew Dota, but like, yeah.
Hey, I know Dota way better than you, okay?
I'm not arguing with...
I would give you a run for your money.
Absolutely. Guys, you don't know this.
If you actually didn't have a life and didn't work a day job.
You didn't know this, guys, but like
me.
In Bombay, everybody refers to my co-cast as PogChamp. That's how good he is.
Exactly. They call me the Oracle of Lokhandwala.
Anyway.
Yep. It's another way of saying calling me Kyle. Anyway. This game, I feel like the biggest problems for the side of Veroja were that they were a bit too haphazard with where they were taking their fights. They fought around no particular objectives, and while they did find some good kills...
They were like some really strange fights, to be honest.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what really cost them the game. Like, look, like you can make misplays, that is fine, but for you to have the entirely wrong idea, there's something at the conceptual level that needs to be fixed there. That's not something that you can remedy by itself.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to look at again of why you thought these fights were important and just iron out those kinks so that it does not happen again.
Hey, but it's 2026. I bet that they're only going to be getting better with time. So it's early in the patch, early in the year.
Yep.
And I think this team is really, really promising. And
I
think we can only see more good stuff from them as the year progresses. I'd really...
Not here though, not here, that's for sure.
Not here, unfortunately.
They're going back to the airport.
First the hotel.
First the hotel, and then the airport. They're going to collect their stuff first.
Yeah.
Well, I have to say, I feel like this Atlantis, they leave a lot to be desired despite this win. The way they played the early game just confused the absolute living crap out of me. The way they drafted confused me as well. Like, you see a Viper and your response is an Ember.
No, I think the bottom line is there's something we don't know about Ember versus Viper as a matchup. I feel like, I was thinking about this, and I feel that, like, okay, Ember doesn't win all his lanes necessarily, but you still need that kind of a hero to do whatever the Ember does. They're like, a Spirit hero, it's not a glamorous day job anymore. It's like, you gotta put in the hard work, lose your lane, cut the wave, be there, right place, right time, remnant on, like, the backlines. Like, he did his job really, really well. Wonderbloy played a phenomenal game. Hats off to him. Atlantis, I think what was a bit rough is that, like, Lloyd and Young God, on paper, Lion Timber I feel it's like a really strong lane, but CJ, he was there.
Yeah,
He was
this
ready
is the
to
Ravage
outplay
users
them.
that I was very confused about. Like, I have no idea why the Tide pop Ravage there. He only really clips the Chen, the Timbersaw, and the Ember get away. The Wind Ranger's got the BKB, and then Ponyo doesn't even die. He's got Glimmer and Pipe, so he walks away scot-free. Youngao gets bagged in, and CJ's doing his best, but really the big problem is the fact that, you know, despite CJ doing all he can, it's just not enough. I
Yep,
mean,
so CJ was pounding away on the Wind Ranger, but it just wasn't enough damage.
Mhm.
Anyway, let's take a look at our scoreboard. And
it'll be coming on our screen shortly.
yeah, I think
Who's the MVP for you in this game?
Mangoro,
Okay.
Mangoro.
Fair enough. I mean, I have to say, I really liked the
I think
Bottling's
it's a-
performance. Even though CJ lost, I feel like he
Oh, okay.
really gave it his all.
Okay.
And he
You're doing
tried
a
his absolute
losing team
best.
MVP?
Yeah, man. I mean,
Yeah,
it's probably like the saddest thing in the world. But in all
It
honesty,
does happen. It does happen. But you know, it is a bit rough that like after him playing so well for the first 15,
okay, I'll say Lloyd if I had to pick one from the winning team. I'd say Lloyd.
Lloyd's your MVP.
Yeah, even though he died early on, you know, the buyback that he
Not
made.
Mangoro.
Uh,
Not the
I
Wind
think-
Ranger.
I think Mangaros could have. It's close, but I'm a bit more biased towards position four because that's what I've been playing lately. So you know, gotta look out for my post for homeboys.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm gonna ask you as well. Do you feel like Maelstrom, BKB, Manta style is like a viable build on Killshot Wind Ranger? Is this something like we're not?
I've seen the Manta style being picked up fairly often, but the thing is, I don't know if it's the right item to buy with the BKB as well because you're kind of fixing the same problem. Your main problem is the corrosive skin, it's the Thunderstrike, it's the glimpse back, and if you have BKB and you're killing one guy, you don't really need to be worried about the glimpse because now you have man advantage and you're still a Wind Ranger, you've still got 3 other very good low cooldown abilities that you can throw in there and help turn a fight. But yeah, there's a scoreboard that we were talking about on your screens. Anyone in particular standing out for you apart from Mango Rose?
Yeah, Mango, Wonderboy. And Wonderboy also had a pretty good game.
Apart from
I
the
mean,
first 10
Ember,
minutes.
Yeah, Ember versus Viper. Like at the end of the game, he has more net worth than the Viper. You also got to commend Ponyo for just like, I mean, Chen is what you build, and like what you build is how you contribute to the team and to the game. Like getting that net worth and having all those auras and heals really makes a big difference.
It does, and I think the Chen was really kind of just went ignored in this game. He had a rough start, you know, died once to the slug, you know, didn't really manage to have a lot of impact across the early game, but he came back in a big way with those auras, like that glimmer, the pipe, you know, some of those Hand of Gods and mech uses really helped turn around those fights, and I feel like Ponyo deserves his fair share of credit in the victory of Atlantis for this game.
I kind of also feel that, you know, not completely in agreement with DB's itemization game. Like, I know that eventually when you do play support slot, it's pushed to scale in some form, but duels into Ags is not what I fully get behind.
I mean, Yules is better than Axe because I feel like he went
I
for...
do agree with you. It's not between the Yules and the Ags, but I feel that after the Yules, he probably needed to get the shard first.
I do think so as well.
Yeah, the shard, sure, of course, there's an Earth Spike, it's an Ember with the Chain Gang Facet, La-Di-Da, there's a Kill Shot, there's a Timber, but you still need that
It's
shard.
so good against
Like,
whoever's...
if you are getting it after Ags, I think you
Like,
should get it before,
like,
actually.
just think about it like this, right? Mango Rose is
Focus
always
fire.
going to focus fire someone.
Exactly.
You just throw the death
Exactly.
crowd on them.
Exactly.
Fights fights
It
probably
just
over.
resets, right?
Yeah,
And
fights over. Let's
the
reset.
other thing that, like, I'm not able to fully wrap my head around is the Viper not getting a BKB.
Yeah, the Viper not getting a BKB was also very weird. Like, it's pure damage. You know, the caustic parts does not matter. It's not going to make a damn difference against that Timbersaw. So, you skipping that BKB in... I mean, okay, like, look, even after the Shivas, he could have gone for the BKB, but it was a while before he picked that up. I don't believe he had it after the Shivas, did he?
After the Shivas, I don't know. I mean,
don't recall. I think he delayed it further. So, like, he
but it
went
was
for a
too
Dragon
late,
Lance.
right? Like,
Yeah.
he had Axe Spike,
And then maybe he was starting to
still
work towards
he
BKB.
actually, yep. I don't know. It needed his BKB earlier.
Those fights look like he needed BKB. That the BKB would have been more effective than a Shiva's.
Yep.
Because outside of the Wind Ranger, nobody else really presented that much of a threat with physical damage. So the Ags and the Shiva's God didn't find as much value as they typically would.
Exactly, and even the Ags, like, I don't know if the attack speed slow plays any effect on focus fire.
It does reduce it by
does.
it does by a bit, but the thing is the Wind Ranger is always outside the 500 AoE. So you don't get the 4x slow, you only get the base slow.
Like, sometimes.
Usually. Like sometimes you can get that close,
Right.
but it's
I mean,
it's
I was
unlikely.
not
You're a
saying,
ranged hero.
I was also talking because of like
Yep.
the range, not just because
So,
of its effect. Like,
If you're a ranged hero who can build break, or a ranged hero who has break on a team, that's one of the best ways to deal with the Viper.
well, if you're a range hero that can build break, that's one of the best ways to deal with Viper. For now, though, we do need a break ourselves. We are in the lower bracket of the Asia Pacific Predator League with our digital partner Flipkart. My name is Vivek. With me is Floki. We'll be taking a break and we'll be coming back with more lower bracket goodiness. Stay tuned, get a drink, come back soon. Greetings and salutations, and welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League. You're watching the bracket in association with our partner Flipkart. My name is Vivek, with me is Floki, and our next game for the day is Euphoria heading up versus Atlantis in a do or die in a lower bracket elimination game. It's going to be spicy. Atlantis feeling strong after their victory just about 5-10 minutes ago against Viroja, and I think it should be an interesting game between both these teams. Now, Euphoria, game one of their day,
bit rough.
wasn't exactly as per plan. I think they did have some good parts to their gameplay, but yeah, they need to really put a lot of things together for it to work versus Atlantis. We did see Pampu doing work on the Spirit Breaker, but the main reason that they suffered so heavy a loss was they let the King Slaughter through.
Yeah, I think that was a big oversight on their part, and I think what Euphoria need to think about is how they want to be approaching this game. Now, in my opinion, I think the safest course of action is to start with a strong support pick if you've got first pick, and a cup of tea if you're casting this game, because my goodness, we needed it in the previous one. But in this game, hopefully, I think Euphoria, they will open up with something like something that explains, or rather hints at what they want to do. You pick something in the first phase that sends a strong message about what you want to do for this game. So it gives direction to your draft, and it doesn't leave you in a bit of a awkward spot. Because the thing is, Euphoria, they've got a very particular playstyle. They want to try and play around their mid laner and their off laner.
Yeah.
But I feel like first picking the offlane hero is not really going to work for them if they don't really ban the right heroes. Now, Atlantis do ban out the Beastmaster, so some respect being shown over towards Miro, but I do think you're going to be seeing some Jakiro bans coming through and some Viper bans potentially as well from the side of Atlantis.
And speaking of respect coming up from Euphoria as well. They banned out the Chen, they banned out the Timbersaw. Young God will not be getting his hands on the Chen, on the Timbersaw, and Chen's been taken out of the equation. Lloyd is the one who lost Atlantis. That's rather interesting. Now the problem is when you do ban Chen Timber, and don't get me wrong, should obviously be banning Chen Timber because they've been strong before 7.40, they're strong now as well. The problem is you expose yourself to a lot of heroes in 7.40B, which if you don't have answers to in the meta, it could be problematic. So Tide, Viper, very much in play. I think, forgetting the Wind Ranger, the Slada, the Klings. Jeez, you got one more ban.
Yep. I mean, they gotta make it count, if you're Atlantis. It's a lot of heroes you could potentially want to get rid of. I personally think a Viper ban and a Jakiro ban is justified, so they do ban out the Jakiro. Makes sense. Do they ban out the Viper, and do Euphoria pick it up early if it's available to them? That's the big question mark here.
Yeah, there's Viper, Tide, and Kling. First pick Kling, I don't think we saw it, but first pick Viper, Tide.
They could potentially pick up a Tiny for themselves if they do ban out the Viper. So that's a strong opener for Euphoria, which doesn't expose their offlane. But they ban out the Gyro instead.
Okay, so, I mean, what is Gyro good again? You're banning out Gyro is something that we'll think about, but I think for now, Euphoria, like, guys, we have a lot of options. What do we want to open with?
I think Euphoria want to pick up something like the... I know the Tiny wouldn't be too bad, but they're going to go for the Slada instead. Flexible doesn't really need to show where, it doesn't necessarily reveal what Euphoria is going to try and do. And Atlantis need to respectively answer this hero without there being a Timbersaw in the pool. So, one way to do it would be to pick up the Ember, who is actually pretty good against the Slada in my opinion, perhaps not in the laning phase, but his power spike is around the same time that Slada gets his, but they respond with the Queen of Pain instead, so they instantly get themselves the superior matchup, at least in the mid lane, and now they're going to cover their bases and pick up something strong in the safe lane as well that deals with the Slada. Nothing that comes to mind on position 5 except Enchantress in that regard, because you can dispel the Guardian Sprint and you can make Slada's life with Enchant and make it a little bit difficult, but apart from that, there's no real answer that comes to mind.
Yeah. This Swap opener is a bit of a curveball. I mean, like, it's a curveball in the sense because you got a ban, not knowing what's coming the rest of the way. this is interesting. They ban out the Ursa. Ursa was considered to be one of the heroes that could go head-to-head with the thing. Probably explain some of
Also
the
a
rationale.
decent hero against the Slada on the
Yep.
safe
We're
lane.
10 seconds
Yep.
out. Plenty of
Also a
time to
decent
tell
hero
an
against the
announcer
Slada
you're
and
waiting
if
just
lane.
a
If
minute
this
ago.
is an off-lane Slada, they ban out the Tusk, all season ban, just like the Shadow Demon or the Jakiro.
Radiant's turn to pick. All right, Dire
And yeah, Atlantis, they're going to cover their bases, ban out the Puck, protect
Okay.
their
Disruptor.
Queen of Pain,
Yep.
and pick up the Disruptor for themselves.
I like it. I mean, what Slada's whole thing is, it's hitting him with Slytherin Crush, throwing out the Corrosive Haze, and backing off with the Guardian Sprint. You can just drop the Static Storm and, you know, make that area very hard to play. It's sort of like area denial, similar to an Underlord. And in theory also, and in play also, it's really good against the Slada because you can just glimpse the Slada, you can hold him in place with the kinetic field so he doesn't really run off to any place early on.
It's really irritating to be the Slada and play against a Disruptor in the off lane and even in the mid lane, especially when it comes to fighting around. It can be really, really annoying.
Okay.
I think Disruptor is just an absolute menace to play again as Slada and a lot of heroes.
All right,
You
Dire's
don't
turn.
need to really respond to this Disruptor just yet.
And they go
What
for
you
the
can
Viper.
do is just pick up what's very meta friendly.
So
pick up the Viper
that's
and you can pick up the support. I feel like this is a decent Shaman game. Good versus the Co-op. Pick up the Shaman, pick up the Lion if you so desire. Both good. Shaman good in lane. Just a little bit
We're
better
10
in the
seconds
lane.
out.
So I'd like
Plenty
to
of time
see a
to tell
support
an
pick
announcer
about
you love 'em
from
if
Yeah.
that's
Euphoria.
what's in your
and the reason why I like this
5
Viper
seconds,
pick as well is
4,
even though it
3,
now
you get
it does compromise the draft integrity on the side of Euphoria because now you're essentially revealing where the Slaughter is going to go and where the Viper is going to go.
Yeah.
But what it does do for them, I mean, it's still somewhat open to interpretation, but what it does do for them now is that you've also managed to open up the TA for yourself because Atlantis, they could have picked up the Viper and then Euphoria couldn't do something with the TA if they wanted to with the Slada. Now that's opened up for you, and now you're no longer afraid of the TA being counterpicked either by this Viper here. So
Yeah, I mean, there are other
is some-
counters to the TA in the game, but yeah,
Yeah.
like Viper does kind of make you think about those counters a little bit more.
yeah, the break is actually really underrated against TA because you break the side blades and reduce her attack range, so it makes it very hard for the TA to do anything while the Viper strikes on her.
Guys, the camera isn't on us, but I'm showing my back because I'm asking for it to be patted gently.
There you
as
go.
The Shaman does come.
There you go. Good job. I
10
mean,
seconds left. Wow.
yeah, the Shadow Shaman's a really nice pickup in general against the Queen of
We're
Pain.
starting in 5 seconds.
It also
Good
puts the
luck.
Disruptor in a bit of an awkward spot because now you're like, well, do I use the Glimpse to cancel the Shackle? Or do I drop the Static Storm to cancel the Shackle? Is this worth it? Does my team have enough catch outside of me? And it forces some awkward questions and decisions out of the Disruptor, so that's also another facet of this Shaman pick that Atlantis have to consider. Although I believe that they can respond just fine with any run-of-the-mill Spirit hero. The Ember has been banned, and the Storm's kind of atrocious
Yeah, but
against
where
the
do you
Shaman.
fit a Spirit hero in a team that's running Pop unless you run a
Radiant's up.
one Pop?
Dire's
I was
turn.
going to suggest a position 1, but I think there's maybe even room for it to be played in position 3. Atlantis pick up the Wind Ranger, so that's sort of just showing their hand. They're going to be playing that in the safe lane. Spirit Breaker as well, showing that they've actually done their homework. That's what Euphoria picked up in the previous game. So a bit of a deny pick coming in. Pampu is another melee foe he can play. It's
He
the
does play
Clockwork.
this a lot.
Another really good hero against the Wind Ranger. Also the Spirit Breaker. Bulldoze doesn't do diddly squat against Cogs.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, the Wind Ranger can't run out against the Expanded
10
Armor
seconds.
Show. Really, really good hero.
Yep.
Picked up here
But
by Euphoria.
in this game, just gonna tip my hat to Purge. He's always been making some sort of a case for the hookup facet. Did get buffed a bit, like that extra armor on hook shotting to an ally. It's a reach even by
10
Purge's standards, but yeah, I could like
I mean, that's a good
5
case
seconds.
for it. You know, that's not entirely bad this game, especially given how the trajectories of some of these fights. You know what would be an interesting change if the hookup facet made it so that your hook shots travel through enemy heroes instead of hitting them. It would make it a really good defensive tool. 'cause
travel through allied.
through enemy heroes because or allied heroes that could also work. Either way, you achieve the goal of phasing through someone, and because you're still traveling, you stun the people
Because
on
you
their way.
phase and you stun and you give your allies.
Yeah, but if it goes through allies and you can't really target your allies with it, and you just kind of get blocked by the enemy, so it opens up counterplay potential with body blocking.
Or that should be something you can toggle.
Okay, now we're really reaching. Yeah, now we're really reaching into the air. But I do think that this hero is. I think this is a smart idea.
Night Stalker ban. I mean,
Although he's probably going to go expanded armature.
usually when I see a Night Stalker ban, it kind of tells me that like you're looking at some sort of a spirit.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Night
But-
Stalker is the de facto answer to a lot of spirit heroes.
Yeah. What else is he good again?
Now, one could be, one could be forgiven for thinking that this could potentially also be a safe lane starter, because there is a case for that hero in this one. It's not particularly good against the Wind Ranger, yes, but I mean, it does just fine against a Spirit Breaker. It shuts out most offlaners that are going to be picked up.
It does.
And
it does.
considering that Atlantis have the last pick here, Euphoria could just pick another hero that keeps things open for them. Maybe even something like a Tiny. Now, I do want to say, I've seen Tiny being played in the safe lane with a Khan way. Go figure.
You know, I really like your line of thinking, but I feel like we're not going to see it though.
Yeah, now I'm really reaching.
No,
Okay.
I know it's a really great idea. Don't put the Slada versus the Disruptor Wind Ranger lane, because Atlantis, they've spelled their lanes out. I feel like Euphoria still has potential to flex certain things because of the Slada. But I feel like I really like this. Put Viper versus Bob. Put the Slada in the safe lane. He's good versus most offlaners. They're only melee offlaners that are in the current pool. You're kind of asking your opponents, hey guys, do you want to pick up Tide? Or maybe we pick up Tide ourselves and put Slada in the safe lane.
I feel like there's a case to be made for that, because you can go Echo Saber, you can go Blink, you can even go Mask of Madness, get a shot, and then it's still a very, very tanky frontline presence. It's not going to be easy to kill, but this is a blast from the past. Not a hero I was expecting to see in this batch.
Yeah.
The Abaddon, very classic way of dealing with the Wind Ranger. That's just one target, you never focus fire. And also, you can keep allies alive and dispel the shackle with the help of the Aphotic Shield. So, not a bad pickup here by Euphoria. I'm just trying to think though, like, is there an offlaner here that just completely destroys this? I mean, you need an offlaner with...
that's good versus Abaddon.
Yeah, like you want a break.
That is such a narrow.
Yeah. I mean, it's ideally like some type of Kanda builder, but what kind of Kanda builder exists in the offlane?
I don't think there's a Kanda builder in the offlane.
Offlane Zeus.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We're back at 2014 EG universe. Playing that hero in the offlane. How did that guy even make those heroes work?
Well, do offlane Tiny.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
they go for the Darks here, which has some synergy with the Disruptor.
I like it.
And the Pop, Darks here, Spirit Breaker, Strong Lane. Damn, we didn't see
fixes the downsides of the Wind Ranger as well, because now you can throw out the Surge, although now you're sort of vulnerable to the same item, that's the Nullifier. Wind Ranger can still remedy that with a level 25 talent, but then your Focus Fire doesn't come back off cooldown, which is usually the talent you want to go for, the cooldowns being advanced courtesy of each Focus Fire kill you get. That's a level 25 talent for the Wind Ranger, by the way. You get...
Yeah, but the other thing that I'm wondering is, like, you're picking Surge to win lane. You kind of do okay versus the Abaddon, but there's also, like, the whole aspect of clockwork, right? Like, you can't surge out of cogs, you can't charge out of cogs.
It's, yeah, that is true. And, like, the clockwork is going to be a problem for the Darkseer as well. But what I'm looking at is that this game, if he gets a good vacuum wall, you're copying a Radiance, you're copying a Curse of Awareness, you're copying Corrosive Skin from the Viper. Because if anybody hits him and the Viper has the Axe, if anybody's within 400 AoE of the Viper, they'll also be hit by the attack speed slow. So the Darkseer team gets like a Viper Axe without having a Viper, if the wall connects. So there are some interesting illusions being made this game with the help of that Darkseer. The question is it enough? Is the clockwork going to be too much of a problem for them to deal with? That's an answer we will only find when we have a look at what Pampu's going to be up to, and for that we're going to have to head into game, which I do believe is ready. So we're going to be going in there in 3, 2, 1. Watch this. Casters, they've got the power, they start the game, and they decide when the draft goes live and when they are, busy in the toilet with things to do.
He started so well.
I know. I tried. I was trying to go somewhere.
Yeah. Went straight to the toilet.
I went straight to the toilet. Yeah.
Anyway, for those of you just tuning in, folks, you're watching the Asia Pacific Predator League. My name is Vivek. With me is Floki. You're watching a lower bracket elimination game. Atlantis or Euphoria. One of these teams, they're going to be going home. Atlantis just pushing through the bracket with a win earlier today. And Euphoria, I mean, they played one game, they had a loss. So, yeah. Atlantis, they seem to have a couple of things figured out. Like Mango knows really good on the Wind Ranger, and he played the last time around with the kill shot facet, and he's gone for the same again. Swap has the Queen of Pain has gone for the bondage facet.
Yeah, the bondage is pretty straightforward. You just get that so you don't get wrecked by all the return damage that you.
You think you
take.
still go blade mail?
Yeah, you can go blade mail if it's a good game for it. This game, I feel like there is a case to be made. Although the problem is the Viper with the break actually removes the innate succubus that the Queen of Pain has, so you're not going to be life stealing anything.
Okay.
With the blade mail, and you're not going to be life stealing. Period. Actually, because it just takes away the life steal, which is based on the innate. So.
Yep.
Probably not a game for the blade mail. Actually, a very good game for the Aghanim Scepter. Every time I look at the Abaddon, I'm just thinking to myself as a co-op, like, what's stopping me from going Kaya Yasha? If I don't need a BKB, I can just get those 2 items, and then you having an Aphotic Shield really plays against you and your allies, because you shield someone, but then you're beating everyone around the shielded guy with the Scream of Pain exploding, the dagger exploding and releasing a Scream of Pain. So
I mean, that is assuming that
there are a lot of melee heroes, Vivek. Let's not forget you're playing into a triple melee lineup. Viper also needs to be somewhat close to you in one spot to be able to hit you with the Poison Orb and the Viper Strike. So there is a chance we could see those multi-man daggers come out. But it's more like the first dagger's a deterrent, and then everyone tries to slowly move away from each other, and that separation is what wins you the fight, not necessarily the damage from the Aghanim Scepter itself. It's an interesting game for the Ags, but I do believe that there is potential. We might see something even like if he's having a really good time, something like a Kaya Ags Shivas. Otherwise, it's probably going to be a Shivas picked up at some point in this game, a little bit earlier. Although he also needs the BKB courtesy of the Shaman.
he definitely needs a BKB. So I think we're going to see some Kaya something. Sanj Kaya definitely has its benefits. And
Bondage.
then maybe... The what?
Nothing, I was just trying to pronounce bondage as a...
Yeah.
Or bondage is a French word. Bondage.
A baguette.
That's offensive. And
That's
racist.
French.
That is true.
I studied French at school.
Well, I guess French is offensive. Anyway.
Yep. Or maybe...
Bondage du fromage. Bondage with cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
Man, it's like those French guys have a whole nother language. Yeah. Who doesn't love Quentin Tarantino? But a lot of people, actually. Turns out.
Yeah, because it was about like
Just doing his own
shaving
thing.
one of like a much loved actor. He's opinionated.
He is.
Yeah.
Although I have to say, I feel like I forgot the chap's name. What was he?
Oh,
The prisoners. Paul Dano. There you go.
yeah.
You know, I do feel like Paul Dano. Absolutely no offense to anyone out there, but I feel like actually, you know what? I don't care if this offends you. Paul Dano has a very slappable face.
Okay.
Like I look at that face and it instantly makes me want to go like, yeah, no, you piss me off. I'm smacking you. I feel like that's what he gets cast to. Have you ever seen a movie where Paul Dano hasn't been beat up?
You know, it's very funny. There was a
Like,
Never mind.
there will be blood,
There's a
prisoners.
There's a very absurd Paul Dano movie. I don't want to talk about it, but it's a
Okay.
movie that the Daniels brothers made before Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's got Daniel Radcliffe, and Paul Dano.
And Paul Dano doesn't get beat up.
It's about where Daniel Radcliffe is a cop, and it's a farting cop, and he uses the cop to travel.
Okay, but does he use? But does
The
Paul
sea.
Dano get beat up?
He's traveling on a farting cops like.
Heads up. 30
That's
seconds.
a weird plot. Anyway,
It's entertaining.
Thankfully-
It's actually a really good movie. You guys should
Yeah.
check it out.
movie recommendations with Loki and Vivek, brought to you courtesy of Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26.
Yeah.
Thanks to those guys for giving us the opportunity to do our favorite podcast, Movies with Floki and Vivek. But
Okay. I mean, you mentioned one
Yeah.
thing earlier, which does concern me, which is
That's
how
ancient they
you know
got. You should have two.
there
Get it
are
back.
three melee
Slice it to
heroes
bits in
on
front of 'em.
Euphoria's lineup. I think the other thing that's a bit problematic is I'm not sure if they're going to win the offlane. I feel like the
Yeah.
lanes, especially the offlane, are going to look too good. Like Disruptor, Wind Ranger.
it's not the strongest against this Slada Clockwork lane, but the problem I feel is that playing double range into double melee, the double range lane always wins the same way. The double melee lane always wins the same way. Double melee lane wins when you're out of position. Double range lane wins through harass and using the ranged advantage.
Are they trying to dodge their lanes in some fashion? Because Breezy has got Pampu wrapping around the Wind Ranger. Like, look at your mini maps, folks. Look at the Clockwork. Look at the Abaddon.
I think so. I think the Darkseer is starting in that. It's.
Pampu is
Yeah, I feel like no. I agree with you. Pampu is
trying to like
yeah.
talk the
it's-
wave or block it, maybe just physically.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it. I feel like it's weird. I mean, you put Clockwork with the Abaddon. I don't think it's that good. But then at the same time, Slada Shaman makes it a more aggressive lane, but the Wind Ranger farms anyway. So I don't think Easy is probably gonna be sticking around as a lane swap, but he might be looking for a first blood. Yeah, you had me thinking all that while. It's like, yeah, he's probably just here for first blood. Like, what am I trying to figure out here?
Okay.
Hmm.
So no lane swaps. They've just come to this part of the map to pick up a rune and maybe see
Yep.
if they can get first. Okay.
Yeah. Spirit Breaker plus
So it's a
Darkseer,
standard lane configuration. The Abaddon will be up top with
the Shaman,
the Shaman.
when he makes his debut there.
Yeah.
Maybe he's actually just going towards the gate himself because he doesn't want to use his TP. Because look at
Yeah, I think he's moving towards the gate as
look at this. Yeah, I mean, like
well. Slada's
where's-
coming bottom to lane.
Yeah, the Clockwork is
The
just looking to
Clockwork
block
is just getting the
creeps.
block going. I love this. This is like the movie Hangover. You look at like 5 friends in 5 different parts of your flat, not knowing how they ended up there,
Mm-hmm.
and then you try and figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The F1 key is working, hopefully. It's centering on
Yep.
the hero. They're good to go. Miro's back. And we are on. Folks, those of you just tuning in, this is the
Asia Pacific Predator League.
Thank you.
Mhm.
We are in the lower bracket. One of these two teams will be going home. Before going home, they'll be going to the hotel. Before going to the hotel, they might hit the bath.
Mhm. Yeah, they might. Pampu with a nice block, but
Yeah,
taking quite a beating for it.
Yeah.
Decides to move towards the left, a little to the right, a little bit of Erica. Sorry, I won't face you, or rather curse you with my singing voice. I believe I do that enough to my friends on Discord on a semi-daily basis.
Yeah.
How do you say?
You
twice
don't
daily?
actually
Wonderboy
do
is just
that
dead in the
'cause-
mid lane.
This is good.
It
This
drops
is-
his branch to survive as well. Oh, yo. He nearly died there. That was 6 stacks of the poison orb.
Yeah.
And he went Scream level 1. Seson's just going to be able to own this lane. And Vivek, guess what? Euphoria, or rather a... Ooh, which team was it that took
Mob.
the toxin? Yeah, the mob. Well, somebody who watched the mob's game. Somebody has learned. As Saison continues to push on to Wonderboy, make his life a little difficult. Nice cogs coming out by... They get
Yeah.
some good damage out onto Mangroves, but Miro is still level 1 on the Slada.
One interesting change to Clockwork in this patch is that if you do clog someone and you kick a cog into them, they don't ricochet twice. Earlier you used to ricochet once.
What
Like
changed?
once of the impact and once of the circumference of the cogs. Now
Is
they
it-
don't ricochet once.
Is it because the cogs are in a bigger AoE compared
Nah.
to before? Or
Nah.
what's
There's a tariff on this rare mineral that is required for cogs. So
okay?
yeah, the cogs.
Uh-huh.
There's a tariff. Ice Frog is paying the price. Cogs have
Unfortunate.
been.
Politics
Yep.
always affects you whether you know it or not.
Yep.
Question is, what do you choose to do with your vote? Anyway, up top, Lloyd is probably going to die. Down bottom, they also find Mangaros. There's the ricochets you were mentioning. Blood Grenade drop, Thunder Strike out. Zero might just end up finding this Wind Ranger, but it's actually Pampu on the Clockwork who does. Oh, the bash comes in from the Slaughter. One more right click will do it. Pampu lives! He lives to tell the tale. He's going to have kids! And he's going to tell them about this day that he survived with a fish
Yeah.
on land.
Boy, are those kids going to be mighty confused?
Yep.
They're going to be playing League.
That's bold of you to assume that Riot cares about the longevity of their games.
I mean, yeah, as of now, it doesn't look like they do.
Wait, we've got a Valorant event coming up tomorrow, don't we?
Yeah. I mean,
Yikes.
you started it.
I did. Hey, I take full responsibility.
Okay, but that was some really good stuff coming out from Pampu. Like, him living to get that EXP. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start across all three lanes, right? We were a bit skeptical about Euphoria's lanes. Primarily the mid lane because... not the mid lane, excuse me, the off lane because Wind Ranger lanes can, you know, take on a certain texture which are
Yeah.
a bit unpleasant. And
Wind
they
Ranger
did
lanes
come
can
out-
be very oppressive. I mean, you don't expect a Wind Ranger lane to become oppressive,
Yeah.
but they
Here
do tend to do
comes the
that.
Spirit Breaker. Charge with an Iron Shell. This man, he's fixing lanes within 3 minutes. Like,
Yeah, we missed that, didn't we, during the draft, that this Spirit Breaker can rotate and, you know, maybe
Yeah.
help the Creed of Pain off to a better start. So,
yep, good
was-
stuff. Good stuff coming out from Atlantis. They needed that because, yeah, in the mid lane, Sasson was starting to put together quite a lead. And, you know, that's the kind of play that really pisses off a mid laner. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you need to bring everyone mid to deal with me. Play mid alone. Play mid like a man.
yeah, I mean, your ego is ruffled whether you get beaten solo or by multiple people. I guess that's just what it takes to be a mid laner. You have to be a whiny baby.
Yeah.
But it is a little frustrating, although, you know, there is a glimpse available on Ponyo. Yes, there is. Doesn't pop it, though. Now let me get away this time around. And Pampu. Okay, battery
he's
assault
gotta
might
be
be some
careful,
trouble.
the
Oh,
kill
kill shot. So good.
Oh, and here
Oh,
comes the
that's a
Spirit
good
Breaker.
crush.
The crush was good. He did have the Lotus. The good news, well,
There isn't
there's no
any.
good news.
Yeah.
I was trying to put together a bit of a narrative that Euphoria and Euphoria on both their side lanes, they got the Lotuses, but it's not enough. The Spirit Breaker is just causing too many problems, and Young God all by himself is just like high-fiving and running away from RJX. Damn,
Yeah.
the easiest way to remedy this is get observers down in the river.
Yeah, I mean, they do have one, but the angle of the charge came from the tier 1 tower. So really, it's a very heads-up play coming in from the Spirit Breaker as well.
Yeah.
And Spirit Breaker can't do this, right? Like, he doesn't care if he doesn't have a TP. He can always get out of base super quickly.
Yeah.
So, the fact that he uses TP aggressively there to hide his charge and therefore secure 2 kills, rather 1 kill, is pretty good. And I mean, I have to say, Vivek, this all ties in back to the Darkseer, who's already having a good lane. He's also getting assists off of the Iron Shell. So you have to remember that he's getting even more gold thanks to all this assist gold.
Yep.
And this is a very good game for the Darkseer. It's 5.5 minutes in. He's down with his Arcane Boots. He is doing really, really well on Young God.
I mean, he's doing a whole lot better than Miro in the offlane. Like, the Slaughter is
Breezy?
starting to struggle now.
Did he not go
Charge
for
coming
chicken
in,
fingers?
Breezy,
Okay.
gotta be careful. Vacuumed back, he's got a Fairy Fire, gets the shield from
Oh,
RJX. Both
surviving.
him and RJX are dropping low, he's popped the Lotus, he's staying alive but not for long. Breezy dead and RJX will fall as well. Oh, it's starting to look bad for Euphoria Esports, Loki.
Oh man, that was a complete blunder. They sort of
Looped up around the Iron Shell.
Yeah, they try to fight back into it in a way, and that's just unfortunate. Like, you just leave the Shaman for dead. He didn't go for chicken fingers. He doesn't want to win the lane, you know. That's what I tell myself in pubs anyway.
You know, the other thing is they've got to be a lot more nimble across the lanes. Like, Breezy rotating, this is good stuff.
Miro.
Yep, they should get Ponyo. The real question is, can they get Mangrove?
Kill shot? No, doesn't matter. They just have
It's
to
not
stay.
enough.
Oh,
It's not enough.
okay.
They've got enough HP. They'll run down Ponyo, and this should allow them to secure their wisdom and some much needed EXP on Reezy. Up
Not
top,
bad.
Sasson, he's made the rotation. He
It's,
did have an arcade room.
my, ew, what on earth? What am I? Why does he have a ring of health and a bracer? What's this? That's
New tech.
new tech, yeah. I mean, what item is he thinking about with the ring of health? That's what I'm trying to figure.
Can't be the
You can
black.
tell Dyer's middle tower is in trouble from the way it's being destroyed.
Can't be the Veil of Discord.
The sad part is, like, Phylactery only becomes relevant on the Viper, like at level
Drop Viper
25.
strike.
One hell
I
of a
know.
win.
Okay.
Only it works with items. If it worked with items, you could justify that. Oh yeah, he's gonna go for a 4-staff, and 4-staff Phylactery.
Veil. Uh-oh. One lane, Wonder Boy, he's
Hero.
here, has the Sonic Wave.
He's dead.
Hero. Thought he was safe under his tower. That's usually the favorite part of the off-lane role. Oh, we play under my tower, I can last hit these, but nope. The sneaky queen of pain.
Bambu, excuse me, sir. Do you not
Blades.
value your life? I guess not. He tried to go forward and drop some cogs and lay down some harass. Instead, they erect up a tombstone with Bambu's name written all over it.
I think he was trying to draw the creep aggro, but unfortunately,
You can draw creep aggro by just
With a rocket
cogging
flare.
in the place and hitting the cog. You don't need to go that far.
yeah, I think he was trying to do that.
No, you can cog from afar is what I'm saying. You
Okay.
don't need to.
Anyway,
it's-
another crisis on our screens as RJX
Oh, he got level 6 with the body shield explode, and it gave him the borrow time. Oh my god, what a play!
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
about the right amount of hype, that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
But he lives. Pampu's rotated. He's had enough. He's trying to match the spread breaker in terms of just general map presence, but it's a bit hard. It's hard for him and Reezy. I think what they've got to.
Oh, but he's stuck around.
No borrow time, no time at all. As he's dead, they just wait for charge to come off cooldown and laugh away at the Abaddon's ultimate. Pampu's here. He had TP'd in, and now again, Scott chasing his own tail as there's nothing that he can really catch here. Sasson also moving awkwardly with this ring of health. Oh my god, it is a slow chase.
RJX just really taking 50 cents advice, get
Dyer's
rich or
middle
die
tower is
trying.
insured. That thing is standing on its last breath.
Gotta get those
Did he
creeps,
get
man.
rich?
Yep, gotta get those creeps. Anyway, I just hope that they're able to create enough space for this Abaddon to get that Radiance at a reasonable time. Because it's been 9 minutes in. It's a 2K net worth
Yeah.
lead for Atlantis. Sure, you found yourself the Spirit Breaker. Does Sesson even have boots on? Okay, he has got boots now, but he's got this weird ring of health that I'm not entirely in agreement with. I feel like it is a bit of an overcommitment to regen. This hero doesn't need this ring of health. You just need a bracer, a null talisman, and you're golden. You can just go for a wand. You can get yourself boots of travel. Pick up the Aghanim Scepter. He's queued up the Blade Mail instead. He's anticipating that he's going to be focused. And I get it. It's the way to deal with the focus fire. But the big problem is that if you get focused fire anyway, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You just throw the Viper Strike and, you throw down the Nether Toxin, and all of a sudden the wind range is extremely slow.
Yeah.
You can set it for some Shaman stuns. It's not really I feel like this is, perhaps it's just an opinion I have, but I disagree with the idea that this, I disagree with the idea. I disagree with the idea that this focus fire is a problem in this game. I know you're trying to point at something and show it to me. Oh, it's
Yeah.
the net worth, I see. Yeah, he's not doing too well either. If you could just have a look at the net worth at this point, Observer could do us the favor, that'd be great. The net worth is not looking too good for the Viper. I believe the co-op has overtaken him or her in the case of Vivek, because for him, Viper's a she. Been watching too much Valorant. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, up
There
all
was
night
some
watching the
new
new cinematic.
animatics. Yeah, cinematic. Yeah.
That Riot just released for no forsaken reason. I mean, that's right.
It's
You know,
inter-
I have to give Riot the flowers. Their animation is really good.
yeah, but then the market segment you should be competing in is Pixar. Be making.
Hey, they actually just might. No, they
They-
actually
they
just
do.
might.
Yeah,
Who
they
knows?
do. Like, who knows? Like, Riot Like Arcane becomes a franchise, and then we have an Indian remake with Shah Rukh Khan.
Yep.
Yeah.
One can only hope. But I do want to have a look at the net worth in case our observer is listening. There you go. Thank you. Viper not doing too well. In fact, none of the cores on Euphoria doing well. Wait, this is not shaping up to be a good game. They don't have solid catch for the creative pain at this point. The wind range is going to be a bit of a problem. Raju is nowhere close towards picking up his relic. And even if you get a talisman of evasion first, Maelstrom, it helps you pierce evasion anyway. And I think Sasson's dead. Do you think Sasson's dead? I think he's dead.
Oh. Well, it's definitely looking like he's very dead. Mangaros, Ponyo, as well as the Quap, they've surrounded him. Sasson doesn't have too much mana. It's not like he can wait for one spell and then try and TP out of there if he had a TP. So yeah, Sasson is most certainly dead. Dreezy and Papu, as you can see, are trying to flee the crime scene. Maybe here as a mid laner, you might be tempted to yell at your supports and say, hey, do something!
Yeah, but really there's only so much that they can do. I mean, I think they need to leave the Viper for dead here. Sasson's just extremely out of position on the Viper. And this is the part of the game where you need to start to figure out what your next 5 to 6 minutes looks like. Because your Viper needs farm, your Abaddon needs farm.
So the problem is like the
your
next
Slada
5-6
needs
minutes.
a blink.
Yeah, exactly. The next 5-6 minutes are going to look really, really rough.
And you don't have a lot of space on the map. Like
you don't have space on the map.
It's gonna be taken
Everybody
away.
needs farm.
Yeah.
Your supports need farm. They're not going to get any farm. The Viper can, to an extent, make place on the map with his supports. But at some level, even Sasson feels like, hey, am I really like scaling with this build or am I falling off? Like he's kind of switched his build around. The Blade Mail is there, but he's dropped in the Ags as well. Back to real time. Sasson dying on our screen. Turn towards Ponyo. The supports flee the crime scene. Rezi and Papu want no part in this. Ponyo looking to chase. There's got the claims. They don't even need the charge. They play with this little toy boy and eventually bring down this stupid robot.
Yeah.
Poor Clockwork.
Clockwork's not a robot. He's just a man in a tin can, according to his own words.
Okay.
Yeah. Clockwork's actually a Keen, if you look at the lore, so he's the same race as a Sniper.
We shall not develop this any further.
Okay. Well, Raju is going to try and go for the rune. The Thunder strikes upon him. And...
Uh-oh.
What?
Glimpse. Got the borrow time, but like...
Why did he not just Aphotic shield the Thunder Strike itself?
That's a good question.
He
I think
would
he
have
already
had...
the
Yeah, he did. Like, he just didn't need to wait so long. Maybe he didn't have it. I don't know. I mean, benefit of the doubt. Anyway, Miro down bottom.
Space for Miro indeed. And I think...
Question is, who's going to play with Slada away? Because no one's ready yet. Like, the Abaddon's going to farm his Radiance. The Viper's probably...
Slada can make plays with his supports.
Oh.
Up top, you got a little bit of action brewing. Top lane. The Daxia dropping low. Young God dead.
Top lane, yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah,
thank you. Papu Dreezy on the hunt. They're looking for the Spirit Breaker, but Lloyd
leaves the crime scene.
Out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Anyway, the good news for the side of Euphoria Esports is that they got a kill. And that kill was worth a lot of EXP. They've not killed Young God a single time in the game.
Yeah.
Much needed EXP for them. And gold. Assist goal has been nerfed in 7.40, but it is what it is.
I mean, really good for Sasson too. Like, he's been having a bit of a rougher game than he should have been, but, you know, they're starting to get up there on the side of Euphoria Esports in terms of net worth. I think, in particular, you're going to be waiting for this. The biggest timing is going to be the Radiance timing, of course, for this Abaddon. Do you want to have a look at the Abaddon and see what progress he's made towards that Radiance? He is... oh, wow, he's taken quite a while to finish that up. He's probably looking at least another 5 minutes, unless he gets a miraculous fight where he finds multiple kills. But, yeah, RJX is just going to be farming for the time being, as the rest of Euphoria Esports try and figure out a way to just put a stop to the pain train that Atlantis are going to be you guide a train or do you drive a train? There's not a lot of driving.
Driven this train off the track, Floki.
Thank
Back to
you.
the game.
Lovely. I love it how you just take my screw ups and you segue anyway.
Yeah.
And it makes us look good.
Yeah. We have been derailed by a couple of technical hiccups here and there, but we're back. And you know what Euphoria should be happy about is that they haven't lost any tower that really matters.
Okay,
Like, trying to go up top, all committed by Young God. Doesn't have too much HP, and Papu's actually running him down. He's got the surge. Blood grenade up on the ducks here. The ducks here might just die, but he barely survives. Mango goes to the rescue. Ponyo is dead. Cesson can't do too much, but he'll drop the Viper Strike. Now the Wind Run is on cooldown, but it doesn't matter. The charge is there from Lloyd. They'll just turn their focus towards Cesson and bring down the Viper. Great stuff coming up from Atlantis.
They got the Shaman as well, by the way. Off screen, the Spirit Breaker came, provided the vision, set up for the power shot. And Cesson dies unnecessarily. He shows up to this fight where Sports are out of position and tries to contribute, and I get it. But again, Vivek, we said it before, Sibs is a disease that needs to be cured. Save your buddy's syndrome. Oh, Sibs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you get this kill on Ponyo. Still, you can just get out at this point. But he is farming creeps, he's crossing the wall back, and, well, much like Donald Trump did with the Mexicans, he's paid a very hefty price for trying to get across that wall.
Oh, yeah.
RJX now in some trouble as has to be careful not to get that borrowed time popped, otherwise, again, you're going to see Atlantis just run down the rest of Euphoria because they know that RJX can't really come and contribute. Such a polarizing hero before
Breezy, he's actually going for this, drops the massive Serpent Snake.
Okay.
He's got Pampu by his side with the cogs. Now the Snake will set up for one kill at the very least. Who's going to fall first though? Probably going to be Young God. Young God dead. Miro elsewhere, reveals his Blink Dagger, jumps on top of the Disruptor, brings him down. Ponyo dead as well. So 2 crucial kills. And who gets the Shrine of Wisdom? It's Pampu.
Oh,
Tin
yeah.
Man.
I mean, I like this. They just throw bodies at the floor. They get the, Wisdom Shrine as well.
They
so
do. Pampu got the Wisdom Shrine.
yeah, they don't lose any of that. So a good turnaround coming in from the side of Euphoria. They need more. They need more than this. They need to put that Blink Dagger to use as the Slather. He's blinked somewhere. Oh, there's a fight going on by the Tormentor, but
well, the fight down bottom as well as Cesson. He's been shackled.
Blade Mail.
Commits the Blade Mail, but it's really not too much. Elsewhere, Lloyd, the fight around the Tormentor that you were talking about, he's been slowed down by the battery assault, but there's a mech that's healing him up. Lloyd is alive and healthy, and the shackles, they're perfect, holding 2 heroes in the static storm. It's glorious, glorious team fight pod as they clean up and they fight good old Pampu, 2 cores and a clockwork end. And Euphoria just overstayed their welcome.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
they
happened
aren't done
there.
yet.
Oh, RJX.
This cow, not any ordinary cow. Surged with the movement speed and blessed with the Iron Shell. He's running down and zoning out an Abaddon, and this is problematic because RJX needs to farm that Radiance. Breezy elsewhere all by himself. The Shadow Shaman does what a Shadow Shaman can, sets up for a kill on the Spirit Breaker. Lloyd finally takes a hit. They've had enough of this Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, but again, I mean, this is just a consolation prize in the midst of so many sad losses that you've had to take up until this point. You lost the fight around the Tormentor. I mean, they just wasted so much time trying to kill a Spirit Breaker, and they didn't even get him. It's only now that they managed to kill that Spirit Breaker, so that kill severely delayed.
Breezy. He has to turn into them because he knows he's going to get glimpsed. Drops the massive Serpent Ward. It's a Hail Mary play. The crush is there and the hook shot as well. Papu's got the cogs. Can they bring down Wonder Boy? Yes! His mega kill streak taken away. They're fighting back. Euphoria get a crucial kill. Unfortunately, they lose Miro. But Breezy Snake will ensure that they find the traders. Young God
RJX doesn't have borrowed time.
RJX showing up mid. Dies to the kill shot. No borrow time. Why is he there? Where was he going? What was he thinking? Questions we'll never know the answer to. As Cesson gets glimpsed. This is possibly the worst part of playing against the Disruptor, and that Blade Mail, they're laughing at it because they just wait for it to time out and bring him down with the kill shot. Breezy respawns, wants another chance and another shot at life. I know we Indians believe in the afterlife, but this is pushing it. There isn't an afterlife, or maybe there is, and only Breezy knows.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
You can tell
I don't know what that was from Breezy, but really, just once again, save your buddy syndrome at its finest. You know, sure you get Wonder Boy there, but you're not gonna get out. I mean, the shot.
Miro. Glimpse. They're playing for the glimpse. They have the charge. They have the glimpse. And they are just picking them one at a time.
Capital
Miro.
R rough.
Yeah. Capital R rough.
I feel like the big problem for them was that all of these fights are starting the same way. Your support's out of position, you try and save them, it doesn't work, you end up feeding multiple cores. Here's the solution. Don't try and save your supports who are out of position. You're not in that spot. If you're ahead by 8k gold, that's a different story. But you're not the team that's ahead. You're the team that's behind. And now, you're going to lose all the opportunities you would have otherwise had that, you know, just being 3k net for down would have provided. Now you don't have those either.
Tesson. No one to save this buddy. And I don't think he needs saving. I don't think he can be saved.
Yep.
Because...
Unless... yeah, I mean... Only saving he's going to be doing himself is saving his soul from Satan in the afterlife. Down bottom, they do try and make an attempt for Mangaros here, but Mangaros is actually pushing forward.
Damage with the Maelstrom RJX, just to spectate in the midst of all of this.
He might lose his life for this,
Miro, they want to punish the Wind Ranger. Bumpu doesn't connect the hook shot, and the Sonic Wave is there. Wonder Boy, that's how you save your buddy. And that's how you even possibly turn around this fight. The kill shot, well, on power shot rather, does clip on Miro. The Phonic Shield is there, but there's Young God with the vacuum. Lloyd trying his best to bash at will, but he doesn't need to, as they've got enough to bring down Miro. Another attempt at the power shot. Bangaros playing the edges of the fight as Hin and Young God can look at going back in. Sesson, they do not have the disruptor. He is a key part of catching Euphoria out of position, and he's a key hero when it comes to punishing the Savior Buddy syndrome.
I mean, the big problem for Euphoria Esports is that RJX, he still is nowhere close to his ratings, and he's been showing up to all of these fights. So it's... The timing has just completely gone down the toilet. The Slaughter has got himself a blink, but even if he gets himself, you know, even if he had a BKB, you're going to stop networks.
Are they all going to TP him for this Abaddon? Do they need to?
No.
Do they need to?
No.
Like, will he stay alive?
No, he's just dead. He's dead. Don't TP to save this guy. He doesn't have border time. He got a charge. Unlucky. What can he do? You know, just play for the next thing.
Yeah.
But
play for the 30-minute race.
Yeah, play. No, I mean, he should be able to complete his radiance once he's back up. But now, like, you know, you've lost so many towers. Mangaros, there's a potential chance that they can go and get themselves the Aegis with the help of this Focus Fire. Get themselves a Tormentor as well. And that's going to be a shot for either a Spirit Breaker or a Disruptor. Spirit Breaker shot, it's kind of meh. Gives him a bit more damage, gives him a faster charge. But the Disruptor shot, that's really nice because it allows you to target Thunder Strike on the ground, increases range, and makes it so that if anyone comes within range of that Thunder Strike, they get hit by it. And it's actually pretty good because it sets up for a lot of glimpses that you might not have otherwise had. Yep. It's sort of like laying down a mine, like techies, except it's a Thunder Strike.
And except you're not playing an absolutely despicable.
And except that all that was for naught because the shot actually went for the Spirit Break. So okay.
Yep.
Yes, never mind.
Damn, I haven't seen a planar pocket in so long.
Yeah, planar pocket is not. I feel like it's got some very good
kind
uses.
of OP.
I like it too. I mean, it gives you magic resistance, and on top of that, like, you've got bulldoze, right? So if you bulldoze and planar pocket someone, you're effectively giving them status and magic resistance, and you end up eating the spell yourself. So they're free to do whatever they want. And you know, Spirit Breaker.
Really good with the Wind Ranger in your team.
Yeah, really good against Beastmaster. Really good against all of the stuff Euphoria Esports have. You know, Hex, Shackle, Viper Strike, Rose of Haze. So yeah, good catch there. But I don't. The game usually ends before the Spirit Breaker gets to the Aghanim Scepter. I've never seen it reach a point where the Spirit Breaker Aghanim Scepter actually changes the outcome of a game.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's a bit deceptive. Like, it has no clear visual representation in the game. So
it does now.
It does now? Okay.
Yeah. They added
that's
that.
What I've seen
it used to be pretty
stupid. It used to be really like,
yeah.
what just glitched out? Anyway, there's that Spirit Breaker with his shard, buffed by the Surge, charging the Slaughter. Miro, quick enough to TP out. The map is starting to shrink. Roshan is being taken away. Roshan, he's died so many times today. It's been a rough day in the office, but he lives every day to provide this unique service to all Dota players. Except if you're under 3k, because when you're under 3k, you just don't take Roshan. So
Roshan is just a concept
yeah,
that exists
he
out
gets
there in
his
the
time
ether.
off, yeah. And if you take the top
Whenever
ender,
Roshan wants a vacation, he goes and chills with the 3K bracket.
I kid you not, if you take a tormentor in Archon, Gaben actually writes you an email and says like, hey, can you
Congratulations.
stop doing that? Like, here, server want to be able to handle it.
Well, Mangroves got himself the Aegis now.
Yep. The funny
So-
thing about Valve, and especially Dota, because it's based on the Source 2 engine, so the tormentor is a square, a cube in a circle, and the Source 2 engine can only generate so many cubes in circles. So at lower brackets, it actually increases the game load every time you take a tormentor.
Lovely anecdote, Vivek. Thank you so much for your insider
So
information.
please don't take the tormentor. Please don't take Roshan, guys. Like, just let it be.
Absolutely, Vivek, we're dropping truth bombs left and right, trying to win MMR, if nothing else. Oh
I mean,
boy.
I'm trying to instigate my teammates to like wake up to the fact that there's more than the neutral camps in this game.
Yeah, I mean, let's come back to the game. I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about the win range
Yeah, what do you wanna talk
itemization. Okay, yeah, Sesson's got the axe. That's great, hooray! but
That
doesn't
is-
change a
that is
thing.
actually-
I
mean,
all the
okay.
damage is
No, he more for the like he needs this. Like I think he was really okay. Top lane.
He was struggling.
Yeah.
they're getting the tier 2. But I wanted to talk about the win ranges items in particular. You've gone for the Dragon Lance this game. Why I like this item on this hero is that
The
you don't.
wiper.
Yes, it's the wiper, and it's also the fact that you don't have to get in close and you can just focus fire from afar. You get to maintain distance with the wind run, where otherwise you might have had to go close.
He might also won the eventual Pike versus the Clockwork.
Ooh, yeah. Well, speaking of the Clockwork, well, I don't think he's going to be finishing that pipe in this game, Vivek. Not at this rate.
Crazy shackled.
He's dead as well. Yeah, double kill for Mangoros. This game is looking all but over, as they're going to get themselves another tier 2. RJX, he's finally got himself the Radiance, but guess what, Mangoros? He's got a pike already. Even if you get on top of him, he's just going to pike away.
Absolutely.
And you also have to get through the Aegis, and then there's Windrun. So it's, well, the only place you're going to be killing him is in your dreams tonight if you sleep with enough anger, which I don't even think is possible. Anyway, down bottom, Hiro caught out by the Sonic Wave. He's going to fall, buying some time. Lloyd just PMs him at the Nether Strike
They are
and walks
playing with
away.
their food. They are playing with their food.
Yeah.
I mean, it's looking rough.
It's refreshing to see a cow on top of the food chain.
Yeah. It's not something you see too often. Cows are not at the top of the food chain. Humans are.
Yep. Not in Dota, they're not.
Yep. And not if you've seen Pluribus.
Lovely. Yeah,
Spoiler.
like you're still trying to shield Ludibus here. Yeah, okay, just a little tangent. Vivek has been trying to shield
Okay, no tangent.
Ludibus
Let's
to
see.
me for
how
quite
does
the while
Euphoria
now.
win this?
I think Euphoria, the only way they win this is if Atlantis makes some sort of awkward play around the tier 3s.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think it's going to be incredibly hard. Or maybe if Euphoria Esports actually time this work so well that they catch Atlantis in the middle of prepping for the second Roshan. I feel like outside of those two scenarios, it's not really realistic to expect them
Do you
to be able
remember
to...
there was this one LAN where there was a fire at the venue?
What?
Yeah, 33 was playing.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I was just thinking of like really radical ways to win games. Like,
Well, that's definitely
I mean,
one.
33 must have thought about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, mid lane Clockwork's dead. 43 seconds. This guy has got no buyback. Raju's game is going so bad. He's like, you know what? Screw the Mantis style. I'm not going to be able to do anything with it anyway. Might as well just queue up the Nullify, because that way we might actually be able to kill the Wind Ranger. And you know what? He's not wrong, because that Mantis style, it's a timing-based item. Now it's not going to do much.
Okay, Dweezy's got his blink. RJX,
Oh no, the Shackle.
standing way ahead. Attacks the wall. Massive
Oh, that's a
servicing drop.
big crush.
That's a big crush.
That's an Admiral
pardon.
Bulldog crush from TI4.
That's a misery crush from the Shanghai Major.
Yeah.
There's the Hex coming up from Dweezy.
Oh.
That's a Saksa Hex from Dweezy, and that's unfortunate. He's got glimpsed.
That's
rough.
damage.
Did they have vision? I don't know. I think there was a charge, but it glimpsed him from the tree line. It's just
Like, he got
unfortunate.
glimpsed, hit by the charge, and like his ears pierced by the scream of pain at the same time. Like, Just saw the Shadow Shaman's HP bar melt. Okay, well, let's die.
Okay.
But no more Viper strikes, so this fight is essentially free if they can find some type of opening. And guess what? They have found the clockwork here. It's got the Glimmer Cape though. Trying to get away. Hurricane fight forward. Essence Ring as well by Pump, keeping him alive. Charge towards the tier 4 skill shot.
No.
Well, does not matter. He does not connect. And that's going to be about it. They don't get themselves a set of racks. Lovely. That's my play-by-play caster. Repeat that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bumper's got it. Hook shot. Oh, jeez, the vacuum and the Sonic Wave. It was perfect. It was more than perfect. That's all that they could ask for.
Yeah.
But Euphoria, they're going to stay. They have buyback on some heroes. They're not going to tap out just yet. They know that Sonic Wave is on cooldown. They know that Wall is on cooldown. This is their opportunity to maybe try and fight, but they've had enough. They've had enough. GG, well played, is the call. This is the end of the road for Euphoria.
Oh, yeah. GG, well played is the call, and the game is done for. I have to say, I mean, Euphoria, they really tried, but there were some glaring holes in their draft. And some, I feel like itemization mistakes being made. I don't know if I agree with Sesson's choice of going for the Ring of Health in particular. That item could have been spent towards a Null Talisman, which in turn would have allowed you to use Nether Toxin off cooldown every single time it's up and not run out of mana, which would have gotten him a Blade Mail faster if he wanted to.
Yeah, the only benefit of Ring is it builds into Veil, and she was at some eventual stage of the game. Is there value in being mid and having Bracer, Casual Ring, and Stick? That feels a bit odd.
Yes.
That part of the build-up feels a bit odd, because then he's going for the Blade Mail, then he's going for an Axe. I'd rather get the Axe earlier or the Blade Mail earlier, because that's an item. You're delaying your impact because of that ring.
You know how there's like win more items in the game? The Ring of Health in this situation feels like a lose more item, because you're trying to remedy a thing that has already gone south.
Yep.
By, you know, it's like you're one tempo behind already. So, you know, you buy the Ring of Health, now you're trying to keep up in terms of, you know, HP with the Queen of Pain, who shouldn't have won the lane anyway, instead of just relying on Nether Toxin, a tool that he's got to farm faster and just, you know, hit his normal power spike, which he totally could have done. But I feel like what was lacking from the side of Euphoria in this game was just some disciplined play. I didn't see any stacks being made for the Viper. I didn't see any stacks being made for RJX on the Abaddon. And there were some really good stack clearing mechanisms there. Like, you've got a Photic Shield, you've got Nether Toxin.
Yeah.
All of those abilities are great, even against the Ancients. Even though it's, you know, the Ancients have got a ton of magic resistance, that Nether Toxin does a lot of damage. And a Viper can definitely help clear those Ancients super quickly. So, I feel like some fundamentals were a bit off the side for Euphoria, but at the same time...
Many issues. Like, you can't just call out one Ring of Health. There were a lot of things that didn't quite come together for them.
Yeah, I mean, the early game looked really good for them. To be honest, down bottom where where Pampu managed to live, secure the 2 kills on the Wind Ranger and the Disruptor, I feel like that was really, really good. But you also need to know how to carry an advantage, and I think that's something that... teams don't have experience with, because they, to be honest, I've never seen a game of Dota where an Indian team has had a laning advantage. Okay. So it's still a new feeling for them. They're still getting used to it, and I mean this with the utmost seriousness. I don't mean this as a joke. You know,
you aren't factually wrong. Like, you've never seen it. Like, yeah, fair.
But let's have a look at the game again. We'll get to see what we're talking about.
Yeah, let's look at the highlights. Maybe we can pick up a couple of key things as to what worked for the side of Atlantis and what didn't for Euphoria. This was, I mean,
the game started really well. RJX got first blood. They get these 2 kills.
they get
what
lanes
the
across top and bottom. Like they get a kill top, and then this is where the game crumbles. Like one cow. Yeah, cows shouldn't be moving that fast. Like, if you ever looked at a cow, they're very slow. Catch them, make a cutlet. Like that movement speed is illegal.
A cow that defies the laws of physics.
Yep.
Gives a whole new meaning to the phrase, what they know can't hurt.
Yeah.
But they don't know don't hurt, rather.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, this is where...
This was painful.
Really, it was the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer remedying the map with the charge and the Iron Shell. MVP of the game was the Iron Shell.
Absolutely. Like, you know, normally Darkseer Spirit Breaker, you think so hard of hitting all lane. But like Spirit Breaker was confident enough to leave Young God and win other lanes, and that's what he did.
Yep.
I also like Mangoros on this Wind Ranger. He's not playing it. I mean, everybody in SEA and everybody in EU has their own way of playing this hero. Kind of like, it's a bit of a false one. Like how in football they talk of the false 11, rather, or false 9. Excuse me.
I totally get that because I totally played a ton of football. Yeah, the false
but
11.
he's not a real one.
What is the false 11?
He's not the real striker of the team. Like, he's not a real position 1. He like...
He's not a traditional position 1. You're not the one standing there doing building damage and, being there because you've got a butterfly. No, it's more of like, if you come within my range, I press a button, I kill you, there's very little you can do to change that.
And it's a great... It's actually a great hero to start playing as position 1 at like lower levels maybe. I feel like it would be very moldable in a lot of drafts, a lot of different play styles. You as a player could, see that your team is not doing anything and just check out, or if your team is doing something.
This was the big question mark for me, like this fight towards mid where they kept just coming in one after the other.
Problem is...
The Viper had a case of the Savior Buddy syndrome. It started with Dreezy being out of position, and then it also ends with Dreezy dying due to Savior Buddy syndrome.
Okay, look, I'm going to contest you on that one fight. Firstly, like, they haven't quite respected the Disruptor enough. The other thing is they're fighting near their mid-tier 1. This is a fight where you can buy back and TP.
Yeah.
It just didn't work. Like, this could have been a fight where they could have really turned the mid-game a bit. Theoretically, it was... I like the idea. But if you're fighting in the Disruptor, at some level you have to be mindful of Glimpse. Because they're making the Disruptor look too good.
The Disruptor was a bit of a problem, but really I just feel like the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer did work over time. And that Iron Shell really put the team on its back and carried them.
That fight was Ponyo. That mid-tier 1 fight.
It was all Ponyo.
Like, Ponyo got like...
Yeah, so many glimpses of.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff coming out from him. Hats off to Miro for trying to, put together that blink, and that blink really helped.
Yep.
Felt like gave Euphoria a bit of a fighting chance. I want to say the Bumpu's really been very impressive in this tournament.
He has. I think individually he's one of the standout players on Euphoria for me.
Reminds me a lot of Pinkman very early on in his career, and I feel like there's a lot more that we can see from Pappu in the future. I hope he gets a good team. I think he's a really good standout for. I've been pretty impressed with his plays. Yeah.
I have to say though, like given everyone their flowers, I feel like the big problem for the side of Euphoria this game was just the fact that every single time they're trying to make a play, it's not coming from a place of, oh, this is going to help us get ahead. It's coming from a place of, oh, we need to respond to this. Because they were getting charged across the map by the Spirit Breaker, Darkseer, and then they're like, well, if we're not bringing enough heroes to this, we're just going to die. And then instead of just, baiting the enemy team and playing solid positional fundamental Dota where you understand that you could be charged at any moment, that you're ready with TPs, that you're ready to kill the Spirit Breaker, they staggered their TPs, so like the idea was there, the principle was there in their head, the execution was lacking. And the best way to fix that is just precognition. You look at the draft, think about what they want to do. Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, they do a very particular thing. If you're just aware of it, that's half the battle.
I don't know. It's like, it's easy to say it for us from this side of the booth.
It is,
all it requires is precognition. Bro, we barely have cognition. So, we are working with below cognition here in the caster panel. So, like, I don't know what. It's hard to ask players. This goes without saying, Mango. Happy smiling dude. Played a really good game of Wind Ranger, 72 and 11. I think you ban this hero or just pick it. Like, I mean, what's wrong if you pick it? I don't think it's so punishable.
It's not. It's really it is a strong hero, and mostly due to the fact that both of our facets are really good. Like, this hero does not pay a penalty for just being picked, unlike certain other heroes in the game where they had to be nerfed with the introduction of facets while others got buffed. This is one of the heroes that got buffed, and even though it's been a while since facets have been introduced now, it's just the fact that you get kill shot or tangled is just so good. Like, you can win lanes that you otherwise wouldn't be able to win thanks to these facets, and that's why this hero is seeing a lot of play. The whole thing with the regen.
Like, a lot of facets are completely
Yep.
B or C tier. Like the,
Yeah. They are quite horrible.
But there's certain facets like Devil's Creed is actually S tier in my opinion. What makes the hero the hero?
Yeah.
It's not broken, but like if that facet didn't exist, Alchemist wouldn't be Alchemist.
The innate. Excuse me.
Sorry, excuse me. Innates. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
certain
seed
innates
money. Yeah. I think
really,
really
useless.
good. And certain innates are very useless.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger's innate is actually strangely really good because it gives you a higher max move speed cap and it lowers the amount by which you can get slowed. So instead of, the minimum speed limit being 100-ish, it's now 240 for Wind Ranger. Otherwise, there's a certain move speed that you cannot go below in a game of Dota. Wind Ranger's lower limit is much higher compared to other heroes. And the upper limit is slightly higher.
Yeah.
So that's another very interesting detail. Useful innates. Who would have thunk? If you just have better spells and, Ice Rock just likes certain heroes more, buffs them enough times, they're going to be picked.
I mean, what I was saying is like certain heroes really don't have any thought behind their innate.
Yeah.
They kind of like brain froze at some level and they're like, guys, this is too much. Like,
yeah, like Earth Spirit, like 2 patches ago before he got the buff for the damage with the Stone Remnant, his innate was just Stone Remnant.
Oh yeah.
That was just like the saddest thing for Earth Spirit players. They were crying in a corner. But anyway, it's our turn to go cry in a corner because we're not going to be watching Dota for a while. We're going to be going for a break. But when we're back, hopefully we're going to be consoled and we'll have cause to celebrate because we'll bring you the next match of the day. For now, though, you're watching the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26. I have got a baby that I need to take care of.
guiding me till the end. And if you wanna get up, I guess you better wake up. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control.
Greetings and salutations, and welcome back to the Asia Pacific Predator League. You're watching the bracket stage of this tournament. We've got Interactive Philippines facing off versus Reconics. My name is Vivek, with me is Floki, and all of this is possible in association with our partner, our digital partner, Flipkart. Oh boy, this game should be a treat. I know it might be a little late in the evening in different parts of the world, but this is a game you should watch out for. Both teams are pretty stacked, and Interactive Philippines, they've been running a theory as to how to approach this match, and I think this game is really going to test them.
Oh yeah, they're playing up against Reconics, one of the stronger Indonesian stacks here in this tournament so far. But Any Dream is Indonesian, right? I think he is. He is. Correct. Yeah.
Most certainly is.
I had a heart attack. I was like,
know.
how I just offended every single country Southeast Asian person
Look,
out there.
YouTube memes that everybody
Lovely.
is so-and-so country pride, but we all know that Indian Dream is Indonesian.
Yeah.
He's very much
Indo
Indian pride.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. Now,
You know, the
folks,
funny
this-
thing is, like, we can stake claim as Indians to. I'll tell you why, because we
No.
both use the same abbreviation. We both use Indo Pride. Whenever.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. Well, I tried.
Indo
I tried to
means-
get in on the Indonesian bus, but sadly I was denied by Vivek. It's it's your own that gatekeep your own.
Oh.
Sadly, that's the sad reality. You know, it's hurt people, and the cycle continues.
Yeah. And somebody's going to be hurting after this game because
Probably
this-
gonna be me.
Yeah.
Vivek beats me up.
We don't say that loud. But yeah, because, you know, what?
Nothing.
Okay. But yeah, this should be a pretty hype game, right? Like, we've got some of the best players in the tournament. And how did they get here? We've got the brackets coming up soon. We're going to be taking you through their journey and how these teams are here, who's been eliminated, who can be eliminated, all this and more in a matter of seconds as Reconics versus Interactive Philippines. Well, the winner of this will move on to the winner bracket finals, which will take place on the main stage on the 11th of January.
Oh yeah.
They'll be facing off versus Myth Avenue Gaming, who've had a flawless run up until now, looking really, really good. They did knock ZZ to the lower bracket.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so ZZ is down in the lower bracket, while Interactive Philippines versus Reconics, they're going to be duking it out for this winner bracket slot. It should be pretty hype. And after that, we move down back to the loser bracket for the rest of the day. But yeah, a lot at stake here, Floki. You come this far. You want smooth sailing. You want your slot in the grand finale. You don't want to go down to the lower bracket and then fight for your tournament life, because the lower bracket, you lose there, you're out.
Indeed. I mean, I have to say, it's life on the line here for the side of the mob. ZZ versus Atlantis. I feel like this is another interesting match, but I feel like ZZ might have the upper hand, although that remains to be seen. Proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
But now for Reconics versus Interactive Philippines, I have a good feeling that Reconics might just take this. In my opinion, the strongest teams at this tournament were Myth Avenue Gaming, and I'd say Reconics was second and Interactive were a close third. But Reconics do have the edge in my opinion. In Your Dream has just been around for donkey's years, so that man is definitely going to know what he's doing. So as far as his lane is concerned, he's going to be fine. The real question I have is the supporting cast on the side of Reconics going to be able to keep up with what Interactive Philippines have been doing? Because their supports have been looking really, really good so far, at least in the two matches we've seen. I think you rightfully mentioned that now the theories on Dota are going to be truly tested because they're going up against a worthy opponent in Reconics. So the thing is that Interactive Philippines, they have this playstyle that is centered around having okay-ish lanes, not giga-strong lanes. They're not the kind of players who will just play for the lanes and figure out a way to win the game later. No, they respect the mid-game. They're like, this is how we envision ourselves winning. These are the spells we want. These are the heroes we like. So these are the heroes we're going to pick, and we're going to find a way to make it so that they have an okay time in lane. Now, we're going to have a look at the matchup real quick, just in case you're tuning in. We've got IAP going up against Reconics here. This is the upper bracket round 3 for a slot in the grand... sorry, not the grand finals, the winners bracket finals for the top 4.
The grand final
Actual
stake.
money on the line. And
serious money on the line.
oh yeah, and if you lose this, no worries, you still have a chance in the lower bracket, although it is a longer road to that lower bracket finals, I believe. If you get knocked down here, you have to win that game, and then another game after that, and then you get to the lower bracket final. So A bit more legwork involved. If you lose here, I'm sure both of these teams would like to end it right here and now secure their spot in that upper bracket finals. But now, let's have a look at the lineup. Let's see the players we are going to be having on our screens very, very shortly. Of course, IAP, it's the usual suspects. Barlow, that is Carlo, or BDZ, as you might know him from previous events. I believe Dejej, he's going to be playing the carry. You've got Yona on the mid lane, Eris playing position 5, and we playing position 3, who so far has been putting up a very solid Mars performance. Except for a few spears here and there that I have been calling out and harping on. But yeah, like, I mean, his leading, everything else is top tier, no doubt about it. Now, Reckonix themselves are no slouches either, and we're going to be having a look at the team lineup in just a bit. In fact, it's coming up on your screen right now. You got In Your Dream. My god, look at that man. You can see that he's shaved his beard recently, and you know, he's tidied himself up for this event. Like, he's going to be the person to look out for on side of Reckonix. Some story names here. FPZ going to be playing that position 3. You've got Jikroy as well, Dalul and Varese, and Paris or Varese. I'm not too sure how you pronounce that, so please do not slaughter me there in chat. Or, you know, go ahead and do that. You know, I mean, they say any publicity is good publicity. At the rate Hira Katakor on Instagram, by the way. So, yeah, Varese or Varese, he should be able to put a... sorry?
Varish. It's an asset round.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Are you shitting me or are you just trying to get me killed?
I don't know. You know his social media, not mine.
Well, I'll take that gamble. Okay, it's Barish, sure. Yeah, I mean, I have to say a couple of things I'm going to see from both sides coming in. I'm guessing we're going to see a Mars ban from both of these teams, but both of these teams are going to try and force out the Mars ban from the other because you don't want to be forced to ban out that hero super early.
I think Mars is okay or good, but like I don't think you want to contest him that heavily. Like it's good if you get it. It's okay if you don't. It's a bit like Tiny. It's not do or die.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing you're going to be looking out for is going to be that Jakiro. Whoever has second pick needs to ban that out.
I mean, the other
or
problem
come up
is
with a solid plan on dealing with it.
The real issue for the side of IAP is that you have to draft against FTC and In Your Dream.
Yeah.
Now, In Your Dream, in case you have forgotten, you should play Aquatic. It's got a very big hero.
Yeah.
Today, earlier on in
he's
the
got a hero lake or a hero
Yeah, he's got a hero lake, and I'm not kidding around. This guy, there was a time like people were saying he's the next miracle. I mean, he is exceptionally individually skilled. Yeah. And it's very hard to ban for him. Then there's FPZ also.
Yeah, I believe there was a point in time on the SEA leaderboards where In Your Dream was a top-rated player, and he was up there for a very long time.
Yep.
Now,
there were certain players from SEA who, you know, they always wanted to be a part of European teams. One of them was Raven.
Yeah, one of them
the
was...
other was In Your Dream.
Yeah, I think FPZ has also had his a couple of stints in Europe, or am I mistaken?
It's not about stints, but like European teams have wanted to pick up these players, and fans for the longest time have believed that they deserve to play among the best in Europe. So it's very hard to ban against In Your Dream. Looking at the first phase bans, very standard, very quick. IAP, the ban of the Kess, the Wind Ranger, the Timber, Klings being rightfully banned, Viper being rightfully banned, the Husker being a bit interesting because a lot of teams will want something to cheese against In Your Dream.
Yeah.
Or just generally a cheese option, and Shadow Demon as all-season pos 5, pos 4 that you just want to remove just because he's got a save, because he's got Demonic Purge to work with, and he's got the Shadow Poison to just stack.
Oh, Shadow Poison. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to, take you guys a trip down memory lane. So there was a time in 2017, 2018, I believe, around then, that there were two players on top of the leaderboards in Southeast Asia who frequently competed for the same spot. One of them was a player called Usman. The other one was a player called In Your Dream. So two very legendary players from back in the day. Of course, nowadays you've got Mikoto on the mid lane, who's found his stride internationally, and he's left the nest from Southeast Asia, figuratively speaking, and spread his wings in greener pastures across the world. But for Reckonix, what they're going to be looking to do is just stick to their basics. Some of these players have a lot of experience, so they're going to be bringing solid fundamentals to the table here. And what's interesting to see is both sides have ignored the Jakiro. They have not decided to pick up that hero. Instead, it's Interactive Philippines valuing the Slada very highly and letting the Gyrocopter go. So Reckonix, they're going to instantly snag it here, which is a little surprising. I thought they might go for the Jakiro themselves, because I don't think Jakiro is a bad hero to have in lane against Slada. But they value the Gyro a lot more.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Slada is a bit of a flex.
He is.
I don't think Reckonix are picking Gyro into Slada without any thought, because there are many ways that matchup could go, and they have some bigger thought behind the Gyrocopter. But now it seems IAP, they're banning out the Naga and the Queen of Pain, kind of trying to secure multiple lanes with their bans. But Reckonix want a ban here. Like, if you see Slada, which could be flexed, what's remaining that's rather strong that you'd like to ban? Maybe a Tiny, unless you're picking it up yourself.
Yeah, I mean...
You can't go about banning all the Spirit heroes.
I mean, I'm surprised that Timbersaw hasn't been banned so far. I feel like that's the biggest answer for the Slada. Has it?
Oh yeah, first phase.
Oh
IAP.
yeah, sorry, first phase. Yeah, my bad. I don't know what I saw there. My mind just skipped over the Timbersaw. But
I think you want to ban out the Tiny, because you can't go about banning all
good,
Spirit heroes. Just ban out the Tiny, something safe. Generic in a sense, but still good. Maybe you could ban out supports.
The Queen of Pain theoretically is also kind of nice, but they've banned it out in the second phase. So maybe they're just trying to secure all the mid matchups there are for the Slada.
Damn.
Another way to deal with the Slada, in my opinion, that is actually weak early on but stronger later is the Invoker. The Invoker...
Oh, yep, the Tornado.
He typically loses to the Slada in lane, and there's even a chance that he dies solo. But if you drop the right lineup around around that Invoker, this Slada just becomes this hero that is not going to be able to scale, because there's just constant threat from the Sunstrikes elsewhere on the map, and he just can't keep up with the tempo of the Invoker as a hero that he provides. And he activates earlier as well, because he doesn't need a Blink Dagger, he just needs levels.
Well, you were talking about the Chikiro. It's actually
they go
IAP
back
that,
for it.
Yeah, they pick it up. Because Reckonix, they're valuing the Disruptor. Having a support that has more contribution in team fights, and also, I mean, I feel like Disruptor is also really, really strong in the lane. Like Thunderstrike just allows you to trade really well at level 1, and the Glimpse is always an issue. So I like what both teams have. I'm just a bit surprised that they're willing to show the Gyrocopter this early.
Yeah.
IAP, they could pick up something here that's a bit more flexible. You have too little information to pick up a support here. Now, there are plenty of supports in the pool. You could get the Tusk, pretty good versus the Disruptor. You can snowball over a Static Storm, not snowball in a Static Storm. Or you could pick up the Snapfire, which is just a good amount of damage, strong presence in the lane.
Good follow-up for the Crush.
Yeah, good follow-up for the Crush, even possible setup for the Crush, if need be.
Good damage as well, actually, to combine with the Slada, because Slada is not really cooldown dependent, right? So pairing up someone like a Snapfire who offers you like 500 to 600 magical burst, some extra stun, and potential for more damage if you've got the ult is really, really nice. What I'm thinking of right now, if I'm Reckonix, is how am I going to deal with this? Because they've banned out the Shadow Demon. The Oracle's not really a hero you want to pick here unless you're Thompson.
Yeah, I think you Tusk.
Tusk is also kind of vulnerable to what Interactive Philippines have got going here. These three heroes, by the way, just represent heroes that are really good against other melee heroes in the game. So Jakiro, Snapfire, Slada, whenever you see this, think to yourself, which melee hero are they looking to dumpster? This game is going to be the Hacks, the Jakiro is just going to be an absolute nuisance. But they actually paired it up with the Sky, so you got some strong combos with the Mystic Flare and the Call.
Oh yeah, Hacks and Skyrat Mage also in lane. Very difficult to play again. Like,
I mean, you drop the Battle Hunger, the Concussive Shot on the support.
I really don't see how you outreach in that. Like, there's just so much like magical damage at such high frequency that you might need something like an Abaddon.
That Abaddon is an interesting choice. One of the few heroes who doesn't care all that much about the Mystic Flare and the Call combo. Excuse me. kind of just falls into that same trap
You
though,
know, but
where if
Loki,
you
there's like a scary problem. Like he might be okay in lane, but if the axe goes for the Kanda, like
Yeah.
with the Skydive mage, he can.
No, you are right. I mean, the Kanda, and the good thing about this draft by Reckonex is actually both of these heroes can build a Kanda. Phylactery is something we've been seeing Axis pick up more and more often. Phylactery is also something that Skyrath mages tend to buy, and Skyrath mages specifically buy it, especially against an Abaddon. I've seen Crit do this multiple times, where he rushes that Kanda, he drops the Ancient Seal, and now as an Abaddon, you're silenced and you're broken, so you will be dying. Like, there's no way to pop the borrowed time. And that's something that Interactive Philippines have to think about, they have to worry about, and deal with. Potential ways of dealing with that is to get a Lotus Orb on one of your supports. This game, you don't particularly have good Lotus Orb builders. I mean, none of these two supports really benefit from all the armor and the HP regen it provides. Ideally, you're looking for a melee hero who can build up that item. You know, the Tusk comes to mind, who after a blink can go for that if need be. But that's just an example. Like a Clockwork can really benefit from a Lotus because he's going in. He can just drop the Lotus on an ally, or he can Lotus himself. It makes him harder to kill, and he benefits. Memes aside, he does benefit from getting more armor. Like, he gets extra percentage-based outgoing damage based on each point of armor thanks to his input.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, IAP are picking the Abaddon into Axe Skydive Mage. Personally, I think it's highly possible that the Abaddon goes to the off lane and they pick something else completely different in the safe lane. Hear me out here, it's a bit of a stretch. What if you pick up the life stealer? Because he can survive the lane and he can infest in the Slaughter. Benefits of the Slaughter can kind of lane versus the Axe Sky. Do you feel so?
Where do you put the Abaddon then?
Off lane.
Like, Abaddon into a Gyro, like, that's a bad matchup for the Abaddon already. And then there's the kill threat with the Glimpse. And that's one thing Abaddon doesn't like. Abaddon wins harass battles. He doesn't win kill battles.
Okay, so if it's a safe lane Abaddon, then what are you looking at here? Tide?
I think Mars is really, really
Mars
good.
is good with these support.
Yeah, I mean, another cool thing about the Mars, I don't know if it, I think it does, but your flag cannon projectiles actually get blocked off by the arena, even if you're outside of it, based on the trajectory.
You know, there's one hero that, like, the Reckoning supports would hate, but the cores wouldn't mind.
Dyer's choice. Let's give him a second.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, Mars.
Okay.
Safe and stable, IAP, they've run it throughout the day. It's worked for them.
Good against the Gyro.
Yep.
That's a good answer. And
Really
a very
good.
good counter initiation against the Axe as well. Like, he goes in with the call, you go in with the spear, you set up for Mortimer's Kisses, for Macrofire, for Slaughter.
Yeah.
It's just world's your
There
oyster.
is a... You can see that both
Starting
of
in 5
trainers
seconds, with or without you.
have everything they need to, like, turn fights in the mid game. It's really going to boil down to who gets the better jump, where the supports are positioned. What are we looking at here in terms of last pick?
Earth Spirit's open. It's not the best hero against Slaughter, but it does provide them with a lot of tempo. And it solves the problem that they have of these backline supports that you don't particularly have the best catch for. Because he goes in, he can get on top of Snap. Now, you are playing into an Abaddon, which is a bit unfortunate. Magnetize can be dispelled. The Storm is another hero, but in my opinion, I feel like while you do have a good time in lane, one stun, and you're going to be toast. Because that Corrosive Haze is not something you remedy super early.
Oh, yeah. It does give you a little bit of scaling potential. It's also a real comfort pick. Like, in Southeast Asia.
Really good to exploit the Ancient Seal too from the Skyrath Mage.
Oh yeah, the amplified magic damage is nice. It's okay in terms of lane as well.
Yeah.
Like, I think In Your Dream is going to be fine. He'll manage.
He should be okay.
He'll be okay.
The lane's good. Thing is, I'm not worried about. What I'm worried about is when the Mars gets a blink and when this guy wants to start making plays.
Yep.
It's
you know
that
what
weird
I'm
spot.
worried about
Yeah.
is this Abaddon and what's going to happen, because I'm pretty sure FVC is going to be... He's already thought about this. You're going to silence him, I'm going to break him. You both are going to kill him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, we're gonna be jumping into the game a bit, but before we do, I do want to ask you, Vic, who do you think is the better shot of winning this, and whose draft do you like? Reckonex?
Yep.
All right. I was with you there. Even I like what Reckonex are putting out there. It's not that I don't disagree with what the route that the Interactive Philippine players have taken. It's smart, but my biggest problem with it is like, you have some glaring issues with your lineup, and those aren't necessarily remedied by the heroes you've picked. They're not going to be able to outscale those problems. That Kanda is going to be a problem.
I feel that the Kanda is going to be a problem. I feel like generally in terms of team fight, they've all got ingredients that are really helpful.
Yep.
The decider lane rather is the off lane for FBC, or the safe lane for the Abaddon. I think that lane is really going to tell us how the main game is going to go. If the Abaddon gets through the lane, gets towards Radiance, and doesn't suffer too much under FBC's pressure, I think IAP still have a chance.
The Gyrocopter is also really good against the Abaddon in a way, because the Afterburner facet, it gives you move speed. So typically you want to be able to go in and out against an Abaddon. Abaddon's really good at punishing heroes that go in and out. He's very good against these commitment-based heroes, and like heroes he can run down with the help of the Curse of Awareness.
And the Withering Mist innate.
And the Withering Mist, exactly. So he's the kind of hero who's, you know, Gyrocopter can kite that Abaddon once, even before the borrow time gets popped, and Abaddon's forced to either commit or back off. Both of those things Abaddon doesn't like to do. He likes to play the spaces in between and punish you for doing one or the other. Anyway,
you know, also the one thing that like Reckonings have, which is kind of overrated and kind of underrated at the same time. It's both, believe it or not. It's a walking contradiction, and that's a Spirit Hero.
True. That's the Storm Spirit's bit of a weird one in my opinion. I feel like this game is... He's going to be tested.
You're not a Storm fan?
No, I'm not a Storm fan, and I'll tell you why. This game in your dream is going to be tested. He's really going to be tested because if the Mars has a good lane, which I have a feeling he might, you know, you do have a strong lane in the Disruptor Gyro, but the problem is, like at some point, it's not going to be worth it for the Gyro to keep that lane at his place and just start using Flak Cannon to farm efficiently. And when that happens, I mean, if the question is, can Dream get a fast enough BKB for him to be able to deal with the blink timings of not just one but two heroes, two blink initiation heroes, the Slardar and the Mars? And that's the question that we're only going to be able to answer with time. But now, Bounty Runes, looks like it's going to be two apiece. Nothing too crazy going on here.
This is all you.
Yeah, you did mention the double initiation, but like one thing I'd like to circle back to is that Reckonings have a form of initiation that versus debuffing. Which is there in the act. I mean, like, if you look at IAP, it's Bash. I'm personally not a fan. I think, like, Axe Call is a little bit better.
Until they get the Skull Bash, and then you've got two Bashes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm bashing my head already. Thanks for that. But,
No
yeah,
worries.
so I think the Axe...
Hey, you want to bash your hair? I'll provide the hammer.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. That's what forecasters do. Anyway,
Lanes, though.
Yeah, this is the thing that we talked about. Look at Eris. He just got his booty smacked by the Axe for being out of position and trying to be a bit too aggressive.
That's how it's going to be, right? You show off to the side, you're too far away from your Abaddon. There's going to be a Battle Hunger, there's going to be an Arcane Bolt. It's going to be painful. So Eris has to really play the lane with his Abaddon. As you can see, both supports both have mounts to work with. A Dinosaur and, I don't know, Danny has weird pets. But yeah, testing
That's
camps.
a lizard.
A lizard, yeah.
I feel like this is... the top lane's going good so far for the Mars. Yes, he's sitting at 4-0, but Babe's in a good spot. It's going to be hard to pull back the Disruptor. He's thrown a couple of Thunder Strikes, but now's the time for him to go back. Coming to the mid lane, though, Storm Spirit should be doing really, really well, like in the laning phase, at least against the Slardar. The problem is, once the Mars hits level 6, once Yuna gets his Throws of Haste, there's a real chance that if Dream makes even one false move with the ball lightning, he is going to end up falling. You're not taking a lot of damage in the mid lane. Dream really using the Static Remnant very well.
Yep. That Static Slide facet is like...
Inspired by Shah Rukh Khan? Yes.
Absolutely. You know, Storm used to be considered historically good versus melee heroes, and now this just makes him a lot stronger. Back in the mid lane, Alul, he's gonna die. That's first not going the way of IAP. We've mentioned the importance of this lane. Jet got himself a little bit of time and level, and that's enough for him to bring down the Skydark Mage.
Yeah. Well, never mind. I thought I heard something there. Apparently just my ears ringing. Turns out wearing headphones for 89 hours a day will do that to you. Anyway.
Up top, Mars, he's missing his spear. He might just end up dying. They've got the Rocket Barrage. And a blood grenade coming through. V turns with the God's Rebuke, but Varish right on top of him. Doesn't have the glimpse just yet. I think
One
got
right
enough
click.
damage. One
Oh!
more right click.
He's
The
dead.
Disruptor stretches his arms and in full glorious form gets the kill, gets the last hit.
Yeah.
This time it's an offlaner dying, not a position for Skyra.
Yeah, B off to a bit of a rough start here. Finally, Jikra is starting to get a bit of an advantage here. Mid lane, the Slada is doing okay. He's got himself a magic stick and a bottle.
I mean, there's like an 8 CS difference.
Aye?
That's
Yeah.
quite significant. And In Your Dream has 5 denies. I think it's a
He is
absolute.
putting up a clinic.
Yeah, it is an absolute clinic in the mid lane.
And Eris
Yeah, Eris. Got the Aphotic Shielder, so he should be fine.
has to be careful though. He is kind of low still.
He is. He probably wants to. Oh, mid lane.
Mid
I
lane?
keep looking mid.
Yeah.
Yona keeps dropping low. Like,
Yeah, he's
Barely.
he's been kept on the edge here by In Your Dream every single time. Nothing for free in your lane. You gotta earn every single CS against the Storm hero. Dalul, I like what he's trying to do here. He's just trying to help out his Slada by getting this water rune. In fact, no way, he just ignores
mid
the water
lane.
rune.
Barlow
He
with the
tries to get the
rotation.
concussive shot onto the Storm, but because he was close to the Jakiro, it does not go through. And In Your Dream gets the kill first. He gets the XP. Sure, that's no galvanized stack, but XP is far more important than any galvanized stack at this point in the game. And Barlow is also going to fall as Eris drops the Liquid Frost, looking for Varish or Varius next. And Eris might find the skill, but he will be losing his life for it as Reckonix. They're going to be quite happy with the outcome here. The Lul. Oh my god, is he actually not going to find him?
The liquid
Yeah,
fire.
Eris gets away.
Yeah, I think when the dust settles, Reckonix, they'll take it.
Yeah, they're happy with this. Well, up top, does leave Jikroy alone. Good on IAP to recognize that opportunity to lay down some harass onto Jikroy and re-establish the law of the land. There's a new sheriff for this town. That's a... I don't know why I did a super southern accent. I mean, I was trying to do more of a Texan accent, but just came off very
Texas
southern.
is
Is it? Okay, well, I'm geographically challenged, so I wouldn't know. Anyway, the Lul gets the tail end of that Observer Ward, which has done its job. I mean, it will happily die now to
Radiant
the
scanning around for
Skyrat
enemies.
Mage. But
With their
good for the
odd
Sky,
looking
get some XP, get some gold, and
yeah.
takes with Power Rune about to spawn. But before that up top, Jikroy might be in some trouble. Do they have the damage? Nice glimpse. Actually just puts enough distance between him and the Gyrocopter for the Gyrocopter to survive. Excuse me, it's not Gyrocopter, it's not a gynecologist. You used the G differently. As down bottom, the Axe is going to end up falling. Eris ends up getting that kill. Varish looking for another glimpse. But it's not going to happen. Towards the mid lane, that's where I want to go. I want to see where the rune's going to be spawning and who is going to be getting it.
Oh, yeah. Both supports trying to
Oh,
move
Jakiro.
towards the mid lane. Eris is actually moving towards the
Jakiro,
enemy
I want to see the
triangle.
Jakiro.
Eris, all the Jakiro. 6-minute
Radiant
rune.
scanning for
Okay.
enemies.
Never
Okay,
mind.
they're going to
Nothing
secure
happened.
it for Yona.
Yeah.
Not much that the Disruptor can do.
Okay, well that's a really good rune. I mean, they can actually maybe kill In Your Dream with this. Do they have Glyph? No, they don't. So In Your Dream should be getting 6 off of this creep. Yeah, it's 6 and it's going to be fine. But Jed, in the meantime, he has been doing a-okay on the Abaddon. Got himself a couple of assists. He's closing in on that. He started to work on the Radiance now, so expect to see it come out in the next 10 or so minutes. And as long as the side of IAP are able to ensure that Jed is not getting pressured too much, there is no reason why they can't delay their game to the Radiance timing, where instead of them activating immediately after Blinks, they sort of wait, even if they get their Blinks early, around that Radiance timing before they start to go all out and trying to find certain objectives or towers.
Yeah, and you know what's going to be really important for the side of IAP to look for objectives and towers is how good of a start Slaughter's had. And if he actually switch over to net worth,
Yeah.
Slaughter is struggling. He is at the bottom of the
Dire is
push.
scanning for
Sure, he had
enemies.
that amplify damage. Still has it probably, but he hasn't been able to move around and do too much with it because he needs to catch up in terms of farm.
Yep. Oh, to be a bit careful
Uh-oh,
here. Dalul,
Oh no. Oh no.
direct.
Walked into a trap, camped like a CS player. He will die in the trees. FPC just walks away from the scene of the crime
Radiant's
and
middle
continues
tower is
farming.
about to be a pile of
Could
Yeah.
we
rocks.
quickly take a look at net worth? Because I think that's going to present a better picture of what the lanes have gone like.
Thank you, the observer. Yeah, it's the Slada not having a really good time as they find the Jakiro in the mid lane and
That's
dream
a
another
big
galvanized
streak.
attack. He is low on mana. The Slada has an anti-damage rune. The crush is there and he gets away with the ball lightning. The Soul Rune comes in just in the nick of time thanks to Varish with the glimpse, keeping his core alive. These little things are going to start to add up, and the fact that Yuna gets very little off of that anti-damage rune and now loses the haste rune is huge. He had Guardian Sprint. He could have sprinted to the rune, but
He didn't.
that's the thing. Precognition, Vivek, like I said. You know, I know, like, it's a bit of a meme at this point, but really it matters.
Yeah, definitely.
The Lul still level 4 on the Skywrath, going for an interesting build, actually maxing out the, rather taking
I
2
love
points of
this.
the Arcane Bolt.
It's like a 2v2 in the mid lane. I mean,
Yeah.
FEC has also done pretty well for himself. Like if you look at the side lanes, it's clearly Reckonix that have come out on top, right? In Your Dream has done well for himself mid, and FEC, well, he's done better than we on the Mars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, FBZ is just trying to ensure that he, you know, has a good time. He hits his timings. He has some stacks to fall back on, thankfully, so he's farming those at the moment. Axe is doing well in the network department, doing a lot better than the Mars. If
Yeah.
this keeps up, he should be able to do his job as... Oh, no. Yona... Oh, wait, what? That's, I guess he just wanted to get the creeps. But In Your Dream really starting to pose some uncomfortable questions. He steals a stack, now level 8 on the Storm. And Barlow's just trying to find his 6. I feel like at this point, you might as well just leave the lane to the Snapfire, let her get all of the XP, and just try and protect the Snap if the Storm ends up diving her with the ball lightning, because you really need those Mortimer's Kisses online. You've got Arena, but the problem is, after popping the Arena, you don't have damage, so can't really use it just yet.
I get what you're saying, but like on the side of Reckonix, the supports aren't 6 either. So it's not that Sapphire is really lagging behind. In fact, Eris is the first support to hit 6 on the map, and that's good enough to work with the Arena. So they can make plays around the map. They were moving for the 10-minute rune. It's In Your Dream that picked up the Invis rune. They saw this courtesy the amplified damage or the corrosive haze rather coming up from the Slaughter. So they know what In Your Dream is up to. And they can be patient, wait for Sapphire to get 6. And if they do see opportunities to make plays happen, they can always do so with the Mars and the Jakiro.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where, I mean, you want to put that Arena to use super early. Why is the China top to so low? What is Chick-fil-A up to?
Farming.
Okay, he's just farming his way back towards the base. Never mind. I mean, he is going to be okay for the time being. So this rotation's not exactly going to bear fruit from IAP, but they will be able to at least get themselves some good damage on the tier 1 tower.
I think
if
they'll
not
get
outright
the top
take it.
tier 1 tower. Now,
Alright.
In Your Dream has walked into the enemy triangle. He didn't walk under a Radiant Sentry, so I don't think they saw him. But yeah, IAP, they're the first ones to move for an objective. They'll take the enemy safe lane tower. It feels like Reckonix, they've been very disciplined on their side lanes, right? Like FEC moved into the jungle very early, and the same can be set up on the Gyrocopter. So both foes ready to forfeit their side lanes. Now, it's not like the Mars is level 6. It's not like the Mars has a Blink Dagger. It's not going to be quite so easy for him to get the jump. Both teams going to be spending the next couple of minutes farming that one key item. At around the 13-14 minute mark, we should see more action.
Yeah, I mean, the Axe is going to be able to get himself the Pipe of Insight soon. He is queuing that up, valuing the barrier against the magic damage, even though there's a Slada, as Eris does get hit by the concussive shot. He might be in some trouble here, as In Your Dream, he's in the invis, but he's not walking down bottom. In fact, he's walking back towards the mid lane. Doesn't seem like much is going to be happening off the back of this. Coming back, however, I do want to just click on the Axe so we can orient our viewers towards what the plan is for Reconnect. The Axe is working towards a pipe. So once that pipe is up, you're only going to have to worry about the physical damage coming out. And if you actually look at IAP, even though they've got the corrosive haze, it's a bit of a bait spell because most of the damage coming out from IAP is magical. The Macropie, the Mortimer's Kisses, the Radiance, the Aphotic Shield, all of it is, just dealt with very well by the pipe. So it's a good read coming out from FBZ. My big problem for this build on Axe is that Axe is not a hero with a very high mana pool. So he's going to need a full wand or a soul ring if he wants to be able to contribute the pipe and potentially a call and potentially a dunk. You're not going to get to contribute too much unless you get yourself a soul ring or a wand too on top of that pipe.
I mean, the Disruptor has the Arcane Boots to help him out if he is in position. Just looking at FPZ's items, he's not queued up a soul ring, but he's got a full wand. So,
Yep.
I mean, the Battle Hunger and the pipe, I think, should come through along with the call. And then we probably have to wait for it. But I think the pipe is such a smart bit of item, right? It's so good versus nearly everything IAP is offering. The only real physical damage is the Corrosive Haze and then, you know, the Little Shredder and maybe the Abaddon right-clicking. But yeah, In Your Dream had the Invis rune, picked up the 12-minute Arcane rune. Hasn't decided to make a move since. Both teams being super patient because, Floki, it is a best of one.
It is a best of one.
They are in the upper bracket.
And this is both their teams' chance to secure some money. You know, this is you get a price of being in the top 4. You absolutely want to secure that chunk of change, so you're not going to throw this chance away, even though you know that there's still a chance in the lower bracket. Yes, that's there, but that's in your back pocket. In the meantime, you want to focus on what's in front of you.
Yeah, what's in front of both these teams are the 14-minute Bristol Giants coming up. Now, IAP is not looking to go contest. They're going to contest the rune. And waiting spears back In Your Dream and catches him off guard. Speared him straight into the wall of the arena, and just like that, Floki, IAP, they came for the rune. Looks like they might get an objective as well.
Yeah, I mean, they could if they wanted to, but it doesn't seem like they want to group up for it, because they would be inviting some challenge from the side of Reckonix.
This is interesting.
Oh, Jed.
Gyrocopter just moves and tries to see if the Abaddon is really up to task. He's been, well, it's bottom time, it's been procced, and the dunk doesn't quite proc. He still get the kill nonetheless. Jed dead, and Eris can only watch his Macropire was on cooldown.
I love
it. Used in the mid lane. Good stuff coming out from Jikroy, you know, like...
Very aware stuff as well.
Absolutely, and they also find the Snapfire. This is only the icing on top of the cake. It's a pretty yummy cake because they make a move. Well, they lose In Your Dream, but they get 2 very valuable kills and an objective.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Jikroy is able to pick those kills up, it shows his awareness, right? Mars used Arena in the mid lane, you no longer have that. He's now showing in the top lane. You see the Abaddon, he's got bottom time. The Axe by himself can't do much, but to communicate, Axe throws out the call. The Gyrocopter starts his TP. They pop the ball on time, and that allows the Disruptor to connect, setting up for the kill. So this is the difference between Reckonix and IAP. They're able to look far enough and see what's going to happen and be ready for that situation. And this is the level of foresight that you need if you want to be able to go deep into this tournament. So
absolutely, the better teams do see a couple of plays ahead. You can see that the Disruptor is already warding provision down bottom, and they're making moves, but unfortunately Yona is here, the bash is there. Gyrocopter caught in the Macropie, going nowhere, brought down by Yona. Disruptor trying to get a cheeky ward going, but unfortunately he left his Gyrocopter exposed.
Yeah, I get why Jikroy is there on that part of the map, because if you look at FBZ, he's been taking the
In Your Dream.
Oh,
he might just get speared again. What's happening? Stop. Oh, zips out of the ice path, stays alive, and now they'll turn with the Mystic Flare. They'll bring down V, and FPC is just running down Eris, tagged with the Battle Hunger, slowed down to a crawl, surrounded by 4 members of Reckonix. He'll be dunked on both his heads. Yona, though, wants to fight back. Rush into Mortimer's kisses. Okay, they'll get banished. He'll get a support for all of this. It is a support and a core for a support and a core at the end of it.
Position.
In Your Dream is going back in, though. You're not quick enough to blink away.
He's got a reason. He's trying to see if he can bait something out. Not going to be the case. As Reckonix, the one thing you have to remember is that these guys, they don't mind losing the Disruptor like this, especially if you pop your Mortimer's kisses. It's now going to give Jikroy perhaps an opportunity to come back in and be able to punish the fact that there's not going to be a Mortimer's kisses. Now, Arena is still there, and you can still potentially catch the side of RKK off guard, but it's going to require IAP to have precognition or foresight, like we talked about.
It's going to have a little bit of thought around it, right? Not just foresight, but you've got to use the arena where it leads to something further. Now the thing is, there is a 17-minute Roshan and the 20-minute Tormentor. So both teams are getting a bit edgy. Reckoning, sure, they know they have 5,000 net worth advantage, but it means Ridley squad at this stage of the game, right? The bigger objectives, there's a mid tower that they want to deal with. So both teams, when they use their arena, especially the arena with reasonably bigger cooldown than what FBC is working with, they want to use it so that it leads to something. But now, it appears as if IAP are being patient, grouping around the mid lane, trying to set up on In Your Dream. There's the arena that you mentioned. Immediate static storm, but it doesn't mean anything at all. As In Your Dream still dies, Vanish has the glimpse, but he can pass, controlled by Yona. He'll fall. We got the battle hunger upon him, so he can't look for more. It's Yona that has to go in, jump, find the Skyrat Mage, crush him, bring him down. The Mystic Flare is not enough. As that was really, really nice. They find In Your Dream, find 2 more support kills, and they get the mid.
Yeah, I'd love to get a replay on this, but this is the kind of performance that IAP should be pulling off if they want to stand a chance. And I like the fact that they're doing this. You know, they're making this competitive. They're not just falling by the wayside and sleeping at the wheel. No, they're recognizing the moments RKK overstepped their bounds and they're punishing it. They've got the stuns. This is what we talked about. These double blink timings, I mean, you have to respect this. A stun into a stun equals a dead storm. That's not a... You don't need a whole lot of math to understand that. And the thing about...
And that's despite the pipe.
Yeah, that's despite the pipe. Because the pipe, it's good, but this was all physical damage coming out from the Slada as well as the Mars. The God's Rebuke just absolutely melting the storm. And Jikroy, he's been getting a lot of downtime as a result. He's quite farmed on the Gyrocopter. So things are going to get interesting once he starts to get involved. But for the time being, it seems that Reckonix are okay with them just farming away and hitting perhaps a slightly later timing. What they're going to look to do, Vivek, is around the 20 to 23 minute mark, smoke, take a fight, get Roshan, and by virtue of the Aegis also get the Tormentor. But now, though, down bottom, they're looking to pop the borrowed time. And they succeed.
Yeah. They will also force a lot of rotations. Like, everybody from the side of IAP just immediately stutters and moves over to the bottom lane. But yeah, it's slow progress coming up from the side of Reckonings. They know that they need another item on FPC because they need FPC to break the initiation coming up from Yona. There's nobody really in terms of initiation that's doing that, and it's not like the Skyrat Mage can get an Ancient Seal before the crush comes through. FPC on the low ground. He's got to be careful.
No.
He's got his teammates around him, but Yona is moving in that direction. Yona wrapping around from the north. Gets the jump. Yep, FPZ had to be careful. Precognition, that's what I said. FPZ got in the macro fire. Silence decent, but I think he's going to end up falling. The cookie is there. Yona's working a lot on this axe. He's buying time, but eventually with the spear and with Barlow's help, they get the kill on FPZ. In Your Dream, meanwhile, manages to clean up the enemy mid laner, and he's now moving over to Granny. No mercy for the Snapfire. She dies as well. V dropping really low. He ends up falling. The real issue is
he did lose Jikroy, but there's 4 dead on IAP. And, okay, headset issue. Never mind. Not the lag this time around. Ready to go. Back into the game. Vivek, take it away.
Yep, In Your Dream. He's got a lot of mana to work with. The borrow time is still there, but they can wait. They can be patient. Time can be brought, especially if you're Reckonix, and especially with such a big numbers advantage. Uh-oh, this is a buyback from Barlow. It could just be a dieback. In Your Dream is enough mana and enough help. He gets the rampage. This man is Indo Pride, and nothing can take that away from him.
Oh yeah, I don't know if this is the first rampage of the tournament because we have been keeping an eye on stream number 8, but it is a rampage here at the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26. In Your Dream is the first man to do it, and that goes a long way towards getting you that MVP award if they do manage to make it to the grand final. So, Reckonix, really good little play coming out by him. Even though Jikroy ends up dying, In Your Dream carries the team through that fight. And let's not forget, there's a reason why he was trying to play this hero as a carry. There is potential for this hero to take over a game and close it by himself, as we do see the Skyrat Mage melting down bottom. It was Yona, up in the top lane where Yona managed to find that kill. But a dieback for Barlow, 4 dying on the side, 5 dying on the side of IAP before that. This is looking a little rough. I mean, there was a pretty solid initiation coming in, but in all honesty, he needs to be commended for that really clutch Ancient Seal that he managed to toss out onto the axe, as the Gyrocopter, he just felt a bit caught out at one point, and even though he tried his best to turn around and fight, ends up falling. But this is why having a Storm Spirit is so valuable. The fact that he's able to come in, there's not, there's no longer a spear, there's no longer a slithering crush to be afraid of. Just go in and clean this fight up. The longer the game goes, the stronger the Storm's gonna get. He's got some of the best level 25 talents in the game. I mean, his level 30 is also a power spike where he nearly, like, in my opinion, gets like
back in the game,
60% of strength. Yeah.
that spike might be
what?
because
No.
what?
No, he
In
did
your
not.
dream, nearly attempted the impossible,
get
almost
out?
made it happen. Got punished because we was quick to react.
That's
with the
five-man
spear, but
static
there comes
storm, though.
Jikroy. He's really running down more the Snapfire, brings out the Snapfire, turns towards that is both supports dead. The age is taken away, and look at this, Jikroy is just running down Jed. We has to interfere. He runs interference, tries to buy time. The borrow time has proc. We just holds his shield like the Roman gladiator that he is, and with that ice path, they might just manage to disengage. But no, the glimpse is there. Wee's been pulled back. FBC's got the dunk, doesn't use it. The kill's been split by the four of them. As Rakinex, they don't get the ages, but they immediately take it away from IAP.
That was a 5-man static storm coming out from the Disruptor. Yes, In Your Dream dies, but he sets up for so much. You get the Mars, you get the Slaughter, you get the Jakiro, buyback closed out as well. Now you no longer have the Aegis. I believe it's gone. Or is it still there?
No, the Aegis was taken away.
Yeah, the Aegis is taken away. No more border time either. So all the tempos snatched right back. And well, Storm, he's going to be a little upset about losing some Galvanized charges there. But guess what, Vivek? That also recently got buffed. Now you only lose 2 and not 3.
I mean, he might just be getting those stacks back because up top he's managed to bring down Jed.
No,
and he's getting
out.
away with this, but Yona, he tries to bash him and punish him. In your dream, he's got banished by his side, and I think it's okay. Maybe they can even look to turn. They've got to be careful. FPC cutting across from the east. They have the glimpse. They found Eris. Eris should be dead. The dunk's there.
Yeah.
And that's all they'll get. So, I mean, it's not too bad when you think about it. In your dream, brings the Abaddon down right next to his tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
And FPC comes in and gets the support.
I mean, this is really, really good stuff coming out by the side of Rakinex. They are being cognizant of the fact that Abaddon still doesn't have border time. They're punishing him. And it wasn't a long time before the border time was back up. I believe there was just 3 or 4 seconds before it was up again. So it was a very clutch kill coming out.
We were theory crafting Ancient Seal and Kanda, but like they're making it work without any of that.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, the Skynet Mage has just gone for a Meteor Hammer, so just going to be helping run down these towers. I'm not kidding, just click on this guy and look at him. This guy's got a Meteor Hammer.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, back to the wall, IAP. I mean, the lower bracket is ahead of them. It's not the end of their tournament live, but do they really want to play in the lower bracket? And like, they'd much rather secure their slot in the grand finals day and secure that money.
Yeah.
Just to remind you folks, $65,000 US for whoever comes in first. If I'm not mistaken.
Huge chunk of change.
Yep.
Split 5 ways.
In your dream. It's gonna zip right through between the tier 2 and tier 3. They've got the glimpse, they find Eris. That's the greener. Well, it's spear, but it doesn't matter. The Ancient Seal and the Mystic Flare is there with the duck to bring down Yona. They're looking for more, but FPC slowed down by the Scatter Blast. That's all they settled for. But just that fight should give you a sense of how ahead Rakinex are. Because in your dream, just zipped through to the enemy tier 3 and didn't get punished. There's that Meteor Hammer. It's honestly mildly disrespectful by Meteor Hammer.
No, it's a thing. It's a thing, actually.
It's a thing. It is very much a thing. It's very much a thing, but it's like a bit like
Yeah, it's bordering on disrespectful. I agree with that.
Yeah.
IAP though, they are in a real pickle here. I mean, they get themselves a tier 3 on the side of Rakinex and back off. I love this. Really good stuff coming out by Rakinex.
Yeah.
Because now the next time they come, I mean, sure, you're going to be up against a glyph, but going high ground is going to be that much easier. Fighting high ground when there's a tier 3 tower up versus when there isn't one up is a hugely different game. Now that the Raxes are exposed, that is not ground that IAP can fight on once you get the Aegis on Rakinex.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, it is going to be a while before the Roshan is up. But this is just them saying that, we're not going to push it because if we try to get the Rax, there's a chance you can punish us. Instead, we're going to leave you in a bad spot for the future. It's like, the Indian scammer said it best, do not redeem. So they're not redeeming the advantages yet. They're going to do it a little bit later down the line, once they either win a team fight or once they either get themselves Roshan.
Oh yeah, they're holding on to their coupon code, and they're going to redeem it later. Makes complete sense. The one issue that does exist is that, sure, they have the Meteor Hammer to go high ground, which is actually going to make a big difference, because there's always a threat of the Mars curing back one of your heroes into the tier 3 or into the barracks. We saw Amar abuse this and build an Aether Lens. And speaking of abuse, Eris is on the receiving end of something. In your dream, he's got to be careful. He's low on mana, but he's still going to force the issue. FEC comes in with the blink, gets the dunk, and a two-man call. Allows In Your Dream to zip away, takes the heat away from his Storm Spirit.
Oh, it's a nice
But
arena.
unfortunately, Wee's there, right place, right time. Catches In Your Dream in the arena, catches him snoozing. But FEC and Vanish, look at this. They're just running down mid.
Yep. You know what V stands for?
No.
Vendetta, baby. That's what they managed to get. On this tier 3 tower up top, made some trouble.
I mentioned this, you know, spearing one back into the buildings. They've done just that, but there's the Static Storm as well as the Mystic Flare. The Abaddon, he's been silenced. The bot time will proc. FEZ moves forward, wants to move towards V. The Gyrocopter, well, he's cut past everyone. He brought down the Snapfire, and with the dunk, they'll get V as well. Jikroy will clean up on the Abaddon. Buybacks forged. Mars and Slada buying back into the action. V needs to find a jump, but have they got any firepower? I don't think they have. They've lost their mid lane of barracks. Jikroy is also chipping away at the top barracks. Problems abound for the side of IAP. It looks like this is the beginning of the end flow.
It is. And the problems are stacking up for the side of IAP. They've bought back on 2 heroes. You still don't have your buyback on a Baron and your Snapfire. Reckonix, the big takeaway for them is just the fact that even though the Stormends have died, like that's arena down, and Reckonix are talking to each other, so they know that they're going to be able to go a high ground and get this set of frags without much trouble. And you know what? Roshan might spawn in just a bit, so now IAP, they've got a lot of things on their plate. Their plate ain't big enough for this. They're down 2 Raxes. Roshan's going to be up. You need to set up vision for Rosh potentially. You also at the same time need to dodge out any incoming ganks that might be coming. This is about as bad as it gets. I mean,
it's hard. You got to push out the waves and make a smoke.
2 racks down is basically a death sentence.
It is.
And,
I mean, there is no option but to push the waves and smoke. But FPC is running straight into you. He's not letting you out of your base. In Your Dream is zipping right at you. They glimpse one back. V drops the arena and the spear. The Abaddon is fighting in the midst of this all. There's the Mystic Flare, the Ancient Sea. The Abaddon's got to be careful. In Your Dream is low on mana. The Cookie is there. Yona dropping low. Drops to the Flak Cannon. That's a Slaughter dead without buyback. Jet manages to clean up on one. But Floki, that's a pitiful little Skywrath mage. The Abaddon gave up his life for a Skywrath mage, and with that he's probably given up the game. GG, well played is the call. It looks as if IAP have no answers to what Reckonix is throwing at them.
Yep, Reckonix with a very good draft. All that theory crafting we did and all for naught. These guys, they were just better.
Yep.
Managed to take down the side of IAP, knock them to the lower bracket where they will be beating some of these other teams here. But we've got a second winners bracket finalist. First one was Myth Avenue Gaming. The second one is going to be Reckonix, so they get secure themselves top 4 at the event. At the very least, possibly more. We're going to find out on the 11th. But this game, I want to talk a bit more about what IAP, what the plan was. They did have a very good double stun lineup, in my opinion, that deals with the Storm really well. The problem was the lanes. The lanes, they didn't really account too much for what the Jakiro and what the what the Disruptor, as well as what was the position 4 on the side of Reckonix again?
It was Jakiro,
Skyrath.
Snapfire.
Sorry, it was Skyrath. Right. Disruptor and Sky. Yeah. That Skyrath mage really ended up causing a lot of problems. I mean, Eris, that level 1 engagement where he ended up losing half his HP, it's sort of what cost them tempo in that lane. That's a lane that should be slightly in favor of the Abaddon, actually. Because all you really have to do is maintain your distance, take whatever free harass you get on the Jakiro, otherwise just throw out that liquefier onto the axe.
Yep.
But because Eris decided to stretch his luck a little bit too much, and he went way out of position, he ended up losing half his HP, and that just prevents you for at least a minute or minute and a half potentially from coming back forward and laying down some more harass without potentially dying yourself, without putting yourself in kill range, or as people like to say, without putting yourself in lethal range of the enemy.
Yep. I mean, that level 1 engagement definitely did cost the safe lane.
Yeah.
Even otherwise, like, the safe lane could go. It was 50-50. All lanes were 50-50. But what sort of ended up happening is that Storm won mid heavy.
Yep.
The Mars didn't win as much as FBC did. The Gyro did better than the Abaddon. From the start, it felt like IAP had a little bit of something that they had to, little bit of a deficit that they had to make up for. Sure, there were those cute moments where they came in and there was really nice arena
Some really
spear,
nice spears, yeah.
and they started moving for objectives across the map. But mainly at Roshan, and then even a little bit later in the game, it felt like they had no answer.
Yeah, and big takeaway is that they really punished the lack of certain ultimates on the side of IAP. Whenever you didn't see Mars Arena, whenever you didn't see Mortimer's Kisses, they were out there, they were making plays, they were ensuring that they really punished the downtime on some of those big spells.
Yeah.
And credit to Jikroy where it's due. This man, he understands how to play carry, and he understands when it is advisable to be aggressive, when it is advisable to take it easy and let your team do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I've got to say this. Reckonix feels like they're on another level. And I think it's worth looking at these highlights with close attention. There's so many small individual plays. This was just beautiful coming out from V, the arena into the spear into the arena, just setting up for that kill on In Your Dream. Otherwise, that would just not happen. Jikroy moving to the enemy safe lane at the 15-minute mark. It's not a play you see too often. Not completely unheard of either, but definitely a standout moment for him to get involved with his early items. And the Skywrath Mage, man, Dalul, excuse me, just did so much damage in this game. And yeah, like, it is extremely irritating to play against the Disruptor. If you're just not used to playing against the Disruptor, if you don't have answers, I think you maybe want to consider.
By the way, so many multi-man static storms as well from the Disruptor this game.
The one
in the Rosh Pit was absolutely what turned that fight around. It started off really poorly. I mean, In Your Dream dying is kind of just them, giving the ticket away for the fight. And you could see IEP realize that and try to punish it, but they didn't account for the static storm in the arena. Yeah. They just ended up not getting a lot of value out of that spell.
You know, this fight, I felt that they committed very heavily on FPZ, and it was just Jonah hitting away on FPZ, and it felt like the other heroes didn't really have damage.
Yeah,
if you look at the status bar, the Sapphires died without pressing her ultimate. And she buys back to come back to this and die again and give In Your
I mean, it's such a delayed buyback too, right? Like, it's
supremely delayed. It should have instantly come back because you do have a tower to connect. You do have your ultimate. You did have heroes fighting.
Oh, yeah.
I felt like if he wanted to do this, he could have come a bit earlier, because if you look at In Your Dream's HP, it has dropped significantly lower over time. This was that static storm that you were talking about. There it is.
My God, so many heroes hit. Look at that. It's literally all
and
five.
And a call on top.
Oh, yeah. And there's only one BKB in the middle of all. It's on V, on the Mars, who manages to pop it. Everyone else is taking damage from that static storm. And they win the fight because of this. They get the Aegis. Look at this little ring around play that he makes. Dodging out the God's Rebuke as well. Jikroy, that is just insane.
That is...
That's kind of ridiculous. I've never seen anyone do that. I don't know if that was intentional.
I really have not seen anyone do that. Like,
yeah. The only thing that comes close, or that I can remember of, is the time when Army popped a Chronosphere at a TI, and then he circled around a particular spell. I forget what it was. I believe it was an Ice Path by a Jakiro that was laid down. He circled around while in his Chronosphere. Anyway, we've got the scoreboard coming up on our screens very, very shortly. For now, this is the final fight that sealed the deal. And I have to say, Varish, really good game. Really good chat wheel game as well for this guy. He not only farms enemy heroes, he also farms Aura. Every time he's dropping like a multi-man static storm, he's dropping the Eye Call the Thunder just once. And, he's making sure he's playing with the enemy's heads.
Yep. And FPC, he's building the auras, the real auras that matter.
Oh, yeah. The auras that actually do something, that have real tangible value. Well, about as tangible as you can get in a game of Dota.
Yep.
Anyway, I have to feel like
amongst three cores on the side of Reckonix, like, felt like if this game was slipping away, like, hypothetically, if any one of them had a slightly harder lane, I felt like the other two would have picked it up. I think that's a very good sign in a team. Like, if FPC struggle, I am very confident.
It's a very good sign of understanding drafting as well, right? Because they the heroes they picked enabled them to do that, and they understood their matchups well too.
Yeah, really beautiful Dota. Like, I mean, you can. It's so hard to describe what good Dota is. It's like I don't know. Like good
it like
truffle.
exists out there in the ether, like Plato's idea of forms.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, of course,
Very,
obscure,
very- yeah, everybody gets it.
very popular
Everybody gets it.
Plato reference. Of course, everyone knows philosophy. Everyone knows
Yeah.
Plato and his idea of forms and
Yeah.
you know the ideal world and the real world.
Let me
Anyway.
guys dumb it down for you. It's like the metal they use in Wakanda.
Yeah,
It's
There you
there.
go. Yeah,
Uh,
out in the ether. But you know, but MVP for this match is gonna be Jikroy. Yeah, coming back to a far important conversation about Wakanda and the metals found there or created there rather. Yeah, I mean, what it felt like is that the side of Reckonix, they have a really good understanding of just how much firepower they have and
Okay.
just who is out of position where and what can be punished and what cannot be punished.
Yep.
Because
I-
there were, yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the MVP this.
Mhm.
I love myself a good gyrocop.
yeah. I like it too. I mean, like his itemization is so perfect, right? Like he's got himself the MKB and the Daedalus that deals with the invasion coming out from Radiance. He's
Yep.
got the damage so he can stand and fight against the Abaddon. He's got BKB Satanic so he can stay alive against the magic damage as well. And excuse me, Jikrai really took his time before he started joining this fights. He wasn't too eager. It's like as soon as he hits level 6, he's looking to move to the bottom lane. He's looking to get value out of the call down. No. Farm, you're the carry. You're supposed to make sure that the team wins the game. Not that the team wins the early game. The game. And the game is bigger than the early game or just the mid game or just the late game. It's all three states combined. You have to hedge your bets. And well, Jikrai, he did that very, very successfully this game.
Yep. Good stuff all around. I think.
Yep.
I mean, if you do manage to download the replay and look at it, like the Skyrath Mage has some pretty insane damage numbers as well.
Yeah.
Like I think all around like Reckonings, it's hard to
Mhm.
prepare to beat the team if you face them again. Like suppose hypothetically IAP have to play Reckonings again. Even in a best of 3, I'm just like wondering like what adjustments would they need to make because
Yeah.
it feels like a bit of a team diff really.
It does. It feels like they were just a level above. And like
Yep.
you mentioned, I think you encapsulated it perfectly there. It's just that they're just better individually, strategy-wise, tactically as well, making sure they're punishing long cooldowns and whatnot.
Yeah.
But I hope other teams are also looking at this game, and I hope you continue looking at us as well, because we still have a few more games coming your way right after this very short break. You're watching the Asia Pacific Predator League 2020-26 with our digital partner Flipkart. We'll be back in a while. Don't go anywhere. Oh, we're live.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back in the Asia Pacific Premier League 2026 with our digital partner, Flipkart. My name is Vivek. With me is Floki. It's time for the last game of Stream B, but not the last game of the day, because after this, we've got another game on Stream A. So IC Baby and Sir Cloud will be taking you through that one. But for now, it is Interactive Philippines going up versus the Mob. The Mob causing quite a big upset as far as the Indian Dota is concerned, knocking Asterix out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, quite the uproar. We weren't really expecting this to happen. The Mob, the fact that they're able to win out against a team of such caliber is, really something that should be commended. The Mob, it's like, it's not every day that a team that is less individually skilled beats a team that is more individually skilled, because that is the reality. If you look at the leaderboards, all the top players, at least in the top 300, are all the Indian players on that team are on the top 300, top 400 of the leaderboards in Southeast Asia. For the side of team the Mob, it's not the case. I mean, they're there in the top 500. They're not as high individually ranked.
Yeah.
The last time something like this happened in Wake was 7 to 8 years ago, and those were some very exciting times in Indian Dota.
No one remembers.
Yeah, I mean, that's
no one remembers
definitely
what happened at TI 7 years ago. We do, but you know, the real nerds.
Yeah.
So, of course, back to the Mob.
But a sign of good things. Yeah. A sign of good things to come. The fact that this region is starting to become competitive again means that teams have more reason to take the game seriously rather than frivolously.
Absolutely. And one of the rather interesting things about this matchup is you want to look at the Mob's journey in the brackets and how they got here, because where they are, I'm going to touch upon that as well, but how they have fought and fought and fought to get here. They started the day playing IAP, got knocked down to the lower bracket. They're going to be closing their day playing IAP. But after losing to Interactive Philippines, they played Nextide, who they beat. Then they played Team Asterix, who they again beat. And the day comes a full circle as they have to play the Interactive Philippines once again. It's how it started, it's how it's ended. And, you know, folks, it is 10 p.m. here in Indian Standard Time. Might be even later in Singapore. 1.5 hours technically. So the teams are tired. It's been a long day of Dota for them.
And more importantly, we thank the people who are still on the stream, because I'm sure it's Southeast Asia. It's probably like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the night. Those sticking around, pat yourselves on the back. Consider it's our hand, because really, we're happy that you guys are sticking around here. We've got one more game and another one after this before the day is over. So for now, we're going to be taking you through with IAP versus the Mob. And for this one, Vivek, what better way for us to end our part and our day with the very match that we started with?
Yeah.
Yep. Repeat from game number 1. Certain lessons were learned and understood.
And what were those lessons? Because I've forgotten.
Died is
Hopefully
good.
The players
Ban
remember.
Klinkslaughter.
Oh yeah, they let Klinkslaughter
through. Yeah. That was that was something. But hopefully Mob have learned from their mistakes, and I feel like they have, sort of, because they have been winning. I mean, it's one thing to look at your mistakes and be able to fix it, but it's another to be able to look at that humbly, say, you know what, these are the areas where we screwed up, guys, and you know what, let's just have faith in ourselves. You know, let's do this thing. Let's believe that we are capable of this. Let's pick the right heroes, play the right way, and then let the cards fall where they may. Let the chips fall where they may. But before we talk more about the teams and what they're going to be doing, let's have a look at the players that comprise of course, IAP. We just saw them, a couple of minutes back. It's got Eris, Yona, V, Barlow, and Dejic on the roster. And we'll be having the Mob coming up as well. Of course,
Eris, obviously a very key player for this team. He kind of leads the team in game and had flawless performances on his position.
Even Yoda, I feel like Yoda has been a standout player as well from the side of IAP.
He does really set the tempo in the mid game, much more so than me, who likes to farm quite a bit. Let's take a look at the Mob and their lineup. I think for me over here, the standout player to look out for is Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie is really, despite the atrocious starts he's been having, he's been giving it his all, and he's not been letting all the negativity get to his head. You know, usually you start off, you've got 3 deaths, you've got 4 deaths, you're probably holding your head in your hands, thinking to yourself, get me the hell out of this game. But not this man. This man keeps his nose to the grindstone, and he makes sure that they get ahead.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that after the game, I met him in the defumigation, the break room, and we had a quick word, and he
That's
was like,
a very creative way of
he was
putting that.
if you're in Delhi, you know what we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
But we had a quick word, and it's like, bro, really good game, and he was like laughing. It's like, yeah, the lane was really rough. I mean, like I died a couple of times. Lane went really bad, but he was smiling about it. So I feel like carry players who go through a rough start and then have the temperament to recover are there. It is always been a dying breed in Dota to see a sacrificial carry. And some of the sacrificial carries have really made really great, unique rosters. And it's good to see one such player in the tournament. I don't think there's another player that eats the kind of shit that Jackie does.
Jackie has to on a daily basis. Man. Today he has just been,
the game they
eating
lost,
it with a smile. Yeah.
Even the game they lost versus IAP, I really respect the fact that he moved around on his Dragon Knight and tried to help out his Pangoliers lane. You'll not see many people do that. But he was willing to, throw his body forward, be the ultimate human sacrifice, do everything possible for his team to win. And sometimes when you're losing, you need to play to win, not play to win. Jackie, even though he might be dying, he's playing to win.
Yeah. And that's the thing that you have to respect. It's a mentality difference, right? Playing not to lose is you saying that, okay, I'm going to get my next item. Hopefully they screw up. And playing to win is more like, I'm not going to wait for a screw up. I know I'm stronger on this. I'm going to force something over here. And hopefully, if the cards, if the chips fall in my, if the chips fall in the right direction, in the right place, there's a chance we could move forward. There's a chance we could win this. Now, I do want to say that the mob, last time they faced IAP earlier this day, they had some glaring issues. The number one being the offlane. I hope for their sake they've learned from that game. And more importantly, that they've learned how to draft against the side of IAP. Because now they've got some material to go off of as well, right? Because IAP have played a couple of games in the upper bracket. They got knocked down here to the lower bracket. They just played a game up against Reckonix. So there's a lot of stuff to go off of. And I hope especially they were watching the Reckonix game and learning from that one, because that game, or rather they had the opportunity to go through that game and see what Reckonix did, so they can borrow a page off of their book and try and figure out what is it that they did differently that allowed them to win against IAP. Now, of course, a lot of that is just being a cut above or a level above, but you can learn a lot more about the general strategy of what they're going to try and do if you pay attention. And I think it's the idea that they have of drafting strong lanes and, more importantly, playing for certain timings that really ended up pushing them over the edge. I think if there's two things you could learn as the mob from Reckonix, it's punish cooldowns on big ultimates, and secondly, make sure you have good lanes. I think those are the two big key takeaways, apart from just draft better, haha, lol XD, that you need to remember.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, what Reckonings did is a very small sample size, and it's a very hard sample to really glean a lot from.
Yeah.
I mean, they just won the lanes. It felt like they were pretty much outclassing Interactive Philippines.
But to be fair, IAP were fighting back at times.
They were. I think that's what you take from this. Like, how do you fight in a losing game?
Yeah.
The foundation of all of this is the draft. And I feel that the aspect of the draft that the mob really need to pay attention to is, one, get Jackie a hero which can come back. Which could be a TA, which could be a Wind Ranger. There are many such heroes in the one position. Give him that chance to come back, give him the chance to fight.
Yeah.
I actually think in a team like the mob, which plays around a sacrificial one like Jackie, you might also be completely okay picking up his hero first.
Yeah.
What you want to look out for is your offlane, and you want to pay attention to what you draft in your offlane, what you give Swift lane. If you're Interactive Philippines, some things have worked for you. I think Yona's pool and Yona's playstyle is pretty much sorted. I think you can try and give B what he's comfortable with, whatever it may be. He's really good on the Mars. But what tends to happen at the end of such a long day is that a sort of fatigue sets in.
Yes.
And the players, they start slipping in terms of this. Like, yeah, I've played 4 games of Mars the whole day. Like, can I play something else?
Yeah.
So you don't want to give in to those urges. You want to start with strong fundamentals, pick up a hero for Jackie early on, and if you're Interactive Philippines, I mean, whatever they've been doing so far, picking up the hero and whatnot, that seems to work.
Yeah, I think you
Radiant's
make a
up,
very good
Manning
point
time,
about the
Dyer's
mental
turn to
fatigue. In general, it's something you have to keep in mind whenever you're playing these sorts of days. Lots of BO1s to be played. It's not even like it's a BO3 where you can prepare for a team and there's certain strats that they bring and have a couple of ideas
Yeah.
in mind of what you want to try. No, it's you just constantly having to learn new information, adapt to it, and then execute. So the time frame is a lot quicker, and this favors dynamic teams a lot more. And traditionally, India hasn't been a very dynamic kind of region. So,
Yep.
Mob,
Radiant know just who
if
to
Of course, experience, all those things make a big difference. Mob going back to something that worked for them earlier, and Interactive Philippines,
Yeah.
they have found some time to prepare. They
Dyer gets
banned
back.
out the TA in the first phase, the no comfort pick for Jackie, and the draft's just progressing a lot faster. Inst Timbersaw pick. Like, we picked the Timbersaw, what's your response?
The Timbersaw is a bit vulnerable here. I mean, the Viper's already been banned out, but there are a couple of
10
heroes that are
seconds.
really, really good against the Timbersaw. You're just looking for some magical damage, so the Creative Paint's great, the Storm Spirit's another good one, the Ember Spirit can be really good as well. The Earth Spirit's probably not the one you want to pick. The Spirit Breaker kind of sucks, and the Vengeful Spirit, well, you know, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Jokes
and
aside,
Team
though.
Spirit,
Probably the best counter to the Timbersaw. Yeah, if you get all 5 of them,
Yeah.
it's a good chance you're going to beat out the Timbersaw from Interactive Philippines. The odds looking kind of good for Team Spirit there.
yep.
But coming back to the
I
draft,
also feel that one part of the draft, because we're coming back
Mm-hmm.
to the draft, that, I mean, you played this matchup once, but you cannot imagine
10
that what
seconds,
you've
just long
learned
enough to
of
regret
your
every
opponent's
choice you've
first
made
matchup is
if
the
you heard.
only thing
Only
that they
thing,
play.
yeah.
Like,
5
this
seconds.
Earth Spirit ban.
it's an interesting one.
I kind of get it. In a way, it's good versus the Winter Wyvern, but thing is, you can't assume that Yona only plays Earth Spirit, so you're banning
Yeah.
out Earth Spirit. Just because he played it in the morning again.
And let's not forget, there's still a potential for, you know, a Storm Spirit, or a Storm Spirit or an Ember Spirit to be picked up here.
Yeah,
To
or a
combine-
Void Spirit.
Or a Void Spirit.
Ready,
Yeah,
Mr.
actually, I
Man.
forgot about that Void Spirit. Or a White Spirit to be
Radiant's
picked
turn
up
to
here. That
bat.
could be really, really solid against the
Dyer's turn.
against the Wyvern. Now, Interactive Philippines are going to go and get their save that they like. They're going to pick up the Shadow Demon. I really like this. With Aether Lens, I do believe you can outrange the curse, and you can save whoever is the target of that curse. So as long as the Shadow Demon is aware and is playing far enough behind, he can try and
10
turn the
seconds.
fight with the help of that disruption. So a lot of eyes going to be on the Interactive Philippines
seconds.
sides are going to be on the Shadow Fiend. Sorry, excuse me, the Shadow Demon. Shadow Fiend. That's what
Dyer's
happens when
joined
you're a
us.
mid player.
Let's give him a
Anyway, yeah, I mean that's what he's gonna have to watch out for that.
Oh my god, they're picking the Underlord into the Timbersaw. Now, one thing I'd like to point out is that they did have some success earlier on in the day with the Underlord.
Mhm.
The main aspect was that he got to farm his item.
Yep.
The
10
problem
seconds
is you're
left.
picking
Well,
Underlord
8
so early.
now.
It's so easy to pick a position one that
5
can
seconds.
absolutely shut down this Underlord in lane, and that's what I'm concerned
So-
about if I were a supporter of the mob.
I am gonna give Mob some credit. The Mob some credit here. The thing that you have to remember is that now Interactive Philippines basically picked 2 heroes with very little lane shove early on. Timbersaw takes some time before you can start shoving in those lanes. Needs is I mean, even after level 6, it's not the quickest. Compared to the Unlord, he comes, he drops a Firestorm, he goes away. Compared to the Wyvern, he comes, he drops a Splinter Blast, he goes away. Or she, rather, excuse me, because Wyvern's a she in the game. Anyway, we've got genders and stuff. I didn't know dragons have genders, but that's probably how
Radiant's
living
up.
things reproduce, so
Yeah,
makes
but
sense.
gender isn't a function of biology as
Alright, Dyer's
the world
turn.
has taught.
True, do that, but...
But hey,
Bob-
this is the problem. You pick up Unlearn, and now
Yep.
there's another stuff staring you in the.
And on top of that, like the Mob, they've went for this interesting Hoodwink pickup, which I like in theory, but once again, it's just sort of already answered with the help of that Shadow Demon. And now,
Right.
there's some also potentially
10
bigger
seconds.
problems, because if the Rubik manages to steal something like a Bushwhack, he's
Or the
got the...
5 seconds.
Or the Firestorm,
4,
or even the
3,
Splinter Blast or the Winter's Curse. That's just not a good recipe for you if you're the Mob. So now you've got this slight Rubik problem on your hands. We already know that you don't
Now
really want to
you-
be picking the Ember
You
yourself.
have to pick a spirit.
Yeah, now you kind of pigeonhole into picking a Spirit Hero, and Interactive Philippines, still a couple of good answers to the Spirit Heroes remaining open. You know, Huskars in the pool, which I imagine the Mob will ban out if they do pick up the Ember. But it is going to be the Ember, which catches none by surprise, and I imagine the Huskar is also going to be banned out. Now the question is, what do Interactive Philippines want to pick into the Ember that can deal with this? I'm trying to think of answers, and Storm still seems pretty good in this game so far.
10
Yeah,
seconds.
Storm is
Radiant's up.
really
Banning
good
time.
game, right? Like, really good to trouble the back line.
Yeah.
It feels like it's going to be a spirit hero. That's one way of looking at it. If they really want to be a nuisance, they could just freeze mid and pick something like the Husker with the mob at 10, 12 in the night. They're aware of the threats of a Husker main and
Yes.
just
5
the
seconds.
Ember being freezed. Now, I want to point out a couple of things. There are still other heroes which can cause a lot of problems versus the Ember Spirit
Yeah.
mid. One that I'd like to talk about is the Monkey King. I think you'll
Yeah.
see it.
We haven't seen it a lot, but it can in specific situations like these come out. A point number 2, actually, to add on to what you're saying, Vivek, look at the number of stuns on IAP. Not a lot.
It isn't.
It's just one Rubik left, and that's it.
I agree with you, but you know, you could pick something like Kunkka in the mid lane and kind of
Remedy
have
Yep.
some
All right,
sort of
fire is
lockdown.
the ban.
There
Yeah,
are-
Kunkka's also... yeah, I forgot Kunkka is also one of the better heroes to have against Ember, because Tidebringer is one
yeah,
of the best trading spells in the
and
in
you
the
know,
game.
he could be the guy that builds the vessel that your team needs.
Mhm. Against
you
the
know,
Wyvern, yeah.
Against the Wyvern. So,
True.
yeah.
Could do
Kunkka
that.
is a
10
great
seconds.
mid hero to pick up.
I-
kind of just shuts down the Ember mid. This is my issue with Ember as a hero. Like, there are a lot of lane
Radiant's
matches
up,
which he
banning
doesn't
time.
win. Hopefully, the mob find impact elsewhere.
Okay, so...
Are
yeah,
they listening to us?
yeah, maybe. Who knows? Maybe they like what we're saying. Maybe they like what we've been talking about. But anyway, Interactive Philippines, they still have a Storm in the pool that they could pick up. They still have the Kunkka, like you mentioned, and that's not a hero that the mob can deal with really easily. If anything, I want to see them pick up a hero that can kite the Ursa and really kite, whatever mid hero they're gonna pick against the Ember. Because that's the one thing about heroes that beat Ember, they're usually not very mobile. So
What
if
are
you
we
could
looking
exploit
at
that,
for Jackie?
10 seconds.
That
something that is good against the Timbersaw
5 seconds.
in lane, and also something that is good against the Ursa.
I don't know. I feel like
I feel like the yeah, I was thinking Drow Ranger as well, along those lines. The wind's still in the pool.
No, it's bad.
Oh, it's banned.
You-
I mean, yeah, the
I
Shadow
don't know.
Demon was still there, so like not the best, but
Yeah.
thinking along those lines. Clinks has already been banned out.
There's PL, there's Spectre, which is really good versus
Spectre
the Shadow
against
Demon.
the Timbersaw is just so
And-
sad.
There's what the what?
Yeah.
What am I? I'm just having tea, guys,
Yeah.
and I assure you, my tea is completely normal. I am not suspicious.
Yeah.
This is
I
not
mean,
TMT.
Yeah, I mean, this is just no, I mean, but this is just good logic, right? Like you pick up
10
the Drow
seconds.
here. It's not the worst in the world. It does make it so that potentially, if you pick up a Storm here, he's gonna have a very free game. But this is where
Johnson
the
here.
Underlord might just be able to
All
turn
right,
the
it's
tides,
a
and they go for the
move.
Dragon Knight. They go for the tankiness route. This is not a big problem either,
You're
because
kind of checking if the mob is enough damage, but
yeah.
what?
Jackie,
like,
a Drow is a natural Silver Edge plus an Aghanim's builder, so you kind of have answers for it the later you go. The question is, are you going to get to that point? Are Interactive Philippines going to give you the space?
yeah. The problem that I have with this is, you know, have you got enough answers to really this Drow, and more importantly the Ember in the mid lane? I feel like the Ember is going to be fine in the mid lane, Floki.
Yeah, I think the Ember is going to be A-okay. The Dragon Knight is not the worst matchup. It's actually one of the matchups that you can even win as the Ember with the
Exactly.
Blade Guard.
Exactly.
Yeah. The problem for the DK is that sometimes you can be baited into taking some trades early on in the first few levels, and that's really where the Ember can catch you off guard. The thing is that later on, the longer you go in the lane, the more damage the DK has access to, and it's all physical thanks to the Corrosive Dragon facet, so Lane Guard's not going to be doing much except shoving that lane out. But if the Ember gets a little bit of help from the supports as well, there is a chance that if they take away the Water Runes or help Ember get multiple Water Runes, he could draw even, and in fact, it could be the side of the mob setting the tempo. Of course, all of this is very ambitious, it's all very grand. Let's not forget, IAP, they've ran this Ursa like a million times already, so they know how they want to play this game. And at this point, when fatigue starts to kick in, comfort is king.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Comfort is king, folks, and if you're at home,
Mhm.
grab yourself a slice of pizza, sit down, because we got a treat ahead of us.
Yep.
The mob fighting for their tournament lives, and even I, personally, Just we can run a quick round of predictions, Floki, before we jump into the game. Who
I'm
do
gonna
you
go with
favor?
IAP.
Okay.
The
Late and
realist
safe.
in me says IAP.
The drafter in you says?
The drafter in me does say the mob.
Yeah. Okay.
But realistically, I
Thank
feel
God.
like IAP.
I always thought you were a decent drafter and a shitty human being.
Well, you know, we all have our positives and negatives.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've got no positives. So, yeah.
Well,
Okay, level 1 smoke. This is Jackie doing Jackie things.
yeah, his smoke
Jackie
already
Chan
breaking.
indeed.
Yeah.
Breaking ankles, breaking smokes.
They are on an observer ward, by the way. They did place an observer ward on IAP, so they see this. They see the entirety of the mob.
Yeah, one of the things
got
I did discuss in the deep
Seriously,
fumigation,
I just took a look at the other
you know,
guys
you guys
right
were
now.
losing on vision. They
If
knew
you
it.
do
Jackie
not
knew
have
it.
this,
Yeah.
I
That
don't know how
they
you'll be able
really
to show
suffered
your
in
face
the vision.
anywhere.
Yeah, the thing is, they're never going to figure out that they have been spotted over here unless they have the foresight to see that they're the stronger level 1 team. So there's a chance that they could be under a ward. It is, once again, a bit of a gamble, but it should
It's
be
a
2 runes apiece.
Peaceful start.
Yeah,
I
at,
hope
at
your
least in
soul
that
is broad enough
department,
for
it looks like the
four
mob are
tracks
going to be
because
doing
let's get the crap.
A-okay.
You will be
Mid lane,
carrying
once
the
again, is
team.
going to be the interesting lane to look out for. And Jackie's sticking around
I
here.
think,
Oh,
yeah.
I love this. I love this.
Why?
Is he going to stick around? If he does, it's going to be
Gonna
really
gate.
cool.
Gonna gate.
Yeah, he is going to gate. Never mind. The Ursa is just chilling, showing himself at the tier 1.
Yeah. He
So,
gates and
Okay, but,
chilly.
but the Rubik and the Shadow Demon are here. Oh, yeah, they're waiting to
Oh my
take down this drow. I think he's just going to wait for his TP to come back up. And,
Oh,
yo,
look
they
at
stuck
this.
around.
Action. Level 1 action. No one under real threat. They're not going to gate. Jackie's going to be sensible about this. Just TP's back lane because he sees people missing. Eris is going to run down Xander with the disruption. But, you know, I personally feel that Ember couldn't have asked for a better matchup. Like, Swift played.
Yep. Out of all the heroes that were in there, I mean, this is probably the easiest one for you to deal with. Just gotta aggro the living crap out of these creeps and make sure that you're getting your levels in your farm. Once you've got the Spirit Vessel, this matchup becomes a lot easier. But the DK, making the most out of the sunshines, he's really laying into that Ember back in the mid lane. Up top, though, Jackie on a different range carry this time around. Barlow, oh, was that deliberate perhaps? Might have
this
been.
could work.
Yeah.
Slows, the blood grenade slow. Everything is moving in slow motion. It's like a scene from a Christopher Nolan movie. But eventually the slow motion wears off and then you have to tolerate them.
He's just a striped tenant. But I have to say, this particular game, that was a...
Hey, I think that's first blood there.
Yeah. Oh,
There
that's
is-
a nice bit. Jed?
It's a decent bit, but like without a blood grenade
Yeah.
and without a +1.
He had a stick.
Mhm.
He's okay. But Blitz gets the Underlord gets the lane in a very good spot. Of course, it's a little unfortunate. In fact, if the mob play their cards right, they could actually carry this advantage to kill the Ursa and the Shadow Demon, and then the Underlord's going to be really happy.
Yep. It's all about pit cooldown, which I feel is like another 6-7 seconds. But there's a salve that's been handed over.
Is that a full Wraith ban on Xander? Interesting. Very interesting. Well, mid lane, 14-5 on the DK compared to 6-1. Of course, it's a bit of a clinic being put up by Iona, but hopefully Swiftblade can remedy the situation in some time. He is flying out the bottle at the moment. Early on, the play that they made with letting the Rubik go for the last hit with the Fade, well, I think that might have been deliberate. They were trying to set up for first blood, but fortunately, Barlow, pretty good movement and right-clicking the ground, you know, as an ability, right-clicking the ground. It's not easy, dude. Playing Dota this game, it's hard. So that really well inspired.
In a bit of a tough spot here. It is hard indeed. He's got the disruption, pops the fairy fire. I don't think he's going to survive this.
Yeah, he's dead.
Gets the kill, loses his courier though. The Lotus will be picked up. So 2v1, they're not going to try and contest the user. They'll give him the Lotus. Up top, who's got the Lotus?
It is...
I think it is the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah.
No, it
Okay.
isn't.
It's the
The
Drow.
Drow. It's been handed over.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to say that once again, IAP, they're the cores are the ones who are off to a stellar start. 19-8, you know, right out of the gate, the Dragonite is galloping towards that finish line. The Timbers are also having a really
good
good
start.
time, 16-2 compared to 14-0 of the Drow. But the Underlord lane is surprisingly the one that's doing pretty well because, you know, he did manage to kill the Shadow Demon earlier, so that's sort of worked out for him. Swiftblade laying down some harass onto Yona. Oh, what's going on up top? The Rubik ends up falling. Jackie gets a kill. And now we might be in some trouble as well. Blacklock, he needs to survive a couple more right clicks. He's got the fairy fire, but the creeps are starting to pile up and he can't pursue this kill any further. Down bottom, they do lose the Hoodwink for the Shadow Demon. As Blitzkaiser in some trouble. The Hoodwink's coming back. Jed, does he want to run this down? He did have a Lotus and a stake, but decides not to pursue. Xander, he's enough of a deterrent for the Ursa to reconsider. And up top, they do get the Timber Saw. Sure, the Y1 dies, but this is really good for Jackie, and now Barlow has to be careful. But Jackie's like, you know what? Nah, I'm going to go back. I'm going to hit some creeps and going to drop some items for the Y1 to bring over once he respawns.
I think we need to look at the fight recap. A bunch of good things happened for the mob, and some not so good things for Interactive Philippines. Like, you know, they killed the Timber Saw. They managed to get a kill on Airish down bottom, so the Unlord's getting more EXP. I think we should toggle over to the net worth and maybe just see like where all the cores are sitting at.
Yeah, if we could just toggle to the net worth right now, I know it's a little bit early, it would be really nice. But yeah, there you go. The Dragon Knight actually sitting on top, but the Drow and the Underlord doing really, really well. That might actually make up for the bad matchup that the Ember's having in the mid lane. Because the Unlord's not supposed to be this far up, and neither is the Drow. So, you know, hopefully...
Okay, so one thing about this Drow lane is that once Timber hits 6,
it
this lane
changes. Yes.
The Drow probably gets kicked out of lane.
Yeah, and the Drow has to go to jungle. Best you can hope for is actually let the Drow get some more XP and let the Drow hit 6 first. As Eris's rotation is going to get spotted, he gets seen by Blacklock on the Wyvern. And another cool thing about Winter Wyvern, he does get, or rather she does get bonus night vision with the Arctic Burn, as in the mid lane, level 6 on the Dragon Knight, rotations there from Barlow. They get the kill on the Ember, and just make sure they're rubbing salt into the wounds of Swiftblade, who's had a bit of a rough start and a rough time in both the games that he's played against IAP today.
Oh yeah, I think game 1 was kind of okay, but he did get his PKB, he had his vessel. Down bottom though, they've had enough of the Sunlord. They're trying to run down, but the Cold Embrace is there. A mindful rotation coming out from the Winter Wyvern as he knew that the Hoodwink was bit. Goes over, helps out the Unlord, and you got the 6-minute room going in favor of Xander.
Yeah, I believe Xander picked it up because Yura was probably coming to snag it, so does his job. But this time around, this is what I like to see.
Look at the
stacks
top
are
lane.
being made.
Look at the top lane. Jackie's in trouble. I think I see 4
No.
heroes converging upon him. He's
be
busy
fine.
farming a Wild Wing Ripper. I don't think he's fine. He's actually read this somehow. He reads this. I don't know if he saw them or if he read this.
Oh, are they going to see him now? Oh, no, he hasn't read this. He didn't read this. Spoke too soon. Castle's curse is real. At the rate VEEWAKE, fellow Indians, if you want to curse this guy, you know where to find him now.
Yeah. Until then, it looked like he was doing
And it's
fine.
virtually doxed you.
And Jet back down bottom.
What on earth is that play? It's a very quick
He
hold
hasn't got
in
the enrage
place.
though. He might just end up dying. He's
What?
got a healing Lotus that keeps him alive and healthy. He runs in the trees. They haven't read this, but Xander's here. And he got shot up to the high ground, and that's the end of Jet. So both position ones end up dying.
Yep.
This sort of works out for the mob.
It does, it really does. I mean, I have to take a moment to mention what Blacklock did there, though. A very ambitious Splinter Blast onto the Underlord,
yeah.
but they do get the kill in the end, and that's what matters. So, really good stuff. So far, though, still, Interactive Philippines, they've got a tiny lead. Mid lane, Bushwhack is not there. I believe it might have been used earlier or missed entirely, as they will not be able to find the DK, but Jackie... Level 5 on the Drow he's wooing with. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. Look at Barlow. He's level 6 on the Rubik. The Timbersaw is also has the potential to just rotate in and try and bring down this Drow. This is ambitious.
Especially when the
from
Rubik
mob.
has Splinter Blast is just not happening. Xander though, he's looking for a kill. Okay, we can't get the tower. Rubik sits mid.
Oh,
we'll
DK
just
here,
kill
though.
Ares. The DK is here. It's support for support. Swiftblade, he's got a Remnant to get out, but Jen, he's camping the Remnant. Where does Swiftblade go? Looks like he can go nowhere, but just runs straight into Barlow. Uses the urn, ends up dying, and now just swings back for the Winter Wyvern.
Yep.
He's been left to dry. He'll die as well. They came for Ares. They gave Yona a triple kill. And Jet got some EXP as well. Jonas says, thank you very much. The lane was going decent up till now, but now you made it
Even better.
definitely.
Yeah, it's like yeah, you only call for a sundae, but they give you waffle chips and sprinkles on top.
Yep.
No one's gonna say no to that. Jed gonna get that 9-minute Lotus. Eris somehow the only one from IAP who is not having a good time, surprisingly, in this one. Playing the Shadow Demon, of course.
I love
as,
this. So they ran 4 heroes mid down. They're running 3 bottom.
This is, I mean, I like what the mob are doing here.
Okay.
I just feel like they're not as strong as they think they are. They need to be a bit prudent about this.
Swiftblade's going in. He's found Eris.
That's the perfect target.
I mean, bully the position 5. I like this. This is a viable strat. People tend to do this to me. They bully me in-game and outside the game. So, yeah, it does do mental damage.
Yep.
And it's kind of, it hurts and it's just when you're not level 6 around the 10-minute mark.
Don't look now, but Radiant's bottom
Well,
tower
mid lane, the DK just doing DK things, applying pressure over to the tier 1. Jackie's been kicked out of top lane, like we said earlier, but he's got the 6 on the draw. And sadly, he started to fall behind as well. He was ahead of the Timbersaw early on, but perhaps being a bit too sacrificial on the Drow Ranger there has ended up costing him a lot of tempo in this game. Swiftblade is looking for the...
Kind of okay though, like he find I think what carries should do now, and which I've seen them do, is like if you've lost the safe lane, move mid. Because you can be moved between the mid and the 2 camps that connect the medium camp.
Yeah, it frees up your mid laner to also make plays across the map and apply pressure. And
basically
force
also tells
something.
the mid laner that, hey, the
You
greedy
kind
mid
of need
lane...
to live. Get out, man.
Yeah.
Like, time to earn your paycheck, you know?
Absolutely.
Dota's not an island. Hello, there's 4 other heroes in the game. Do something about them. Yeah. Well, Swiftblade, he's almost doing something about it. He's nearly there. He needs to finish up the Spirit Vessel before he can start making some of these plays. But before that, IAP, pop a smoke, and they're looking at the Drow. I do hear a Dragon Tail somewhere.
Yeah, there is a Winter Wyvern being caught off to the side. Black Clock is going to tank the gank, and Jackie might eat some of
DPs
this
are coming
as
in.
well. DPs are coming in, but there isn't a save. There comes the Unlocked with the bit
Malice
of Malice. It's been stolen, like you rightly said. 2-man pick coming out from the Rubik. You said they had only 1 stun, but so what? They've got a Rubik. He's got the bit of Malice. He finds himself a double kill, and it's all falling apart for the mob as this Timbersaw is chopping them like little bits of origami, and he's got, I don't know, the biggest knife one could ask for. IAP in complete command of this game, and 1 triple kill going the way of the Dragon Knight, 1 triple kill going the way of the Timbersaw. You couldn't ask for more if you were IAP.
Yeah, IAP with a really solid performance here. I mean, just good layering of spells. The fact that the Rubik is patient with the pet usage. Otherwise, how many Rubiks you see, you know, just drop a spell as soon as they steal it? No. Waits for the opportune moment. Realizes that the Timbersaw is in trouble. Drops that pit. It hits 3 and it turns that fight round. So, get a lot of kills. IAP with now a 5k net worth lead. They are, I mean, they're just cruising through this early game. And this is really good because the Ursa, he's going to hit a timing with the Battle Fury and the Blink. It's going to allow them to potentially open up Rosh if the mob decide not to contest them and let it go. And that's probably also going to mean that you're going to see Shard come out on one of these supports later on. So it's either going to be the Rubik Telekinesis being usable on allies, or it's going to be the Demonic Cleanse, which is going to be really good this game, especially against heroes like the Hoodbang, against the Ember, against the Drow too. You can get rid of the Silence. It's not nothing.
Pretty good for the Ursa.
Dire's middle tower is taking one hell of a beating.
Cleanse that Silence.
Cleanse yourself.
Cleanse yourself.
Concept
Okay,
the
they've
Indians
grouped up
unfamiliar
bottom.
with. Anyway.
What? No. I mean, I like what IAP are doing. They know they have the lead. They are just moving through lanes together, taking objectives. And they're asking the mob, like, guys, when do you want to fight us? Because, you know, you waited in game number 1. You waited for Swiftblade to play BKB. What are you waiting for in this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's. I feel like they've got the vessel, they've got the potential to make moves. It's just that they're all playing a bit too passively at the moment, and they don't have really good answers for what the DK is up to. They've got good wave shove, but I'm not too sure what Blitzkrieg is up to. I feel like it's his time to sort of, you know, like bear the mark of danger and, you know, put a bullseye on his back and force the Timbersaw to awkward spots on the map. It's going to enable the Ember to get some stuff done.
You know, I want to see them smoke. They've got the ADOS on the Unlord. They've got the vessel, like you called out. Like, they can make stuff happen. Hoodwink is really
I want to
cheap
see the
damage.
Hoodwink smoke up with the Ember and not with the Unlock, because the Unlock can join with the Fiend's Gate, but they've TP down bottom for the Wisdom Shrine. I imagine they're going to make a move after this. I mean, the Ember is also going to make a move down bottom soon, so we'll
He's
see.
like a smoke.
Yeah, this could be a really good smoke coming in from Xander. Well, Battle Fury now done for the Ursa, so he is online. Can start farming up a Storm. The Drow, of course, only needs levels and a couple of items. I mean, the Sidestep does... Sorry, excuse me, rather the... what's that spell even called? Rain of Arrows or Barrage of Multi-Shot. Wow, it's far simpler than that. Yeah, I've been playing too much PoE of late. Anyway, yeah, you kind of need the multi-shot to farm, so that's
Wow, I
the
love
only
this.
thing.
They played on the high ground.
Oh, the
See
Demonic
Jet,
Purge!
but The Demonic Purge. Eris is completely broken this fight. Now they drop the Fiend's Gate. Where are they going? Well, close enough for the ADOS to come through, but just got the
he
end
missed
range.
the
He's going to
chains.
run away. Barlow with the Pit of Malice tries to slow them down, but the Dragon Knight, he's got a
He's
killing spree
broken.
bounty on his head. The disruption, the save is there, but is it enough? No, it's not. Yona is dead. His killing spree taken away, and just like that, Jackie, the most sacrificial core in the history of Indian Dota after Mother Teresa, has found his way back into this game. And IAP, I don't know what they're up against, but it's one-man Jackie. Jackie turns with the Gust. I got the Winter's Curse.
That's a nice Winter's
pretty
Curse.
good Winter's Curse with the Ursa and the Timber. It's not enough. There's the multi-shot that you mentioned. Good chains. The Rubik on the fringes of the fight, not doing all that much. He's dropping low. He's got another spree to his name. The Lotus Orb will kill him alive. He's going to run away from the crime scene. Run, because the Swiftblade, Xander and Jackie chasing you down. Fortunately, that doesn't hit, and we zips right back in with the Timber Chain. A missed Hoodwink ultimate. That should have connected. We and Barlow will clean up. They'll make the most of the slip-ups. The mob, they were close.
They were very, very close. I mean, if that Hoodwink ult landed, that could have been a completely different story. But, man, it just seems like they didn't have enough damage. The Ember, of course, having to max out
Sharpshooter,
the...
I mean, that would have done it.
That would have done it. The Timbersaw would have died. Maybe the Ember gets a vessel charge, turns it around, kites a little bit, and gets
That was a
both
big
kills.
streak. That was a lot of dig.
Yeah, I mean, you know, credit where credit is due. Jackie is really doing his best to help out his team over here, but really, I feel like now is the time where you cut your loss a shot and you try and play for the timing. Try and play for, I don't know, when you get your Hurricane Bike. You know, that's when you can start to come back in the game again and help your team out and potentially find some kills. For the time being, all you're really looking for on the side of the mob is just to not give up any more kills over to IAP and just buy time. Buy time until that Aegis fight. Make sure your heroes are farming. Make sure you're getting some progression on your items, and hopefully it's enough to turn it around. That's a
This is
very
a good
good
curse,
curse.
good chains, good
Yeah.
bushwhack.
That
Xander
disruption,
didn't have
though.
the sharpshooter. That
I mean, really, it's Eris you have to commend, and even the Rubik managed to steal the searing chains there. Swiftblade, I don't believe he had any remnants. If you can see the little diamond on the ultimate, the little green diamond is not there. There's that sharpshooter.
mean-
It really would have done it.
if Val had 126 servers like CS,
Oh
or
no,
if-
Jackie.
that's
He's
the
dead.
Rubik with the sharpshooter.
Yep, that is.
Yep.
Ouch.
Yep, it's
That's mental damage.
what did they call it in Counter Strike? Hit rate. Server tick
So a
rate.
take rate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The hit rate's a baseball term, I believe.
Yeah, hit rate is how often I hit you
Ouch.
and what I charge for it
Ouch.
and what you paid.
Ouch. Well, so far, the hit rate's 0. Thank you for keeping it that way. I have to say though, I mean, if
They should.
they're not in a position to make. That's the problem. Like the mob, they just
Are they not in a position
too far
to on the
behind.
map, but just not a
No, they just don't have the damage. If they go to this fight, if IAP are not completely oblivious about it, they should.
Are
win.
you
They've got
saying that
Lotus.
like you can't take
can't
fights
fight
when you're
this,
14k
no.
down?
No, you
with
cannot.
this draft?
Not with this draft. No, I mean you need to split the map up. I mean it has to be clever moves coming out from the mob.
Okay.
Smoke up with the Hoodwink and the Ember. Make sure that the Drow is farming somewhere nearby. Make sure the Winter Wyvern's
Okay.
able to connect. And use the Underlord Fiend's Gate to set up a kill and perhaps bait for more. And then, if IAP bite, that's when you can look to really kick them in the teeth. But
damn.
until they take that bait, it's not going to happen. And
Jackie's doing something that is a little interesting. So the Ursa has Blink Battle Fury.
Dyer's
He's not
top tower
going
is
for
really taking
a
a beating.
bike. He's going for the Ags. Now, there is a save in the form of the Winter Wyvern. But the Winter Wyvern doesn't have anything that can save the Drow other than the Golden Race, and neither does the Hoodwink. So,
Yep.
I'm a bit on the fence of how Drow is itemizing for this game.
Dyer's top tower
Yep.
is
He's
really
relying
taking
a
a beating.
lot on Cold Embrace and Pulse. Keep it alive. It's
Yeah.
risky.
It's one of those things where you're trusting your teammates and you're trusting them to be able to
If you're in
save
the
you, but
vicinity of Dyer's
I
top
feel
tower,
like
I'd put on a
it's
hard. That baby is
I think
coming.
it
that
should,
intent
though.
is.
Should do at these stages of the game, but I mean, there's a DK also that's going to blink on you.
Okay, look, there's a case to be made to not go the Hurricane fight.
Bold man, Jackie. Bold man.
Yeah,
He's actually
oh,
keeping
not
up.
gonna
But there
DP
you go.
out.
Yona has a blink. And look at this. They're not clumping up for the Winter Wyvern. The Winter Wyvern knows what's up. He's trying to DP out. Neither he. Okay, he gets out, but Jackie doesn't.
Yeah,
Oh.
they lose a Drow. That's huge. I mean, he did buy out before he died, so he doesn't lose all that much gold. But look at where he is on the goals. He's bottom of the goals and net worth.
He's making good progress to his Ags. Do you think the Ags early in that much?
Not so much. I feel like once you get the Ags, it's going to be entirely based on IEP being out of position. And you already have a Lotus Orb on the Timbersaw, so you can dispel the hypothermia stacks even if it's on an ally. You've got Rubik going for, he went for the sort of aura-ish build with the Guardian Greaves and the
And now
Urn.
it's Storm time also, so you
Yeah.
might get Demonic Cleanse.
I mean, and then the Ursa is also going to pose some problems, because I believe you probably go for
What
the
the hell?
Basher
Who's
here
the
if you're
Greaves?
Jed.
Where's the Greaves?
The Greaves are the Rubik. The Rubik has,
Oh.
yeah, the Rubik has got himself Guardian Greaves. If we could just quickly have a look at what the Rubik has. If our
Yeah, I think we can
so
do a
we can
quick
hear
item
us.
check.
Yeah,
Because,
an item check is in order here.
because more than the net worth is actually some of these,
Items that are
which are a result of net worth, but yeah.
Yep. If we could have a look at the items, that would be great. Once again. But for now, smokes out from the side of the mob. Swift Blade smoked up.
Interesting, they're fighting into Aegis. They didn't go to fight Roshan, but they're running into DK. DK blinks in, rooted by the Atos. He's gonna get it off. They've killed the Winter Wyvern. He's got buyback though, and Tier 2 is a great place to buy back and TP into.
Oh, no,
but
Jackie.
he's not buying back. Jackie's stunned is going to die. No one is buying back indeed, as well, the Unlord's dead. It's falling apart for the mob here. As
Yeah.
Xander and the others are on the run. The Ember, he's going nowhere. It's a clean team wipe coming up from the side of Interactive Philippines. They are in prime form, and it looks like they're just going to do a rinse and repeat of game number 1 for them in the day today, which was them facing off versus the mob. It was a clean game coming up from them earlier on in the day, and it seems to be a clean game so far as well.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, the mob, they done really well to get this far. But it seems like Interactive Philippines are a cut above them, and then Reckonix are a cut above the Interactive Philippines. So we finally established a social hierarchy here at the Asia Pacific Predator League. We've established who the top dogs are, and IEP definitely one of them. Now, they do have a bit of a chance. They got some nice two-man gust coming through. They are fighting deep into the dire base. They've only lost the Winter Wyvern so
It's
far.
going to take the drop
That's
half
the-
an hour to kill the Timbersaw.
Yeah, this Timbersaw is not dying. He's got maxed out reactive armor. Jackie is tickling the Timbersaw at best.
Yeah, and with the Lotus Orb, they're just laughing off at that vessel. They're pushing the mob into their fountain. Blitzkaiser has to step around a Chakram. The Timbersaw doesn't have to step around anything because Eris has got his back. Sharpshooters there. The break mechanic laughed away at as we kills the Underlord.
in the base.
Jeez, this is ridiculous. Kill this Timbersaw once. Is it even possible? Yes, it is. His
Okay.
wicked 6 streak taken away, but the question is, at what cost?
Poof. You've watched your acts disappear, courtesy of the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
As the Aegis times out, they find
David
a Shadow
Timbersaw
Demon.
Copperfield.
Yeah, I mean, you get yourself
Okay.
something here if you're the mob, but again, it's somebody called Peter, because a squirrel has just died in the jungle.
Yep.
And it's...
They've taken her nutty acorn, and thrown it in her face and
oh,
pissed
yeah.
all over it.
I feel like this is the point in the game where the mob probably asking themselves, guys, do we realistically have a chance? And like, you know, like, are we sure we want to continue doing this because
Okay, what do they need to have a chance?
a lot.
Like, have they got the eggs?
Wait. They're down 24k net worth. Let's not ignore the fact.
Okay.
I know we're very excited to see a team beat out some of the better Indian teams here at the event. It got me excited as well for a moment. But it's time to face the music, man. I mean, we did well to get to top 6. That's about, or top 8 rather, and that's about as far as we're gonna go in this event. So, kudos to the mob for making it to this point. I am writing them off at this point, but if I'm being perfectly honest, if IAP do lose this game, it is on them, it is not on the mob.
Okay.
Yeah, Swiftblade getting caught out in the mid lane, Rod of Atos, catching him out here. He does have a Remnant though, so ends up surviving. He's fine for the time being as he queues up the Shiva's Guard, but really, this Drow, she desperately needs some damage. She desperately needs some items that are going to help her stand toe-to-toe against the Ursa, because Jed's just going to tear the mob apart. I mean, you need so many things to go right. You need to find a Cold Embrace on the right target. You need targets to clump up for the Winter's Curse. You need a Bushwhack to follow up after. You need a multi-man chains. After the chains, you need a Gust. And then you need your, multi-shot to land on every single hero for you to even have a remote chance of coming back in this game.
And you didn't even count the sharpshooter.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not even exaggerating at this point. That is actually what they need. They need every AoE spell to connect onto 3 or more heroes.
Thanks.
You're most welcome.
Bringing down the mood, like, people who are hopeful, like, anyway.
Hey, I mean, I'm supposed to be the cold guy, so,
Cold, yeah. Ace is cool.
A-hole is another, good way of describing it.
Ace Neo.
Yeah, well, to some people it is.
Anyways, you didn't describe a win condition, you just described a win contract, because that's what it feels like.
What kind of win condition do you want me to conjure up?
I don't know. Have you heard of fires and natural disasters and acts of God? Like, that's more believable than your ridiculous contract.
Okay, here's what I'll tell you. If 7 billion people on Earth all repeatedly hit the ground at the same time, we would generate an earthquake, perhaps, of enough magnitude for the internet to go out.
Okay, guys.
And
let's do that. 6-7, top the ground.
Okay, well, you really tried to do that at the moment. Yeah, it didn't work out. Turns out, all that really happened was that I was mildly shaken in my seat. You don't need to do a lot better than that for
you know what's very funny? I
chance.
was just thinking about OG games, and when they're losing, Seb and Noti will get this insane copium, and like I feel like I survive on some of that insane copium too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like, oh yeah, we just need this spell to hit, then we need that spell to hit, then we need this spell to hit on top.
Just get the Ags on Drow and 5-man black hole it.
And we got a chance, like we can maybe win this game.
Yeah.
As the Rubik is high net worth in the Drow, and all the cores on the side of the mob.
Yeah, don't.
Back on Earth.
Guys, economics is alive.
Okay, Observer, if you're listening to us, I'm gonna ask you to do Vivek Assault. Can you just, instead of showing us net worth, can you show us something? It shows the facets that the heroes have picked up this game. Yep. Thank you so much.
That's more meaningful.
That's more meaningful. I think Wake's sanity was restored slightly there.
Yep. So
hopefully.
Yeah, it feels like
feels better.
You don't have a stronger facet.
Yeah, that's probably what's losing them the game. Wake. Not the 30,000 gold lead that IAP have at this point.
If Vantage Point was better than Bear Down, they'd win.
Yeah. Oh, he went for Vantage Point. That's interesting. I thought he went for the sidestep. Never mind.
Sidestep did get nerfed in 7.40p, but it is a small but significant nerf.
Good.
Yeah. It is a small but significant nerf. It's more like a laning presence thing, right? So Vantage Point in terms of scaling, I feel, is
much better. Yeah,
slightly better.
It's better with the shard too, right? Like the shard becomes a bigger power spike than it does with sidestep. So, yeah. I agree. I feel like that's a good way of playing the Drow. Unfortunately,
guys, you have to contest for shard. Like if the mob want to win this,
how? With what? With hopes and dreams?
Yeah.
Okay, if they can somehow conjure up a Tidehunter in this game, get a 6th player going, and land like, I don't know, 2 5-man ravages. Yeah, it's possible if you're on something as...
Okay, they're really good on the high ground. Like curse.
It is possible. It is possible with just the right amount of hallucination.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you start, I heard if you deprive yourself of sleep for 3 days, you start seeing things.
Huh?
Lovely. But yeah, IAP, they've got themselves the Aegis
but they're
now.
good on the high ground. Firestorm, Winter's Curse. We saw how well they defended that fountain. Like,
Okay, I'm gonna ask production to take away Vivek's scoping machine. Like wherever he's getting
but
his
they are
Scorpion
good on
from.
the high ground. Like seriously, like I mean, it's hard. It's like they did win against the 30k.
All right, you know what? Let's turn this interesting. Let's turn this into a scientific experiment.
Yeah.
How much is a high ground advantage worth in gold in Dota? If they win from this point, I think we can say 35k.
Look, we've seen teams do it. It's hard though. It's hard. It's hard.
Folks, this is what media looks like. This is what happens when you beat a Southeast
anyways,
Asian
back to the
team.
game. Jet
Yeah.
got the Lotus up. Now, if V zones them back, yeah, V's already zoned them back. Yeah. Sorry, I thought that was a possibility. Jackie has to make a fountain trip, and while he makes the fountain trip, he's lost his Ember. The Ember
Oh, yeah, he's
dead
taking it
without
off.
buyback. His barracks also being taken away.
Blacklock's
It's
got a
one
friend in the
man. It's
afterlife.
Jackie versus the world, but he's been stunned. Held in place
Rooted,
with the glide
he's
field.
dead, he's been cut.
Yeah, they are not going to tap
There's the
out. They
Winter's
have one
Curse.
last Winter's Curse.
Just
in
4
them.
more perfect spells in a row. There's
Yeah.
the pushback, it doesn't land. Well, guess what? I guess this one's all but over. Oh, wait a second. They've got buybacks. They still have buybacks.
Ooh, stolen
That's
curse.
that Winter's Curse is probably going to have more impact on this fight than Blacklocks did. No offense, Blacklock. I think they tried, but GG is called. IAP, they will be going to the next match. Unfortunately, the mob, their run ends here. But boy, was it glorious while it lasted. As IAP, one more game for them to secure top 4.
Oh yeah, and that game's happening tonight on Stream A.
Yep.
So, folks, you do have yourselves a little bit of time, but I think the last game of the day is still ahead of us.
Yep.
And IAP, they began their day
Yep.
playing against the mob. They began with a very comprehensive victory, and they play the mob again towards the later end of this day, and they do rather well. The mob, I just want to say thank you.
Yep.
It's been a very, very fun run. We really enjoyed the spirit, the heart behind this team. It's a new team, and if you are an org in the Dota 2 scene, in the esports scene,
Yep.
do hit them up.
I agree. I feel like the mob is really put up a very solid performance out here today. And more than that, a wise old man by the name of Daniel Ashutin once said, MMR
Who?
is just a number.
Oh yeah,
So,
one of my favorite pianists of all time.
indeed, yeah, like he is really good at playing Steely Dan. But anyway, coming back to the game at hand, or rather the game that just happened, I do feel like the mob showed signs of promise. They've got the right attitude.
Yeah.
They just, I feel like if they stick together and they're serious about playing as a roster, there's no reason why these guys couldn't compete at a Southeast Asian level. But we've got some highlights coming up from the previous game. It should be up on our screens in just a bit, so we'll see exactly what went wrong for the side of the mob and what went right for IAP. And Vivek, just in case you start huffing copium again and tell me that, hey, the mob, dude, the game's happening again, that maybe they can make it, I will, on the behalf of the entirety of Southeast Asia, whack you. I would never do this, but in this particular instance, I will. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this game, the mob, they kind of just tried to do a bit too much in my opinion. I mean, the idea is there really, but once again,
what is the idea?
The idea is simple. Like they weren't really quick and sharp enough with some of their moves, right? Like the Underlord, he got his level 6, but I didn't really see them using the Fiend's Gate until much later. Yona was able to get himself this triple kill in the mid lane. This is just really save your body syndrome at its finest up top, where they are not wrong conceptually that they're trying to punish a move being made that is too far out, but you have to contextualize it. This is a Timbersaw we're talking about. And if you're not going to kill him, he is going to kill you in that time being. It's not that you're going to be saving someone and walking away. This is not a Beastmaster with a 70-second cooldown ultimate. This is a Timbersaw who's going to constantly be in your face, who's going to poke and prod with the Whirling Death, with the Timber Chain. So, really, if there's anyone I had to call to be my MVP, it's the Timbersaw.
Another thing about this fight, and which was rather symptomatic of the fights that they took, where they had a chance of winning. Like, I feel like this fight, they had a chance of winning this fight. The
Yeah.
problem is nobody's going on the Shadow Demon, which is, I feel like one of the key roles and responsibilities of the Ember Spirit. So, you play a couple of fights and you just don't approach those fights correctly, it costed them. Like they didn't have anything once you know, the Timbersaw and the Dragon Knight just got the remaining items, because that fight there was still a chance. If they had the sharpshooter, if they didn't let two disruptors come, it was possible.
It was
for them to have a
possible.
different outcome to that fight. Maybe they
Yes.
didn't win it.
That's
they would
fair.
kill one and get away. Maybe.
That's fair. Look, they had chances this game, and I feel like the big problem for them is just them not having a vision, and not literal vision, but a vision of what they want the next couple of minutes to look like. And this, I mean, at this point, like the Timbersaw, even if he doesn't get kills, just the fact that he's unkillable, he's buying so much time for the DK and the Ursa. They're taking the racks in the entire time. The two supports are up ahead trying to keep this Timbersaw up. But yeah, really, the mob, I feel like if there is something to take away from this game, it is that don't try and overplay your hand. Play the hand you've got and wait for an opportunity to present itself. You do try to create opportunities. I really respect that about Jackie as a player. I think you are right. I think the teams that do find success locally and even internationally are the teams who have more active, more sacrificial style carry players. In fact, I mean, I don't know if there's a way of quantifying this, but if he somehow could, I'd love to find out in the world if the percentage of teams with active versus non-active carries and how much success they find over the course of the roster. I feel like there might be a skew towards carries who are active.
Carries right now, even active in A set. Like
I think so. Yeah,
can't be a completely
that's fair.
like Skitter,
Yep.
Radan,
Skeeter,
They're
Radan,
all,
Crystallis as well. I know he gets clowned on a
Crystallis,
little bit, but he's really good. Mickey as well. Yeah, I do agree. I mean, he's got... Look, they've got the right ingredients, but you need to still be a chef to know how to cook. Just because you toss everything into an air fryer doesn't make you, you know, a Michelin star chef. It still need to know...
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, hey, Vivek, if you've been dreaming about becoming a chef while doing that, you're in the wrong career,
No, man. Put bread between my ears and I call myself an idiot.
Lovely. I like how you spare Gordon Ramsay the effort, and me as well, because that's what I was thinking of doing, you know, given the amount of copium you were huffing in this game. The mob, sadly, a disappointing scoreline to end on, but they can still walk out with their heads held high because they really gave it their all, and they played the kind of Dota they wanted to. They went out on their terms. They took the fight to them. Yes, they screwed up. Yes, they made mistakes, but at least they tried, and that's more than most people do. They really, really tried.
That is definitely.
Yep.
Like, they didn't go out without a fight. They played Dota as they know it, as they believe it, the highest form of what they know. Maybe not the highest, most refined form, but definitely what they believe in. Yep. They've got a voice for sure. It's a voice that hopefully evolves. All these players will also develop and perfect these styles. Early days for them in the Indian scene. An experience and a coach will definitely benefit them. As far as the MVP is concerned, oh jeez.
Yeah, Barlow. I mean, no big surprise here. This guy.
It goes without saying. You play Dota, pick position for Rubik, but build a creep.
Build a nerd, build a lads, build a force. Don't build a Dagon. Don't grief your teammates.
Yeah. Or pick position 5 Rubik and build a flag.
There you go. That's I will not say anything. I will pretend I did not hear that. Barlow,
but you know, let's
coming
not
out
take
this
away
game.
from Barlow.
He was really, really good this game. I feel like his itemization was very, very clever. The fact that they've got these heals, it allows them to sustain the pressure, allows them to not have to back off. Ursa, not cooldown dependent. Timbersaw, not really cooldown dependent. So you can continue applying the pressure across the map and enable these high tempo heroes. And really, that's what the side of the mob didn't account for. They were bringing heroes to the fights, but they didn't realize that if they give up these fights, it's going to be hard for them to snatch that tempo back.
Yeah.
Because they are playing against heroes who thrive on winning some early fights.
This also another thing about the game is that you can be aggressive without bringing 5 people to a lane.
Yes.
Which you know, requires a lot of scrimming to develop that kind of map movement. Like you really need to practice moving like that in subunits. Yeah. For now though, the brackets are on our screens. It's going to be a final game. Oh wait.
Final game for the day. This is the losers round 4.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not the
absolutely.
loser bracket finals.
So Atlantis versus Interactive Philippines. Atlantis 2.0.
Yeah.
They did beat ZZ, which is the No Chance team where No Chance was subbing in. Who else have they beaten? They beaten Korea Esports, which is Campus team.
Yeah.
Yep. And then earlier on in the day, they beat Roja, which was also a pretty promising team. Who knocked them here from the upper bracket? It's Draconic. The final match of today is going to be Atlantis versus Interact Philippines. It's a best of one. It's both teams fighting for the lion's share of the prize pool, fighting for their tournament lives, fighting for a chance to play here at the Bharat Mandapa on the grand finals day. So that's hype that's happening on Stream A. And we've got IC, Baby, 12 and Sir Cloud to take you through that.
Oh yeah, it brings us about to the end of our day. So we want to thank the people who were there from the start to the very end. And even if those who tuned in midway or tuned out midway, really appreciate you being here. And we hope we were entertaining for the most part. And if we weren't, well, we do hope you exhaled out your nose a couple of times at the very least. And I do want to say it was a pleasure doing the group stage here. But there's going to be more of us. On the 11th, we will be back with some more Dota action. So do make sure you click the follow button. Do make sure you subscribe and you bookmark this page so that when we are back, you won't miss out on some more Dota action going out. And if you're in Delhi, if you're around, do make sure you visit the arena. The tickets are available on Book My Show. But that brings us to the end of the day, just about. So once again, we want to thank you for tuning in. This is Loki and Vivek. You're watching the Asia Pacific Predator League. And we're going to be signing out and taking our leave and sending you guys over to Stream A.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.